to be find the pointers. What is the need of pointers? Why you have to use the pointers? With using pointers, you can identify in your programming memory how much memory bytes completed, how much memory bytes are free. While working of pointers, you can easily recognize how much memory you completed and how much memory bytes are free. And what is one more advantage of pointers? Using pointers, dynamic memory can be allocated. Dynamic memory. Generally, every programming two types of memories you can work. One is for static memory, another one is dynamic memory. What is meant by static memory? If the variable created, the variable allocated memory at a design time, that memory called as static memory. You are declaring variable, declaration time only some special amount of memory creates, it is called as static memory. If I want to create the memory at execution of the program or run the program, while execution of program or while run the program, a specific amount of memory to be created, that memory called as dynamic memory. What is the problem of static memory? Once you allocate the static memory, that is fixed size. You can't increase the size, you can't decrease the size. But when you go for a dynamic memory, you can increase the memory bytes as well as you can decrease the memory bytes. If I want to grow up the size or if I want to decrease the size, that is possible with the help of dynamic memory. Generally, static memory problem is fixed size. Once you allocate the size, you can't increase, you can't decrease. And one more problem is memory wastages. If you are used also, unused also, memory will be wastage. Coming to the dynamic memory, whatever memory you require, you can allocate at runtime. After usage of that memory, after usage of that value, you can deallocate that memory, you can destroy that memory. At that time, what is the advantage? Memory bytes can be saved. How much memory used, that memory can be saved or that memory can be deallocated. At that time, memory bytes can be saved. Finally, what is the difference of static memory and dynamic memory? Static memory, while design time you allocate the memory, it is fixed. What is meant by dynamic memory? At execution time, you can extend the memory, you can increase the size, you can decrease the size. If you want to create the dynamic memory in the C programming language, compulsory which variable to be created? Pointers. Pointers, majorly two advantages you have. What is the requirement of pointers? First advantage, the memory allocation to be identified. In your compiler memory, how much memory completed, how much memory free, where your memory allocated, how many bytes will be allocated, how many bytes used, how many bytes will be free, you can recognize. And what is one more advantage of pointers? Dynamic memory. Once you allocate the memory, after usage of that memory, you can deallocate that memory. That is possible with the help of pointers. Now, in the C programming language, pointers are very important, compulsory to understand of pointers. Pointer variable creations very easy, pointers declarations and usaging is very easy, but understanding is very difficult. Pointer variables creations are very easy, declarations are very easy, but the compiler memory addresses understanding is very difficult. Why you have to go for pointers? Now the completely compiler memory bytes, you want to recognize the memory addresses. That is the reason to go for pointers. Generally, every programming variables are user defined. The variables are where it is stored, the value where it is stored, the memory name to be recognized. That is called as pointers. You see that how it is working of pointers actually. Suppose generally if I create any variable, how to create that? Int, I want to create some variable x. If I want to create any variable, what is the syntax of that? First, this statement called as data type. It's called as data type to be declared. this statement is called as identifier or this is called as variable. Generally every C language program, every program, if I want to make a variable, what is the syntax? Data type space variable. Suppose when I declared x is a variable, that is integer type. When I mentioned x as a integer, the compiler reserved a special amount of memory. Whenever x as a integer, the compiler reserved a special amount of memory. Now what is my memory name? X. My memory name is x. X is a variable. Now for the x allocated some address. Suppose compiler memory address, suppose 2048. Now this memory number I am not decided, that is decided by compiler. This memory addresses will be allocated by compiler. Now in the 2048 memory address, suppose I want to store some value, x is 10. Now in this example, see, in this storage, x is called as what? Variable. X is nothing but variable. Now here 2048, it is called as what? Address. Address of the variable. Now in this example, 10 is called as what? Value. Finally in this example you observe here, x is a variable. The variable is our defined. It's an identifier. When I declare x as an integer, the compiler allocate memory address. This address will be decided by compiler. Suppose 2048, it's a memory address. Within the address, which value stored? 10. The 10 value is our entered. This is the value. But whenever x as integer I created, 2 bytes memory, it will be allocated. 2 bytes. 2 bytes memory it's allocated. 2 bytes means how many bits allocated now? 16 bits. 1 byte equal to 8 bits, 2 bytes equal to 16 bits. Now till all programs I discussed, till whatever C language programs are there, all programs I discussed like how to create the data type, how to create the variables and how to store the values. But in this program, the variables where it is stored in the memory, that will be discussed. That is a discussion about pointers. Till all C language program, the variables are created, the values are created. But internally how it is store the values, how it is store the variables, that to be understand with the help of pointers. Like our understanding purpose, x is called as variable. What is the value of x? 10. This is our understand. But when you go for address, %x, I mean if I want to refer this address of x to be referred, that is called as pointers. Now you see in this example, check it. If I want to work with x value, what is the x value here? 10. X is a variable storing the value 10. Now I want to define with %x. %x. What is meant by ampersand symbol indicates address. Address of x. Address will be allocated. What is the address of x? 2048. 2048. It's a variable address. Wherever it is stored your variable, that memory address. Now here 2 ways you can represent the values. Now in this statement 2 ways you can represent the value. What is the first way? X value is 10. This is our understanding method. X value is 10. This is our understanding method. What is one more way? 2048 address value is 10. It is called as pointer method. Now you observe here. What is a clear observation here? Whenever you can say x is 10, it is called as our understandable method. What is one more method you have? 2048 address value is 10. In the both cases 10 only value. In the both cases 10 only value. But our understanding x is 10. Compiler understanding method 2048 address is 10. Daily I am using with our understandable method, but the pointer means through address to refer the values. Every programming memory is important. Without memory you can't store the value. Without memory you can't save the value. The memory discussions is very important, that is on pointers. What is a direct method? X value is 10. What is a pointer method? Address of 2048 address value is 10. Now in this method also the value 10 only, in this method also the value 10 only, but which is our understandable? X is 10 is our understand, but this 2048 address value is 10, it's a compiler storage address. This is called as pointer technique. It's an indirect manner. Now you see how to declare the pointers. Generally normal variable declaration in text, but how to declare the pointers? How to declare the pointers now? You see the syntax of pointers, how to declare. What is the declaration of pointers? Data type. Generally every variable also data type to be represent. After data type variable. After data type variable. This is normal variable syntax. If I want to work with pointers, variable before star symbol denotes. Variable before star symbol denotes. Now this star indicates pointer. This star indicates pointer. What is the syntax of pointer variable? Data type, variable before proceed with the star symbol. Whenever I putting a star symbol, this variable treated as pointers. If I am not given the star symbol, the variable denote as normal variable, store the value. Whenever the variable treated as pointer, you can store the value with help of address. Now this variable value storing with the help of address. You see, suppose if I make with example, check it. Enter, if I use with enter star x. If I used with star x. Generally here star x is a pointer variable I defined, and one more variable also I defined, a. A is a normal variable. Now in this statement two variables I declare, one is for star x, another one a. A is a integer normal variable, star x is a pointer. Whenever I mentioned as a is a integer variable, now the compiler allocated some memory. A is a variable name, compiler allocated some memory, suppose 2048. This is the memory address, 2048 allocated by compiler. Suppose my value a is 10, under a variable I entered 10. What is my value of a? 10. Under a variable I entered the value 10. What is the address of a? 2048. What is my one more variable? X. But x is a which type of variable? Pointer variable. Whenever I defined as pointer variable, pointer itself create the address. Pointer also create the address. Every pointer create the address 2046. Now x is a normal variable or pointer? Pointer variable, its created address. Every pointer variable calling of the another variable address. If I want to refer to the pointer variable, every pointer variable calling the address of another variable. Now I want to call with the a variable address. What is the a variable address? 2048. Now this address I want to call to the x. Now here x is not a normal variable, pointer variable. That is the reason x calling to the a address. Ampersand a called as pointer, address of a. Address of a, what is the value? 2048. Finally you see here I declare two variables. A is a normal variable, a is a integer variable. Now for that a variable 10 value giving, a is 10. Now for the a variable allocated some memory address 2048. Now this memory address I want to send to x. What is the x value? 2048, but that is address of a. Every pointer calling to the address of another variable. After that, what is the x address? 2046, it's a pointer address. Now see here, what are the values, how to refer? A is 10. It's a direct method, a is 10, it's a value method. Now I want to give an ampersand a. What is meant by ampersand a? Indicates address, address of a. What is the address of a? 2048. This is address 2048. Now I want to print with the x value x. Now here x is a normal variable or pointer variable? Pointer variable. Every pointer variable address of another variable calling, a address calling. A address is the value of x. What is the value of x? 2048. Now listen, here x is not a normal value, address. Now in that address which value is there? 10 is there. X equal to 2048. Now this 2048 ampersand a. 2048 equal to ampersand a, address of a. Now I want to refer this 10 value with x. I want to refer the x, a 10 value with x. How to refer that? You have to use one symbol, star x. What is the indication of star x? Value at address of. What is the meaning of star? Value at address of. Based on the address, I want to call the value. That means what? Under x, which address is there? 2048 is there. In that address, what is the value? 10. That value will be prints. Star x is 10. What is the meaning of star x here? Star x called as x is already have the A address. A address value calling is 10. If I want to print the x address, ampersand x. What is meant by ampersand x? 2046. Address of x. It's a pointer variable. Now you see, generally normal variables are referred based on the values. Whenever you go for pointer variables are referred based on the addresses. Why you have to go for pointers? What is the reason of pointers? Dynamic memory allocation. I mean, memory can be dynamically creates. And one more advantage of pointers, using pointers, how much memory completed, how much memory free, that can be identified. And one more advantage, using pointers, directly you can enter the values. Based on the memory, directly you can enter the values. While working of pointers, you have to understand three important symbols. Now in the C programming language, if I want to understand with pointers, most important three symbols to be understood. You see that what are the three symbols while working of pointers? Ampersand. What is the meaning of ampersand symbol? Address of variable. Ampersand called as address of variable. If I want to call the variable address, ampersand. Generally every variable, if I want to call the address, ampersand symbol. Mostly in C language, every scanf function I used ampersand. Before variable, ampersand symbol indicates address or reference. What is one more symbol to be denotes? Star. What is the indication of star? Star called as value at address of. It's a pointer variable. Value at address of. What is the meaning of star symbol? Star indicates pointer variable. What is the meaning of star? Value to be referred based on the address. What is the meaning of ampersand? Only address, not refer to the value. If I refer to the ampersand symbol, only for address will be displayed. If I want to refer to the value at address of, based on the address I want to refer to the value, it's called as star. What is a star indicates? Pointer, single pointer. Now I want to define with one more type of symbol, double star. While working of pointers, only three symbols to be understood. First symbol, ampersand symbol, address of variables. What is the second symbol? Star, value at address of. You want to call the value based on the address. What is one more symbol to be denotes? Double star. What is meant by double star indicates it's a double pointer. Double pointer, pointer inside pointer called as double pointer. What is the meaning of double star? Value. It is also pointer. Value at address of, again address of. Value at address of, again address of. How many address of here represent? Two address of. Value at address of, address of. It's called as double pointer. If you want to understand the pointer programs in C language, which is most important symbols, ampersand symbol, star symbol, double star. These are very important for understanding of pointer programs. What is meant by ampersand symbol? You can call only for address. Wherever you store the value, just you call the address. What is meant by star indicates if I want to refer the value based on the address. In which address you are storing the value, I want to refer the value based on the address. It is called as star indicates. It's a pointer. What is meant by double star symbol? One more symbol, double star symbol to use. Double star symbol called as double pointer. Pointer inside pointer. If I want to call the value inside of pointers, pointer inside pointers, address of, address of. These symbols to be understood. Whenever you understand these three symbols, it's very easy to make the pointer programs. And what is one more important pointer? C language program pointer concept very important. every programming pointer variables very important. Why? Because addresses. Without address you can't store any data, without address you can't keep any data, without address you can't manipulate the data. Pointers are very important. But pointers creations are very easy. I mean declaration of pointers, assignment of pointers, usage of pointers, but understandability very difficult. Why? Because whenever you can refer with pointers, everything you have to remember the addresses. If there is no pointers, everything you have to refer the values, but whenever you refer to the pointers, everything to be referred to the addresses. That is the reason to important of pointers. Now I want to discuss about these three symbols. One simple example. You see that one simple example how it is working of pointers. One simple example to be demonstrated with the help of pointers. You check that three important symbols. First I want to create with variables. I want to create an integer variable. My first variable is first variable A. I declared with A. It's a normal variable. After that comma star B. What is the meaning of that? This B before I used a star. What is the indication of star indicates? It's a pointer variable. But this pointer is which type of pointer? Integer pointer. And what is one more important pointer? If I declared as integer pointer, it is referred only integer values. If I declared as character pointer, it is referred to the character variable address. If I create as float pointer, it is referred to the float value address. Integer pointer refer to the integer values, character pointer refer to the character values, float pointer refer to the float values. These type of pointers called as type pointers. What is meant by typed pointers? Those pointers indication of data types. Based on the types only they are referred. One more type of pointers you have, untyped pointers or unnamed pointers. What is meant by untyped pointers? That pointers can be referred as any data type. What is the difference of typed pointers and untyped pointers? Typed pointers refer to specific data type. Untyped pointer refers any type of data. It's like as a void. What is meant by void indicates? Void means no returns. Void means no data type. If I want to refer to the specified type of pointers, you can use integer, character and float. Any type of pointer address to be referred void pointers. What is the meaning of int star B here? B is a integer pointer. Every integer pointer refer only integer value. Every integer pointer refer to the integer variable address. Integer variable address refer. One more pointer variable I want to declare, double star C. Now you see, you observe here. Here I am declaring with the three variables. A. Now that A is called as normal variable. If I declared as star B called as which variable? Pointer variable. Now this pointer variable refer to which pointer? Integer pointer. One more type of variable I declare, it is called as 2 stars. 2 star indicates double pointer. It's called as double pointer. Totally 3 types of variables I declare. A is a normal, star B is a single pointer, star C double pointer. Now I want to discuss about when I declare these 3 variables, the compiler allocated 3 memory holes. The compiler internally allocated 3 memory holes. Whenever I declare the variables, maybe normal variables or pointer variables, it is allocated the memory bytes. Now here A is a normal variable. After that B is a pointer variable. After that C, double pointer variable. Now every integer, suppose 2 bytes occupied, every integer 2 bytes. Now here this is 2 bytes, this is 2 bytes memory allocated, this is 2 bytes. Now here also 2 bytes, this is integer pointer 2 bytes, every pointer 2 bytes only allocated. These are integer pointers 2 bytes. Now for the when I make a variable, A variable allocated some memory, suppose 2048. This memory address not our decide, it's decided by compiler, 2048. Compiler decided this value. Now here, suppose I am entering with the A value 10. I am entering with A variable assigned with 10. At the time, this address storing the 10. A is a variable, value is storing 10. Now the 10 is stored at 2048 address. Now I want to go for star B. Star B called as not a normal variable. Now the star B called as which type of variable? Pointer variable. When I declare the pointer variable, every pointer variable address of normal variable calling B equal to ampersand A. Like this you have to call. What is meant by ampersand symbol indicates address. Every pointer variable to call the normal variable address, ampersand A. Now you see that ampersand A, what is the A address? 2048. A address is 2048. Now that is sending to the B value. Actually B is a pointer. Now what is the B value here? 2048. 2048. Now what is the B value? Address of A. After that C variable also there. C variable. Actually C is a double pointer. What is the difference of normal pointer and double pointer? Normal pointer keep the normal variable address. Double pointer can be keep the pointer variable address. Now this B pointer address of A, normal variable address. But C pointer call the address of B. It's a pointer address. Now C equal to ampersand B, address of B. Now you see here, what is the B address? 2046. Suppose B address is 2046. Now this B address, stored into C. Now what is the C value now? 2046, C value. Now the C is a pointer, C value is 2046. Now the C variable also allocated memory 2044. It's a memory address 2044. Now you see that how it is refer the values. Now whenever you understand of this program clearly, easy to you can maintain the pointer programs. Whenever you understand of this example clearly, easy to maintain the pointer programs. Now you see that how to refer the values, you check. What is the A value? 10. It's a simple statement, A is 10, A value equal to 10. Now I want to call ampersand A. What is the indication of ampersand A? A address to be called, address of A. What is the A address will be called? 2048. 2048 is not our defined, it's a compiler decided value, 2048 address. After that, now I want to call with the B value. Now I want to print the B value. Now what is the B value? Actually B is keeping to the which address? A address. B equal to 2048. Now this 2048 is which value address? A variable address. Now you see here A is 10, it's a direct value. Ampersand A called as A variable address, where it is stored in the memory, that compiler memory address. Now here B equal to 2048, it's a address of A. Now already what is the A address? 2048, that is the value of B, because B is a pointer. After that I want to refer with the star B. I want to refer with the star B. What is meant by star? Indicates value at address of. Star represents value at address of. That means what? Already under B 2048 is there. In this address what is the value? 10. How to refer with B? You want to call the A 10 star B. What is the star B? 10. What is the meaning of star B here? Star is nothing but value at address. Star ampersand A, the value is 10. Star indicates value. Ampersand A called as address of A. In that value is 10. Now I want to print with ampersand B. What is the ampersand B? Address of B. ampersand B, address of B. What is the address of B? 2046, address of B. Now I want to print with the C value to be print. What is the C value here? Actually C is also double pointer. Under C you are calling with the B address, ampersand B address calling. Now what is the C value here? C value is 2046. C value is 2046 and this is calling of address of B. C equal to 2046 ampersand B, address of B. Now here I used with now I want to call with C equal to 2046, address of B. After that I want to go for now star C. What is the indication of star C here? What is meant by star C here? Actually under C you are calling with the address of B. What is the address of B here? 2046. Under 2046 which value I want to call? 2048. In this address I want to call the value 2048. Now what is the value here? 2048. Now this 2048 is the value of B. Actually 2048 is the value of B and 2048 is address of A. What is the mean that star C is indicates 2048. What is the meaning of 2048? Here it will be given B value, that is called as under B what is the value it will be stored, and this value will be referred to the ampersand A. It is a address of A. If I want to refer with the star C, you see that what is meant by star C here? Actually under C 2046 it's a address of B. Under B 2048 it address of A. Under A which value? 10, that will be referred. Now I want to refer the 10 will be referred. What is the meaning of star C? Star indicates value at address of. Now here how many symbols I used? 2 star symbols. Value at address of. Under this you want to call the 10. What is the mean that under C 2046 is the address of B. Under B 2048 it's a address of A. Under A address 10 value prints. Finally if I want to print with now star C called as star B. What is meant by star B? Value at address of, and this is also called as A, value of A. And finally I want to print a C address, ampersand C. What is the ampersand C value? 2044. That is called as C address. Now that is called as C address. What is the C address? We have 2044. Finally you see here in this program, in this discussion I discussed with the 3 variables I discussed. What are the variables I discussed? A is a normal variable, integer variable. Star B. What is meant by star B? Indicates it's a pointer variable, single pointer variable. And one more is star C. It's called as double pointer variable. Generally normal variable you can call the values, but whenever you go for pointer variables you can call the address of variables. Every pointer variable to call the another variable address. What is meant by star C? Indicates it is calling address of another pointer variables. Single pointer refer to the normal variable address. Double pointer refer to the pointer variable address. Now you see here A is 10. A value is 10 I assign. After that B equal to ampersand A. What is meant by B equal to ampersand A? B is a pointer. Under B pointer address of A calling, A address calling. One more variable C variable I have. For the C variable which is calling address of B, that means B variable address will be calling. Now see, when I declare integer, totally 3 variables I declare. That is the reason how much memory creates. A variable 2 bytes memory creates, B variable 2 bytes memory creates, C variable 2 bytes memory, because each integer 2 bytes, totally 6 bytes memory creates. If I enter the A value 10, now the A is allocated some memory 2048. Now this memory address will be referred into pointers. What is the A value here? 10. A is 10. Now I want to call with the address of A 2048. It's the address of A. Now I want to refer with the B. Actually here B calling with the A address ampersand A 2048. What is the value of B? 2048. Now for the B is equal to what? Address of A. Now what is the B address? 2046. It's called as B address. Now if I want to refer to the C, what is the C value here? 2046. But the C refer to the which address? Address of B. Address of B refers. Now for the C, what is the address? 2044. It's a C address. Again 2 bytes creates. Totally here 2 bytes, here 2 bytes, here 2 bytes. Totally 6 bytes. Now for the how to refer these values, check it now. A is 10. It's a direct value. If I want to use with the ampersand A, address of A 2048. Address of A, it's a 2048. After that B equal to 2048. What is the value here? Ampersand A, address of A. Now here whenever I use the B equal to 2048 ampersand A, it's the address of A. After that I want to refer the 10 value with the help of B. Generally how to refer the value? A is 10, but with help of pointer I want to refer. How to refer? Star B. What is meant by star? Indicates value at address of. Star represents value at address of. Star B equal to 10. Suppose I want to refer with the B address. What is the B address? Ampersand B 2046. It's a B address. Now I want to refer with the B address into C variable. Actually here C is a double pointer. Under C B address will be calling 2046. Now here calling C equal to 2046 ampersand B. It's the address of B. After that I want to call with star C. What is meant by star C? Indicates here value at address of. Already under C 2046 will be there. This is the address of B. In that address what is the value? 2048. That will be prints. Value at address of. Now this star C equal to B. Now this star C equal to ampersand A. After that star C. What is meant by star C? Indicates double pointer. Under C 2046, under 2046 2048, it's a address. Under A address what is the value? 10. How to refer the two reference? Star C. It is equal to star B, the value of A, and A is also referred. Now what is meant by ampersand C? Ampersand C 2044, address of C. This is the address of values. Finally, what is my conclusion now? Every pointer variable discussions. Whenever you are using with the pointers, majorly 3 symbols to be understand. Which is the symbol to be understand? Ampersand symbol, star symbol, and a double star. Ampersand is nothing but address of the variables. Star indicates single pointer variable. Double star variables, it's called as double pointers. Now see, generally what is the definition of pointer? Pointer called as point out the address of the variables. Pointer is nothing but point out the address of the variables. In the C programming language, pointers are very important. Why? Because every pointers you have to call the values based on the address. Generally every C program you are creating only variables, but with the help of pointers, the variables where it is stored you want to call the values. What is the advantage of pointers? Why you have to use the pointers? Dynamic memory allocations. What is meant by dynamic memory allocations? Now you want to save the memory bytes. While execution time you want to allocate the memory, after usage of memory you want to deallocate the memory bytes can be saved with the help of pointers. What is one more advantage of pointers now? How much memory completed in your compiler, how much memory free, that can be identified with the help of pointers. While working of pointers, generally the pointers main usage you have to deallocate the memory, whatever memory already created that that memory, you don't want to waste off the memory. With the help of pointers, you can create the memories. And what is one more advantage of pointers now? Using pointers, easily you can call the value with the help of address. Now with the help of pointers only, the memory bytes can be saved. Every C programming, two types of variables you have, static variables and dynamic variables. Static memory, fixed size electron.
ఈరోజు అంశం ముస్లిం లీగు, మతత్వ అభివృద్ధి మరియు పార్టీషన్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా, అలాగే భారతదేశంలో స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాల విలీనీకరణ. ముందుగా ఈరోజు భారతదేశంలో ముస్లిం లీగ్ అనేది ఎలా ఏర్పడింది, అది ఏ విధంగా మతత్వానికి దారితీసింది, భారతదేశ విభజన ఎలా జరిగిందో ముందుగా మనం తెలుసుకుందాం. సరే, ముస్లిం లీగ్ స్థాపనకు భారతదేశంలో అనేక కారణాలున్నాయి. ముస్లిం లీగ్ ఏర్పడకముందు భారతదేశం మనం చూసినట్లయితే అనాదిగా అనేక మతాలకు, భాషలకు, భిన్న సంస్కృతులకు, సాంప్రదాయాలకు నిలవి ఉండే మన దేశం. అలాగే భారతదేశం భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వాన్ని కలిగి ఉన్న దేశం. మన భారతదేశ చరిత్రను పరిశీలించినట్లయితే ప్రాచీన యుగం నుండి ఆధునిక యుగం దాకా అనేక మంది విదేశీయులు భారతదేశానికి వచ్చారు. భారతీయ సంస్కృతిలో కలిసిపోయి భారతదేశాన్ని తమ జన్మభూమిగా భావించారు. ఈ విధంగా మనం చూసినట్లయితే పర్షియన్లు, గ్రీకులు, కుషానులు, మహమ్మదీయులు ఇలా చాలామంది భారతదేశానికి వచ్చారు. వచ్చినప్పటికీ భారతదేశంలో భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వంగా ఉండి భారతీయ సంస్కృతిని ఆచరించి భారతీయులుగానే మిగిలిపోయారు. అయితే కాలక్రమంలో భారతదేశంలో ఈ ముస్లిం లీగ్ స్థాపన ఎలా దారితీసిందని మనం చూసినట్లయితే బ్రిటిష్ వారు భారతదేశానికి వ్యాపారం కోసం భారతదేశానికి వచ్చారు. వచ్చిన తర్వాత వీరు క్రమక్రమంగా భారతీయ రాజకీయాల్లో జోక్యం చేసుకొని భారతదేశాన్ని ఆక్రమించుకొని వలస పాలనను విధించారు. చివరికి భారతదేశం బ్రిటిష్ సామ్రాజ్యవాదానికి, బ్రిటిష్ వలసవాదానికి గురైపోయి అనేక అవస్థలను, ఇబ్బందులను ఎదుర్కొన్న దేశం భారతదేశం. సరే, భారతదేశంలో ముస్లిం లీగ్ ఏర్పడడానికి మనం చూసినట్లయితే ప్రధానంగా కొన్ని కారణాలను మనం విశ్లేషించుకోవచ్చు. ముందుగా బ్రిటిష్ చరిత్రకారులు ఏం చేశారంటే భారతీయ సంస్కృతిని, చరిత్రను వీరు చదివినప్పటికీ భారతదేశాన్ని తమకు అనుకూలంగా ఉండేట్లుగా చరిత్రను రాసుకోవడం కొన్నిసార్లు మనం గమనించవచ్చు. ఉదాహరణకు జేఎస్ మిల్ రాసినటువంటి ద హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ బ్రిటిష్ ఇండియా మనం చూసినట్లయితే భారతదేశ చరిత్రను అతడు ప్రధానంగా 2 యుగాలకు విభజించాడు. ఒకటి ఏంటంటే ప్రాచీన యుగాన్ని హిందూ యుగమని, మధ్యయుగాన్ని ముస్లిం యుగమని చిత్రీకరించాడు. అంటే దీంట్లో ఏంటంటే చూసే వాళ్లకు, ఇది ప్రధానంగా చదివిన వాళ్లకు హిందూ యుగం అంటే హిందువులు పరిపాలించారని, ఆ కాలమంతా స్వర్ణయుగమని, ముస్లింల కాలం వీళ్ళు విదేశీయులనే భావనను తీసుకురావడానికి జేఎస్ మిల్ ప్రయత్నించాడు. ఇదే భారతదేశంలో అంటే విభజించు పాలించు విధానానికి దారితీసింది. అలాగే బ్రిటిష్ వారు భారతదేశానికి వచ్చినప్పుడు పెద్ద ఎత్తున తిరుగుబాట్లు, ఆందోళనలు చెలరేగాయి. వీరి అధికారాన్ని వ్యతిరేకంగా జరిగిన గొప్ప తిరుగుబాటు ఏదంటే 1857 సిపాయిల తిరుగుబాటు. ఈ సిపాయిల తిరుగుబాటు ప్రధానంగా ఆ రోజున్న మొఘల్ చక్రవర్తి 2వ బహదూర్ షా నాయకత్వంలో పెద్ద ఎత్తున జరిగింది. బ్రిటిష్ వారి యొక్క పునాదులు కదలిపోయాయి. అనేక వేల మంది ప్రజలు ప్రధానంగా ఈ ఉద్యమంలో పాల్గొన్నారు. అందువల్ల బ్రిటిష్ వారు ఏం భావించారంటే భారతదేశంలో హిందువుల కంటే ప్రమాదకరమైన వారు ముస్లింలు, అందుకే ముస్లింలను ఏ విధంగానైనా సరే దూరంగా పెట్టాలి, హిందువులను దగ్గరగా తీసుకోవాలని చెప్పేసి భావించారు. అప్పటి నుండి 1850 నుండి దాదాపుగా అలీగఢ్ ఉద్యమం వరకు అంటే 1875 వరకు ముస్లింలను దూరంగా పెట్టారు బ్రిటిష్ వారు, హిందువులను దగ్గరగా చేర్చుకున్నారు. అనగా విద్య, ఆర్థిక, ఉద్యోగ రంగాల్లో హిందువులకే ప్రాధాన్యత కల్పించడం అనేది మనం చూడవచ్చు. అలాగే ముస్లింలు సహజంగానే విద్య, ఆర్థిక, ఉద్యోగ రంగాల్లో వెలువడి ఉన్నారు. అందువల్లనే వీరు తమ యొక్క సాంప్రదాయక విద్యను కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇస్లాం సంస్కృతి మాత్రమే పాటిస్తూ పాశ్చాత్య విద్యకు దూరంగా ఉండడం వల్ల వీరు ఇంకా వెనుకబడిపోయారు. ఇటువంటి సమయంలో భారతదేశంలో ముస్లింలకు పాశ్చాత్య విద్యను అందించాలని చెప్పేసి కొంతమంది ప్రధానంగా ముస్లింలలో మత పెద్దలైతేనేమి సంస్కరణోద్యమ నాయకులు రావడం ప్రారంభించారు. అందులో మొదటిగా చెప్పుకుంటే మనం సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ లాంటి వారు. సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ భారతదేశంలో పాశ్చాత్య విద్యకు కారకుడు. సరే, సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్కు ప్రధానంగా ఆ రోజు ప్రభావం కనబరిచిన అంశాలు మనం చూసినట్లయితే ఆ రోజు భారతదేశాన్ని పరిపాలించిన వైస్రాయలు అయితేనేమి లేకపోతే కొంతమంది చరిత్రకారులు ఈ విధంగా భావించారు. ఏం భావించారంటే ముస్లింలతో శత్రుత్వం కంటే మిత్రత్వం మేలని ఆ రోజు లార్డ్ లిట్టన్ భావించాడు. అట్లాగే హంటర్ అనే చరిత్రకారుడు ఏం రాశారంటే ఇండియన్ ముస్లిమాన్లు అనే గ్రంథంలో ముస్లింలు ఇప్పుడు తిరుగుబాటు చేయడానికి వారి దగ్గర అంత ధైర్య సాహసాలు లేవు, అందుకే వారిని దగ్గరగా చేర్చుకోవాలని విలియం హంటర్ రాసిన ఇండియన్ ముస్లిమాన్లు అనే పుస్తకంలో కూడా వ్రాశాడు. ఈ రెండు అంశాలు చూసినట్లయితే బ్రిటిష్ వారి యొక్క భావంలో వారి విధానంలో మార్పు వచ్చింది, ముస్లింలను దగ్గరగా తీసుకోవాలని చెప్పేసి భావించారు. అందుకే ఉత్తరప్రదేశ్ పంజాబ్ రాష్ట్రాల్లో వీరు మతత్వానికి పునాదులు వేశారు. కులమత ప్రాతిపదికంగా వీళ్ళు సైన్యాన్ని పునర్వ్యవస్థీకరించారు. ముస్లింలకు రిజర్వేషన్లు ఇవ్వడానికి కూడా మనకు కనిపిస్తుంది. అట్లాగే భారతదేశంలో చరిత్ర వక్రీకరణతో పాటు సమరశీల జాతీయోద్యమాలు కూడా ముస్లింలను ప్రధానంగా ముస్లిం లీగ్ వైపు ప్రేరేపితం చేశాయి. ఎలాగంటే సమరశీల జాతీయోద్యమాలు మనం చూసినట్లయితే మనకు 1880 నుండి అంటే కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ఏర్పడినప్పటి నుండి కాంగ్రెస్ చరిత్రను చూసినట్లయితే లాల్ బాల్ పాల్ గొప్ప జాతీయ నాయకులు, లాలా లజపతి రాయ్, బిపిన్ చంద్రపాల్, అట్లాగే బాలగంగాధర్ తిలక్, దామోదర్ మనకు విడి సావర్కర్, ఇలా గొప్ప గొప్ప నాయకులంతా ఏం చేశారంటే హిందూ మతంతో కూడిన జాతీయ భావాలను ప్రచారం చేశారు. ఉదాహరణకు తిలక్ గణేష్, శివాజీ ఉత్సవాలను ప్రచారం చేయడం. ఈ విధంగా ముస్లింలలో కొంతవరకు ఒక భావన కలిగింది. అంటే కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ అంటే హిందువుల పార్టీ అనే ఒక భావాన్ని కలిగించడానికి కూడా కొంతవరకు సమరశీల జాతీయ పోరాటాలు ఆ రోజుల్లో కొంతవరకు అవకాశం కలిగించాయని చెప్పడానికి మనకు తెలుస్తుంది. సరే, ఈ విధంగా ఉన్నప్పుడే భారతదేశంలో సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ అనే గొప్ప పండితుడు ముస్లింలలో పాశ్చాత్య విద్యను అందించడానికి పూనుకున్నాడు. మనకు తెలుసు 19వ శతాబ్దంలో భారతదేశంలో సాంఘిక సంస్కరణోద్యమాలు వచ్చాయి. ఈ సాంఘిక సంస్కరణోద్యమాల్లో భాగంగానే మనకు బ్రహ్మ సమాజం కానీ, ఆర్య సమాజం కానీ, దివ్యజ్ఞాన సమాజం కానీ ఇలా వచ్చాయి. ముస్లింలలో కూడా ఒక ఉద్యమాన్ని తీసుకొచ్చిన వాడు సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్. ఇతడు స్పష్టంగా చెప్పాడు, ముస్లింలు కేవలం సాంప్రదాయక విద్యను మాత్రమే తీసుకుంటే మనం వెనకబడిపోతాము. మనం పాశ్చాత్య విద్యలను నేర్చుకోవాలి, ఆంగ్ల విద్యను కూడా అభ్యసించాలని చెప్పిన వాడు సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్. అందుకేన అలీగఢ్ ఉద్యమాన్ని ప్రారంభించాడు. ముస్లింలలో ఇతడు పాశ్చాత్య భావాలకు కారకుడు. ముస్లింలు ప్రధానంగా ఆంగ్ల విద్యను నేర్చుకోవడానికి ముఖ్య కారకుడు అహ్మద్ ఖాన్గా మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అంతేగాక ఇతడు మొదట గొప్ప జాతీయవాది. చాలాసార్లు అన్నాడు ఆయన, హిందువులు ముస్లింలు అనేవారు ఒక అందమైన కన్యకు 2 కళ్ళు లాంటి వారు, అటువంటిదే మన భారతదేశం. ఈ దేశంలో హిందువులు ముస్లింలు విడిపోవడానికి వీలు లేదు, వీరంతా ఒకే దేశంలో నివసించాల్సిన వారిని ఆలోచించిన వాడు సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్. అయితే సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ అతని ఆలోచనలో మార్పులు రావడం కూడా జరిగింది. ప్రధానంగా అలీగఢ్ విశ్వవిద్యాలయంగా మారిన తర్వాత ఈ అలీగఢ్ విశ్వవిద్యాలయానికి ప్రిన్సిపాల్గా వచ్చిన మనకు ఎంఏ బెక్ కానీ, మోరిసన్ కానీ, ఆర్చిబోల్డ్ ఇలాంటి వ్యక్తులు సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ యొక్క వ్యక్తిత్వాన్ని, అతని ఆలోచన విధానంలో మార్పు తీసుకొచ్చారు. వాళ్ళు ఏం చెప్పారంటే, మీరు ముస్లింలు జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్కు ఎంత దూరంగా ఉంటే అంత మంచిది. మీరు ప్రధానంగా అనేక అంశాలు వెనబడి ఉన్నారు. కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ హిందువుల పార్టీ, అది ముస్లింలను దగ్గరకు రానివ్వదు. కాబట్టి మీరు బ్రిటిష్ వారికి అనుకూలంగా ఉండి మీరు అభివృద్ధి చెందాలంటే మీకు ఒక కొత్త పార్టీ కానీ లేదా మీరు ఒక కొత్త విధానాన్ని తీసుకోవాలని చెప్పేసి సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ను ప్రేరేపించారు. అందుకే తర్వాత కాలంలో సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ అంటే అంత గొప్ప జాతీయవాది, అంటే సమైక్యతను కోరుకున్నవాడు చివరికి కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీకి వ్యతిరేకంగా ముస్లింలంతా కూడా ఒక ప్రత్యేక పార్టీగా ఏర్పడాలని, లేదా భారతదేశంలో వారికి ప్రత్యేకంగా ఒక సంస్కృతిని ప్రేరేపించే ఒక రాష్ట్రమైనా ఉండాలని చెప్పేసి కోరుకున్నవాడు సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్. ఇలా ఉన్నప్పుడే భారతదేశంలో ప్రధానంగా ఒక రాజకీయ పార్టీ ఏర్పడింది. అదే ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ. ఈ ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీనే చరిత్రలో చివరికి భారతదేశ విభజనకు దారితీసి ఇండియా పాకిస్తాన్లు విడిపోవడానికి కారణమైన పార్టీ ఏదైనా ఉందంటే అదే ముస్లిం లీగ్ 1906లో ఏర్పడింది. 1906లో ఏర్పడడానికి ప్రధాన కారణం చూసినట్లయితే సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ లాంటి వారు, ఢాకా నవాబు సలీముల్లా, అలాగే అగా ఖాన్ వారు వీరు ప్రధానంగా ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ ఏర్పాటుకు కారకుడు. ఢాకా నవాబు సలీముల్లా అలాగే అగా ఖాన్ ఇద్దరు కలిసి ఢాకాలో సమావేశమై 1906 డిసెంబర్లో సమావేశమై వీరు ముస్లిం లీగ్ అనే పార్టీని ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. ఈ ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ 1906లో ఏర్పడి దినదినాభివృద్ధి చెంది 1947 నాటికి అనగా మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా నాయకత్వంలో పాకిస్తాన్ ఏర్పాటుకు కారణమైంది. సరే, 1906లో ఏర్పడిన తర్వాత ఆంగ్లేయులు దీని ఒక శుభసూచకంగా భావించారు. భారతదేశాన్ని పరిపాలించాలంటే ఇప్పుడు హిందువులు ముస్లింల మధ్య విభజన చాలా అవసరము. ఎందుకంటే వీరు ఒక పెద్ద ఉద్యమాన్ని చూశారు ఆ రోజుల్లో. ఏ ఉద్యమం అంటే బెంగాల్ విభజన. 1905లో లార్డ్ కర్జన్ బెంగాల్ విభజన చేశాడు. ఆ విభజన చేసినప్పుడు పెద్ద ఎత్తున వందే మాతరం ఉద్యమం వచ్చింది. దీన్ని చాలామంది హిందువులు సపోర్ట్ చేశారు. అయితే ఆ రోజున్న ఈస్ట్ బెంగాల్లో ముస్లింలు బెంగాల్ విభజనను అనుకూలించారు. వీళ్ళు కావాలని చెప్పారు. ఇది గమనించిన ఆంగ్లేయులు ఇస్లాం అంటే హిందువులకు ముస్లింల మధ్య తగాదా తీసుకొని రావాలంటే వీళ్ళకు కొన్ని ప్రత్యేక నియోజకవర్గాలైనా కేటాయించాలా అని చెప్పేసి భావించారు. అందుకు మహమ్మదీ వర్గం ఏం చేసిందంటే లార్డ్ మింటో దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి మాకు ప్రత్యేక నియోజకవర్గాలు కావాలా, ఒక మహమ్మదీ వర్గం వెళ్ళి మింటోను కలిసింది. దీనివల్లనే 1909లో లార్డ్ మింటో ముస్లింలకు ప్రత్యేక నియోజకవర్గాలను కేటాయించడానికి ఒప్పుకున్నాడు. అంతేగాక కేంద్ర శాసనసభ నుండి జిల్లా కోర్టు వరకు కూడా మత ప్రాతిపదికపైన సభ్యత్వాన్ని ఇవ్వడానికి, అట్లాగే గవర్నర్ జనరల్ కౌన్సిల్లో కూడా ముస్లింలను తీసుకోవడానికి మతాన్నే ప్రాతిపదికగా తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఈ మింటో మార్లే సంస్కరణలు నిజంగా భారతదేశంలో మొదటిసారిగా మత ప్రాతిపదికగా విభజనకు దారితీసిన అంశము మింటో మార్లే చట్టం. ఈ చట్టమే చివరికి రాబోయే కాలంలో ముస్లింలు ఇంకా పెద్ద ఎత్తున మత ప్రాతిపదికగానే మాకు రిజర్వేషన్లు కావాలి, లేక ప్రత్యేక హక్కులు కావాలని కోరడానికి ఇది ఒక నాందిగా మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అయితే 1909 తర్వాత భారతదేశ చరిత్రలో మనం చూసినట్లయితే పెద్దగా ముస్లిం లీగ్ ప్రభావం కనిపించదు. 1913 నాటికే మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా అనే వ్యక్తి ఇతడు ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీలో చేరాడు. చేరిన తర్వాత 1916లో మనం చూసినట్లయితే ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో మొదటి ప్రపంచ యుద్ధం వచ్చింది. 1914, 1918లో మొదటి ప్రపంచ యుద్ధం వచ్చింది. మొదటి ప్రపంచ యుద్ధంలో ఏం జరిగిందంటే టర్కీ లాంటి ఇస్లాం దేశాలు ఓడిపోయాయి. బ్రిటిష్ వారు ఖలీఫా పదవిని రద్దు చేయడానికి పూనుకున్నారు. ఆ సమయంలో ముస్లిం లీగు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీతో ఒక ఒప్పందం చేసుకుంది. అదే లక్నో ఒప్పందము 1916లో జరిగింది. ఇది మొదటిసారిగా ముస్లింలకు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీకి మధ్య అనగా ముస్లిం లీగుకు కాంగ్రెస్కు మధ్య లక్నో ఒప్పందం జరిగింది. ఈ ఒప్పందం ప్రకారం రాబోయే కాలంలో ఇద్దరూ సహకరించుకోవడానికి, భారతదేశానికి స్వయం ప్రతిపత్తి సాధించుకోవడానికి, వీరు ఆ అవకాశాలను వెదుక్కోవడానికి, ఇద్దరు కలిసి పోరాటం చేయడానికి కూడా ఆ రోజు ఒప్పుకున్నారు. అయితే ఇంకొక అంశం ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ లక్నో కాంగ్రెస్ సమావేశంలో మతత్వం ఆధారంగానే వీళ్ళకు ప్రధానంగా రిజర్వేషన్లు లేదా నియోజకవర్గాలను కేటాయించడానికి కూడా ఈ లక్నో కాంగ్రెస్ ఒప్పుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఇది ఒక అత్యంత ప్రమాదకరమైనది. ఎందుకంటే లక్నో కాంగ్రెస్ ముస్లింలకు కాంగ్రెస్కు మధ్య జరిగినప్పటికీ, ముస్లిం లీగ్కు కాంగ్రెస్ జరిగినప్పటికీ ఇక్కడ మతత్వం ఆధారంగా నియోజకవర్గాలను ఏర్పాటు చేస్తామని కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ కూడా హామీ ఇచ్చింది. అయితే ఈ సమైక్యత ఎక్కువ రోజులు కొనసాగలేదు. ఎప్పుడైతే ఒక మతోన్మాదం పెరుగుతుందో ఇంకొక మతోన్మాదం కూడా బయలుదేరుతుంది. అందుకు పెద్ద ఉదాహరణ చూసినట్లయితే భారతదేశ చరిత్రనే. 1910లోనే మనకు భారతదేశంలో ఒక హిందూ మహాసభ ఏర్పడాలని చెప్పేసి ఒక ఆలోచన వచ్చింది భారతదేశంలో. అందుకే 1915 నాటికి అఖిల భారత హిందూ మహాసభ కాసిం రాజా దీన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేశాడు. ఈ ఏర్పాటు చేయడం మూలంగా భారతదేశంలో హిందూ మహాసభ కూడా హిందూ మత ఆచారాల ఆధారంగా లేదా హిందువుల యొక్క ఆలోచనలకు అనుగుణంగా ఒక పార్టీ లేదా సంస్థ ఏర్పడితే బాగుంటుందని భావించిన వారు హిందూ మహాసభ. ఈ హిందూ మహాసభలో అనేక మంది గొప్ప గొప్ప నాయకులు చేరారు. లాలా లజపతి రాయ్ కానీ లేదా విడి సావర్కర్ కానీ, అట్లాగే మనకు మదన్ మోహన్ మాలవే లాంటి గొప్ప గొప్ప లీడర్లు ఈ పార్టీలో చేరారు. విడి సావర్కర్ 1938లో హిందూ మహాసభ అధ్యక్షుడయ్యాడు. దీనితో హిందూ మహాసభ ప్రభావం కూడా బాగా పెరిగింది. అయితే అంతకంటే ముందు జరిగిన హెగ్డేవార్ 1925లో ఈ హిందూ మహాసభ నుండి బయటకు వచ్చి ఆర్ఎస్ఎస్ అనే సంస్థను స్థాపించాడు. అదే రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయం సేవక సంఘం ఇప్పుడు కూడా మనం చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఈ రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయం సేవక సంఘం హిందూ మహాసభ కంటే ఎక్కువగా హిందువులలో ప్రధానంగా ప్రచారాన్ని పొందింది. హిందూ మహాసభ వేగంగా వీరు హిందువులను ఆకట్టుకోవడం జరిగింది. చివరికి మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా నాయకత్వంలోకి ముస్లిం లీగు వెళ్ళిపోయింది. ముస్లిం లీగ్ ఎప్పుడైతే మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా నాయకత్వంలో వెళ్ళిపోయిందో ఇక మతత్వ ధోరణులు ఇంకా ఎక్కువగా జరిగాయి. 1923-24లో లాహోరు, పంజాబ్, కలకత్తా లాంటి చోట్ల మత ఘర్షణలు విపరీతంగా జరిగాయి. వందలాది మంది ప్రజలు చంపివేయబడ్డారు. ఈ కాలంలోనే బ్రిటిష్ వారు భారతదేశానికి ఒక సవాల్ విసిరారు. భారతీయులు మీరు రాజ్యాంగాన్ని రాసుకోవడానికి మీ దగ్గర అంతా ఆ చదువు లేదు కాబట్టి మీకంత అది మీరు రాసుకోవడానికి అవకాశం లేదని చెప్పాడు. ఎవరు? ఆ రోజునటువంటి గవర్నర్ జనరల్. దీనితో కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ మోతిలాల్ నెహ్రూ అధ్యక్షతన ఒక రాజ్యాంగాన్ని రాసుకోవడానికి ఆ రోజు పూనుకోవడం జరిగింది. మోతిలాల్ నెహ్రూ నివేదిక కూడా ప్రధానంగా ఆ రోజు ఈ ముస్లింలకు ప్రత్యేక నిధులు కేటాయించడానికి కూడా ఒప్పుకున్నప్పటికీ ముస్లిం లీగ్ దాన్ని కూడా వ్యతిరేకించింది. 1929 నుండి మనం 32 దాకా చూసినట్లయితే మనం ప్రధానంగా ఆ రోజు ఈ రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశాలు 1932 వరకు రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశాలు లండన్లో జరిగాయి. లండన్లో జరిగిన ఈ రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశాలకు ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ హాజరైంది. కానీ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ కేవలం 2వ రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశాన్ని మాత్రమే హాజరైంది. ఈ సమావేశంలో ఈ 3 సమావేశాల్లో కూడా ముస్లిం లీగ్ కోరింది ఏమిటంటే మత ప్రాతిపదికంగానే మాకు నియోజకవర్గాలు కేటాయించాలి, మా జనాభా రీత్యా కాకుండా మతం ఆధారంగా మాకు ఎక్కువ సీట్లు కేటాయించాలని వీరు రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశాల్లో ఆ రోజు బ్రిటిష్ ప్రధాని కోరడం కూడా జరిగింది. దానికి అనుగుణంగానే ముస్లిం ప్రాతినిధ్యంతో కూడిన నియోజకవర్గాలను కూడా ఆ రోజు బ్రిటిష్ ప్రధాని రామ్సే మెక్డొనాల్డ్ ఒప్పుకోవడం జరిగింది. కేంద్రంలో రాష్ట్రంలో ఏ మంత్రివర్గంలోనైనా సరే ముస్లింలకు 1/3 వంతు మంది ముస్లింలను తీసుకోవాలని చెప్పేసి వీళ్ళు ప్రతిపాదించారు. దీనిని కూడా ఆ రోజున బ్రిటిష్ ప్రధాని రామ్సే మెక్డొనాల్డ్ ఒప్పుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఇలా ఉన్నప్పుడే మనకందరికీ తెలిసిన గొప్ప కవి మహమ్మద్ ఇక్బాల్, మనకు తెలుసు సారే జహా సచ్చా హిందూస్తా హమారా అని ఒక గొప్ప గీతాన్ని రాశాడు. భారతదేశ సమైక్యతను భారతావనిని ప్రశంసించిన వాడు మహమ్మద్ ఇక్బాల్. ఇటువంటి మహమ్మద్ ఇక్బాల్ 1927 నాటికి మత రాజకీయాల్లో ప్రవేశించి ముస్లింలకు ఒక ప్రత్యేక స్వయం పాలిత రాష్ట్రాలు ఉండాలని కోరినవాడు మహమ్మద్ ఇక్బాల్. ముందుగా సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ గొప్ప విద్యావేత్త, రెండవవాడు గొప్ప విద్యావేత్త మరి కవి మహమ్మద్ ఇక్బాల్. వీరిద్దరు కూడా ఎప్పుడైతే ఈ విధంగా ప్రకటించారో మెజార్టీ ముస్లిం ప్రజలు, ఇప్పుడున్న పాకిస్తాన్లో ఉండే లేదా బంగ్లాదేశ్లో ఉండే ప్రజలంతా కూడా సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్, మహమ్మద్ ఇక్బాల్ యొక్క ఆలోచనలకు రూపునిచ్చారు. దీంతో ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ ఇంకా ప్రధానంగా ముస్లిం ప్రజల్లో చైతన్యాన్ని పూనుకుంది. ప్రధానంగా అనేక మంది ఈ పార్టీల్లో చేరారు. మహమ్మద్ ఇక్బాల్ యొక్క అనుచరుడైనటువంటి మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా ప్రధానంగా ఇతడు కూడా ఇక్బాల్ యొక్క ఆలోచనలకు లోనయ్యాడు. 1930లో జరిగిన అలహాబాద్ సమావేశంలో ఇక్బాల్ అన్నాడు, ఏమన్నాడంటే హిందువులు ముస్లింలు వేరువేరని, వీరి సంస్కృతులు వేరువేరు కాబట్టి వీరికి ప్రత్యేకంగా రాష్ట్రాలు కూడా ప్రత్యేకంగా ఉండాల్సిందే, ముస్లింల యొక్క సంస్కృతిని రక్షించుకోవడానికి ప్రత్యేక నియోజకవర్గాలు కావాల్సిందేనని మహమ్మద్ ఇక్బాల్ పిలుపునివ్వడం జరిగింది. కానీ మహమ్మద్ ఇక్బాల్ యొక్క ఆలోచనలకు రూపకల్పన ఇచ్చినవాడు మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా. మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా నాయకత్వంలో ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ పెద్ద ఎత్తున విజృంభించింది. రెండవ ప్రపంచ యుద్ధము 1939 సెప్టెంబర్ 1వ తారీఖున పోలెండ్పై దాడి చేయడంతో మొదలైనప్పుడు ప్రధానంగా ఈ ప్రపంచ యుద్ధంగా రూపుదాల్సిన ఎవరికీ తెలియదు. కానీ సెప్టెంబర్ 3-4 నాటికి ప్రపంచ యుద్ధంగా మొదలైంది. ఈ ప్రపంచ యుద్ధం మొదలైనప్పుడు భారతదేశంలో ఉండే ఆ రోజున్న భారతదేశ వైస్రాయ్ లార్డ్ లిన్లిత్గో ఏం చేశాడంటే అతిపెద్ద పార్టీ రాజకీయ పార్టీ అయిన కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీని సంప్రదించకుండా భారతదేశం కూడా బ్రిటిష్ వారి తరఫున జర్మనీకి వ్యతిరేకంగా యుద్ధంలో పాల్గొంటుంది అని తెలిపాడు. ఇది తెలుసుకున్న జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ మాకు తెలియకుండా భారతదేశాన్ని యుద్ధరంగంలో దింపడం మేము సహించమని చెప్పేసి కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ఆ రోజు చెప్పింది. దీనితో ఆ రోజు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ సమావేశమై భారతదేశంలో ఉండే కాంగ్రెస్ మంత్రివర్గాలన్నీ రాజీనామా చేయాలని పిలుపునిచ్చాయి. ఈ విధంగా కాంగ్రెస్ మంత్రివర్గాలన్నీ కూడా రాజీనామా చేశాయి. 1939 డిసెంబర్ 22వ తారీఖున కాంగ్రెస్ మంత్రివర్గాలన్నీ రాజీనామా చేశాయి. మనము చూసినట్లయితే ఉదాహరణకు మద్రాసులో శ్రీ రాజగోపాలాచారి నాయకత్వంలో ఉన్న కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ కూడా రాజీనామా సమర్పించింది. అయితే ఈ రాజీనామాను ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ ఏమని చెప్పుకుంది? ఇది భారతదేశానికి గొప్ప విమోచనా దినము, కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ యొక్క పీడ వదిలిపోయింది కాబట్టి విమోచన కలిగింది భారతదేశానికని పెద్ద ఎత్తున సంబరాలు చేసుకున్నారు. ఇది ఒక రకంగా తిరిగి హిందువులు ముస్లింలలో తిరిగి మత ఘర్షణలు చెలరేగానికి కారణమైన సంఘటన గొప్ప విమోచనా దినము 1939 డిసెంబర్ 22వ తారీఖు. అలాగే భారతదేశంలో ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ పెరుగుదలకు మతతత్వానికి గొప్ప కారకుడు లేదా పూర్తి కారకుడు ఎవరంటే మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా. మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా సర్ సయ్యద్ అహ్మద్ ఖాన్ ఇక్బాల్ యొక్క ఆలోచనలకు రూపకల్పన చేసి ద్విజాతి సిద్ధాంతాన్ని ప్రచారం చేశాడు. దాన్ని మనం 2 నేషన్స్ థియరీ అంటాం. మనం ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ హిందువులు ముస్లింలు వేరు జాతులు, వీరి ఆలోచనలు వేరు, వీరి సంస్కృతులు వేరు, వీరి సాంప్రదాయాలు వేరు. అందుకే వీరికి ప్రత్యేకంగా ఒక దేశం కావాలి అనే ఆలోచనను రేకెత్తించిన వాడు మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా. కానీ మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా ముస్లిం ప్రజల్లో గొప్ప పేరు ప్రఖ్యాతులు సంపాదించాడు. ద్విజాతి సిద్ధాంతాన్ని ప్రచారం చేసి భారతదేశ విభజనకు కారకుడైన వాడు మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా. మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా 1940లో లాహోర్ సమావేశంలో ఒక తీర్మానం చేశారు. మార్చ్ 23వ తారీఖున సమావేశంలో తీర్మానం చేస్తూ ముస్లిం లీగుకు పాకిస్తాన్ ఏర్పాటు తప్ప ఇంకొక అంశం లేదు, పాకిస్తాన్ ఏర్పాటే మా ధ్యేయము, కానీ పాకిస్తాన్ లేకుండా మేము భారతదేశాన్ని విడిచి వెళ్ళిపోయేది లేదని చెప్పేసి తీర్మానం చేశాడు మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా. అయితే పాకిస్తాన్ అనే భావనకు రూపకల్పన చేసిన వాడు ఆ రోజు అలీగఢ్ విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో చదువుతుండే రెహమత్ అలీ అనే ఒక విద్యార్థి. రెహమత్ అలీ ఏం చెప్పాడంటే ఈరోజు మనం పాకిస్తాన్ అనే పదం వింటాం. మనం పి అంటే పంజాబ్, ఏ అంటే ఆఫ్ఘన్, కే అంటే కాశ్మీర్, ఇలా బెలూచిస్తాన్, ఈ ప్రాంతాల ఆధారంగా పాకిస్తాన్ అనే ప్రాంతాన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేయాలని రెహమత్ అలీ సూచించాడు. దీన్ని మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా కూడా స్వీకరించి పాకిస్తాన్ అనే దేశ ఏర్పాటుకు కారకుడైన వాడు మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా. మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా 1940 నుండి 46 వరకు క్విట్ ఇండియా ఉద్యమం జరిగినప్పటికీ అతడు ఏమాత్రం పాలు పంచుకోలేదు. పాలు పంచుకోకపోగా ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ ఆధ్వర్యంలో మత ఘర్షణలు రేకెత్తించిన వాడు మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా. 1943 మార్చి 23న పాకిస్తాన్ దినోత్సవంగా జరుపుకున్నాడు. అక్కడేమో పెద్ద ఎత్తున మనము భారత జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ గాంధీ నాయకత్వంలో క్విట్ ఇండియా ఉద్యమాన్ని మనం నిర్వహిస్తుంటే ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ పాకిస్తాన్ డేగా జరుపుకుంది. ఈ పాకిస్తాన్ డే వల్ల తిరిగి వందలాది మంది ప్రజలు అటు హిందువులు ముస్లింలు మత ఘర్షణలో చనిపోవడం జరిగింది. అట్లాగే 1946 ఆగస్టు 16వ తేదీన పాకిస్తాన్ తప్ప మాకు వేరే మార్గం లేదు అని ప్రత్యక్ష చర్యా దినోత్సవానికి పిలుపునిచ్చిన వాడు మహమ్మద్ అలీ జిన్నా. ఈ ప్రత్యక్ష చర్యా దినోత్సవం వల్ల వేలాది మంది ప్రజలు మత ఘర్షణలో చనిపోయారు. దీనితో భారతదేశంలో ఇక విభజన తప్ప వేరే మార్గం లేదని ఈ ప్రత్యక్ష చర్యా దినోత్సవం నిరూపించింది. ఈ కాలం నాటికే ఇంగ్లాండ్లో పరిస్థితులు మారిపోయాయి. లార్డ్ అట్లీ అధికారంలోకి వచ్చాడు. ఇంగ్లాండ్ ప్రధానికి వచ్చిన లార్డ్ అట్లీ క్యాబినెట్ రాయబారాన్ని పంపి భారతదేశానికి ఒక రాజ్యాంగాన్ని రాసుకోవడానికి అనుమతినిచ్చాడు. దీని తర్వాత భారతదేశంలో ఇక చివరిగా లార్డ్ వేవెల్ తర్వాత లార్డ్ మౌంట్ బాటన్ అధికారంలోకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత భారతదేశ విభజనకు అవకాశం కలిగింది. లార్డ్ మౌంట్ బాటన్ ముస్లిం లీగ్ను భారత జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ను కలిపి చర్చలు జరిపాడు. కానీ జిన్నా ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఉన్న ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ పట్టు విడవలేదు. దీంతో ఆ రోజు గాంధీజీ గారు కూడా అన్నారు, మౌంట్ బాటన్ ఏం చేస్తారు, ఇరువురు కూడా ఒప్పుకోనప్పుడు ఇక ఆ రోజున రాజప్రతినిధికి ఇంకొక మార్గం ఏముంది, విభజించడం తప్ప ఇంకొక మార్గం లేదని అన్నాడు మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారు కూడా. అందుకే లార్డ్ మౌంట్ బాటన్ జూన్ 3 ప్రణాళిక ప్రకారం భారతదేశాన్ని 2 దేశాలుగా విభజించి ఇండియా పాకిస్తాన్లుగా విభజించి దీన్ని 2 ముక్కలుగా చేయడం అనేది జరిగింది. ఈ విధంగా భారతదేశంలో మనం చూసినట్లయితే ముస్లిం లీగ్ ఏర్పడిన తర్వాత అంటే 1906 నుండి అనేక మతోన్మాద భావనలకు పిలుపునిచ్చి జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీతో సహకరించకుండా బ్రిటిష్ వారికి అనుకూలంగా ఉండి భారతదేశాన్ని 2 ముక్కలుగా చీల్చడానికి పూనుకున్నటువంటి పార్టీ ఏదైనా ఉందంటే అదే ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ. కానీ ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీ మనం గమనించినట్లయితే మనకు చరిత్రలో వస్తుంది. కార్ల్ మార్క్స్ అంటాడు, ఏమంటాడంటే మతము మత్తుమందు, రిలీజియన్ ఈజ్ ఓపియం. ఆ విధంగా ఒక మతోన్మాదంతో కూడిన ఒక రాజకీయ పార్టీ చివరికి భారతదేశాన్ని విభజించడం జరిగింది. అట్లాగే ఆంగ్లేయులు ప్రధానంగా విభజించు పాలించు అనే విధానాన్ని తీసుకొచ్చారు. అంతే ఒక చరిత్రకారు అంటాడు వలీ ఖాన్ అని, ఏమంటాడంటే ఇంగ్లీష్ వారికి భారతదేశం సమైక్యతగా ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి ఇష్టం లేదు, వాళ్ళు ఏదో భారతదేశాన్ని ప్రేమతో విభజించలేదు, అంతర్జాతీయ రాజకీయాల్లో 2 దేశాలు ఉండడం చాలా అవసరం వాళ్ళకు. అందుకే భారతదేశం పాకిస్తాన్గా విడిపోతే 2 బలహీనమైన దేశాలుగా ఏర్పడతాయి, అప్పుడు కూడా మనం మన సామ్రాజ్యవాదాన్ని చెలాయించుకోవడానికి అవకాశం కలుగుతుందనే భావనతోనే వీరు భారతదేశం పాకిస్తాన్లనే 2 దేశాలుగా విభజించారని చెప్పేసి కూడా మనకు పేర్కోవడం జరిగింది. ఈ విధంగా భారతదేశంలో ముస్లిం లీగ్ అనేది ఏర్పడి పాకిస్తాన్ అనే రాజ్యం ఏర్పడడానికి కారణమైంది. స్వాతంత్రం రాక పాకిస్తాన్ ఏర్పడడానికి అలాగే స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాల విలీకరణకు మధ్య మనం చూసినట్లయితే భారతదేశంలో అనేక సంఘటనలు జరిగాయి. అయితే భారతదేశంలో స్వాతంత్రం రావడానికి అనేక రాజకీయ పార్టీలు ప్రయత్నించాయి. మనకు తెలిసిన భారత జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీతో పాటు అనేక రాజకీయ పార్టీల వల్లనే ఈరోజు భారతదేశానికి స్వాతంత్రం రావడం జరిగింది. 1885లో ఏర్పడిన భారత జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్, అలాగే మనకు ఇంకా తర్వాత అనేక విప్లవ పార్టీలు చూసినట్లయితే ప్రధానంగా మనం గదర్ పార్టీ కానీ, హెచ్ఎస్ఆర్ఏ కానీ, లేదా ఎంఎన్ రాయ్ స్థాపించిన భారత కమ్యూనిస్టు పార్టీ కానీ ఇలా అనేక పార్టీల యొక్క స్థాపన జరగడం వల్ల అయితే దీనిలో లీడ్ రోల్ ఏదన్నప్పుడు జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ యొక్క లీడ్ రోల్, భారత జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్. ఈ భారత జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ డబ్ల్యూసి బెనర్జీ అధ్యక్షతన బొంబాయిలో 1885లో సమావేశమై కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ఏర్పాటుకు కారణమైంది. ఈ విధంగా మనకు జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ ఏర్పడడానికి కారకుడు ఎవరన్నప్పుడు ఏఓ హ్యూమ్ అనే ఒక బ్రిటిష్ సివిల్ సర్వెంట్. జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ఏర్పడిన తర్వాత జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ఆధ్వర్యంలో పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఉద్యమాలు జరిగాయి. మనం జనరల్గా జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ను 3 భాగాలుగా చెప్పుకుంటాం. ఇది చేసిన పోరాటాన్ని బట్టి మితవాద దశ అని, అతివాద దశ అని, గాంధీ యుగమని. మితవాద దశలో మనం చూసినట్లయితే మనకు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ పీ క్యూబ్డ్ అంటాం, అంటే ప్రే, పిటిషన్, ప్రొటెస్ట్, ప్రార్థన, విజ్ఞాపన, నిరసన. దీని ద్వారా తమ యొక్క అంటే తాము ఏమి కోరుకుంటున్నారో దాని ద్వారా సాధించాలనుకున్నారు. అంటే ఆ రోజున్న లెజిస్లేటివ్ కౌన్సిల్లో భారతీయుల యొక్క ప్రవేశాన్ని పెంచడం, లేదా ఐఏఎస్ రాయడానికి వయస్సును పెంచాలని కోరడం, ఇలాంటి సంస్కరణలు కావాలని మితవాద యుగం కోరుకుంది. అయితే మితవాదులు పెద్దగా ఏమీ సాధించలేకపోయారు. అందుకే బాలగంగాధర్ తిలక్ అంటాడు, జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీని విమర్శించాడు. తాను జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీలో ఉంటూనే విమర్శించాడు. సంవత్సరానికి ఒకసారి కప్పల్లాగా అరిస్తే బ్రిటిష్ వారు భారతదేశానికి స్వాతంత్రం ఇవ్వరు. అందుకన్నాడు తిలక్ గారు, స్వరాజ్యం నా జన్మ హక్కు, నేను సాధించి తీరుతాను. అలాగే లాలా లజపతి రాయ్ అన్నాడు, ఏమన్నాడంటే 20 సంవత్సరాల పాటు అంటే మితవాదుల ఆధ్వర్యంలో మనము పెద్ద ఎత్తున పోరాటం చేస్తే మనం రొట్టెకు బదులుగా రాళ్లను మాత్రమే పొందాము అని అన్నాడు. కాబట్టి మితవాద దశ ఎటువంటి ఫలితాలు పొందినప్పటికీ జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ పెరగడానికి దోహదం మాత్రం చేసింది. ఇక 1905 నుండి 1919 దాకా అతివాద దశ అంటాం మనం. ఈ అతివాద దశలో లాల్ బాల్ పాల్, లాలా లజపతి రాయ్, బిపిన్ చంద్రపాల్, అలాగే బాలగంగాధర్ తిలక్కులు పెద్ద ఎత్తున నాయకత్వం వహించారు. వీరి నాయకత్వంలో వందే మాతర ఉద్యమాన్ని చేయడం, వందే మాతర ఉద్యమంలో ఇది తలొగ్గినంటే బ్రిటిష్ ప్రభుత్వం 1911 నాటికి భారతదేశ సమైక్యతను గుర్తించి బెంగాల్ విభజనను రద్దు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇది అతివాదులు సాధించిన గొప్ప విజయంగా మనము భావించవచ్చు. 1911 నుండి 15 వరకు చూసినట్లయితే ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో మొదటి ప్రపంచ యుద్ధం బయలుదేరాను. 1915 నాటికి మహాత్మా గాంధీ జనవరి 9న భారతదేశానికి రావడం జరిగింది. జనవరి 9 వచ్చిన మహాత్మా గాంధీ భారతదేశంలో చంపారన్, ఖేడా, అహ్మదాబాద్ మిల్లు సత్యాగ్రహాలను చేశాడు. ఈ సత్యాగ్రహాలను చేయడం మూలంగా గాంధీ గారు భారతదేశంలో ఆయన తన నాయకత్వాన్ని నిరూపించుకోగలిగాడు. భారతీయులకు ఒక సందేశాన్ని ఇచ్చాడు. మహాత్మా గాంధీ నాయకత్వంలో జరిగే పోరాటానికి ప్రజలంతా కూడా సిద్ధంగా ఉండాలని కోరుకోవడం కూడా జరిగింది. ఈ కాలంలోనే మనకు 1916 నుండి గాంధీ గారి నాయకత్వంలో పెద్ద పోరాటాలు జరిగాయి. సహాయ నిరాకరణోద్యమము, ఉప్పు సత్యాగ్రహము, ఈ పోరాటాలన్నీ కూడా జరిగాయి. దీనితో జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ప్రజల్లో ప్రధానంగా బాగా పేరు ప్రఖ్యాతులు సంపాదించింది. 1929 నాటికి జవహర్లాల్ నెహ్రూ లాహోర్ సమావేశంలో ఒక పిలుపునిచ్చాడు, లేదా తీర్మానం చేశాడు. ఏం చేశాడంటే భారతదేశానికి సంపూర్ణ స్వరాజ్యము తప్ప ఇంకొకటి మేము కోరము. ఇంతకుముందు 1929 దాకా ఏమడిగా మనము భారతదేశానికి అధినివేశ ప్రతిపత్తి కానీ స్వయం పరిపాలన కానీ కోరాం. మనం స్వరాజ్యం కోరాం, కానీ స్వాతంత్రాన్ని కోరలేదు. మొదటిసారిగా కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ నెహ్రూ అధ్యక్షతన సమావేశమై 1929లో సంపూర్ణ స్వరాజ్యం తప్ప మాకు ఇంకొకటి అక్కరలేదని తీర్మానం చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇది ఒక గొప్ప చారిత్రాత్మక తీర్మానము. దీనికి అనుగుణంగానే 1930 జనవరి 26న మొదటి స్వాతంత్ర వేడుకలు మనం భారతదేశ వ్యాప్తంగా జరుపుకున్నాం. 1930లో మనకు దండి సత్యాగ్రహం లేదా ఉప్పు సత్యాగ్రహం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. ఇది 1934 వరకు జరిగింది. ఆ తర్వాత మనకు 1939లో రెండవ ప్రపంచ యుద్ధం మొదలైంది. రెండవ ప్రపంచ యుద్ధం మొదలుగానే ప్రధాన కారణము నాజీ పార్టీ లేదా హిట్లర్ నాయకత్వంలో ఉన్న జర్మనీ ప్రభుత్వం. ఈ జర్మనీ వారు పోలెండ్పై దాడి చేయడంతో యుద్ధం మొదలైంది. 1940లో ఆ రోజున గొప్ప జాతీయ నాయకుడు మౌలానా అబుల్ కలాం ఆజాద్, మనకు ముస్లిం లీగ్లో అందరూ ముస్లింలు లేరు, గొప్ప గొప్ప విద్యావంతులు ముస్లిం లీగ్ను వ్యతిరేకించారు. నౌమానీ లాంటి వాళ్ళు, అలాగే హుస్సేన్ లాంటి వారు, అలాగే మౌలానా అబుల్ కలాం ఆజాద్ లాంటి వారు, ఖాన్ అబ్దుల్ గఫూర్ ఖాన్ లాంటి వారు ముస్లిం లీగ్ను వ్యతిరేకించిన వారు కూడా ఉన్నారు. మౌలానా అబుల్ కలాం ఆజాద్ రామ్గర్లో సమావేశమై అతడు చెప్పాడు. ఏం చెప్పాడంటే, భారతదేశ సమైక్యత తప్ప, అంటే ఒకే భారతదేశం తప్ప ఇంకోటి కోరుకోము, మనకి ఇష్టమున్నా లేకున్నా మనం ఈ దేశంలోనే జన్మించాము, ఈ దేశంలోనే ఉంటాము, ఒకే దేశమే మన భావనని ప్రకటించిన వాడు ఎవరంటే మౌలానా అబుల్ కలాం ఆజాద్. సరే, 1940 నుండి 46 దాకా మనం చూసినట్లయితే ప్రధానంగా ఈయనే జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ అధ్యక్షుడిగా ఉన్నటువంటి వాడు మౌలానా అబుల్ కలాం ఆజాద్. సరే, కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ యుద్ధానికి వ్యతిరేకంగా ఉండడం వల్ల ఆ రోజున లార్డ్ లిన్లిత్గో లేదా ఆ రోజునటువంటి నైవేలి చాంబర్లిన్ ఉన్నాడు ఇంగ్లాండ్ ప్రధానిగా. అతడు భారతదేశానికి క్రిప్స్ రాయబారాన్ని పంపడం జరిగింది. క్రిప్స్ రాయబారం 1942లో భారతదేశానికి వచ్చి భారతదేశంలో కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీతో చర్చలు జరిపింది. అంటే రెండవ ప్రపంచ యుద్ధంలో బ్రిటిష్ వారికి భారతీయులు సహకరించాలా. దీనితో ఇంకా ఏం చెప్పారంటే, మీకు రాబోయే కాలంలో స్వయం ప్రతిపత్తి కలిగిన రాష్ట్రాలను ఇస్తాం మీకు, అట్లాగే గవర్నర్ జనరల్ కౌన్సిల్లో ఎక్కువ సభ్యత్వాలు కల్పిస్తాం మీకు, మీరు పరిపాలించుకోవడానికి మీకు తగిన అవకాశాలు కల్పిస్తామని క్రిప్స్ రాయబారం ఒక వాగ్దానం చేయడం జరిగింది. దీనికి కూడా కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ వ్యతిరేకించి గాంధీ గారు అన్నారు, క్రిప్స్ ప్రతిపాదనలు దివాలా తీయబోయే బ్యాంకు పేరు మీద ముందు తేదీ వేసి ఇచ్చిన చెల్లని చెక్కు లాంటిది అని విమర్శించాడు. అంటే క్రిప్స్ ప్రతిపాదనలు పనికిరానివని చెప్పేసి గాంధీ గారు విమర్శించారు. ఆ తర్వాత మనకు ఇంగ్లాండ్ ప్రధానిగా ఉన్నటువంటి మనం చర్చిల్ కూడా ప్రధానంగా భారతదేశం బ్రిటిష్ వారు సహకరించాలని కోరాడు. అయితే గాంధీ గారు నాయకత్వంలో 1942 ఆగస్టు 8న బొంబాయిలో సమావేశమయ్యారు. కాంగ్రెస్ వర్కింగ్ కమిటీ సమావేశమై రాబోయే కాలంలో భారతదేశంలో పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఒక ఉద్యమాన్ని తీసుకురావాలి, అదే క్విట్ ఇండియా ఉద్యమము. గాంధీ గారు ఒక మంత్రం ఉపదేశించారు భారతీయులకు, భారతదేశ స్వాతంత్రం కొరకు మరణమో లేదా సాధించు లేదా మరణించు, డూ ఆర్ డై నాదాన్ని తీసుకొచ్చారు. స్వాతంత్ర సముపార్జనలో మనం చనిపోయినా పర్వాలేదు, కానీ భారతదేశానికి స్వాతంత్రం మాత్రం కావాలని గాంధీ గారు క్విట్ ఇండియా ఉద్యమాన్ని ప్రారంభించారు. అయితే క్విట్ ఇండియా ఉద్యమం ప్రారంభించితే కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ సభ్యులందరినీ కూడా అరెస్ట్ చేశారు. ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో క్విట్ ఇండియా ఉద్యమం జరిగేటప్పుడే భారతదేశంలో ఒక గొప్ప జాతీయ నాయకుడు, దేశ యొక్క ప్రతిభను నలుమూలలా చాటిన వాడు సుభాష్ చంద్రబోస్. ఈయన కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ అధ్యక్షుడిగా పనిచేశాడు. అయితే కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీకి రాజీనామా చేసి 1942 నాటికి భారతదేశాన్ని వదిలి రష్యా, జర్మనీ, జపాన్, సింగపూర్కు వచ్చి సింగపూర్లో జాతీయ సైన్యానికి అధ్యక్షత వహించి భారత జాతీయ సైన్యాన్ని తయారు చేసి బ్రిటిష్ వారి వ్యతిరేకంగా సాయుధ పోరాటాన్ని ప్రారంభించిన వాడు సుభాష్ చంద్రబోస్. సుభాష్ చంద్రబోస్ చలో ఢిల్లీ అనే నినాదాన్ని నినదించి అతడు గొప్ప సైన్యాన్ని తయారు చేసి మణిపూర్, అండమాన్ నికోబార్ దీవులను కూడా ఆక్రమించుకున్నవాడు సుభాష్ చంద్రబోస్. మణిపూర్ రాజధాని ఇంపాల్లో జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ భారతదేశ జాతీయ జెండాను ఎగరవేసి జై హింద్ అనే నినాదాన్ని ఇచ్చినవాడు సుభాష్ చంద్రబోస్. ఒక పక్క క్విట్ ఇండియా ఉద్యమము, ఇంకొక పక్క ఈ విధంగా భారత జాతీయ సైన్యము ఇండియన్ నేషనల్ ఆర్మీ ఆధ్వర్యంలో సాయుధ పోరాటం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. ఈ కాలం నాటికి లిన్లిత్గో స్థానంలో లార్డ్ వేవెల్ అనే ఆయన వైస్రాయ్గా వచ్చాడు. లార్డ్ వేవెల్ సిమ్లా సమావేశాన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేశాడు. సిమ్లా సమావేశంలో కూడా తిరిగి క్రిప్స్ ప్రతిపాదనల్ని మళ్ళీ ఇంకొకసారి నెమరు వేసుకున్నారు. అయితే క్రిప్స్ ప్రతిపాదనల మాదిరిగా ఇది కూడా సిమ్లా సమావేశం యొక్క నిర్ణయాలను కూడా కాంగ్రెస్, ముస్లిం లీగ్ రెండూ కూడా వ్యతిరేకించాయి. ముస్లిం లీగ్ ఏం చెప్పిందంటే, ముస్లిం లీగ్ పార్టీకు ఏకైక రాజకీయ పార్టీ ముస్లిం లీగు మాత్రమే. ముస్లిం లీగు ప్రతినిధులు మాత్రమే మీరు ఎంచుకోవాలి, కానీ ఇతర ముస్లింలను తీసుకోకూడదని చెప్పేసి ఒక చర్చను తీసుకొచ్చింది. దీంతో సిమ్లా ప్రతిపాదనలు కూడా వీగిపోయాయి. ఇక 1945 నాటికి రెండవ ప్రపంచ యుద్ధం ముగిసింది. ముగిసిన వెంటనే ఇంగ్లాండ్లో ఎన్నికలు జరిగాయి. ఈ ఎన్నికలలో కన్జర్వేటివ్ పార్టీ ఓడిపోయి లేబర్ పార్టీ అధికారంలోకి వచ్చింది. లార్డ్ అట్లీ బ్రిటిష్ ప్రధాని అయ్యాడు. లార్డ్ అట్లీ భారతీయులు కొంతవరకు మిత్రుడు. ఈయన కామన్ సభలో ప్రకటన చేశాడు, భారతదేశానికి 1948 జూన్ నాటికి మేము స్వాతంత్రము ఇవ్వబోతున్నాము, దీనికోసం ఒక మంత్రిత్వ రాయబారాన్ని కూడా పంపుతాము అని తేల్చి చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇది ఎప్పుడైతే చెప్పాడో ఇక భారతదేశానికి స్వాతంత్రం తప్పదనే భావన అందరిలో కలిగిపోయింది. ముస్లిం లీగ్ కూడా తాను పావులను కలపడం మొదలుపెట్టింది. అందుకే ప్రత్యక్ష చర్య దినోత్సవాన్ని జరపడము, దీని తర్వాత ఇక భారతదేశ విభజన ఇక జరుగుతుందనే భావన తీసుకొచ్చారు ముస్లిం లీగ్ ప్రతినిధులు. వేవేల్ తర్వాత లార్డ్ మౌంట్ బాటన్ అధికారంలోకి వచ్చాడు. లార్డ్ మౌంట్ బాటన్ జూన్ 3 ప్రణాళిక తయారు చేశాడు. ప్రణాళిక తయారు చేసి భారతదేశము ఇండియా విడిపోవడానికి ఇతడు అంగీకరింపజేశాడు ఇద్దరిని కూడా. ఎందుకంటే మనం చూసే నవకాలి అనే లాంటి చోట్ల పెద్ద ఎత్తున వేలాది మంది ప్రజలు చనిపోయారు. అనేక మంది కాందిశీకులుగా అటు ముస్లింలు పాకిస్తాన్కి వెళ్ళిపోయారు, హిందువులు భారతదేశానికి రావడం జరిగింది. దీనితో ఈ రక్తపాతాన్ని గమనించినటువంటి మహాత్మా గాంధీ చాలా కలత చెందారు. మౌంట్ బాటన్ ఎంత ప్రయత్నించినప్పటికీ ముస్లిం లీగ్ విభజన తప్ప ఇంకొకటి కోరుకోవడానికి ఇష్టపడలేదు. దానితో జూన్ 3 ప్రణాళిక ప్రకారం భారతదేశం ఇండియా, పాకిస్తాన్లుగా విడిపోయింది. ఇక భారతదేశానికి స్వాతంత్రం మనం చూసినట్లయితే 1947 ఆగస్టు 14 అర్ధరాత్రిన నెహ్రూ గారు అతడు ప్రసంగాన్ని ప్రారంభించాడు. అనేక సంవత్సరాల నుండి భారతదేశం విధితో ఒప్పందాన్ని చేసుకుంది. ప్రపంచమంతా నిద్రపోయే సమయంలో భారతదేశం మేల్కొన్నది అని చెప్పేసి నెహ్రూ గారు మొదటిసారిగా రేడియోలో ప్రసంగించారు. దీనితో మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి, మనం అనేక వందల సంవత్సరాలుగా 150 సంవత్సరాలుగా బ్రిటిష్ సామ్రాజ్యవాదంలో బానిసలుగా మగ్గిన మనము ఇప్పుడు స్వేచ్ఛను, స్వాతంత్రాన్ని పొందుతున్నాము, ఒక గొప్ప నవభారత నిర్మించుకోవడానికి మనం వెళుతున్నామని చెప్పేసి నెహ్రూ గారు ప్రసంగించారు. అయితే ఈ ప్రసంగము దీంతోనే ముగింపలేదు. ఎందుకంటే అనేక సమస్యలు మొదలయ్యాయి. అదేంటంటే భారతదేశంలో స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాల విలీనీకరణ అనేది ఒక గొప్ప సమస్యగా భారతదేశం ముందున్నది. స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాల విలీనీకరణ. భారతదేశానికి స్వాతంత్రం వచ్చిన తర్వాత భారతదేశంలో ఒక ప్రధాన సమస్య ఏంటంటే స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలను విలీనీకరణ చేయడం. ఏంటి స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలు ఇవి? బ్రిటిష్ సామ్రాజ్యవాదం భారతదేశాన్ని పరిపాలించేటప్పుడు భారతదేశంలో దాదాపుగా 600కు పైబడి స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలు ఉన్నాయి. వీరిని ఏమన్నారంటే రాజప్రతినిధులు. అంటే వీరు బ్రిటిష్ సామ్రాజ్యవాదంలో భాగంగా ఉంటూ బ్రిటిష్ సార్వభౌమతను అంగీకరిస్తూ స్వతంత్రంగా పరిపాలించుకోవచ్చు. ఉదాహరణకు చూసినట్లయితే మన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో హైదరాబాద్ కానివ్వండి, బనగానపల్లి, కర్ణాటకలో మైసూర్, అట్లాగనే మనకు బీహార్లో కుచ్ బీహార్ అని, గుజరాత్లో జునాగఢ్ అని, అలాగే కాశ్మీర్ అనే ప్రాంతాల్లో మనం చెప్పుకున్నట్లయితే కొన్ని ప్రధానమైనవి. ఇవన్నీ కూడా స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలు. బ్రిటిష్ సార్వభౌమతను అంగీకరించి స్వతంత్రంగా పరిపాలించుకునేవి. అయితే ఆ రోజుల్లో ప్రధానంగా ఈ స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలు భారతదేశంలో 48% భూభాగాన్ని కలిగి 28% ప్రధానంగా జనాభాను కలిగి ఉన్న ప్రాంతాలే స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలు. మౌంట్ బాటన్ ప్రణాళిక ప్రకారం ఏం చేశారంటే స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలు అటు పాకిస్తాన్లో కానీ ఇటు భారతదేశంలో కానీ చేరచ్చు. దీనితో భారతదేశ సమైక్యతకు పెద్ద ప్రమాదం ఏర్పడింది. అయితే లార్డ్ ఆ రోజు మౌంట్ బాటన్ భారతదేశంలో చేరాలని చెప్పేసి స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలను కోరడం కూడా జరిగింది. దీనికి నాయకత్వం వహించిన వారు ఆ రోజున్న హోమ్ మినిస్టర్ మరియు ఉప ప్రధానిగా పనిచేసిన సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్ మరియు దేశీయ వ్యవహారాల కార్యదర్శి అయిన విపి మీనన్లు కలిసి ప్రధానంగా స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాల విలీకరణ చేశారు. సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్ ఉక్కు మనిషి నాయకత్వంలో ఈ విలీనీకరణ ఉద్యమం పెద్ద ఎత్తున జరిగింది. స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలు ప్రధానంగా మనం చూసినట్లయితే స్వాతంత్రం కంటే ముందే దీనికోసం కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ప్రయత్నించింది. స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలతో ఒప్పందాలు కూడా చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాధీశులకు భరణమిస్తామని, వాళ్ళ ఆస్తులన్నీ కూడా ఇచ్చేస్తామని, అనేక సౌకర్యాలు కల్పిస్తామని, దానికోసం ఒప్పందాలు చేసుకోమని కూడా ఆ రోజు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాధీశులను కోరింది. అనేక మంది స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాధీశులు భారతదేశంలో కలవడానికి కూడా ఒప్పుకున్నారు. మనం ఈ మ్యాప్లో చూసినట్లయితే, ఇండియన్ మ్యాప్లో చూసినట్లయితే అటు పాకిస్తాన్లో ఉన్నటువంటి జమ్మూ కాశ్మీర్ ప్రాంతం గమనించవచ్చు. అట్లాగే ఈ రోజున ఈస్ట్ బెంగాల్, పశ్చిమ బెంగాల్ పక్క నుండి బంగ్లాదేశ్ అయితేనేమి, ఇటు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ నుండి హైదరాబాద్ సంస్థానాన్ని మనం చూసినట్లయితే ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఆ రోజున్న సంస్థానాలు. 562 సంస్థానాలు ఉండేవి. ఈ 562 సంస్థానాలు కొన్నిట్లో 6 కోట్ల జనాభా ఉంటే కొన్నిట్లో 10,000 జనాభా మాత్రం ఉంది. ఉదాహరణకు హైదరాబాదులో 6 కోట్ల జనాభా ఉంది. ఈ 6 కోట్ల జనాభా కర్ణాటక, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, అట్లాగే మహారాష్ట్ర ప్రాంతానికి విస్తరించిన ప్రాంతమే హైదరాబాద్ సంస్థానం. ఇలాంటి పెద్ద సంస్థానాలు కూడా ఉన్నాయి. బనగానపల్లి లాంటి చిన్న సంస్థానాలు కూడా, అంటే 10,000 జనాభా లోపున్న సంస్థానాలు కూడా ఉన్నాయి. కానీ ఈ స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలను విలీనీకరణ చేయడానికి సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్ చాకచక్యంతో, రాజనీతి చిత్రతో ఆ రోజు దేశీయ వ్యవహారాల కార్యదర్శి విపి మీనన్ సహకారంతో స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలను విలీనం చేసి ఈ రోజున గొప్ప భారతదేశాన్ని అందించిన వాడు సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్. సంస్థానాల విలీనీకరణలో ప్రధానంగా సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్ 2 పద్ధతులు పాటించాడు. ఒకటి శాంతియుత పద్ధతులు, 2 సైనిక చర్య. శాంతియుత పద్ధతులు అంటే ఎవరైనా స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాలతో ప్రధానంగా సంప్రదింపులు జరిగి వాళ్ళకి భరణం ఇచ్చేసి వారు భారతదేశంతో కలవచ్చు. ఎవరైతే శాంతియుతంగా ఒప్పుకోరో వారిపైన సైనిక చర్య తీసుకున్నాడు. ఆ రోజు భారతదేశంలో 3 ప్రధానంగా సమస్యగా తయారయ్యాయి. ఒకటి జునాగఢ్, 2 హైదరాబాద్, 3వది కాశ్మీర్. జునాగఢ్ నవాబు మహమ్మద్ ఖాన్జీ థర్డ్ లేదా రసూల్ ఖాన్జీ అంటాం. ఈయన విపరీత మనస్తత్వం కలిగిన వాడు. గుజరాత్లో ఉండే ఈ ప్రాంతం ఇది జునాగఢ్. ఇది పాకిస్తాన్కు భారతదేశానికి సరిహద్దుగా ఉన్న ప్రాంతం. భారతీయులు అందరూ కూడా జునాగఢ్ను భారత్ కలపాలని కోరుకుంటున్నారు. జునాగఢ్లో హిందువులు ఎక్కువగా ఉన్నారు, కానీ ముస్లిం ప్రభువు రసూల్ ఖాన్జీ ఈయన పాకిస్తాన్తో కలుపుకోవడానికి జిన్నాతో సంప్రదింపులు చేశాడు. దీనితో జునాగఢ్ నవాబును వ్యతిరేకిస్తూ అక్కడి జునాగఢ్ ప్రజలు పెద్ద ఎత్తున పోరాటం చేయడంతో జునాగఢ్ నవాబు జునాగఢ్ను వదిలివేసి పారిపోయాడు. జునాగఢ్ భారతదేశంలో విలీనమయ్యింది. సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్ అక్కడ ప్రజాభిప్రాయ సేకరణ చేస్తే 99% మంది జునాగఢ్ ప్రజలు భారతదేశంతో విలీనమయ్యారు. ఇక రెండవది హైదరాబాద్ విలీనీకరణ. హైదరాబాదును 7వ నిజాం ఉస్మాన్ అలీ ఖాన్ పరిపాలిస్తున్నాడు. ఉస్మాన్ అలీ ఖాన్ పరిపాలన కాలం నాటికి తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో ఇప్పుడున్న హైదరాబాద్ నిజాం సంస్థానంలో భూస్వామ్య విధానం అమల్లో ఉంది. ప్రజలు అనేక ఇబ్బందులు గురవుతున్నారు. బాంచన్ దొర నీ కాల్మొక్తా అనే ఈ పదం మనం ఎక్కువగా వినిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. ప్రజలు బానిసల కంటే ఎక్కువ శాతం ఈ భూస్వాముల కనుసనల్లో ఉన్నారు. వేల ఎకరాల భూములు దేశముఖులు జమీందారుల ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఉన్నాయి. 1946 నాటికి హైదరాబాద్ సంస్థానంలో తెలంగాణ సాయుధ పోరాటం మొదలైంది. అట్లాగే ఒకవైపు జాయిన్ ఇండియా అనే ఉద్యమం కూడా మొదలైంది. ఆ రోజు ఉస్మాన్ అలీ ఖాన్ యొక్క సంస్థానం చూసినట్లయితే ఈ పెద్ద సంస్థానం కర్ణాటక, అలాగే ఇప్పుడున్న ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, తెలంగాణ, మహారాష్ట్ర ప్రాంతానికి విస్తరించిన అతిపెద్ద సంస్థానం. భారతదేశ సంస్థానాధీశుల్లో అత్యంత గొప్ప ధనవంతుడు ఉస్మాన్ అలీ ఖాన్. ఉస్మాన్ అలీ ఖాన్ మొదట భారతదేశంలో చేరడానికి ఒప్పుకోలేదు. దీనితో ప్రధానంగా హైదరాబాద్ విలీనీకరణ కోసం సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్ ఆపరేషన్ పోలో అనే సైనిక చర్యను తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఈ ఆపరేషన్ పోలో ప్రకారం సెప్టెంబర్ 13, 17, 1948 నాటికి హైదరాబాదు భారతదేశంలో విలీనమై ఇది ప్రధానంగా గొప్ప సంస్థానం విలీనం కావడం జరిగింది. మనం ఆపరేషన్ పోలో సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్, ఉస్మాన్ అలీ ఖాన్ మనం గమనించవచ్చు ఆ సైనిక చర్య. అలాగే నెహ్రూ కూడా ఉస్మాన్ అలీ ఖాన్తో దిగిన ఫోటోను కూడా మనం గమనించవచ్చు. లాస్ట్గా కాశ్మీర్ విలీనీకరణ. కాశ్మీర్ విలీనీకరణ పెద్ద సమస్యగా తయారైంది. ఈరోజు కూడా సమస్య కాశ్మీర్ సమస్య. 1947 నాటికి కాశ్మీర్ను రాజా హరిసింగ్ అనేవాడు పరిపాలిస్తున్నాడు. ఈ హరిసింగ్ భారతదేశంతో చేరకుండా పాకిస్తాన్తో చేరకుండా చాలా కాలం పాటు అలాగనే ఉన్నాడు. దీనితో సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్, విపి మీనన్లు హరిసింగ్తో ఒప్పందానికి వచ్చారు. అలాగే ఆ రోజు కాశ్మీర్ యొక్క గొప్ప నాయకుడు, నేషనల్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ పార్టీని స్థాపించిన షేక్ అబ్దుల్లా నాయకత్వంలో ప్రజలు ఆందోళన చేశారు. కాశ్మీర్ను భారతదేశంలో కలపాలి అని చెప్పారు. అందుకే షేక్ అబ్దుల్లాకు షేరీ కాశ్మీర్ అనే బిరుదు కూడా ఉంది. అబ్దుల్లా ప్రజా పోరాటం చేయడంతో హరిసింగ్ దిగొచ్చి నెహ్రూతో ఒప్పందం చేసుకున్నాడు. కాశ్మీర్ను భారతదేశం కలపడానికి పూనుకున్నాడు. అయితే కాశ్మీర్ను భారత్ కలపడాన్ని జీర్ణించుకోలేని పాకిస్తాన్ భారతదేశం దాడి చేసింది. ప్రధానంగా కాశ్మీర్ ప్రాంతాన్ని ఆక్రమించుకోవడానికి పూనుకుంది. మనం ఈ మ్యాప్లో చూసినట్లయితే ఆజాద్ కాశ్మీర్ అనే ప్రాంతాన్ని మొత్తం ఆక్రమించుకొని కాశ్మీర్ ఒక భాగాన్ని ఆక్రమించేసుకుంది. దీనితో కాశ్మీర్ 2 ముక్కలుగా అయిపోయింది. ఇప్పుడు పాకిస్తాన్ ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఉండే ఆజాద్ కాశ్మీర్, భారతదేశ ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఉండే కాశ్మీర్ మన ప్రాంతంలో మన ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఉండింది. ఇప్పటికి కూడా కాశ్మీర్ అంశం ఇంకా రగులుతూనే ఉంది. భారతదేశంలో అనేక అల్లర్లకు కారణమైనటువంటి ప్రాంతం అంటే కాశ్మీర్ అనే ప్రాంతం. ఈ విధంగా భారతదేశం మనకు స్వదేశీ సంస్థానాల విలీనీకరణను చేపట్టినవాడు సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్. తన చాతుర్యంతో అత్యంత ధైర్య సాహసాలతో చేపట్టి భారతదేశ సమైక్యతను 562 సంస్థానాలను విలీనం చేసి చరిత్రలో సువర్ణాక్షరాలతో లిఖింపదగిన పేరేదైనా ఉందంటే అతడి పేరే సర్దార్ వల్లభాయ్ పటేల్ అని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు.
Welcome to Mana TV viewers. Today's topic is continuous probability distributions. Is very important probability distributions, essential for inferential statistics and applied statistics, and also operation research. Today's in these sessions there are three important distributions. First one is rectangular distribution. A random variable x is said to have a continuous rectangular distribution over an interval a comma b, a less than b. The PDF of x is given by 1 by b minus a less than or equal to x less than or equal to b. A and b are parameters of the uniform distributions. This is so limits are different, but output is same. So x value is lie between a and b. The PDF is 1 by b minus a. So the distribution also known as rectangular distribution. Since the curve y is equal to f of x describes rectangular over the x axis and between the ordinates x equal to a and x equal to b, the cumulant distribution function, that is CDF, is given by capital F of x equal to 0 x less than or equal to a to b x minus a by b minus a. Both a and b, that CDF is not differentiable function. X is greater than or equal to b, the CDF value is 1. The graph of the PDF. So now the input is a and inputs are a and b, that output is 1 by b minus a. The shape of the graph is rectangular, that's why it is called rectangular. So continuous distribution. The graph of the CDF. Now the CDF lie between 0 to 1. So is a monotonic increasing function, but there is no discontinuous. So continuously from starting point to ending point. Next, properties. Properties are very important. The mean and median of the rectangular distribution is b plus a by 2. B is upper limit, a is lower limit, b plus a by 2. The mode does not exist because of the input values for each and every point from a to b, but that output is same 1 by b minus a, but there is no optimum point, that's why the mode does not exist. All the moments, central and non-central, of odd order are 0. Mu1, mu3, so and so on, mu1 dash, mu3 dash are zeros. Variance. So average square deviations taken from the mean b plus a by 2, the result is b minus a whole square by 12. Mu4, that is the fourth non-central moment. To measure the kurtosis, so we have to use this mu4. Mu4 equal to b minus a whole power 4 by 80. Mean deviation about mean, that's very important derivation. Mean deviation about mean, b minus a by 4, upper limit minus lower limit dividing by 4. So next one is measure of skewness. Measure of skewness. So nature of the distribution, nature of the rectangular distribution. To know this one, we have to use this skewness. Skewness is beta 1 0, that is so gamma 1 also 0 here. Based on the mu3, third central moment is always 0 here for the uniform distributions. The next, to measure the peakedness of the rectangular distribution, measure of kurtosis. Measure of kurtosis denoted by beta 2, the value is 9 by 5, is less than 1, less than 3, gamma 2 is minus 6 by 5. So we can say that the Pearson coefficients reveals that rectangular distribution is symmetrical and platykurtic. Platykurtic means below the mesokurtic. The important remark, both x and y random variables, IADs, follows uniform distribution, parameters 0 and 1. The distribution of the variates are as follows. The PDF of u is equal to x plus y. So f of u is equal to u, that sum of the two random variables lie between 0 to 2, that the function is defined 0 to 1 is u, 1 to 2 2 minus u. The second one is difference of the two random variables IIDs. The PDF is f of v is equal to 1 minus v 0 to 1. So, 1 plus v minus 1 to 0. Using these techniques we can solve the problem. Let x follows uniform distribution 0 1, y follows uniform distribution 0 1. What is the probability of the sum less than 0.5? To solve such type of problems is examination problem. So, how can you solve this one? Suppose you have a additive property. So, directly you can use additive property, easily we can solve the problem, but according to this standard uniform variance there is no additive property, does not satisfy the additive properties. Now, here help of the PDF of x plus y, easily we can solve the problem. So, now here let x plus y is equal to u less than 0.5. What is the PDF of u? F of u is equal to, so the u lie between 0 to 1, so 2 minus u, that u lie between 1 to 2, because x value is 0, y value 1, x value 1, y value 1, the maximum minimum is 0 to 2, that u is flow from 0 to 2. Now, we can solve this one, you help of this distribution u less than 0.5. What is the lower limit of the u is here is 0. Now, the 0 is the lower limit, upper limit is 0.5. Now, f of u du. Now, 0 to 0.5, f of u is equal to u du. Now, the integration of u is u square by 2. Limits are 0 to 0.5, 0 to 0.5. So, now here that integration is u square by 2, that lower limit is 0, upper limit is 0.5. Now, 0.5 whole square dividing by 2 minus 0. Now, 0.5 means 1 by 2, 1 by 2 whole square means 1 by 4, 1 by 4 by 2 minus 0, that is 1 by 8. So, that is value 0.125. The area under this 0.5 is 0.125. So, this is the procedure to solve the our requirement. So, second problem, now in this case also x minus y less than 0.5. So, let x minus y is called here is v less than 0.5. So, v is called difference of two IIDs here, f of v is equal to the distribution is 1 plus v, that v lie between minus 1 to 0, split into two parts here. First part is minus 1 to 0, second part is 0 to 1, that is the function is the PDF is 1 minus v, that is 0 less than v less than 1. Now, help of this PDF easily we can solve our problem. So, now here our requirement is v less than 0.5. So, now that v lower limit is minus 1 less than v less than 0.5. So, that lower limit is maximum, so at most value here 0.5, at least value minus 1. Now, this area split into two parts, minus 1 less than, so 0 plus next 0 to 0.5. Now, integration of minus 1 to 0, the function is f of b PDF. Now, that limits are 0 to 0.5, f of v dv. Now, what is the PDF of f of v from 0 to 1? That is 1 minus 1 plus v dv. So, now here is 0 to 0.5, the PDF of in this interval, so defined interval 1 minus v dv. Like you have to solve this problem like this here. There is no alternative methods are there here, but alternative methods are very advanced level. Now, here based on the degree level, so use this sum of the two random variables, difference of the two random variables for the uniform variates. So, use this procedure, easily we can solve our requirements. Now, minus 1 to 0, so here is 1 plus v dv 0 to 0.5 1 minus v dv. So, go to the next step here. Next, here is integration of 1 is called v, integration of v is v square by 2, the limits are minus 1 to 0. So, next one is called so v minus v square by 2, the limits are 0 to 0.5. Now, what is the value of this one? Is a definite value. Now, here is first value is 0 minus, so minus 1 plus 1 by 2. So, next one here is 1 by 2 minus 1 by 2 whole square is 1 by 4, 1 by 4 by 2 1 by 8. Next remaining part is 0 here. Here is minus half, minus minus is called plus 1 by 2 plus 1 by 2 minus 1 by 8, LCM is 8, 4 minus 1, that is 1 by 2 plus, so 3 by 8. The LCM is 8, that is 4 plus 3, the result is 7 by 8. 7 by 8 is called 0.875. So, any student are interested to take this problem in an alternative way. So, our requirement is v less than 0.5. So, we can also take like this here, v is greater than 0.5. What are the limits of this one here? That v greater than 0.5 lie between, so 0 to 1 here. Now, the limits are 0.5 to 1, easily we can solve. The result is also same thing here, 7 by 8. This is the aliter here. Now, this is the way of solving the such problems here. So, here next here the importance of this property. So, very very important property to solve the such problems here. Okay. So, next distribution is our next distribution is normal distribution. So, normal variates are very very important variates. Normal variates are very very important variates. Now, go to the normal variates, that is normal distribution. Normal distribution first discovered by the De Moivre in 1733 and was also known as Laplace in 1774. Later it was derived by Carl Friedrich in 1809 and used it for the study of errors in astronomy. Normal distribution also called Gaussian distribution. This is the importance of the normal distribution, essential for the inferential statistics and also applied statistics. So, next distribution our next distribution is next continuation of the next one is normal PDF, normal variates. So, is follows normal distribution with mean mu. Mu is called location parameter and variance is so sigma square scale parameter. Is PDF is given by f of x equal to 1 by sigma root 2 pi e power minus half x minus mu by sigma whole square. The limits are minus infinity to plus infinity. The mu limits are also minus infinity to plus infinity. Sigma is always greater than 0, variance always positive, never be 0, never be negative. So, the x follows normal distribution mu comma sigma square, then z is equal to x minus mu by sigma is a standard normal variate. Z is called a standard variate. So, now that x follows normal distribution, that is the z is called standard normal variate with mean 0 and variance 1. It also follows normal distribution, but PDF is given below. Phi of the PDF of standard normal variate denoted by phi of z 1 by sigma root 2 pi 1 by root 2 pi e power minus z square by 2. Z is lie between minus infinity to plus infinity. Z falls in first quadrant and second quadrant. The CDF of Z is very very important. The CDF is cumulative probability distribution function. We can find out the areas from minus infinity to up to required point of Z here. So, now that CDF of Z is denoted by phi of Z, probability of Z less than or equal to small z, that is equal to 0 minus infinity to z phi of u du. That is what is phi of u here? PDF of standard normal variate. The standard normal variate is 1 by root 2 pi e power minus u square by 2 du. So, this is the standard normal variates PDF, and this one. Next one. So, the graph of the normal curves here, you see the graph here, different so structures are there. Actually, normal distribution is a symmetrical distribution, is also a bell shaped curve. So, now there are different colors are there, blue color and green and pink and red also here. That third one, second one is mu is equal to 0 and sigma square is equal to 1, that is called the, so indicate the green color is called standard normal variate. Remaining are the normal distribution curves, only green so color curve is called a standard normal curve. This is the shape of the normal PDFs, shape of the normal PDFs. Next here, normal CDFs. CDF, what is the curve of the CDFs here? Cumulative option, there is no breaks here, starting from minus infinity to up to required point of here. Some different parameters are considered here. The mu is equal to 0, sigma square is equal to 0.2 and mu is equal to 0 and sigma square is equal to 1.0. That is second one is called standard normal variate CDF. So, different parameter, location parameters, scale parameters are considered and draw these diagrams here. Diagrams, so based on using this diagram easily we can so observe the nature of the normal distribution. Next one, properties. Properties are very, very important. Properties of the CDFs, cumulative distribution function. The first property is phi of minus z. Phi means here CDF minus z. The lower point of the z is minus infinity to minus z. What is the area of the minus infinity to minus z? The same, the area is same as to 1 minus capital phi of z here. X follows normal mu comma sigma square. The probability of a less than or equal to x less than or equal to b. Both a and b are real points, belongs to R here. What is the probability of the x follows two real points here? In this case, you have to convert the x is transformed into z here. Z is called x minus mu by sigma. Subtract mu and dividing by sigma. The total probability convert into in terms of CDF, upper limit minus lower limit. So, phi of b minus mu by sigma, phi of a minus mu by sigma. Normal distribution is a limiting form of the binomial and Poisson. First of all, here normal distribution is a limiting form of binomial. Limit of binomial is normal. So, for what are the conditions here? First of all, here n is infinite cases, n is large, and second one is neither p nor q small, success or failure. So, neither small or neither p or nor q small here. Second one is normal distribution limiting form of the Poisson. Only one condition is there, the lambda tends to infinity, the normal distribution, the Poisson distribution tends to normal distribution. So, this is another very important property. So, several properties are there here. The normal distribution curve is bell shaped. Already in the previous slides noted here, the shape of the normal curve is clearly bell shaped curve here. The mean median mode coincide at a point. The normal distribution is symmetrical about the line here, about the line x equal to mu. So, based on the mean median mode, the 50% of the below area and 50% of the above area both are equal. The mean median mode of the normal distribution coincide at a point mu x equal to mu. Mu is called mean of the normal distribution. All order moments of normal distribution are 0. Mu to n plus 1 is equal to 0. All the even order moments about mean. So, about mean means here, so non-central moments here. About to origin is called non-central moments. Now, here we have to consider the even order moments about mean, that is called central moments. Mu to n is equal to 1 into 3 into 5 and so on to n minus 1 sigma power to n. Suppose n is equal to 1, mu 2, n is equal to mu 4. These two are required here. Using this recurrence formula, easily we can so find out the mu 2 and mu 4 values. So, next first four so moments are of the normal distribution. Mean is equal to mu, variance is equal to sigma square. These are the parameters of the normal distribution. Mu is always lie between minus infinity to plus infinity. Sigma square always greater than 0. Mu 3 is 0. Third central moment is 0. So, mu 4 is 3 sigma power 4. That is called mu 2 square here. 3 sigma power 4. Next, measure of skewness. Measure of skewness means to give the nature of the normal distribution, we observe the measure of skewness here. The mu 3 value 0 automatically implies that beta 1 is also 0, implies that gamma 1 is also 0. Kurtosis. So, to give the peakedness of normal curve here, so beta 2 value 3, that is called a nature of the normal curve is mesokurtic. So, now here go to the next property. So, normal curve is symmetrical and mesocurtic. This we conclude that the normal curve is a symmetrical curve and mesocurtic. The relationship between the ratio of the quartile deviation, mean deviation, standard deviation is 10:12:15. The mean deviation is the 4/5 sigma approximately. That exact value is square root of 2/pi into sigma. The quartile deviation also approximate value 2/3 sigma. By using these two values, the ratio is 10:12:15. Next one is go to the generating functions. Generating functions generate the moments and cumulants here. So, now the first of all here we have to consider the only two generating functions. One is the moment generating function, other is the cumulant generating function and also characteristic function. First of all, we have to take the moment generating function. The moment generating function of the normal distribution is e power mu t plus half sigma square t square. So, characteristic function of the normal distribution is phi x of t e power mu I t plus sigma half into sigma square I t whole square. I square is -1, that is why. So, in simplified format, phi x of t characteristic function of normal distribution is e power mu I t minus half sigma square t square. Suppose z is normal distribution. To measure the mgf of the z, mz of t is equal to mu value 0, sigma value 1, that mz of t is the e power half sigma half t square. Phi z of t is called e power minus t square by 2. So, another very important one. So, uniqueness property of the normal distribution, the sum as well as difference of two independent normal variables is also a normal variable. X follows normal distribution, y follows normal distribution with IIDs or not IIDs. The sum is also normal distribution, difference also normal distribution. So, sum of independent normal variates is also a normal variate, which establish the additive property of the normal distribution. So, next one, here observe the 3 sigma limits. 3 sigma limits are very essential for the construction of the control charts. So, now here we have to observe the 3 sigma limits. The first 1 sigma limits mu minus sigma, mu plus sigma. The coverage area is approximately 68%, exact value 68.26%. So, next 2 sigma limits coverage area 95.44. So, exactly approximately 95% considered here. So, next 3 sigma limits 99.73% exactly. So, now approximately 99.73. Outside of the area is 0.0027 here. These are the 3 sigma limits are very important based on the area property. So, we calculated all these area values. Now, here is Xi's are IIDs, identically independent distributed normal variates with mean mu and variance sigma square. So, their mean x bar, sample mean x follows normal distribution mu comma sigma square by n. This is very essential property. Using this property, so we can test the hypothesis and also other applications of the testing of hypothesis. Now, another one is very important application of the normal distribution is error function. Error function denoted by psi of h of x 1 by root 2 pi 0 to x e power minus h square x square h dx is known as error function, is a fundamental importance of the theory of errors in astronomy. So, this is another very important application of the normal distribution. One more application, normal distribution finds large applications in statistical quality control in industry for setting control limits. So, this is the properties of the normal distribution. Now, we consider the one live problem that is very important problem for the examination point of view and also research point of view. So, using normal distribution, how can find out this our requirements here. So, for example, here this problem is related to agriculture sector. The mean yield of 1 acre plot 662 kilograms with standard deviation 32 kilograms. Assuming normal distribution, how many 1 acre plots in a batch of 1000 plots would you expect to have yield over 700 kilos, below 650 kilos? What is the lowest yield of the best 100 plots? These three are very important requirements. Now, here is given information, x follows normal distribution mu comma sigma square. Now mu is given 662 kilograms. So 62 kilograms, sigma square is called so 32. So kilograms, here is sigma. Now here sigma is given, sigma standard deviation is given, standard deviation is given. Now here the first problem, now over 700 kilograms. Now convert into x into mu z, x minus mu by sigma 700 minus 662 by 32. Now probability of x minus mu by is called z, z follows normal distribution. So now 700 minus 62, that is 38, 38 by 32. Now probability of z greater than, so 1.19, so dividing by this one. Now here to identify the probability value is more than 1.19, use always CDF table. Now convert into like this here. So using complementary law, z less than or equal to 1.19. Now this is denoted by phi of capital phi of 1.19. So based on the probability table values, that is CDF value is CDF value, this is 1.19. Using CDF values, that is value point something approximately 89. So now our requirement x is greater than equal to 700 is equal to 0.117 like this. Our expected number of plots is equal to 1000 into, so 0.117, total is 117 plots here. So out of these 1000 plus 117 plots, more than 700 kilograms is yielding is there. So second one here, similarly we have to solve the problem x less than, so 600 I think here is 50, below 600, here below means is less than case, is converted into z less than, so 650 minus 662 dividing by 32. Now probability of z less than or equal z less than, that is minus 12 dividing by 32, that is probability of z less than minus, so this is value is here 12 by 32, that is value approximate 12 by 32, here dividing by 6, 3 by 8, 3 by 8 means 0.375, approximately this value z less than minus 0.382. Using the table values, we have to solve this problem. Using the table values, this is a phi of minus 0.38, minus 0.38. Now probability of z less than or equal to minus 0.38, that is equal to phi of minus 0.38, minus 0.38, 1 minus phi of 0.38, minus 0.38. So using the table values, the value 0.038 is same as to our based on the CDF tables, the value is 0.6480, that is 0.3520. So now this is the x less than 650. Now expected number of plots equal to 1000 into 0.3520. Now this is 352 plots. So this is the second problem solution. Now so out of this 1000 plots, 352 plots, below yielding is 650. So next go to the third problem. Now third problem is a very important model, that is what is the lowest yield here, that is k value is equal to, out of 1000, 100 are best plots here, the probability value 0.1, the z axis should be converted into z greater than k k minus mu by sigma, that is equal to 0.1. Now is called Z1, Z1 is equal to 0.1. Now this is the area. So our required here the area is given, this is called Z1, the area is called 0.1. Now convert into using complementary law, Z less than or equal to Z1 is equal to 0.1. Now so CDF of Z1 is equal to 0.9. So from table values the Z1 is equal to 1.28 from table values. Search the from here is Z1 value, here is now probability of CDF of Z1 is equal to 1.28. The corresponding probability value is 0.9. Now comparing these two, Z1 is equal to 1.28. Now Z1 is what here? K minus mu by sigma. Now so here is Z1 is equal to 1.28 is a positive value because Z1 falls in the right side of this one. So now here is Z1 is equal to K minus mu is equal to 662 by 32 is equal to 1.28. So K minus 662 is equal to 1.28 into 32. K value is equal to 662 plus 1.28 into 32 is called, that is so 40.96. The total yielding here 600 so 700, that is value is 702.96 so kg. So out of here is the out of 100, out of 1000, 100 plots are best plots here. In that best plots here the least yield in this out of 100 is 702.96 kilograms. So this is the important model for the examination point of view and research works. Next here so similarly how to solve this is another very important problem. So now that is in a normal distribution, exactly normal, 7% of the items are under 35 kilograms weight, 89% of the items are under 63 kilogram weight. What are the mean and standard deviation of the distribution? So now this is the very important one, examination point of view. So here we have to calculate the mean and variance. Now first of all here x follows normal distribution mu comma sigma square. We have to find out mu and sigma square, very important model. First one is below here is under this problem below 35%, below 35% the weight is 0.07 is given. Now here is under the 63 here, that is 0.89 is given, 0.89 is given. Using these two we have to calculate the mean and variance of normal distribution. X should be converted into Z less than 35 minus mu by sigma is equal to 0.07. Here is Z less than 63 minus mu by sigma is equal to 0.89. Now here is Z less than Z1 0.07. Here is Z less than Z2, here is 0.89. Now this is in terms of CDF. So phi of minus Z1. What is why should we have take this minus Z1? The less than value, inequality is less than, probability value is less than 0.5. Definitely the Z1 is false in left side of the 0.5. Now we should take the Z1 is, the sign of Z1 is negative. Here is 0.07. Now help of the properties of the CDF. Phi of minus Z1 is equal to 1 minus phi of Z1 is equal to 0.07. Phi of Z1 is equal to 0.93. Here same here, here is Z2 value, this is called the probability value is more than 0.5, but inequality is less than. Definitely Z2 falls in the right side of the 0.05. Now Z2 value is positive value. Phi of Z2 is equal to 0.89. So now help of the tables. So we have to observe these two Z1, Z2 values from the normal CDF tables. So from the normal CDF tables, Z1 is equal to minus 1.48, Z2 is equal to, the value is called Z2 is 2.33. Z1 is what here? Z1 is what here? Z1 is called, this is 7 minus, Z1 is 35, here is 35 minus mu by sigma is equal to minus 1.48. So, here is 63 minus mu by sigma is equal to 2.33. Here now mu minus 1.48 sigma is equal to 35, equation 1 here. Next one is called mu. So, mu minus mu plus 2.33 sigma is equal to 63. Solve 1 and 2. So, mu is equal to, the mu value is equal to 45.8766. Sigma value is equal to 7.349. So, this is a very, very important problem, is a high weightage problem. These two problems are very important for the semester and examination point of view. So, normal distribution is a very important distribution. So, next last topic of this today is exponential distribution. A random variable is said to have an exponential distribution with parameters lambda greater than 0 if its PDF is given by f of x is equal to lambda into e power minus lambda x, x greater than or equal to 0 otherwise. The cumulative distribution function is capital F of x equal to 1 minus e power minus lambda x. So, here is the capital F of x is called CDF of the exponential distribution. 1 minus capital F of x is called the reliability function. So, now exponential distribution is very, very important distribution in queuing theory. So, the time gap between two successive arrivals follows exponential distribution. The service times also negative exponential distributions. So, applications and properties of the exponential distribution. The length of time interval between successive occurrence of events follows exponential distribution. So, the variate elapsed time between two calls at a telephone switchboard follows exponential distribution. This plays an important role in the theory of reliability. So, properties of the exponential distribution: mean equal to 1 by lambda, variance equal to 1 by lambda square, median is log 2 by lambda, mode equal to 0. So, mode value 0, at 0 the PDF of the exponential distribution has the maximum value. Now, here the graph of the exponential distribution, the cumulative CDF of the graph of CDF of the exponential distribution. In this graph here, you can observe the mean and median. So, log 2 by lambda is called the median. So, 1 by lambda is called the mean. So, 50% of the values below the median value, remaining 50% above the median value, but more than 50% values of below the mean. So, less than 50% of the values above the mean values. So, here is moments of all order exist here. The first 4 central moments are mu 1 is equal to 0, mu 2 is equal to 1 by lambda square is called a Q1, K1, K1 is called the first cumulant, mu 3, so mu 2 is 1 by lambda square, so is called a Q2 not Q1. So, mu 3 is 2 by lambda cube is K3, mu 4 is equal to 9 by lambda power 4, K4 is equal to 6 by lambda power 4. So, lambda is equal to 1, mean equal to variance. So, the very important one in the exponential distribution. So, lambda greater than 1, mean is greater than variance, lambda less than 1, mean is less than 1. So, skewness of the exponential distribution. Skewness is denoted by beta 1. So, mu 3 square by mu 2 cube. So, is equal to, by substituting the mu 3 value and mu 2 value, the beta 1 is 4, is a fixed value, is greater than 0, positive skewness. Measure of kurtosis is the peakedness of the exponential distribution is 9, is greater than 3, is a leptokurtic. So, exponential distribution is positively skewed and leptokurtic. The graph of the exponential distribution, PDF of exponential distribution, with different parameters. Lambda is equal to 0.5, lambda is equal to 1, lambda is equal to 1.5. So lambda value is increasing, automatically the curve deviate from the horizons. So now here the lambda is so small value is very close to the x-axis here, but exponential curve is so symmetrical, exponential curve is positively skewed and so leptokurtic. So another very important property, exponential distribution has the memoryless property. So now exponential distribution is a uniqueness property. The geometric distribution in discrete case, the geometric distribution has a memoryless property, exponential distribution also memoryless property. So now next one is x1, x2, xn are independent random variables having an exponential distribution with parameter theta I is equal to 1 to n is not IIDs, xi's are not IIDs. Then z is equal to minimum of xi. So minimum of xi is called the x1 order statistics concept, z is called order statistics, has exponential distribution with parameter summation theta I. So this property is very important, essential for the theory of estimation and testing of hypothesis. Suppose xi's are IIDs, the minimum xi follows exponential distribution with parameter n theta. So now for IIDs and also not IIDs, this property is satisfied. So next one, here we have to measure the central moments and non-central moments of exponential distribution. So or obtain the moment generating function of exponential distribution, hence or otherwise obtain the mean and variance of exponential distribution. So obtain skewness and kurtosis for exponential distribution. So this is a very important theorem for the exponential distribution. The PDF is already noted, f of x equal to lambda e power minus lambda x, x greater than 0 is missed. Here actually the range of the x is greater than 0, lambda value always positive, lambda is the parameter of the exponential distribution. So moment generating function of exponential distribution. So mx of t, what is mx of t? Is a special function of the mathematical expectations, expectation of e power tx. So integral 0 to infinity e power tx f of x dx, that is the definition of the MGF. Help of this definition, we have to obtain the MGF of the exponential distribution. Replace f of x by lambda into e power minus lambda x. So base equal powers adding e power tx minus lambda x. So here is x is a common factor. So minus lambda minus t x into dx. Now integration of e power ax equal to e power x by a. Using that formula, now the integration of e power minus lambda minus t x equal to e power minus lambda t x by minus of lambda minus t. The limits are 0 to infinity. Now by substituting upper limit and lower limit, so the result is lambda by lambda minus t, that is 1 minus t by lambda whole power minus 1. Now the expansion of this one here is a, so using the help of the 1 minus x whole power minus 1 expansion, 1 plus x square plus x cube and so on, so infinite series, help of that expansion, we have to expand this 1 minus t by lambda whole power minus 1, replace x by t by lambda, that is called 1 plus t by lambda t square by lambda square plus and so on t power r by lambda r. The original expansion of the mx of t is 1 plus mu1 dash t, mu2 dash t square by 2 factorial plus and so on mu r dash t power r by r factorial and so on infinity. Comparing left side and right side, so now here mu r dash equal to the recurrence formula is r factorial by, so by lambda. So this is the rth non-central formula, r factorial by lambda for the exponential distribution. Now we should take here we have to substitute r value 1, 2, 3, 4 in this equation in this format. We get mu1 dash, mu2 dash, mu3 dash, mu4 dash. Help of these non-central moments, easily we can calculate the central moments. The mu1 dash is 1 by lambda, mu2 dash is 2 by lambda, mu3 dash is 6 by lambda, mu4 dash is 24 by lambda. Now variance is mu2 is equal to, you know very well that formula is the relation between central and non-central moments is a first year topic. So now mu2 is equal to mu2 dash minus mu1 dash whole square, 2 by lambda square minus 1 by lambda whole square, that is equal to 1 by lambda square. The mu3 is formula is given here, relation is given, by substituting the mu3 value is 2 by lambda cube. Now mu4, so using the relation between the central moments and non-central moments, the mu4 is calculated, the mu4 value is 9 by theta power 4. theta always greater than 0 here, the mu 4 also greater than 0. So, now here beta 1 is equal to mu 3 by mu 3 square by mu 2 cube is a measure of skewness. So, now the skewness value is 4. Now, beta 2 is mu 4 by mu 2 square, 9 by theta power 4 by 1 by theta square whole square, that is 9 by theta power 4 by 1 by theta power 4 is equal to 9 is greater than 3. So, that is why we can conclude that. So, now here that exponential distribution is positively skewed and so leptokurtic. Another very important theorem. So, show that exponential distribution lacks memory. So, lacks memory means what here? Exponential distribution, x follows a exponential distribution, any constant k greater than 0, one has proved that the probability of y less than or equal to x given x greater than or equal to k, y is called additional time, x is called initial time, the both follows the exponential distribution, y is called x minus k, the proof of the probability, the lacks memory property, the PDF of the exponential distribution is given lambda into e power minus lambda. Now, the CDF should be based on the CDF, easily we can prove this theorem here, left hand side is equal to right hand side, f of x equal to 1 minus e power minus lambda previously noted here. The LHS of this one, probability of y less than or equal to x less than given x greater than or equal to k, by using probability of a given b formula, probability of a intersection b by probability of b, the numerator value by simplified here we get e power minus lambda k into 1 minus e power minus lambda k. This is the numerator value, simplified value. Help of the probability of x greater than x equal to e power minus lambda. Denominator value is the probability of x greater than equal to k, using the important remark here that value e power minus lambda k. LHS equal to, by cancellation we get 1 minus e power minus lambda x, that is pure CDF of the exponential distribution. Now, the proved LHS equal to RHS, the initial time and additional time both follows the exponential distribution. So, this is the importance of the exponential distribution and normal distribution and uniform distributions. In these sessions we covered 3 important continuous distributions. Thank you one and all.
Hello viewers, myself P. Aruna, lecturer in microbiology from YA Government Degree College for Women, Chirala, Prakasam district. In this session, you are going to study or you are going to know about information about antibodies, basic introduction and types of antibodies, and finally applications of antibodies in various areas. So, let us first start with the antibodies. So, antibody is nothing but a large Y-shaped glycoproteins formed by plasma cells in response to antigenic stimulus. So, when a foreign particle or an antigen enters into the body, the immune system responds and produces and starts the production of antibodies. These antibodies are produced by B cells of the immune system. It recognizes the unique molecule of the pathogen called antigen. So, the antibodies, they show the immune response and immediately they bind the foreign particle which enters into the body and induces the response. Coming to the structure of antibodies. First, the structure of the antibodies was revealed by the persons called Gerald Edelman and Rodney Robert Porter in the year 1952. So, according to their structure, according to their analysis, the antibody is made up of 4 polypeptide chains. They are called as light chains and heavy chains. The light chains are there are 2 light chains which are identical, and there are heavy chains which are again 2 in number. They are called as heavy polypeptide chains. So, they have given this structural analysis in the year 1952 itself. So, according to their analysis, the antibody is made up of 4 polypeptide chains. Here you can see in the structure, you can see on the screen the region of the antibodies. These chains are bonded by interchain disulfide linkage. Light chains are of again 2 types. They are called as kappa chain and lambda chain. However, each antibody may contain any of the 2 chains, either it contains a kappa chain or it contains a lambda chain. These 4 linked polypeptide chains are arranged in a flexible manner maintained by the hinge region, where you can see here on the screen, this is the hinge region which gives the flexible nature to this antibody. So, the antibody is having a capacity, or it is capable of binding to the antigens which are maybe bivalent or multivalent. So, this hinge region plays a major role giving the flexibility to the antibody. Again, when come to the light chain, it has 2 successive domains called as constant domain and a variable domain. So, these 2 domains, they help in maintaining the structure of the antibody, or they help in maintaining the antigen to bind to the antigen. Each heavy chain has 1 variable region with a variable domain and a constant region with 3 constant domains. The antibodies has 2 functional regions called FAB region or FC region. FAB region is called as fragment antigen binding region. So, this region helps the antibody to react with antigenic determinants at antigen binding sites. The antigen binding sites are nothing but the epitopes present on the antigen to which the antibody binds. So, this FAB region, that is crystalline fragment antigen binding region, helps to bind with the antigenic determinants present at the antigen binding sites. Here you can see the structure on the screen. So, this is the FAB region and this is the FC region. So, this region will help to bind the antibody to the antigenic determinant site, that is epitope. Here you can see the variable region or heavy chains, the constant region, this is a hinge region. Here the chains are binded by disulfide linkage. Coming to the second region, FC region, which is a functional region called as a fragment crystallizable region. It is the site at which the antibody molecule can bind to a cell. So, this site will help the antibody to bind to a antigen. It enables that each antibody generates an appropriate immune response for a given antigen. So, whenever an antigen enters, so the response, the proper response should be given is indicated by this FC region only. Next, coming to the functional sites present on another functional sites present on the antibody, that is paratope. It is an antigen binding site of the antibody which is present at the FC region. So, paratope is nothing but a region present in the antibody which binds to the epitope of the antigen. So, this paratope is present in the antibody. Next region is an important region called hypervariable region. This region itself contributes to specificity of each antibody. So, generally all antibodies are having similar structures, but these number of antibodies can be shown a little variance at a particular region present at the tip of the chain, that is nothing but the hypervariable region. So, sometimes the folding at the hinge region may take place. So, while folding this hypervariable regions, they come together and forms the antigen binding pockets. So, these pockets are the sites that are in close contact between antibody and antigens. So, they help in maintaining the close contact, and those particular sites are called as complementary determining regions of the antibody. So, these antibodies binds to specific antigens by hydrogen bonds, ionic bonds, hydrophobic interactions and van der Waals interactions. So, these are the interactions they can use while binding to the particular antigen. Next, coming to the different types of antibodies and the terminology given to the different antibodies. Allo antibodies, they are produced after exposure to the non-self antigens of the same species, that is, they belong to the same species, but they do not belong to the same. So, they are called as non-self antigens. These non-self the antibodies which respond to these non-self antigens are called as allo antigens. Second one is auto antibodies. These auto antibodies are produced due to the exposure to the self antigens. Next, coming to the functions of the antibodies. Let us have a glance to the various functions of the antibodies they perform. So, neutralization. Neutralization is nothing but it is a process in which the foreign substance or an antigen is totally inactivated and it is made non-functional. The second one is opsonization. Opsonization is a process is nothing but targeting the particles for destruction through phagocytosis. Here the thing which is involved is called as opsonin, and the final product is nothing but the phagocytosed product which is totally inactive. So, the targeting the particles for destruction by phagocytosis is called as opsonization. Next one is activates the complement system. So, the complement system is activated and the destruction of the bacterial cells is taken place by lysis. The last function is inflammation. Inflammation is nothing but the body's response for the injury. Whenever an injury takes place, the internal immune system responds and induces a set of reactions. These set of reactions finally they help in destroying the pathogen. So, in this session, in this topic, we have learned about the structure of the antibody, how it functions, the parts or the functionable areas of the antibody, and various functions performed by the antibodies. So, we have learnt about structure of antibody. Now, coming to the different types of antibodies. Before entering into the or before going to explain about the types of antibodies, antibodies are otherwise called as immunoglobulins. Antibodies are otherwise called as immunoglobulins. So, let us study the various types of immunoglobulins. So, the heavy chains are of again 5 types, that is gamma, alpha, mu, delta and epsilon, according to which the immunoglobulins are divided into 5 classes. That is nothing but immunoglobulin G, immunoglobulin A, M, D and E. So, coming to the first immunoglobulin, immunoglobulin G. This is the most abundant immunoglobulin among the immunoglobulin pool, which is accounting to about 80% of the total immunoglobulin pool. So, it is a bivalent antibody. It has a half life of 7 to 23 days. It is a molecular weight of 1,50,000 Daltons. Again, as it is a bivalent antibody, it is having again a heavy chain and a light chain. Heavy chain is made up of composed of 440 amino acids, and light chain is composed of 220 amino acids. Here you can see the structure of this immunoglobulin G. This is the variable region, this is the constant region. I have already told to you that the main difference varies to each antibody is in this variable region itself at this tip, which is having the hypervariable regions, and this is the heavy chain and the light chain. So, this is the structure of the immunoglobulin G, and it is called as a maternal antibody because this antibody can cross the placenta and it produces immune response to the newborn. These immunoglobulins are divided into 4 subclasses: IgG1, IgG2, G3 and G4. So, these 4 types of immunoglobulins subclasses, they are performing different types of functions. The crystallizable fragment portion of immunoglobulin G1 and G2, these two bind to the macrophages and neutrophils, and finally they destroy the pathogen. Again, the crystallizable fragment portion of immunoglobulin G1 and G4 helps them to cross the placenta and provides the immune response to the newborn. Here you can see the structures of different types of immunoglobulins, immunoglobulin G, 4 subclasses: G1, G2, G3 and G4. Coming to the biological properties of this immunoglobulin G. So, we have already known that it is the only immunoglobulin that crosses the human placenta and offers a passive protection or passive immunity to the newborn. And this immunoglobulin G is having the property to activate the classical complement pathway during antigen antibody reactions. So, activation of the classical complement pathway leads to the production of various components which finally kills or destroys the antigen. Next, this immunoglobulin G can neutralizes the toxins and viruses. So, this is the one of the important immunoglobulin which can neutralize the viruses. So, by binding to bacteria, this immunoglobulin G opsonizes them by the process of opsonization and enhances the process of phagocytosis. So, when the process of phagocytosis is enhanced, the phagocytic components or the stepwise phagocytosis process will take place and finally the pathogen is killed. Coming to the second class of the immunoglobulin, this is immunoglobulin A. This is the second most abundant immunoglobulin in humans. It occurs in saliva, tears, breast milk, colostrum and the mucosal secretions. This IgA is observed mainly in body secretions and protects the internal body surface. So, it is termed as antiseptic paint of the mucosal membrane, or also it acts as a paint on the mucosal surfaces. Here you can see the structure of the immunoglobulin A. This is also called as secretory immunoglobulin. Here the crystallizable fragment portion of the immunoglobulin A binds to the components of the mucus and contributes to the ability of mucus to trap microbes. So, it is I have already told you that is also called as mucosal paint. Here you can see in the structure the secretory part of the immunoglobulin. It binds to the antigens, and especially it is present in the mucous membranes and traps the microbes in this part. Coming to the biological properties of immunoglobulin A. This immunoglobulin plays a considerable role in the generating the alternative complement pathway. So, it is also produces immunity against tapeworms which are present in the intestine, and it is also highly present in the colostrum. So, when the baby is fed with the breast milk, it gives a protection from the intestinal pathogens as it is present in the colostrum of the milk. The third type of the immunoglobulin, third class of the immunoglobulin is immunoglobulin M. It is also largest antibody and third most antibody present in the human serum. It has a half-life of 5 days. It is a polymer of 5 monomeric units, each monomeric unit possessing 2 heavy chains and 2 light chains. So, as it is having each monomer is having 2 heavy chains and 2 light chains. So, it is having 10 epitope binding sites. I have already told you that epitope is the site of the antigen where the antibody binds. So, here you can see the structure of this immunoglobulin. It has 5 monomers. They are arranged in a pinwheel array. These 5 monomeric units are held together by disulfide bonds and are linked by a special chain called as J chain. Here you can see in the structure, this is the J chain. So, these 5 units, monomeric units, are arranged in a pinwheel array manner, and this is one of the giant immunoglobulin among the other types of immunoglobulins. Coming to the biological properties of this immunoglobulin M. It is the first antibody to appear in the primary response. So, whenever the antigen enters into the body, the immune cell shows its response in a stepwise manner, that is primary response, secondary response, as such like that. So, it is the first antibody, it appears or it produces during the primary response itself. So, when this levels of the IgM is detected in the newborn baby, it gives an useful indication that the baby is suffering from an intrauterine infection such as congenital syphilis, rubella, toxoplasmosis, etc. So, whenever newborn is detected with this type of immunoglobulin M antibodies, it gives an indication that the newborn is suffering with certain diseases, certain infections. Next, this IgM shows a high functional affinity for multivalent antigen. In the structure itself, in the previous slide you have seen the structure. So, as it is having 10 epitope binding sites, it is having the ability to bind to the multivalent antigens. It also shows the properties such as opsonization, complement fixation, agglutination, cytolysis, etc. The next class of the immunoglobulin is immunoglobulin D. It occurs in very low concentration in the blood serum, that is only 0.2% of the total serum antibody pool. It is a monomer and has 2 epitope binding sites. It has a half-life of only 3 days, and this immunoglobulin is found on the surface of the B lymphocytes and acts as a receptor for antigens. It is abundant in memory cells and it is play an important role in secondary immune response. So, primary response, we have already seen that immunoglobulin M is the first antibody which responds during primary response itself, whereas immunoglobulin D, it responds during the secondary immune response. Here you can see the structure of the immunoglobulin D. Here is the antigen binding site and the variable part of the chain and the constant part of the immunoglobulin. Biological properties. Immunoglobulin D is associated with the surface of B lymphocytes along with IgM, is found to act on and act as an antigen receptor. So, these two along it alone cannot bind. So, in association with IgM, it acts as a receptor, antigen receptor, and binds to the antigens, and it plays a major role in generating self-reactive auto antibodies. So, it has the capacity to generate the self-reactive auto antibodies. We have already seen in the first session that difference between auto antibodies and allo antibodies. So, it is having the capacity to generate the self-reactive auto antibodies. Next, coming to the immunoglobulin E. So, it occurs in blood serum in extremely low amounts, very low amount among the immunoglobulin pool. It has half-life of 2 days and with a molecular weight of 1,90,000 Daltons. It is a monomer and has 2 epitope binding sites. The production of this immunoglobulin is in response to parasitic worms and also in response to allergens. Whenever any allergen enters into the body, immediately the immunoglobulin E production takes place and it responds to that particular allergen. Here you can see the structure of this immunoglobulin E, same FAB region, FC region, heavy chain, light chain, variable region and constant region. How the let us see the mechanism, how it inactivates the allergen. So, it binds to the crystallizable fragment receptors on the membrane of basophils and tissue mast cells. So, when it binds to the mast cell, when the allergen along with this when an allergen enters into the body, here the antibody, it binds to the mast cell, and by the cross linking of the these cells, it induces an immune response by degranulating the mast cell. So, the degranulation of this mast cell leads to the vasodilation or causes dilation of the local blood vessels and resulting in allergic reactions. So, here you can see the mechanism of the mast cell degranulation in this picture. So, the cells degranulate when 2 IgE molecules are cross-linked by binding to the same antigen. The vasodilation of the blood vessels will take place, dilation of the blood vessels will take place, resulted in the production of different products such as heparin. Vasodilated products are released. Biological properties. The high levels of IgE with worm infestation, they plays a protective role. That is, when heavy infection takes place in the intestine, high levels of IgE is secreted in the body and they play a protective role. So, also IgE mediates the reagenic hypersensitivity. So, different types of hypersensitivity, type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4 hypersensitivity reactions were there. So, IgE mediates the type 4 hypersensitivity reaction. So, in this session we have learnt about the different classes of the immunoglobulins, their structure and the various functions they perform during an immune response. We have already seen the structure of the antibody, different classes of the immunoglobulins, and let us focus on applications of immunoglobulins. We have already seen in the previous slides about the various properties of the immunoglobulins. Coming to the applications in a diagnostic field. Increased concentration of immunoglobulins is an indicator in diagnosis of many diseases. That is, example, increased levels of immunoglobulin M is an indication of viral hepatitis. So, not only M, when an increased levels of the various types of immunoglobulins is observed in the in the sample. It indicates that various disease conditions in the body. So, it is used in most immunodiagnostic techniques, especially ELISA is nothing but a enzyme linked immunosorbent assay which uses multiple antibodies to detect specific antigens capable of causing infectious diseases. So, ELISA technique is used to study the antigens or to know or to detect the specific antigens which are causing specific different types of infectious diseases. So, increased levels of immunoglobulins in the serum helpful in analyzing a patient's antibody profile. So, whenever the immunoglobulin level increases in the patient's serum, it definitely helpful in analyzing the patient's antibody profile. So, antibodies are also used in pregnancy detection test kits in which the antibodies binds to the human chorionic gonadotrophic hormone. So, this HCG or human chorionic gonadotrophic hormone is a hormone secreted by the placenta during pregnancy. It can be detected in the early days of the conceiving time itself, that is within 9 days, by using this pregnancy detection kit in which the antibodies are given, multiple antibodies are given which can react with this human chorionic gonadotrophic hormone and gives a visible test result, so that pregnancy can be confirmed. This is these immunoglobulins are used to treat hypogammaglobulinemia. So, hypogammaglobulinemia is a condition in which a sufficient amount of immunoglobulins are not produced due to some defect in the immune system. So, when sufficient amount of immunoglobulins are not produced, then the body is unable to respond to different types of infections. It is a defect. So, by giving ready-made antibodies to these affected persons, it gives a passive immunity to the person. That is, ready-made antibodies are administered to the affected person to overcome this hypergammaglobulinemia to induce a passive immunity. Next application is Western blotting. It is a blotting technique in which the labeled antibodies are used to detect the protein, antigenic protein. This blotting technique is a very helpful technique in identifying the protein nature of the antigen. The use of immunoglobulins with HIV infected children was associated with lower rates of bacterial infections. That is, when the child is infected with HIV, then the immunoglobulin combination is given to that infected person. It gives the lower rates of bacterial infection, that is, the child is able to overcome some of the bacterial infections. Immunoglobulins used to treat antibody mediated inflammatory and hypersensitivity diseases. So, various hypersensitivity diseases you can see myasthenia gravis, arthritis and different types of diseases in which the immunoglobulins are used to treat those hypersensitivity diseases and also various inflammatory reactions. Next one is an antibody dependent cell mediated cytotoxicity. Target organism is coated with antibodies and they are bombarded with chemicals from non-specific immune cells. So, ADCC is induced by the immunoglobulins, so the antibodies which are coated with the antibodies and they are bombarded with the chemicals from non-specific immune cells. So, these are the few applications in the diagnostic field. So, antibodies application is in every field, it is most helpful in identifying the pathogenic proteins or various pathogens. In this session, hope you understood all about the basic structure of the antibody, classes of antibodies or immunoglobulins, and the especially functions related to the diagnostic field.
Today we are going to discuss the black body radiation and various laws associated with the black body radiation. Mainly we will be concentrating on the Planck's law. So what is Planck's law? What are its applications in the defining the black body radiation? So first of all, we will be discussing what is meant by a black body. A black body is a body which absorbs all the radiations incident on it. That is, it absorbs all the energy which is falling on the black body. Next, after absorbing this all the radiations, the temperature of the black body increases. According to Prevost theory, if a body's temperature is greater than the absolute temperature, that is 0 kelvins, then the body will be emitting the radiations. So the black body absorbs, first of all, absorbs all the radiations incident on it, and next emits all the radiations which are absorbed by it. So thus the black body can be considered as a good absorber as well as a good radiator. So in this figure we will be clearly showing that all the energy which is incident on the black body is absorbed first, and this energy will be radiated afterwards. This emitted radiation is a function of the body's temperature. If the temperature is greater than 0 degrees kelvins, then any body will be emitting radiations from it. This is called as Prevost theory of heat exchange. Next, there are no perfect black bodies in our day-to-day life, but we will be assuming that the lamp black as well as the platinum black are the nearest approaches to the black body. So this is the lamp black and this is also platinum black. These are the nearest approaches to the ideal black bodies. Next, what are the different laws associated with the black body radiation? Different scientists have studied this black body radiation and devised these 4 laws. So the first law is Kirchhoff's law, the second law is Stephen Boltzmann law, and third one is Wien's law, and the last one is Rayleigh-Jean's law. So now we will be going to discuss one by one. So Kirchhoff's laws. What is this Kirchhoff's laws? It states that at a given temperature, the emissivity of any body and the absorptivity of the body will be the ratio of these two will be a constant, and it is equal to the emissivity of the black body. If E lambda is the emissive power of a body and A lambda is the absorptive power of that body, then the ratio of these two will be a constant, and this ratio will be equals to the emissivity of a black body. This is Kirchhoff's laws. And the second one is Stephen Boltzmann law. The Stephen Boltzmann law states that the total energy density emitted per second by any black body is equal to the is directly proportional to the fourth power of its absolute temperature, that is E is proportional to T power 4. So if we remove the proportionality, then E equals to sigma T power 4, where sigma is a proportionality constant called as Stephen's constant. Next, the third law is Wien's law. So Wien studied the black body radiation. He observed that the black body radiation consists of number of wavelengths, and for each wavelength there will be a particular energy. So he plotted a graph between the wavelength as well as the temperature as well as the energy of that wavelength. The graph will be a continuous curve with a peak at any point. the peak corresponds to the maximum energy. So first of all, the energy of the black body gradually increases with wavelength, reaches a maximum value, and then again decreases with the wavelength. So this peak corresponds to the maximum energy, and for the wavelength corresponding to that maximum energy is called as lambda m. So if the temperature of the body is increased, then that peak will be shifting towards the left hand side or shorter wavelength side. Thus the maximum energy wavelength will be inversely proportional to the temperature, that is lambda m into T equals to constant, where lambda m is the wavelength associated with the maximum energy for a black body and T is its absolute temperature. In other words, this law can also be stated as that the maximum energy emitted by a black body is proportional to the fifth power of its absolute temperature. So thus E lambda is proportional to T power minus 5, or the amount of energy emitted between lambda and wavelength lambda plus d lambda range is given by E lambda d lambda equals to C1 into lambda power minus 5 into e power minus b by lambda t, where lambda is the wavelength, T is the absolute temperature of the body, C1 and C2 are the constants. So next one is Rayleigh-Jeans law. This law is stated by the two scientists Rayleigh and Jeans. So this, according to this law, the energy density in the spectral thermal spectrum is given by E lambda equals to 8 pi kT by lambda power 4, where lambda is the wavelength, K is the Boltzmann constant, T is the absolute temperature of the body. So this, what is this Rayleigh-Jeans law? This is agrees for only longer wavelengths. For shorter wavelengths, the energy density will be infinitive. So the Rayleigh-Jeans law cannot be used at shorter wavelengths. The inconsistency between the observations as well as the predictions of the Rayleigh-Jeans law at shorter wavelengths is called as ultraviolet catastrophe. That means the Rayleigh-Jeans law cannot be used at shorter wavelengths because at shorter wavelengths it will be infinitive. Next, thus Wein's formula can be used at shorter wavelengths, while Rayleigh-Jeans law can be used for longer wavelength region. So there is no general formula which can be used at both the regions, that is shorter wavelength region as well as longer wavelength region. So this is the main drawback associated with the black body radiation. This drawback was eliminated by the scientist Planck. He used the Planck's quantum theory of radiation. So he proposed the Planck's radiation law, which is based upon the quantum theory of radiation. According to quantum theory of radiation, energy will be transformed from one body to another body in the form of discrete packets called as photons or quanta, but it is not continuous. So how he explained the black body radiation, we will be discussing it one by one. So the main postulates in framing this Planck's radiation law are: first one, the black body consists of a number of simple harmonic oscillators. These simple harmonic oscillators are continuously in harmonic motion, which are moving with all possible frequencies. Thus a black body consists of a combination of number of harmonic oscillators which are executing simple harmonic motion and having all possible frequencies. So these are the simple harmonic oscillators which are having different frequencies. The blue one is having a particular frequency, the green one will be having another frequency, while the black one is also having another frequency. Next, the second postulate is energy emission or absorption is not continuous. According to classical theory, the energy or emission or absorption takes place continuously, but he introduced this revolutionary idea that the energy emission or absorption is not continuous. It takes place in the form of definite discrete packets, energy packets called as quanta or photons. Thus, according to third postulate, the energy of these oscillators is quantized. So if nu is the frequency of the simple harmonic oscillator which is executing simple harmonic motion, then the possible values of the energy will be E equals to nh nu, where n is any positive integer, that is n takes the value of 0, 1, 2, 3 so on, and h is the Planck's constant and nu is the frequency. Now the number of oscillators per unit volume in the frequency range nu and nu plus d nu is given by f equals to 8 pi nu square by c cube into d nu. This formula which we will be getting in the derivation of Rayleigh-Jean's law. So, in the Rayleigh-Jean's law, after obtaining this formula, the average energy of this each mode of vibration will be taken as kT, where k is the absolute k is the Boltzmann constant and T is the absolute temperature. So, the average energy kT has been obtained from the law of equipartition energy. సో దట్ ఈక్విపార్టిషన్ థియరం నుంచి మనం తీసుకున్న కేటీ అనే ఎనర్జీని ఇక్కడ మల్టిప్లై చేస్తే మనకి ర్యాలీ-జీన్స్ లా వస్తుంది. సో ఆ ర్యాలీ-జీన్స్లో ఉన్న నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ మోడ్స్ ఆఫ్ వైబ్రేషన్స్ని ఇక్కడ ప్లాంక్స్ కూడా తీసుకున్నాడు. సో అకార్డింగ్ టు ప్లాంక్స్ ద నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ మోడ్స్ ఆర్ ఆసిలేటర్స్ having the frequency between nu and nu plus d nu is given by f equals to 8 pi nu square by c cube into d nu. Now we will be calculating the average energy of each harmonic oscillator. So for calculating this average energy, first of all we will be assuming that there are number of oscillators having the same frequency. As the frequency is same, so energy will also be same for such oscillators. So there will be number of oscillators having the same energy. So the number of oscillators having the same energy is given by Maxwell distribution law, which is given by nr equals to n naught into e power minus re by kt, where nr represents the number of oscillators which are having the same energy re. So now we will be calculating the average energy of each oscillators. So let us consider this table. The energies of the oscillators will be 0, h nu, 2 h nu, 3 h nu, 4 h nu, so on, r h nu and so on. So let us suppose the 0 energy is named as E naught, h nu energy is named as E1, 2 h nu is named as E2 and so on, r h nu is named as ER. Corresponding to the 0 energy there are n naught oscillators. Corresponding to the h nu energy there are n1 oscillators. Corresponding to the 2 h nu energy there are n2 oscillators. Similarly, corresponding to the rh nu energy there are nr oscillators. As the energy takes up the values of 0, h nu, 2 h nu, so on up to infinity, so there will be infinity oscillators. Next, as each oscillator is having 0 energy and there are n naught such type of oscillators, the total energy of all these n naught oscillators will be n naught into 0, which is nothing but 0. Corresponding to the energy h nu there are n1 oscillators and the total energy of these n1 oscillators is given by n1 into h nu. Similarly, corresponding to the energy 2 h nu there are n2 oscillators and the total energy of all these n2 oscillators will be 2 n2 into h nu. Similarly, corresponding to the energy rh nu there are nr oscillators and the total energy of all these nr oscillators is given by r into nr into h nu. So the total number of oscillators in the black body are given by adding up of all these n0, n1, n2 and so on nr, and the total energy of entire black body is given by adding up of all these terms in the last column, that is 0, n1 h nu, 2 n2 h nu, next so on r nr h nu. So the total oscillators is given by n equals to n0 plus n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus so on n4. Similarly, the total energy is given by n0 into E0 plus n1 into E1 plus n2 into E2 plus n3 into E3 plus so on n4 into E4 plus so on nr into ER. So the average energy of an oscillator is given by epsilon equals to E total by n. So now we will be calculating this average energy and we will be multiplying with the number of modes of vibration, the number of oscillators having their frequency between nu and nu plus d nu. So substituting the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution formula in n equals to n0 plus n1 plus n2 plus so on, n equals to n0 plus n0 into e power minus e by kt plus n0 into e power minus 2e by kt plus so on nr into e power minus re by kt. So taking out common n0, we will be having n equals to n0 into 1 plus e power minus e by kt plus e power minus 2e by kt plus so on. So if we suppose that e power minus e by kt as x, then n equals to n0 into 1 plus x square plus x cube plus so on, where x equals to e power minus e by kt. So this is in the form of 1 plus x square plus x cube plus so on. So its value will be 1 by 1 minus x. So thus n equals to n0 by 1 minus x, where x equals to e power minus e by kt. Substituting this value, we will be getting the total number of oscillators n equals to n naught by 1 minus e power minus e by kt. Similarly, the total energy E is given by E total equals to 0 plus h nu into n naught into e power minus e by kt plus 2h nu into n naught into e power minus 2 e by kt plus so on rh nu into n naught into e power minus rh nu by kt. Thus, if taking out the common h nu into n naught into e power minus e by kt, the first term will be 1 and the second term will be 2 into e power minus 2 into e power minus 2e by kt e power minus e by kt plus 3 into e power minus 2e by kt plus so on. So, let us suppose e power minus e by kt as x, then we will be having h naught into h nu into n naught into x into 1 plus 2x plus 3x square plus 4x cube plus so on. So, the value of this 1 plus 2x plus 3x square plus 4x cube will be 1 by 1 minus x whole square. So, thus the total energy E total equals to h nu into n naught into x by 1 minus x whole square, where x equals to e power minus e by kt. So, we are having E total as well as the total number of oscillators. Thus, the average energy of the oscillator is given by epsilon equals to E total by n equals to h nu into n naught into x by 1 minus x whole square whole by n naught by 1 minus x. So simplifying this equation, we will be getting epsilon equals to h nu into x by 1 minus x. Substituting the x value, that is x equals to e power minus e by kt, we will be having x equals to epsilon equals to h nu by e power h nu by kt minus 1. So, this is the average energy of the oscillator. This is called as Planck's energy distribution function. So, substituting this Planck's energy distribution function in the number of modes, multiplying this Planck's energy distribution function with the number of oscillators having a frequency range nu and nu plus d nu, will be getting the total energy density in that range. So, E nu into d nu equals to 8 pi h nu cube by c cube into d nu by e power h nu by kt minus 1 lambda kt minus 1. This is called as Planck's radiation law. In terms of wavelength, this equation will be given by E lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi hc by lambda power 5 into d lambda by e power hc by lambda kt minus 1. This is the famous Planck's radiation law. The first one is in terms of frequency, whereas the second one is in terms of wavelength. So, what is this application of Planck's radiation law? It explained all the other laws. So, first of all, we will be considering Wien's law. So, this Wien's law is valid at shorter wavelengths. As lambda is small, we can neglect 1 in the above equation. Thus, Planck's law becomes E lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi hc by lambda power 5 into d lambda by e power hc by lambda kt minus 1. In the formula, we will be having minus 1 and we are neglecting the 1 because as lambda is small, the power will be more, and so the e power will be also more. Comparing to that power, we will be neglecting 1. Thus, E lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi hc by lambda power 5 into e power minus hc by lambda kt into d lambda. Let us suppose 8 pi hc by a, 8 pi hc equals to a, where and hc by k as b. Then we will be having E lambda d lambda equals to a by lambda power 5 into e power minus b by lambda t d lambda, where a equals to 8 pi hc and b equals to hc by k. This is called as Wien's formula. Now, the second one is Wien's displacement law. So, it defines the relationship between the wavelength associated with maximum energy and the temperature T. So, as T increases, thus lambda shifts to lower wavelengths, or the product of lambda m into T equals to constant. This is Wien's displacement law. So, in this energy of the Planck's radiation law, E lambda equals to 8 pi hc by lambda power 5 into 1 by e power hc by lambda kt minus 1. As E lambda is maximum, so the first order derivative of this E lambda with respect to lambda will be 0, that is d E lambda by d lambda equals to 0. So, differentiating this equation and equating it to 0, we will be getting one equation. So, first of all, differentiating process, there are two functions. First is here this function lambda power 5 and the other function is e power hc by lambda kt minus 1. So, we will be using the formula derivative of uv, where u equals to 1 by lambda power 5 and b equals to e power minus hc by kt minus 1 whole power minus 1. So, using that formula, the derivative will be this value, that is lambda power 5 into minus 1 into e power minus hc by kt minus 1 whole power minus 2 into e power hc by lambda kt into hc by lambda square kt minus 5 into lambda power minus 6 into e power minus hc by kt minus 1 whole power minus 1 equals to 0. So on simplifying this equation, we will be having in this form x e power x by e power x minus 1 equals to 5, where x equals to e power hc by lambda kt. So thus the roots of the above equation will be having two values, one is x equals to 0 and the other value is x equals to 4.9555. So if x equals to 0, then hc by lambda kt equals to 0 implies lambda equals to infinity, but Wien's displacement law is valid at shorter wavelengths, so lambda will be not equal to infinity. Thus we are having only x value, x equals to 4.955. So equating this value to hc by lambda kt, then we will be having 4.955 equals to hc by lambda kt, or lambda into t equals to hc by 4.955 into k. Here h is a Planck's constant, c is the velocity of light in air or vacuum, and k is the Boltzmann constant. So the RHS will be a constant, thus lambda into t equals to constant, which is nothing but our famous Wien's displacement law. And it also explained the Rayleigh-Jeans law. This Rayleigh-Jeans law is valid at longer wavelengths. So the expansion of e power hc by lambda kt equals to 1 plus hc by lambda kt plus 1 by 2 into hc by lambda kt whole square plus 1 by 6 into so on. So as lambda is large, the higher powers hc by lambda kt whole square, hc by lambda kt whole cube, so on will becomes 0. As lambda tends to 0 and lambda tends to infinity and lambda is the denominator, so the entire fraction will be 0. So neglecting these higher powers of lambda, we will be having e power hc by lambda kt equals to 1 plus hc by lambda kt. Thus Planck's law will now becomes e lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi hc by lambda power 5 into d lambda by 1 plus hc by lambda kt minus 1. So the 1 will be cancelling and we will be having e lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi hc by kt into lambda power 4 d lambda, which is nothing but our Rayleigh-Jeans law. Now we will be discussing disappearing filament optical pyrometer. First of all, what is meant by pyrometry? It is a technique for measuring the higher temperatures. So the techniques which are used for measuring higher temperatures are studied in this branch of science called as pyrometry. So what is this pyrometry mainly bases upon? It analyzes the wavelengths of the thermal radiations emitted. So the radiations of the emitted black body will be, or any other body which are having at high temperatures will be studied first and then analyzed. So in this process we will be using the laws of thermal radiation, mainly Stefan-Boltzmann law and Wien's displacement law. So what is meant by a pyrometer? It is a device used for measuring higher temperatures. We are also having thermometers as the temperature measuring devices. For measuring the temperatures with thermometers, we must be make a contact between the body and the thermometer, but here this is not the case. That is, pyrometer is a non-contacting device. This is a non-contacting device. So this is the main advantage of this device when compared with the thermometers. And the third one, it is based upon the principles of thermal radiation, and it measures the radiation energy first of all emitted from that body, and from that, by using this laws of thermal radiation, the temperature is determined. So where does this pyrometer word mainly originates? It originates from the Greek word. Here this word consists of two parts. First one is pyap, means fire in the Greek language, and metry means to measure. So the pyrometer is a device which is used for measuring the higher temperatures. Next, it can also be used for the bodies having high temperatures and they are in motion. That is, by using this pyrometer device, we can measure the temperatures of hot bodies which are in motion. So who devised this first pyrometer? The first pyrometer was devised by the scientist named Henry Lee Chartier. He used the thermoelectric pyrometer. In this thermoelectric pyrometer, he used the oil lamp as the reference light source. Next, the first disappearing optical filament pyrometer was devised by Morse. Later, Hallborn and Kurlbaum improved this disappearing filament optical pyrometer. The optical pyrometer which is used in the first order generations is shown in figure. So, this is the first order disappearing filament optical pyrometer. So, based upon this pyrometric devices, the pyrometers mainly classified into 4 types. First one is total radiation pyrometer, second one is thermoelectric pyrometer, and the third one is optical pyrometers, and the last one is photoelectric pyrometers. So, we will be discussing mainly with the optical pyrometers. So, optical pyrometers measures the energy range between 700 degrees centigrade to 3000 degrees centigrade. It is accurate in giving the temperatures, and the lower limit is determined by the eye, and human eye compares the radiation of in this optical pyrometer. So, how this human eye compares the radiation? In this, the radiations produced by a hot source and a standard body are compared. Next, it operates in the visible limit, and human eye matches the brightness of these two bodies, that is hot source and the standard body. So, here the standard body will be a electrical bulb which is having a filament. So, optical pyrometer. So, this is the optical pyrometer. The optical pyrometer mainly consists of a telescope fitted with an objective and an eyepiece, and in between the objective and eyepiece in the telescope there will be crosswires, and the crosswires are removed, and in that place an electrical bulb is fixed. This electrical bulb is connected to a battery through a ammeter as well as a rheostat. So, this is the arrangement of optical pyrometer. Now, we will be discussing the various parts in this optical pyrometer. So, the optical pyrometer mainly consists of a telescope in which there will be an objective as well as an eyepiece, and electric lamp in the place of crosswires, and a battery B, similarly a rheostat RH, and ammeter A, and diaphragms. These diaphragms which limit the cone of radiation entering into the telescope, and a red glass filter. This is the red glass filter placed between the hot board electric bulb and the eyepiece. So, how does it works? So, this is the working demonstration figure of this optical pyrometer. This is the hot body whose temperature is to be measured. The radiations from the hot body enters this objective lens of the telescope, and these radiations will be allowed to fall on the optical lamp filament by means of the rack and pinion arrangement, and this filament is viewed with the eyepiece. In between the filament and the eyepiece there is a red filter which provides the red background for while observing through the eyepiece. So, working objective is directed towards the hot body whose temperature is to be measured. Next, using rack and pinion screw, the image of the hot body is adjusted to be such that it is formed on the filament F. Next, this is viewed through the eyepiece. If the filament will be in the black color with red background, here we can see the filament F. So, it will be appearing as black with red background because of the red filter we are placing between the eyepiece and the electric bulb. So, the filament is heated by passing the current. Whenever the filament is heated, its temperature increases. So, the filament now becoming dull when compared with initially it was in black, now it was changing its color to dull red as the temperature increases. Now, the filament which you are observing in the eyepiece will be changing into dull color. Now, the current F is adjusted such that the filament just disappears while we are observing in the eyepiece. So, in the field of view when there is no filament F, F can be observed, then the current in the ammeter is noted. This indicates that the filament F and the hot body are at same temperatures. So, the brightness of the red background as well as the filament will be same. So, at this junction the current in the ammeter is noted. So, first of all, if you see the red background and the filament which is at cooler temperature will be in black color. When the temperature of the filament increases, then it will be changing into dull red. When the temperature is very more when compared with the hot body, the filament will be more bright. So when the filament is dark, it is cooler than the source. When the filament is bright, it is temperature is more than that of the source. When the filament just disappears, then the brightness between the hot body as well as the filament are same. That means the filament and the source are at equal temperatures. So in this animation we can clearly observe the working of the optical pyrometer. So as the temperature increases, the filament here also changes colors. So first of all, it is black color, and when the temperature changes, it will be changing into different color. So first of all, it is black color. When the temperature increases, the filament disappears in the red background. So that means both are at the same temperatures. So this figure clearly depicts the working principle of optical pyrometer. So how the temperature is calculated? The temperature can be calculated using the simple formula I equals to A plus Bt plus Ct square, where I is the strength of the current in the ammeter, T is the temperature of the body, and A, B, C are constants. So first of all, this experiment is performed with 3 bodies whose temperatures are known. So from this I equals to the current is measured and the constants ABCs are evaluated. So when the constants ABCs are evaluated, now this formula is applied to another hot body whose temperature is to be measured. So what are the advantages of this optical pyrometer? It is flexible, next portable, and it can be easily carried to any other place. Next, convenient to use. Next, it is very lightweight, can be monitor movable objects. So when the hot bodies are moved or in motion, then we can also use this pyrometer for measuring their temperatures. And it is also accurate with our plus or minus 5% errors in it. What are the main disadvantages with this optical pyrometer? So the optical pyrometer is very expensive, that it costs very much. Next, human errors may creep because the human eye is used for comparing the radiations of the hot body as well as the electric bulb filament. So there will be some human errors, and it is not useful for measuring the temperature of a clear gas. When the gas is clear, we cannot able to measure its temperature by using this pyrometer. Next, at high temperatures, the filament erodes frequently, because when the temperature of the filament is increased, then the filament melts. So the filament will be destroyed, and the optical pyrometer cannot work at this high temperatures. Next, by using this pyrometer, we cannot get continuous values of energy. Continuous values of temperature cannot be measured even though at small intervals. So we will be using this optical pyrometer for only measuring the single value. Next, small deviations from the actual values as the formula are of black bodies. The black body radiation formulas are devised for mainly for black bodies. So when we apply these laws to any other bodies, as they are not perfectly black, so there will be small deviations or errors can creep in measuring the temperature. Now we will be discussing another important equation, Clausius-Clapeyron equation. What does this Clausius-Clapeyron equation states, and what is its importance? So mainly we will be starting with Maxwell's equations. Maxwell studied the thermodynamics and framed 4 equations. So in order to describe the state of a system, there are 4 coordinates which are called as thermodynamic state coordinates or state variables. So the state coordinates are pressure P, volume V, temperature T, and the entropy S. In order to study the behavior of the thermodynamic system completely, Maxwell framed 4 functions, so which are called as thermodynamic functions. In these thermodynamic functions, we will be dealing with internal energy U, second one is Helmholtz energy F, third one is enthalpy H, and the last one is gives free energy G. So while discussing with these four thermodynamic functions, Maxwell framed four equations. Those are called as Maxwell's equations. The first equation is dou T by dou P equals to minus dou P by dou S at V. The second equation is dou S by dou V at T equals to dou P by dou T at V. And the third equation is dou T by dou P at S equals to minus dou V by dou S at P. And the last equation is dou S by dou P at T equals to dou V by minus dou V by dou T at P. These are the four equations which are called as Maxwell's equations. So multiplying the second relation by T on both sides, we will be getting T into dou S by dou V at T equals to T into dou P by dou T at V. So now the T has been taken inside, thus T into dou P by dou T at V equals to dou Q by dou V into T, because dou Q equals to T into dou S. This is the second law of thermodynamics. So dou S indicates the change in entropy and the T indicates the temperature. So dou Q equals to dou T in T into dou S, where dou Q is called as change in heat energy. So this change in heat energy while the substance changes from one state to another state. So when the state changes, then the change in heat energy is called as latent heat. When the substance changes from solid to liquid, then the change in heat energy is called as latent heat of fusion. Similarly, when the substance changes from liquid to gaseous state, then the change in heat energy is termed as latent heat of vaporization. So if a substance of mass m is converted from one state to another, then the change in heat energy will be dou Q equals to mNTL. From this we can easily define the latent heat. So latent heat is defined as the heat energy that is required to change the state of a substance of unit mass. So L equals to dou Q by m. If m equals to 1, L equals to dou Q. Thus L equals to the change in heat energy when the substance changes and the substance mass is unit. So dou Q equals to ml. Substituting this value of dou Q equals to ml in the equation 1, we get T into dou P by dou T equals to ml into dou V at T. So this is the term where we have substituted the value of ml. So this is equation number 2. So if the initial and final volumes during the state changes are V1 and V2, then the change in volume will be dou V equals to V2 minus V1. Substituting this change in volume in the above equation, we get T into dou P by dou T at V equals to ml into V2 minus V1. Rearranging the terms in the above equation, we will be having dou P by dou T equals to ml by T into V2 minus V1. So changing the partial derivatives into ordinary derivatives, we will be having dP by dt equals to ml by T into V2 minus V1. So dP is the change in pressure, dt is the change in temperature, ml is the change in heat energy, here V2 minus V1 is the change in volume, and T is the temperature at which the change of state occurs. So this is called as Clausius-Clapeyron equation. So now we will be discussing what is the importance of this equation. So applications. So this Clausius-Clapeyron equation clearly describes the variation of boiling point with pressure. So during boiling, volume increases, hence dV will be positive. As boiling during the boiling, the temperature increases and the distance between the molecule increases, so its volume will be increases. So the volume dV change will be positive. Hence the variation of dP by dt also will be positive as dV is positive. Thus boiling point of every liquid increases with increase in pressure. When the pressure is increased, boiling point increases. When the pressure is decreased, the boiling point decreases. So first of all, we will be dealing with how the pressure varies with altitude, that is the height from the sea level. At the sea level, the pressure is more, so the liquid boils at a temperature 100 degrees centigrade, or the pressure will be more. While we are going upwards or above the sea level, the air molecules above will be the volume of these air molecules will be increases, so hence the pressure decreases. So while we are going higher altitudes, the pressure will be decreasing. So at lower levels the pressure will be more, lower heights the pressure will be more, while at the upper heights the pressure will be less. Similarly, now we will be observing the variation of boiling point at with respect to height. At the sea level the pressure is more, so the water boils at a temperature 100 degrees centigrade. While you are going to the upper to the other heights, the boiling point varies. At a height of 6,000 feet, the water boils at 93 degrees centigrade. Similarly, when the height is increased to 10,000 feet, the same water boils at 90 degrees centigrade. When the height is increased to 20,000 feet, then the same liquid boils at 79 degrees centigrade. Here the boiling point varies from 100 degrees centigrade to 79 degrees centigrade for water, depending upon the pressure. So this is the reason why the food in the cooker can be cooked easily when compared to the food in the other vessel. So in the pressure cooker which you are using in our day-to-day life, the pressure will be very high. So the boiling point also increases with the increasing in pressure. So the food will be boiled very easily when compared to the food which is not cooked in the cookers. Now, how the melting point varies with pressure. In some substances, during the melting the volume increases. So in such substances the change in volume will be positive. That means when the substance is in solid state its volume will be less, and when it is converted into liquid its volume will be more. Thus V2 minus V1 will be positive, and hence dP by dt also will be positive. Thus in such substances with increase in pressure the melting point increases. So what are those substances? Wax and the other one is sulfur. In these two substances with increase in pressure the melting point increases. In some substances the volume decreases during melting, that is the final volume will be very much less when compared with the initial volume, so dV will be negative. In such substances dP by dt will be negative, that is increase in pressure decreases the melting point. So the melting point of these solids decreases with increase in pressure. What are those substances? Ice. In ice the final volume will be less when compared with the initial volume, that is, or the volume in the liquid state will be less when compared with the volume in the solid state. Similarly, in the case of gallium and the bismuth also the final volumes will be less when compared to their initial volumes. So this is a main phenomenon based upon the above discussion, regulation of ice. What is meant by regulation of ice? When two ice pieces are pressed together they form a single piece. Why? This is called as regulation of ice. So now we will be discussing on applying pressure the melting point decreases. So at the junction a liquid layer will be formed. Due to this liquid layer the ice near the junction will be melts. On release of pressure again the liquid layer will be frozen, thereby forming a single piece. This is called as regulation of ice. So here we can see this regulation of ice. It consists of an ice block and a copper wire which is connected with two weights is placed on this ice block. As the pressure on these weights is gradually increasing, the copper wire will be passing through this ice block. Because the liquid near the copper wire because the ice near the copper wire melts, while passing through this ice block again the liquid layer will be frozening because of releasing of pressure. So the entire ice block will be same, while the weights will be clearly fallen down from the ice block. So the main application of this melting point versus pressure can be used for discussing the glacier movements, why these glaciers move. So in this figure as the weight on the glaciers will be gradually increasing, so the upper layers of ice and snow crush down and the lower layers of the glacier, thereby the pressure on the lower layer increases. When the pressure on the lower layer increases, the ice near the lower layer melts, thereby it will be converting into liquid state. Hence the glacier can be easily moved on the ground. So some glaciers move only a few centimeters per day, while other glaciers move as much as 3000 centimeters per day. This is the main application of the variation of melting with pressure.
Hi, good morning. By this presentation, I wanted to give the details of the general characters of enzymes for you. By the end of my lecture, you should be able to define the enzymes and other related terms like active site, apoenzyme, coenzyme, cofactors, prosthetic group, and enzyme specificity, etc. So these are the terms you might have known earlier in your classes, but we will discuss again in detail. And you are also able to describe the characters of the enzyme at the end of my lecture. So coming to the first of all, I wanted to make you know what are the enzymes. These enzymes are present everywhere in living organisms. Daily we are taking food, and this food is in the form of a carbohydrates, lipids and proteins. There is a system exclusively present in living organisms, that means animals, called as a digestive system. But taking of the food by the digestive system is unable to finish off this process, that is called digestion. So there are some substances by which the digestion process will be completed. For example, carbohydrates will be digested by a substance called amylases, etc., sucrases, like that, maltases. Several enzymes are present for the digestion of the carbohydrates. Similarly, proteases digest proteins, lipases digest the lipids. Like several enzymes aids in the process of the digestion. Take the process like photosynthesis, respiration in plants. We know that photosynthesis completed by two reactions, that is called as the light reaction and dark reaction. Light reaction will be completed by the light, which is the physical phenomenon, whereas the dark reaction is completed by the biochemical reactions. So in this biochemical reaction also certain substances plays an important role in the completion of the processes. So in all these reactions, that means in all the biochemical reactions, these substances helps in the completion of the processes. That's why enzymes are called as the biological molecules acting as a catalyst, which are proteinaceous in nature. So they catalyze all the chemical reaction without altering its structure at the end of the reaction. They also help increase in the rate of the reaction by lowering the energy of the activation. So these are the molecules acting as a catalyst. Then there are also some other term, that is catalyst. We called enzymes as a catalyst, biocatalyst, but there are some other catalysts which are called as the chemical catalyst, helps in the finishing of the chemical reactions. So let us examine the differences between enzyme catalyst and chemical catalyst. So these coming to the enzyme catalyst, I already told they are proteinaceous in nature, whereas chemical catalysts are non-proteinaceous in nature. These biochemical catalysts are specific reaction, whereas chemical catalysts have different reactions. So they occur, enzyme catalysts occur via active sites of the enzyme. That does not return to the original state after a biochemical reaction. Generally, the biochemical enzyme catalysts are produced by living cells and acts inside only in living cells, not elsewhere. Whereas the chemical catalyst always returns to its original state and reacts outside living cells. So these are the main differences between the enzyme catalysts and chemical catalysts. So enzyme catalysts exist only in the living cells, whereas the chemical catalysts are existing outside the living cells. So what is the importance of these enzymes? So enzymes are essential in chemical reactions. Without the presence of these enzymes, the chemical reactions will not be finished off. That's why they play an important role in various metabolic processes like photosynthesis, respiration, nitrogen metabolism, lipid metabolism, etc. And they are also important in the diagnosis and therapeutics in a medicine field. All the biochemical reactions are enzyme catalyzed reactions in living organisms. That's why these enzymes are very important in all living organisms. Levels of the enzymes in the blood also very important to know, because it is used as a diagnostic tool nowadays. Because in the diagnosis of the disease like myocardial infarction, the enzymes are estimated in the blood. That's why the enzymes are very important to know for biologists, and these are therapeutically used, such as even digestive enzymes. Nowadays people are taking in the form of amylases, sucrases, lipases and proteases. So in the form of these enzymes also, the digestive enzymes are used in the therapeutic uses. So there are several important other factors for the enzymes, but I am giving only a few for the convenience purpose. So coming to the structure of the enzymes, already I told that enzymes are made of the proteins. They are proteinaceous in nature. That means they are synthesized from the amino acids. So their structure is similar to the structure of the proteins, which is a three-dimensional structure. Whereas nowadays the RNA molecules are also found which exhibits the enzymatic properties. Hence they are also called as the ribozymes. So they are very specific and they only work with a certain set of substances. So they must be fit into the active site of the enzymes. Otherwise the enzymes will be inactive and they will be inefficient and the reaction will not be finished off. So they must have a suitable substrate. Unless the suitable substrate, the enzyme will not work. So this is the structure of the enzyme. That means it is made up of proteins. So there are coming to the types of the enzyme. Based on the structure of the enzyme, there are different types of the enzymes existing in all living organisms. Say simple protein enzymes, and the other is a complex protein enzyme. Simple protein enzymes made up of simple proteins. The example is urease and our amylase, which aids in the digestive system. It is a simple protein enzyme. Whereas the complex protein enzymes, it is made up of a conjugated proteins. That means along with the protein, some other part is present, which is called as a non-proteinaceous part. The enzyme without the non-protein moiety is termed as a apoenzyme. So the complex protein has two parts, that is a protein part and a non-protein part. The protein part is called as the apoenzyme. That means without a non-protein moiety. When the apoenzyme combines with the that is non-protein part, then it is called as a holoenzyme, which will be the active enzyme. So with its non-protein component, it acts as a, along with its non-protein component, the enzyme acts on the substance. That is why holoenzyme is a active substance. Apoenzyme is the protein part, holoenzyme is protein and non-proteinaceous part. So this non-proteinaceous part, otherwise called as the prosthetic group. This prosthetic group is, it may be loosely bound or tightly bound to the protein part. So this non-protein part tightly bound to the apoenzyme, and it is present along with the enzyme in vicinity of the active sites of the enzyme, and these are bind with the enzyme by a covalent bond. So these are non-protein parts which is tightly bound or loosely bound to the protein part is called as the prosthetic group. This may be in the form of an organic molecule or inorganic molecule. The non-protein part which is in the form of organic molecules is called as a coenzyme. For example, vitamins and compounds derived from the vitamins are called as the coenzymes. For example, coenzyme A. This is the coenzyme A which plays an important role in along with the enzyme, which is essential for the enzyme for taking part in the completion of the biochemical reactions. And the other one is cofactor, which is in the form of a inorganic form. So this non-protein chemical bond, which is in the form of an inorganic molecule, bound either tightly or loosely to an enzyme. It is also required for the catalysis. For example, hexokinase. Hexokinase requires magnesium ions. So these without this magnesium ions, hexokinase will be inactive. So this magnesium ions will be the cofactor for the hexokinase. So there are several molecules like zinc, iron, copper, cytochrome, oxidases, like that. There are inorganic substances are binding with the enzyme required for the completion of the biochemical reactions. And these are the examples, cofactors, that is for carbonic anhydrase, zinc is the cofactor, cytochrome oxidase, copper is the cofactor, and this is the prosthetic group. Usually the prosthetic groups are in the form of a heme group or flavins or biotins, and the coenzymes are strongly bound and they are low molecular weight non-proteinaceous forms. The example is TPP, that is a thiamine pyrophosphate, flavin mononucleotide, flavin adenine nucleotide FAD, NAD is nicotine adenine dinucleotide, and NADP, nicotine adenine dinucleotide phosphate. So these are all the non-proteinaceous moieties binded along with the protein part of the enzyme. So these are the examples as a cofactors and co-enzymes. Coming to the general characters of the enzymes. So these enzymes already told they are proteinaceous in nature and helps in the biochemical reactions. But there are unique and special properties enzymes for the enzymes. So because of these properties only, the enzymes are performing several functions, unique functions. So these are the few things to mention. They are colloidal in nature, and they are catalytic in nature, and they are highly specific in performing the chemical reactions, and they need coenzymes for activity, and they work best at the optimum temperature and pH. Some catalyzes the reversible reactions. These are the general characters of the enzymes to mention. Coming to the first character, that is colloidal in nature. So, usually the enzymes are of giant in size, ranging from 12,000 to over 1 million in size, that is Daltons in size. Because of the larger size, they look very smaller when compared to the substrate and active site. That is why they are very, very larger when compared to the active sites and substrates, and they are having very low rates of the diffusion. That is why they do not diffuse very rapidly into the water. That is why they form the colloidal substances in the water, and they are non-dialysable. But some of the enzymes are dialysable, and they will be dissociated into the water in the form of a coenzymes. So, how these enzymes are becoming colloidal means, because of the low rates of the diffusion, the enzymes are becoming colloidal substances in the water. So, because of this giant size and low rates of diffusion, the enzymes are exhibiting the colloidal nature of the enzyme, property of the enzyme. Coming to the catalytic nature of the enzymes, all the enzymes have a unique property. That means there is a virtual absence of the side chains, and this catalytic efficiency of the enzyme is explained based on the turnover number or molecular activity of the enzymes. This turnover number is explained, that is number of the substrate molecules converted into the number of the products in a unit time by the completely saturated substrate. That means after utilization of the enzyme and saturation of the enzyme completely, the number of the saturated molecules converted into product molecules can be called as a turnover number. This turnover number differs from one enzyme to other enzymes. Here is the table for you, that is carbonic anhydrase, which is having a 6 lakhs turnover number. For example, this catalase, take the catalase example, where the turnover number is a 50 lakhs. That is a single molecule of catalase that is performs the biochemical reaction in which the hydrogen peroxide molecules converts into the oxygen and water in a minute. So, 50,000 molecules of H2O2 can be converted into water and oxygen in a minute. That is called as a turnover number, and also the molecular activity or catalytic efficiency of the enzymes. So, you can go through the table for different enzymes. We have given the turnover number and the enzyme specificity. So, these enzymes have varying degrees of the specificity because of the specific nature of the action. So, this is the property which is unique for enzymes. So, they must act only certain substances. So, they recognize and they catalyze a single substrate only. So, it cannot catalyze the other substrate. For example, sucrase acts only on sucrose, maltase acts on only maltose. So, sucrase do not act on maltose. So, maltase do not act on sucrase. So, there are other that means the enzyme also acts on a group of compounds belonging to the similar substrate. So, they do not only act on a single substrate, they can act also on a group of similar substrate. For example, on the phosphate group, on the sulfate group, on the hydroxyl groups, like that they act on group of the similar substrates. They also act as a particular type of the bond. That means optical isomers and geometrical isomers. So, based on the enzyme specificity, the enzymes are recognized as 4 types. That is absolute specificity, that means they catalyze only a single substrate. For example, urease catalyzes only hydrolysis of urea. And coming to the group specificity, they catalyze a group of compounds for similar substrates. For example, hexokinases adds a phosphate group to hexoses like glucose 6-phosphate, fructose 6-phosphate. Fructose 6-phosphate and glucose 6-phosphate are the similar substances called hexoses, but hexokinase adds the phosphate group to either glucose 6-phosphate or fructose 6-phosphate, and the other one is linkase, and they catalyze on the one of the two optical isomers or one of the two geometrical isomers of the compounds. For example, take the chymotrypsin, it catalyzes the hydrolysis of the peptide bond. So, these are in the form of catalyzation on which it is acting. That means the enzyme is acting whether on the single substrate or on the group or on the linkage of the bond. These are the enzyme specificity existing in living organisms. And this chemical that is biochemical catalysts also speed up the chemical reactions. So, this may be owing to the property of the three-dimensional structure of the enzymes. So, the enzyme is having a three-dimensional structure. So, not surprisingly, active site is also having the three-dimensional structure. So, this active site is made up of different amino acids. These amino acids aids in the binding of the substrate to the enzyme. There are some other sites, that means other means allosteric site, another site. It is called as another site, allosteric site. So, the enzyme possesses two sites called as the active site and allosteric site. So, active site is the catalyzing site and it binds the substrate to the enzyme, and allosteric site means it is some other site where the other molecules which inhibits the activities of the enzymes can bind. So, coming to the next property, that is thermolability. So, as these enzymes are made up of proteins, they are very sensitive to temperature. So, with decrease of the temperature, that means if the enzymes are stored at the 0 degree centigrade or below degree centigrade, they become inactive. But this is reversible. That means with increase of the temperature from 0 to or from higher to 0, the activity of the enzymes is increasing, but only at certain level it increases. After reaching to a certain level, the enzymatic activity decreases. For every rise of the 10 degree centigrade, the enzyme activity rises in 2 to 3 times, which is called as a temperature quotient. That is why we can say that a temperature quotient for enzymes is 2 to 3. Q10 is 2 to 3 for enzymes. For every 10 degrees of the temperature, the activity is increased by the 2 to 3 degrees. But after the 50 degrees centigrade, there is a rapid decline in the activity of the enzymes because of the denaturation. That means there is a breakage of the hydrogen bond and disruption of the hydrogen bonds is there. That is why they become weak and they become inactive at a higher temperature. The optimum temperature is 35 degrees centigrade. 0 degrees it becomes inactive, where we can store the enzymes. 10 degrees centigrade for weeks, but above 30 degrees centigrade it is hours, above 50 degrees centigrade it is inactive. Coming to the pH sensitivity property, pH also affects the rate of the enzyme substrate complexes. Most of the enzymes are optimum pH around 7, that is isoelectric point of the enzymes. When that is acid, when we add the acids to the solutions or in the acidic medium, they do not exhibit properly because they changes their shape. Coming to the reversibility of a reaction, the digestive enzymes are having this property, that is reversibility of a reaction. They catalyze hydrolytic reactions. For example, lipase, it catalyzes and hydrolyzes. That means a synthesis of fat from the glycerol and fatty acid, and this glycerol and fatty acid is synthesized into fat and catalyzed by the enzyme lipase. At the same time, the fats are dissociated into glycerol and fatty acid by the lipase. So, this is called as a reversibility of a reactions. Hi, good morning. Today through this presentation, I wanted to let you know about the regulation of the enzyme action. By the end of my presentation, you learn various methodologies that enzymes employ to control the metabolism. You can understand the various mechanisms present for the regulation of the enzyme activity. You also understand the mechanism of various processes like allosteric control and negative feedback inhibition, induction, repression, etc. So, why this regulation of the enzymes is essential in living organisms? We told that enzymes are very important for living organisms to finish off biochemical reactions. But there are several processes like photosynthesis, respiration, lipid metabolism, and other fatty acid metabolism, fatty acid synthesis, protein synthesis. Several biological processes are present in living organisms. All these processes are coordinated, or they are existing single like that? No, we can say that all are in coordinating with each other. How they are coordinating with each other in living organisms? By regulation of the enzymatic activity only, the various metabolic processes are coordinated, and they are also helpful in homeostasis. That means maintenance of the internal environment. That's why also the enzymatic regulation activity is needed for all living organisms. To maintain the internal environment, this process is required. So, there are generally two methods are there, that is for the regulation of the mechanism. That is, one is control of the enzyme quantity, and the other one is altering the catalytic efficiency of the enzymes. So, these are the other things which will be affecting the control of the enzyme quantity and altering the catalytic efficiency of the enzyme. So, in upcoming slides we will go one by one. First, coming to the control of the enzyme quantity, it will be affected by the altering the synthesis of the enzymes. Enzymes are proteinaceous in nature. That means they are synthesized from the amino acids. So, with increase in the synthesis of the enzyme or degradation of the enzyme, the quantity of the enzyme is depending. So, the quantity of the enzyme is depend upon the either increased synthesis of the enzyme or degradation of the enzyme. Increased in the synthesis of the enzyme actually occurs when there is an increase in the reaction rate. That means when there is a need. Otherwise, when we do not use also, there is an increase in the rate of the enzyme quantity. For example, after taking protein rich food, there is arginase increase in the liver. That means the arginase is synthesizing very rapidly in the liver after taking rich proteinaceous food. But in the starvation animals also, there is an increase in the enzyme quantity because of the non-use of the enzymes. So, that means there is no degradation. Here is an increase in the synthesis. In the starvation animals, there is no degradation. That is why altering the synthesis of enzymes or degradation of the enzymes, we can control the quantity of the enzymes. One more methodology, that is induction process. Induction is the process in which there is an increase in the enzyme quantity. That means these are the substances which increases the enzyme quantity are called as the inducers. So, based upon the response to the inducers, there are two sides of the enzymes called as the constitutive enzymes and inducible enzymes. Constitutive enzymes depends upon the concentration of the enzymes. They do not depend on the inducers, whereas inducible enzymes, they depend on the presence of the that means inducers. For example, induction of the lactase on the bacterium growing on the glucose medium is called as a inducible enzyme. So, by the induction also we can increase the quantity of the enzyme. The other method is the repression. It is opposite to the process induction. In induction process, we are increasing the quantity of the enzyme, whereas in repression, it is decreasing the rate of the synthesis of enzyme by a substance called repressor. Repressors are the molecules are having low molecular weight. Generally, they are produced at the end of the biochemical reactions. That's why it is also called as the feedback regulations. For example, take the dietary cholesterol, which decreases the synthesis of the HMG-CoA. HMG is a beta-hydroxy beta-methyl glucosyl-CoA reductase, which is the key enzyme in the cholesterol synthesis. So, if you take additional cholesterol in the food, it affects the main key enzyme in the cholesterol synthesis. So, this is the repression process, and the other factor which is affecting the control of the quantity of the enzyme is substances like substrates, coenzymes and cofactors also changes the conformation of the enzymes by decreasing the rates of the degradation. So, there is an increase in the quantity of the enzymes. Likewise, depending upon the synthesis of the enzymes and degradation of the enzymes, induction, repression, and based on the concentration of the substrate, coenzymes and cofactors, we can regulate the enzymatic activity. And the second one, that is the catalytic, altering the catalytic efficiency of the enzymes. How this catalytic efficiency of the enzymes are occurring in the living organisms? That means first one is allosteric control. Allosteric enzymes are made up of more than one protein. Generally, they are having two sites, that is a catalytic site where the enzyme binds, and the other one is a allosteric site, means another site. So, when there is a molecule, that means the molecules, if they bind to the allosteric site, if there is an increase in the synthesis of the enzyme, if there is a increase in the rate of the activity of the enzyme, then it is called as a positive effector or the allosteric induction. If effector is added to the allosteric site, then it is decreases the activity of the enzyme. Then it is called as a negative effector or allosteric inhibition. By allosteric regulation and allosteric inhibition, we can regulate the catalytic efficiency of the enzyme. Here is a figure for you where you can go through the positive allosteric regulation and negative allosteric regulation. So, this is maybe due to the positive regulator brings the changes in the shape of the active site. When this positive regulator binds to the allosteric site, it also causes changes in the active site of the enzyme. So, in that way it increases the reaction rate, whereas in negative regulator it prevents the binding of the substrate and decreases the reaction rate. The other mechanism is feedback inhibition. Feedback inhibition is an enzyme which that is the end product which inhibits the enzyme early in the metabolic pathway. In the figure you are looking at it is a simple feedback loop where the final product is interfering with the enzymatic activity in the early pathway. So, this feedback control can be used for the decreasing the activity of the chromosome. There are two processes in the similar way, like negative feedback, negative effect and positive effect. Feedback regulation is there, feedback control is also there. Coming to the covalent modification, it is the modifications of the enzymes where by the formation of the covalent bond, the activity of the enzymes are changing. Covalent modification is reversible. That means a polypeptide chain is attached to the group by the covalent bond. So, the other ones are zymogens or proenzymes. So, zymogens and proenzymes are secreted into these tissues or cells in the form of an inactive form and can be activated later. So, generally these zymogens are having extra polypeptide chain. If this polypeptide chain will be deleted from the zymogen, then these zymogens will become active. So, these zymogens protects the tissues from auto-digestion. There are several zymogens existing in the body like chymotrypsin, prothambrin, trypsinogen, pepsinogen, procarboxypeptidase, protein elastase and fibrinogen. Generally, these zymogens become inactive either with the presence of the hydrochloric acid or with the enzymes or auto activity. That means by themselves they become active. Next is a covalent modification. So, covalent modification already we discussed. That means by the adding of the phosphate group to the substances, we can changes the properties of the enzymes or catalytic efficiency of the enzymes. And phosphorylation, this is the general process where it can be added, that is phosphate group can be added to the moiety of the protein moiety of the enzyme. By the addition of this phosphate group, it can be activated. It can also be deactivated by the removal of the phosphate group. This is called as the dephosphorylation, and addition of the phosphate group is called as the phosphorylation. Sometimes the phosphorylation is essential, and some for enzymes dephosphorylation. So, addition or deletion of the phosphate groups are also makes the enzymes active or inactive. And the final one, that is the protein-protein interactions. So, proteins are made up of catalytic sites and regulatory sites. So, here is a protein kinase enzyme made up of the two catalytic sites and two regulatory sites. So, in the form of a 2C and 2R sites, the pKa is inactive. By the addition of this cyclic adenosine monophosphate to the protein kinase amylase, so the 2R sites will be removed. So, by removing the 2Rs or 2 catalytic sites, the pKa will become active. So, these are the mechanisms. Through this mechanism, the enzyme activity can be regulated. Hi, good morning. Here is a presentation for you in which I am giving the details of the mechanism of enzyme action. By the end of my lecture, you are able to understand the activation energy and the knowledge about the enzyme substrate interactions and the formation of the enzyme substrate complex dissociating into the products, and there are other mechanisms which explains the mechanism of enzyme action. So, by the end of my lecture, you are coming through all these topics. So, coming to the enzyme substrate complex, so the enzyme substrate, that means the enzyme molecule and the substrate molecules combine or react with each other to form a enzyme substrate complex, which is the intermediate complex in a chemical reaction. So, the enzyme substrate reactions will be finished in the two steps. In the first step, that is enzyme combines with the or collides with the substrate and reacts to form a enzyme substrate complex, which is intermediate complex. Here I am showing that this is a reversible reaction, means at this point the enzyme substrate complex can be dissociated or can break apart into the enzyme and substrate. That is why the first step is a reversible reaction. In the next step, an enzyme product complex is formed. Enzyme substrate complex is converting into the enzyme product complex by the catalyzing property of the enzyme. When the enzyme substrate complex is ready, then enzyme product complex is formed by the catalyzing action of the enzyme. Finally, the enzyme substrate, that is product complex, is releasing the product. So, it is completing in two steps. That is, in the first step, enzyme combines with the substrate forming the enzyme substrate complex. Enzyme substrate complex converts into the enzyme product complex. Enzyme product complex finally converts into the products. So, this is the basic reaction steps occurring in the enzyme substrate reactions. So, is only the enzyme substrate are only participating, or is there any factor which is making the process that means decreasing the time of the reaction? Yes, there is enzymes not only combines with the substrate molecule, it also finish of the reaction, biochemical reaction, by decreasing the activation energy. We all know that all the chemical reactions require some amount of energy which is called as a chemical energy. It is the first push or to start the reaction, this energy is required, and this energy is called as the activation energy. In this diagram, I am showing how this enzymes lowers the reaction's activation energy. So, by combining with the substrate, enzyme molecule before converting into the products, they are also lowering the activation energy. So, in the first diagram A, without enzyme, the lactose molecule that is dissociating into glucose and galactose. That means there is no activation energy without enzyme. Here only for the lactose, that itself is dissociating into glucose and galactose. But with the addition of the enzyme lactase, that is the same reaction is occurring. The lactose is dissociating into the glucose and galactose, but only the change is lactase is added to the lactose. See, there is a difference between the activation energy from A to B. In that way, we can change the activation energy without the enzyme or with adding the enzyme. So, with adding of the enzyme, there is a possibility in the decrease of the activation energy. So, through this only we can the enzymes are performing the biochemical reactions very efficiently. And the other factor is the substrate concentration. Without the substrate, the enzymes do not perform the biochemical reactions. That is why the substrate concentration is also very important for the biochemical reactions. When there is an increase in the substrate concentration, there is an increase in the velocity of the reaction. That means there is an increase in the activity of the enzyme. But after reaching certain points, it becomes saturated. Then the enzymes, that is the substrate concentration becomes the limiting factor. Then the substrate must be added extraneously to the reaction. So, by increasing the substrate concentration to reach the maximum velocity, for the perfect enzymatic efficiency, the substrate must be continuously added in the biochemical reaction. To explain the mechanism of the enzymatic activity, there are two models, that is lock and key model and induced fit model. That means it is not a process, it is a mechanism. Why we are calling it as a mechanism? Mechanism is something that is natural and it is a established procedure where it is meant for to finish off certain things. That is why we are calling it as a mechanism for enzymatic activity. It is not a enzymatic activity processes. Coming to the lock and key model, it is proposed by the Emil Fischer. In the lock and key model, we can say that there is a lock and key. The term itself, it is showing that there is something like a lock and key. With a perfect key only we can open the lock. So, Emil Fischer postulated or presumed that the active sites of the enzymes are rigid structures. So, due to the rigid structures only the substrate is not changing its shape. So, certain active sites only fixed into the certain substrate. So, the active sites which are suitable to unique substrates only, they fit into the active sites. So, there must be a perfect fit between the enzyme and substrate. Without this fit, the substrate enzyme substrate complex will not be formed. So, it can be compared with the lock and key. A suitable key only opens the suitable lock. That means a suitable key is compared with the enzyme which will be fit into a that is a perfect hole which is called as the active site, which opens the lock, that is the substrate. So, key is enzyme, hole is the active site, and lock is the substrate. So, in this way the lock and key model explains the enzymatic action, but in this mechanism it is very good that there is no change in the structure of the enzyme, but at the same time by perfect fitting, that is binding between the enzyme and the substrate, the enzyme substrate complex is forming, and it is no longer the substrate fit into the enzyme, it has to be dissociated. So, releasing the enzyme freely and converting into the products. So, there is a evidences also for existence of this ES complexes. The electron microscopic studies says that ES complexes are existing, and the physical properties are also changing when the ES complexes are formed. So, through this also we can say that there is a formation of ES complexes in the biochemical reactions, and the spectroscopic characters are also changes while formation of the enzyme substrate complexes. The stereospecificity of the enzyme complexes are also having higher order reaction, and they can be isolated in pure form. Apart from all this lock and key model, it is not adequately explained the mechanism of the enzymatic activity because of the rigidity of the active site of the enzyme. So, as the enzymes are having a rigid non-flexible structures called as the active sites, so without perfect fit between the substrate and enzyme, the enzyme substrate complexes will not be formed, but this explanation will not be adequate. That is why Koshland proposed one model called as a induced fit model. So, according to it, that means there is a mechanical interaction between the active site of the enzyme and the substrate. Of course, in lock and key model also there is a that is a mechanical interaction between the active site and enzyme. There we are saying that active site is a rigid structure, whereas in this induced fit model of the enzyme, there is no change in the shape and structure of the enzyme. So, the enzyme changes upon exposure of the enzyme to the substrate, the enzyme itself changes the shape, and the substrate is fit perfectly into the enzyme for forming the enzyme substrate complex. So, the shapes of the enzyme and the active sites and the substrate adjust to the maximum to fit, which improves the catalysis. So, here the shape is not rigid, where the shape is not rigid, and according to the need of the substrate, that is according to the substrate, the shape of the enzyme is changing. So, amino acids aid in bringing of the substrate to the active site. So, there is a greater range for the substrate specificity in the induced fit model. So, there are possibilities, three possibilities for the conformational changes. Whenever there is a change in the conformation of the enzyme, upon exposure of the enzyme to the substrate, in the first thing the enzyme must undergo conformation first, then bind the substrate. In the second thing, substrate may bound first, later conformation changes. Both the process occur simultaneously. So, according to the Koshland, due to these three possibilities, conformational changes are occurring in the enzyme substrate complex formation. So, here is a figure. This is the graphic representation. We can take the example induced fit theory. So, the magenta color, that is magenta molecule, that is the green color, where the enzyme protein is represented by green and cyan colors. So, the cyan colored protein is used more sharply to define the active site, and the protein chains are very flexible and they fit around the substrate, that is pink color. So, this pink color is fitting into the that is between the cyan and green colored structure because of the flexible structures of the protein. So that's why in induced fit theory, the enzyme changes according to the substrate, that is substrate. So the conformational changes brought by the substrate only, not by the enzyme. Whereas in the lock and key model, the active sites are rigid structure, non-flexible structure. Whereas in the induced fit model, the structures are not rigid and they are very flexible to act, that means to bind the enzyme and substrate to form the enzyme substrate complex. So these are the two mechanisms existing. And the most acceptable model is, and more preferable model to lock and key theory is induced fit model.
Hello, my dear students. This is B. Ramesh Chandra Babu, lecturer in mathematics, PVKN Government Degree College, Autonomous, Chittoor. I am happy to share this session on the topic plane. So, if you observe this slide, the plane, and here I have kept a telescope. So, the geometry plays very important role to understand the world of mathematics. Did you smile today? I hope. So, the best medicine without side effects is smiling. Keep it with you always. So, a true friend, he is the true friend, he is helping his friend. Okay? Let me share one incident which occurred in the life of Einstein. So, when Einstein was not so famous, he became very popular after E equal to mc square, but previously he was not so much familiar to the people. One incident occurred in the life of Einstein was when he was working on theory of relativity. He gave so many seminars and lectures on the topic theory of relativity. One day he was traveling in his car. He was very much tired and he wanted to give his lecture in some other college or university. He was so dull, so the driver asked him, sir, why are you so dull? He asked, I am not feeling well, replied by the Einstein. So if you don't mind, I will give lecture on behalf of you. Einstein was stunned. Why? Because he don't know anything about the theory of relativity. But the driver told that, sir, I have listened to your lecture so many times, so I can reproduce like a tape recorder whatever you taught in the previous lectures. So Einstein was a little bit ambiguous, but his driver was a trustworthy person, so he agreed him to deliver a lecture. So the driver sit in the back seat, and Einstein was driving to the university. Einstein introduced that car driver as a Einstein to the university people. The university people took him and highly honored him, and the lecture was started. That driver was giving very pleasantly the lecture. Einstein is also sitting one of the corners of the that auditorium. Then suddenly the people, those who are attended there, are not compliant boys, they are complicated boys. That means they think critically. So one of the guy stood up and asked some doubt that car driver. The car driver was really became faint. Suddenly a miracle thought came into the mind of that car driver, and he said that by showing the Einstein, this silly doubt can be explained by my driver, like that. So don't try to memorize the lessons, and try to understand the lessons. Okay, thank you. I hope you might have enjoyed this incident. Next, let us go to our topic. So first, an intelligent test for you. So how many animals are in this figure? I hope all of you might have identified. One is rat, cat, dog, horse, elephant, and one chimpanzee. So there are 6 animals. Being a mathematics students, you come to the next riddle. You can understand this riddle also. So what is the 3/7 of chicken and 2/3 of cat and 1/3 of goat? You have to guess the city name. So there are 7 letters. 3/7 into 7, we get 3. So you have to take 3 letters, that is CHI. Similarly, there are 3 in cat, so you have to take 2 letters, that is CA. Similarly, in goat also, so that city name is Chicago. Okay. Now let us recall the father of geometry, Euclid, and the Cartesian geometry was invented by René Descartes. Plato, I hope all of you know about Plato. He is a great philosopher. He kept a board in front of his academy stating that the people, those who don't have knowledge in geometry, don't step into my academy. So from this we can understand the importance of geometry from the ancient days. Not only it plays very important role in ancient days, now also the GPS, global positioning system, is working on the basis of our geometry. So first we have to understand, if you want to understand any subject, fundamentals are very much essential. So if you know the fundamentals, KNOW know, if you know the fundamentals, then you can make fun with the subject. Otherwise you will get the mental with the subject. So first foundation stone of geometry is the point. First one is the definition of point is the first foundation stone for the geometry. So if you take point, how do you define the point? Point is one which represents a position, but it has no magnitude. So point is one which represents a position, it has no magnitude. Both media people are watching, so I will explain whenever it is possible in Telugu also. So బిందువు అనగా మనకు స్థానాన్ని నిర్దేశించినటువంటిది, దానికి పరిమాణం అనేటువంటిది ఉండదు. అంటే పరిమాణం లేకుండా స్థానాన్ని ఎలా అది నిర్దేశిస్తుంది అని మనకు ఒక క్వశ్చన్ వస్తుంది. బట్ without magnitude, we have to, it is an axiom, we have to assume that it has no length or breadth or height. So everything is 0 to the point. So, next coming to the second definition, line segment. What do you mean by a line segment? If you take the 2 points A and B, if you join them in such a way that the distance between them must be least. So, here I have joined in 4 ways, but this red one is the line segment. I hope you understand about the line segment. Then coming to the surface, surface means an upper layer of any object is nothing but the surface. We can mathematically can tell like this, that is set of all points on the upper layer of any object is nothing but the surface. So, if you take this one, this is cell phone, the cell phone pouch is nothing but the surface of this cell phone. This is the surface of cell phone, because it has it is the upper layer, but you have to take assumption that this is a paper, it has no thickness, you have to you have to take it like that. Next, coming to the plane surface. So, what is the difference between surface and the plane surface? We suppose if a person is having some diabetic, how can he know that he is a diabetic or not? You have to do some blood test. So, similarly, if you want to check whether the given surface is a plane surface or not, you have to do the following test. What is that test? You have to take any 2 points on the given surface. First, you have to take any 2 points, that is important. So, you have to take anywhere on the given surface, you have to take anywhere 2 points and join them by a line segment. If every point on the line segment lies on the given surface, then that surface is called as plane surface. So, let me give one example. So, here I have drawn 2 figures. So, in this, which one is the plane surface and which one is not a plane surface, we can understand by doing the simple test. You have to take any 2 points on the given surface and you have to join them by a line segment. Sorry. So, if all the points on this line segment lies on the given surface, then it is a plane surface. You can take anywhere on the given surface. So, is it a plane surface or not? Yes, it is a plane surface. Wherever you take any 2 points and join them by a line segment, and all the points on that line segment lies on the given surface itself. Suppose if you take another surface, this one here, if you take 1 point here and another point here, if you join them by a line segment, here all the points outside the so many points, usually we can we know that infinitely many points are in the on the line segment. So, there are infinitely many points lying outside this surface. So, this surface is not a plane surface. So, this is the plane surface. Next, I want to show one more example. Suppose this is the this is also one of the surface. Is it a plane surface or not? This is also not a plane surface. Again, you have to do the same test. So, if you take here 1 point and one more point here and join them by a line segment, all the points lies on this surface. But if you take 1 point here, but one more point here, if you join them by a line segment, but those points in between these two won't lie on the given surface. So, it is not a plane surface. So, we know about the plane and then coordinate plane. So, this is nothing but a graph paper. We will take the x axis and y axis and we will give the numbering, that means scaling is available in this plane. Next, coming to the third one, first of all we should know the what is meant by a 3-dimension space. 3-dimension means 3 measurements. What are those measurements? Length, breadth, height. If you take a point, it has no length, breadth, height. So, its dimension is 0. If you take a line segment, it has only length. If you take a square or rectangle, then here the length and breadth are available. So, 2 measurements are available. Therefore, it is a 2-dimension space, 2-dimension figure. If you come to this cube or cuboid, here there are 3 measurements, length, breadth, height. Therefore, it is a 3-dimension object. So, similarly we can identify the dimensions of any figure in geometry. So, coming to the 3-dimensional space, I hope all of you know about the 3-dimensional space. So, x axis, y axis, z axis. So, this is the first octant, we will call this as the, this space is called the first octant, this is second octant, third octant, fourth octant, similarly 8 octants. So, in front 4, back side also 4. Whenever it is required, this first octant I will show like this. So, whenever I show like this, this is the first octant. So, this is the x axis and it is the y axis, y axis, z axis. This is the first octant. I hope all of you know about the coordinates. Next, just now we know about the plane surface. So, now let us know which equation represents the plane surface. Every first degree equation in x, y, z will represent a plane. So, what is the first degree equation in x? Ax plus b equal to 0. What is the first degree equation in x and y? Ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. Similarly, what is the first degree equation in x, y, z? Ax plus by plus cz plus d equal to 0. So, whenever you see this equation represents a plane surface. Now, we will prove how, now let us check this surface, this equation represents the plane surface or not. So, I have to do the same test with this equation. So, let us assume that this equation represents some surface. First we do not know whether it represents a plane surface or not. Later we will conclude that it represents a plane surface. Let us assume that the surface represented by the given equation is this one. So, how cleverly our mathematicians proved this theorem, we have to hats off to the mathematician who got this thought at the first time. It is why? Because so taking 2 points anywhere on the plane is itself a tough job, but they took 2 points A x1 y1 z1 and B x2 y2 z2. So, these two may be anywhere in the anywhere on the given surface, and again we have taken 2 points and we join those 2 points by a line segment. Now, we have to check every point, whether every point on this line segment lies on the given surface or not. So, it is a very tough job to check each and every point, because infinitely many points lies on this line segment. Therefore, it is a very tough job to check whether all the points lies on the given surface or not. So, here really we should appreciate the brain of the first mathematician who proved this one. So, he took a point which divides this line segment in the ratio m is to n. That means, suppose if it is a 5 parts, suppose 5 centimeters length, this is 3 and this is 2. So, if you change the m and n values, that means we have to give the integer values, because it is a ratio and it should have the physical meaning. That means, if I ask you to give a 5 centimeter rod, you can give, but if I ask you to give minus 5 centimeter rod, but it is a meaningless. So, here suppose AB line segment is a 5 centimeter, then it is okay. If you can we have a minus 5 centimeter length of line segment, it is meaningless. So, this m and n must be a positive integers. If we change the values of m and n, we will get all the points on this line segment. So, there lies the cleverness of that mathematician. Okay. Now, this point, these 2 points lies on the given surface. Therefore, we will substitute this point and this point in the given equation. If this point lies on that, this point should satisfy the plane equation. So, we are having these 2 equations. Now, I will find the point C which divides m is to n in the ratio of this line segment. Those point is nothing but the mx2 plus nx1 my2 plus ny1 by m plus n, like this. So, if it is the really lies on this plane, it should satisfy the given plane equation. Now, I will substitute these coordinates into the plane equation, in this plane equation. So, I will get this after substituting this. M plus n is a denominator common, let us take it as a common factor, and we will have remaining, but here we have to take the n also common factor. So, now if you take n as a common factor, a x1 here, b y1 here, c z1, we will have these are the remaining factors. And here while you are taking this m plus n, you will get m plus n here. So, if you take n as a common factor, you will get d. So, similarly this one, by taking the m as a common factor, we will get this one. If you observe this, this is nothing but in the previous slide, this is the 0, that is ax1 plus by1 plus cz1 plus d equal to 0. Similarly this one is also 0. So, these two are 0, we will get 0. So, 0 is equal to 0. Therefore, ax plus by, this point, every point on this line segment lies on the given surface. Therefore, the surface represented by this equation is a plane surface, that is nothing but ax plus by plus cz plus d equal to 0. So, we will meet after the break. So, here is before going to the various forms of the plane, let us know about the position vector and what is the difference between position vector and a coordinate of a point. In 3-dimensional geometry, if you take a point, this is the coordinates, we will get the only length only. If we take the 3-dimensional vector space, we will get the length and also direction. And we should know about the DCs and DRs. If this is the straight line, coordinates are the address for the point. Similarly, the DCs, direction cosines, are the address for the line in 3-dimensional space. So, how do you define this DCs? DCs means direction cosines. So, if this line makes an angle alpha with the x axis and beta with the y axis and gamma with the z axis, then cos alpha, cos beta, cos gamma are called the DCs if cos square alpha plus cos square beta plus cos square gamma is equal to 1. So, we can find all the DCs of the each x axis, y axis, z axis, DCs and DRs. So, you are very familiar about this one. If you multiply this DCs with some constant, you will get a comma 0 comma 0. So, if the length is if sum of the squares of this is equal to 1, then it is DCs. If sum of the squares of the given 3 coordinates are 3 numbers are not 1, then it is called DRs. So, whenever you are looking this ax plus by plus cz plus d equal to 0, here a, b, c are the DRs of the plane. We will call this ABC as the DRs of the plane, where this ABC represents the direction cosines of the perpendicular line to the given plane. So, whenever I gave this equation, you can tell the DRs of the that plane. DRs of the plane means the DRs of the line perpendicular to that plane. Next, and also the soul of today's concept is this one. So, if you know the two points, you can do all the equations in a plane. So, what is that? If the condition for two vectors to be perpendicular is a dot b equal to 0. A dot b equal to 0 is the condition for the two vectors to be perpendicular. Similarly, if 3 vectors lies on the same plane, if 3 vectors lies on the same plane, then the scalar triple product will be 0. So, these two concepts we will use while deriving the various forms of the plane. First one is normal form. So, normal form means here whenever you are finding or deriving a formula, what is given, what formula you are going to derive, and you must be able to show in the figure. So whenever you find the red line, that is the we are going to find the equation of that plane. Wherever you find the red mark in the figure, we are going to find the plane equation. So here in normal form, a plane is at a distance small p units from the origin, and the DCs of that plane is L, M, N. So we are given by a DCs of the plane and the distance from the origin to the plane. So here we use one formula, that is the orthogonal projection formula. So this is x1, this is x1 y1 z1, and it is x2 y2 z2, and this OM, the DCs of OM is ABC. Then the orthogonal projection is nothing but L into x minus x1 x2 minus x1 and m into y2 minus y1 plus n into z2 minus z1 mod within the mod. So we use that formula. So before that, this p is any point on the plane. We are given by LMN and p. So this is the distance, OM is the distance p, and this LMN is the DCs of OM. So we can write OM bar as a normal vector, that is n bar, that is Li plus Mj plus Nk. We have taken some point, any point on the plane, that is its position vector is xi plus yj plus zk. Now we will find the orthogonal projection. So that is nothing but the OM orthogonal projection is equal to, as I said earlier, so we get this formula. So this is nothing but n bar dot r bar. So n bar is Li plus Mj plus Nk, r bar is xi plus yj plus zk. So p is equal to this one. If this plane does not passes through the origin, if this plane passes through the origin, then p will be 0, this perpendicular distance will be 0. So p is equal to 0, and OM is also becomes 0. Here OM also becomes 0 bar. So therefore the OM bar dot r bar will become 0. So in this case also the plane equation is Lx plus My plus Nz is equal to 0. In both the cases, the normal form of the plane equation is Lx plus My plus Nz is equal to p. Next, coming to the second one, one point form. One point form means if we are given by a point and drs of the required plane, the plane which we are going to find, the equation which we are going to find, then the formula is a into x minus x1 plus this one is the formula. So how we get this formula? As I said, the soul of this session is only 2 points, that is a bar dot b bar is equal to 0, a b are perpendicular, and if 3 vectors lies on the same plane, then the STP will be 0. So coming to here, given point A is here, that is x1 y1 z1, and the p is any point, that is x comma y comma z. We can find AP bar, that is x minus x1 I bar, y minus y1 j bar, z minus z1 k bar, and DRs are ABC. So if you take a plane and the line and normal, if you take the normal, this will be perpendicular. If you take any line on this plane, that line will be perpendicular to this one. So these two are perpendicular, the dot product must be 0. So this is nothing but the dot product, that is AI Bj Ck dot this x minus x1 I etc. So we can obtain the equation. Coming to the equation, to find the equations of coordinate planes, as I said, this is the first, let us assume that this is the first octant. So this is x axis, y axis, z axis. Suppose if I want to find the equation of the xy plane, xy plane means the plane passing through the x axis and y axis. So if you want to find this equation, this plane passes through the origin, and also z axis is the normal to this plane. So DCs of this plane, this line is 0, 0, 1, and this plane passing through the origin, the point is 0, 0, 0. So one point form, we can use the one point form. So 0 into x minus 0 into x minus 0 and 0 into y minus 0, c into z minus 0. So finally we will get z is equal to 0. So we can remember this just we are having x, y, z 3. If we want to find the equation of x, y plane, the third one x and y, you leave it and you will have only z only. So z is equal to 0. Similarly, y z plane equation is x equal to 0, z x plane is y is equal to 0. Next, coming to the planes parallel to the coordinate planes. Suppose if you take this the xy plane, I want to find the equation of the plane which is at a distance 5 units from the xy plane. So this distance is 5 units. So this point is 0, 0, 5. We can use this this plane, the plane which is parallel to the xy plane is passing through the point 0, 0, 5. So that is the point, and z axis DCs are the DCs of this plane, or DRs, we can take it as a DRs also. So whenever you want to use a DRs, there you can use the DCs also. But if you are using the DCs, then you have to use only DCs. There you should not use the DRs. సో ఈ XY తలానికి సమాంతరంగా ఉండేటువంటి ఈ తలం సమీకరణం మనం కనుక్కోవాలంటే అప్పుడు ఆ బిందువు వచ్చి 0, 0, 5, దీని DCs వచ్చి 0, 0, 1. సో మనం ఫార్ములా ఏమవుతుందంటే z is equal to 5 వస్తుంది. అలా సిమిలర్లీ వీ కెన్ గెట్ ద ఈక్వేషన్ ఆఫ్ ది ప్లేన్ ప్యారలల్ టు YZ plane is x equal to 5. Similarly, if you take the plane parallel to XY plane, that is z equal to 5. If you take the plane parallel to ZX, that is y is equal to 5. This is y is equal to 5, and this is if you take the plane parallel to YZ plane, that is x equal to 5. Next, coming to the next equation of the plane. Suppose if you are given by a plane, suppose the green, whenever you find the green in the figure, that is given, and red is we have to find. So the equation of any plane which is parallel to the given plane will be ax plus by plus cz plus d equal to here d, here we will take k, only constant will get changed. Why? Because these two planes are perpendicular to the line, same line. So the DCs of or DRs of this line can be taken as the DRs of this plane also. So we are having these two are equal, only constant will change. Next, 2-point form. If we take the 2-point form, we are given by 2 points, that is ax1 y1 b z1 and bx2 y2 z2, and we are given by a plane perpendicular to the required plane. Now I am going to find the equation of the plane which is passing through these 2 points and perpendicular to this plane. So if you observe this figure, the green it is given. So the red one I am going to find. This red plane is passing through ax1 y1 z1 and bx2 y2 z2, and we are taking one more point anywhere on the plane as x, y, z. So you can find the DRs of this one. That is nothing but the x minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1. So DRs of AP is that one. Similarly, we can find the DRs of this one also, AB. So that is x2 minus x1, y2 minus 1, z2 minus z1. So if you take the cross product of these two, we will get the A bar cross B bar. This is the vector which is perpendicular to both the lines. This line will be perpendicular to the now the required plane is perpendicular to this green plane. If you take the DRs of this plane, the plane equation is given here, ax plus by plus cz is given here. So the DRs of the line perpendicular to the green plane is this black one. So these two will be perpendicular. These two are cross product and this is the dot product. So A bar cross B bar dot C bar, that is nothing but the STP. So we are using the same STP formula in proving all the next theorem also. So here we will get the formula as x2 first one x minus x1, y minus y1 is the DRs of this AP, and second one x2 minus x1 is the second row, and the third one is the DRs of this line is ABC. So we can, using this formula, we can find the equation of the plane which is passing through these 2 points and perpendicular to the given plane. Next, 3-point form. So if you want to find, suppose if you are given by 3 points, the required plane is passing through these 3 points, then we are applying the same STP definition. That means we are given by 3 points, A, B, C, 3 points. These 3 points are on the required plane. Next, we have to take 1 point anywhere on the required plane, that is P x comma y comma z. So we will find the AB bar, AC bar and AP bar. So these 3 vectors are lying on the required plane. So the condition for 3 vectors to be a coplanar is nothing but STP of ABC must be 0. So we will get the STP is nothing but this determinant. So we will get the equation of this plane by using this formula. Next, intercept form. So intercept form of a plane, various forms, we have discussed various forms, that is first one normal form, 1-point form, 2-point form, 3-point form. Here one more thing you have to remember here from this. So passing through 2 points and perpendicular to the plane means the same it is this is same as the plane, the line parallel to the plane parallel to the line with DR's ABC. What I mean to say is, if you are finding a plane equation which is perpendicular to the plane, he can give as a perpendicular plane or a parallel line with DCs. The same DCs we are taking here. So here while proving this, this plane is perpendicular to this green plane. We can say, if you are telling about the plane, it is perpendicular to the required plane. If you are saying about the line, that is nothing but the normal of this plane, so that will be parallel to the given plane. So while solving the problems, you should keep in mind that a plane perpendicular to the required plane means is same as the line with line which is parallel to the required plane. Okay. So here also we have now we are going to prove the equation, that is intercept form. So here intercept form means, first of all we should know what is meant by a x-intercept, y-intercept and z-intercept. So the distance between the origin and the point of intersection of x-axis, this length is nothing but the x-intercept. Similarly, this is the y-intercept. So if we know the 3 intercepts, we can find the equation of the plane in intercept form. So this is also, suppose if we take the point where this plane meets the x-axis, that is nothing but a comma 0. Similarly, the point of intersection of the required plane and the y-axis is 0 b 0. So we know the intercepts, so we can write the coordinates of these 3 points. So if you know the 3 points, as just we proved earlier, using this same formula, we can find the equation of the plane in intercept form, that is nothing but the x by a plus y by a, y by b plus z by c is equal to 1. So next last one is a plane which is perpendicular to the 2 planes and passing through the point. Now we are given by 2 planes, that is a1 x1, b1 y1 etc. and a2 x2, b2 y etc. So we are given by these 2 planes. I have represented this pink equation as a pink plane and this one is the green plane. So now I want to find the equation of this red one. So how can I find this one? I need the here he is given one more point also, and given plane is passing through the this point x1 y1 z1. So here a x1 y1 z1 is given here, and we have to take any point on the required plane, that is p x comma y comma z. We will we can find the DRs of this AP line segment. so we know the DRs of this one, and here it is given that the pink plane DRs are A1, B1, C1. So this black line DRs are A1, B1, C1. Similarly, this black line, the green DRs of the green plane is A2, B2, C2. So we know these two. If you do the cross product, we will get the DRs of this line, this vector. We will get this vector. So this vector is perpendicular to this AP. So similarly, we have the dot product of these two must be 0. That is, this is A bar, this is B bar. So if you do the cross product, you will get this one, that is A bar cross B bar, and you have to take the dot product with this. So you will get the STP as 0. So that means if you want to find the equation of the plane passing through one point and perpendicular to these two planes, we will get the formula like this. Instead of giving this formula, instead of giving this plane, he can also tell that find the equation of the plane which is parallel to two given lines and passing through this point, then also the same formula applies. So let us meet after the short break. So now let us discuss how to solve the problems. Suppose if we are given by a 2 points, if we are given by a 2 points, so that is A x 1, 2, 3 and B 1, 1, 2. So find the equation of the plane which is perpendicular, which is a perpendicular bisector of this line segment joining AB. This is the line segment joining AB. Now we have to find the equation of the plane which bisects the given line segment perpendicularly. So this is the plane which we are going to find. So if I want to use the 1 point form, which equation we have to use, let us come to the conclusion. So here 2 points are given. Can we find a point on this plane? So that point is nothing but the midpoint of this line segment. So we can find the midpoint of these 2 points. So midpoint of this is nothing but C. Let us assume that C, that is 1, 3 by 2, 5 by 2. Okay. So this is the point, and DRs of this, we need the DRs of this plane. So that is nothing but the perpendicular line, which is a line perpendicular to this required plane. So DRs means x2 minus x1, 0, minus 1, minus 1. So we know the DRs A, B, C and the point x1, y1, z1. We can use 1 point form, A into x minus x1, B into y minus y1 plus C into z minus z1, like that. Next, so here we can find, we can use the 1 point form. We used 1 point form only. Now we can use the 3 point or 2 point form. Suppose if you are given by the if you are given by a point 1, 2, 3 and one more point minus 1, 2, 1, 2 points, you are given by 2 points, and you have to find the equation of the plane passing through these 2 points and perpendicular to the plane, that is 2x minus y plus z plus 5 is equal to 0. So how can we find this one? just using the formula, that is we are given by 2 points. So, x minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1. Determinant, just we discussed earlier. Another one is x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1. The drs 2 minus 1, 1. So, if you solve this determinant, you will get the equation of the plane passing through these 2 points and perpendicular to this line, this plane. Otherwise, you can also ask like this: find the equation of the plane passing through these 2 lines, and the line with drs 2 comma minus 4 comma 1, the required plane is parallel to the line with the drs this one. Next, coming to the next problem, if you are given by 3 points, we can use directly that formula. Next, that is about the problems. Next, coming to the whenever you are studying about so whenever you are studying about some formula, you have to analyze like this. So, first you have to take the first what is given, what you are going to find, for to find our requirement, which formula we have to use, and you have to represent in the diagram also which is given and which is you are going to find. Like this you have to analyze each formula, then only you can keep in your mind, you can memorize that one. So, first let us know what is given here. So, here when do we apply this formula? 1 point form. So, required plane, you should know the drs of the required plane and a point on the required plane. Okay. So, similarly you have to analyze this one. All formulas you have to analyze like this, then you can remember all the formulas. Now, let me show one. Now, let me show one innovative thought which came to my mind is using this simple instrument. Using this simple instrument, we can find the equation of any 3D object. That is, first one is, if you want to find the, let us take this plane. Let us assume that this is a plane. So, if I keep like this, its equation, we can find its equation. So, how can we find its equation? Here we have to take 3 points. One is here, and another one is here, and one here. So, we can write the coordinates of those 3 points, and basing on the coordinates of those 3 points, we can find the equation of this plane. If you place this plane like this, again you can use the same formula to find the equation of the plane. Not only for the plane, we can also find the equation of any 3D object that which comes comes in our syllabus. That is this sphere. Suppose if I keep this sphere here, I can find the equation of this sphere. So, how can I find? I can find the coordinates of center coordinates for this sphere using this graph scaling. So, suppose the first let us take this point, then let us assume that this is 5 centimeters, this is 5 centimeters, and this is 6 centimeters, this is 6 centimeters. So, this is, let us assume that this is the x axis. So, this distance is 5 units coordinate, and this is 6. So, this is the y coordinate, and the radius of this sphere can be found. So, its radius is 3 centimeters, means the z coordinate is 3. So, that point, the center of this sphere is nothing but if this distance is 2 and this is 3 and this is 4. So, we can find the equation of this sphere. Similarly, we can find the equations of this cylinder and also the cone. We can find the equations of this cone also. Right circular cone equation, we know the right circular cone equation. We can find the vertex coordinates and the radius of the cone also. So there is one quote by Confucius, a Chinese philosopher. He said that if I listen, I may forget. If I see, I may remember. If I do, I can understand. So if you do by this activity, you can understand the concept of 3D concepts. You can find all the, you can understand all the 3D concepts. Next, now let us summarize the equations which we discussed now. Number one, first one is standard equation. Ax plus by plus cz plus d equal to 0 is the standard equation of the plane, where ABC represents the drs of the line perpendicular to the plane. Next, coming to the second one, normal form. Lx plus my plus nz is equal to p. P is the perpendicular distance from the origin to the required plane, and Lmn are the DCs of the plane. That means the line perpendicular to the required plane. Next, one point form. One point form means we will given by a one point and drs of the plane. If we are given by a point and drs of the plane, we can find the equation of the plane in one point form. That is a into x minus x1 plus b into y minus y1 plus c into z minus z1 equal to 0. Next, coming to the next one, 2 point form. That means equation of the plane passing through 2 points and perpendicular to the given plane. So this can be found by the formula, determinant formula. That means x minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1, and then x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1, ABC drs of the plane perpendicular to the required plane. We can use that formula. Here instead of asking like that, the question paper setter may ask like this also, that is, find the equation of the plane passing through the 2 points and parallel to the line whose drs are 2, 3, 4. So then also we can use the same formula. Next, coming to the equation of the plane passing through the 3 point, next one. So we are given by 3 points, we have to find the equation of the plane passing through those 3 points. That is also nothing but the determinant formula. X minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1, x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1, x3 minus x1, y3 minus y1, z3 minus z1, determinant is equal to 0. So this is the 5 forms. And another one is equation of the plane which is perpendicular to both the planes, that is nothing but this one. So if I want to find the equation of this plane is nothing but it is perpendicular to, this plane is perpendicular to both the planes. So these 2 planes need not be perpendicular. So if I want to find the equation of this plane which is perpendicular to these 2 and passing through some point, so here also I will use the same determinant formula, that is x minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1, and drs of this plane and drs of another plane. So with this let me thank the CCE for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ డియర్ స్టూడెంట్స్. మీరు లంచ్ బ్రేక్ రెడీ అవుతున్నట్టున్నారు. టుడే ఇంటి దగ్గర మీకు లంచ్ ఏం పెట్టారో మీకు ఐడియా ఉండి ఉంటుంది. ఒకవేళ ఐడియా లేకపోతే ఒకసారి మీరు లంచ్ బాక్స్ తెరిచి చూడండి. మేబీ యూ బ్రాట్ రైస్, కొంతమంది అయితే ఇడ్లీ తెచ్చుకున్నారు, కొంతమంది అయితే దోశ, చపాతీ అండ్ డిఫరెంట్ కర్రీస్, మేబీ కర్డ్ కూడా తెచ్చుకుంటారు. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనకి లంచ్ బ్రేక్లో మీకు సెలబ్రేట్ జ్యూస్ సెక్రెట్ అవుతూ ఉంటాయి, టైం వస్తుంది కాబట్టి. అయితే ఈరోజు మనం చెప్పుకోబోయేది కూడా ఫస్ట్ టాపిక్ ఏంటంటే ద ప్రాసెస్ ఆఫ్ డైజెషన్, అంటే జీర్ణక్రియ ఎలా జరుగుతుంది అనేది మనం చెప్పుకోబోతున్నాం. మనం తీసుకునే ఆహార పదార్థాలు బేసికల్గా కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్ కాను, ప్రోటీన్స్ కాను, లిపిడ్స్ కాను ఉంటాయి. వీటిలో మినరల్స్ అండ్ వైటమిన్స్ కూడా కలిసి ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. సో ఈరోజు మీరు తెచ్చుకున్న బాక్స్లో మేజర్ పోర్షన్ కార్బోహైడ్రేట్గా ఉంటుంది, అట్లాగే ప్రోటీన్స్ ఉంటాయి, అట్లాగే ఫ్యాటీ యాసిడ్స్ కానీ ఫ్యాట్స్ కానీ ఉంటాయి. ఇది ఇప్పుడు మీకు కనిపిస్తున్న ఈ స్లైడ్ చూసినట్లయితే ఒక యాలిమెంటరీ కెనాల్ మౌత్ నుంచి యానస్ వరకు కలిగి ఉన్న యాలిమెంటరీ కెనాల్లో ఒక సిరీస్ లేదా గ్రాడ్యువల్గా ఒకదాని తర్వాత ఒకటి వెళ్తూ డైజెస్ట్ అవుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఇక్కడ ఈ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్ ఏదైనప్పుడు కూడా కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్ కావచ్చు, ప్రోటీన్స్ కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే లిపిడ్స్ కావచ్చు, ఇవన్నీ కూడా డిఫరెంట్ మీడియమ్స్లో, డిఫరెంట్ ఛాంబర్స్లో ఒక యాలిమెంటరీ కెనాల్లో పాస్ అవుతున్నప్పుడు రకరకాలైన చర్యలు గురయ్యి మ్యాక్రోమాలిక్యూల్ ఉన్న ఈ ఫుడ్ సబ్స్టెన్స్ మైక్రోమాలిక్యూల్గా అయ్యి మనకి టిష్యూస్కి వెళ్ళటం అనేది, ఎనర్జీ రూపంలో వెళ్ళటం అనేది జరుగుతుంది. దిస్ ఈజ్ ద అల్టిమేట్ ప్రాసెస్. ఇక్కడ మీరు ఈ పిక్చర్ని గమనించినట్లయితే ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇక్కడ ఒక స్ట్రైట్ లైన్లో కనిపిస్తుంది మనకి మౌత్, ఈసోఫాగస్, స్టమక్, స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్, లార్జ్ ఇంటెస్టైన్, రెక్టమ్, యానస్. దిస్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ గ్యాస్ట్రో ఇంటెస్టైనల్ ట్రాక్ట్. ఈ ట్రాక్ట్లో దీనికి అనుబంధంగా కొన్ని గ్లాండ్స్ ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని గ్రంథులు ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. ఈ గ్రంథులు ఏమున్నాయి ఇవి మీకు అందరూ తెలిసిందే. లివర్, దిస్ ఇస్ ద బిగ్గెస్ట్ గ్లాండ్. ప్యాంక్రియాటిక్ గ్లాండ్ ఉంటుంది, గాల్ బ్లాడర్. సో ఇక్కడ సెక్రెట్ అవుతున్న ఎంజైమ్స్ కానీ జ్యూసెస్ కానీ ఈ యాలిమెంటరీ కెనాల్లో వెళ్తున్నప్పుడు రైట్ ఫ్రమ్ ద సెలైవరీ గ్లాండ్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అయిన ఈ డైజెస్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్ అంతం వరకు కొనసాగుతుంది. ఆ విధంగా మ్యాక్రోమాలిక్యూల్స్ ఏమైతే ఉన్నాయో అవి మైక్రోమాలిక్యూల్స్గా అవ్వటం, అల్టిమేట్గా కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్ అయితే గ్లూకోజ్ గాను, ప్రోటీన్స్ అయితే అమైనో ఆసిడ్స్ గాను, ఫ్యాట్స్ అయితే ఫ్యాటీ యాసిడ్స్ గాను, గ్లిజరాల్ గాను కన్వర్ట్ అయ్యి మనకి ఎసిమిలేషన్ ప్రాసెస్, అంటే లోపలికి విలైలోకి అబ్జార్బ్ అవుతుంది అనమాట. రైట్, దిస్ ఈస్ ద ఎంటైర్ ప్రాసెస్ ఇన్ జస్ట్ అబౌట్ ద డైజెస్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఈ చార్ట్లో మనకి కార్బోహైడ్రేట్ డైజెషన్ ఒక పక్కన కనిపిస్తుంది, ప్రోటీన్ డైజెషన్ ఒక పక్కన కనిపిస్తుంది, న్యూక్లిక్ యాసిడ్ డైజెషన్ అండ్ ఫ్యాట్ డైజెషన్. రైట్, ఈ విధంగా మనం చూసినట్టయితే ఇక్కడ ఒక స్కిమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ మీరు చూస్తారు. కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్ ఒరిజినల్గా దీస్ ఆర్ అవైలబుల్ యాజ్ పాలీసాకరైడ్స్, డైసాకరైడ్స్ ఆర్ స్టార్చ్, గ్లైకోజన్. అల్టిమేట్గా ఇవి గ్లూకోజ్గా, సుక్రోజ్గా, ఫ్రక్టోజ్గా కన్వర్ట్ అవ్వడం మనం చూస్తున్నాం. ఈ ప్రాసెస్ని నేను ఇప్పుడు రాబోయే స్లైడ్స్లో మీకు చెప్తాను. అలాగే ప్రోటీన్ డైజెషన్లో మనం చూసినట్టయితే ప్రోటీజెస్గా ఉండి అల్టిమేట్గా డైపెప్టైజెస్గా, కార్బాక్సిపెప్టైడేస్గా అండ్ అమైనో పెప్టైడ్స్ యొక్క ఎంజైమెటిక్ యాక్షన్లో మనకి అమైనో యాసిడ్స్గా కన్వర్ట్ అవ్వడం చూస్తున్నాం. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఎండ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రోటీన్ డైజెషన్. అండ్ న్యూక్లిక్ యాసిడ్స్ అండ్ డిఎన్ఏ, ఆర్ఎన్ఏ ఇవన్నీ కూడా న్యూక్లియోడైజెస్ ఆర్ ద ఫాస్ఫటైజెస్. కాబట్టి నైట్రోజన్ బేసిస్గా, షుగర్స్గా, ఫాస్ఫటైజెస్గా అవడం అనేది మనం గమనిస్తున్నాం. ఫైనల్గా ఇక్కడ ఫ్యాట్ డైజెషన్, ఫ్యాట్ గ్లోబ్యూల్స్ లేదా దిస్ ఇస్ ద లిపిడ్ మాలిక్యూల్. ఈ లిపిడ్స్ అన్నీ కూడా డిఫరెంట్, ఈ లిపిడ్స్ అనేది కొంచెం కాంప్లికేటెడ్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఎమల్సిఫికేషన్ అనే చర్య కూడా జరుగుతుంది దీంట్లో. ఫైనల్గా మనకి గ్లిజరాల్ అండ్ ఫ్యాటీ యాసిడ్స్గా కన్వర్ట్ అవ్వడం చూస్తున్నాం. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఎండ్ ప్రోడక్ట్. This is the schematic diagram of the entire process of digestion, right? Let us see the overview of the digestive tract. Actually, gastrointestinal tract, it consists of already what cheppunnatuga oral cavity or mouth, and pharynx, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, rectum and anus. ఈ స్కిమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్లో మీరు ఇవన్నీ కూడా గమనించవచ్చు. ఇది ఎందుకు చూపించడం జరుగుతుందంటే ఓవరాల్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ఉండాలి కాబట్టి వాట్ ఈస్ ద గ్యాస్ట్రో ఇంటెస్టైనల్ ట్రాక్ట్ అనేది మీకు తెలియాలి. దీనికి అనుబంధంగా మనం చెప్పుకున్నట్టుగా డైజెస్టివ్ గ్లాండ్స్ ఉంటాయి, రైట్ ఫ్రమ్ సెలైవరీ గ్లాండ్స్ liver, pancreas, as well as gallbladder. These are the major glands, right? Coming to the anatomy of the gastrointestinal tract, ఇక్కడ చూసినట్లయితే స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్ని క్రాస్ సెక్షన్ తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ ద సెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటెస్టైనల్ వాల్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ద సెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటెస్టైనల్ వాల్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో కాల్డ్ ఎస్ విలై. ఒక విలైలో ఏముంటుందంటే ఇక్కడ చూడండి బిల్లస్ అన్నీ కూడా సర్ఫేస్ అబ్జార్ప్షన్ పెంచడానికి ఈ విల్లస్ అనేది ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, రైట్? అనేక రకమైన ఫోల్డింగ్స్తో కలిగి ఉంటుంది. ఇది లాక్టియల్స్ ఉంటాయి, బ్లడ్ క్యాపిలరీస్, గోబ్లెట్ సెల్, ఇంటెస్టైనల్ గ్లాండ్, ఆర్టియోల్, వెన్యూల్ అండ్ లింఫాటిక్ వెసల్. ఇవన్నీ కూడా యూ కెన్ ఫైండ్ ఇన్ ఏ విలై ఆర్ ద క్రాస్ సెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ద ఇంటెస్టైన్, రైట్? The main function of the digestive tract, there are four major activities of GI tract. These activities are, one is motility, right? Motility ante propel ingested food from mouth toward rectum. Actually మీరు తీసుకున్న ఆహార ముద్ద ఏదైతే ఉందో ఈ ముద్ద నోట్లోకి పెట్టుకున్న వెంటనే ఏం చేస్తాం మనం జనరల్గా? ఇట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ చూయింగ్ అనమాట. మనం నములుతాం. బాగా నమిలిన తర్వాత ఇట్ విల్ బికమ్ ఒక బాలస్ లాగా తయారై అది అక్కడి నుంచి దాని జర్నీ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ లాంగ్ జర్నీ. మనం ఒక ఎనీ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్ ఒక డైజెస్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్ మొత్తం కంప్లీట్ అవ్వడానికి అట్లీస్ట్ ఇట్ రిక్వైర్స్ 2 to 3 hours, రైట్? నెక్స్ట్ మొటిలిటీ తర్వాత సెక్రీషన్ ఆఫ్ జ్యూస్. ఇక్కడ నోట్లోకి ఆహారం తీసుకున్న వెంటనే అసలు మీరు రుచికరం ఆహారం అనే ఆలోచన వస్తేనే మీకు సెలైవరీ జ్యూసెస్ అనేది సెక్రీట్ అవ్వడం మనం చూస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి సెకండ్ పోర్షన్ ఏంటంటే సెక్రీషన్ ఆఫ్ జ్యూసెస్ కాల్డ్ సెలైవా. ఇక్కడ ది సెలైవా ఎయిడ్స్ ఇన్ డైజెషన్ అండ్ అబ్జార్ప్షన్. యాక్చువల్లీ టోటల్ డైజెషన్ ఇక్కడ జరగదు, ఓన్లీ ఇట్ ఈజ్ ఎయిడింగ్ ఫర్ ద డైజెషన్. కాబట్టి మొటిలిటీలో ఎయిడ్ చేస్తుంది అండ్ సమ్ సార్ట్ ఆఫ్ సెలైవరీ సెక్రేషన్ ఇట్ ఈజ్ పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ మూమెంట్లో కూడా ఇట్ ఎయిడ్స్. నెక్స్ట్ డైజెషన్. ఫుడ్ ఈజ్ బ్రోకెన్ డౌన్ ఇంటూ అబ్జార్బుల్ మాలిక్యూల్స్. మనం చెప్పుకున్నాం కదా మ్యాక్రో మాలిక్యూల్స్. టేక్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు తీసుకున్న దోశ కానీ, మీరు తీసుకున్న రైస్ కానీ, మీరు తీసుకున్న ఇడ్లీ కానీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా యు ఆర్ టేకింగ్ యాజ్ ఎ మ్యాక్రో మాలిక్యూల్. కాబట్టి మ్యాక్రో మాలిక్యూల్ యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్గా డైరెక్ట్గా డైజెస్ట్ కాలేదు కాబట్టి దిస్ హ్యాస్ టు బి బ్రోకెన్ డౌన్. ఫస్ట్ ఏమవుతుంది, మెకానికల్గా మీరు ఏం చేస్తున్నారు, బ్రేక్ డౌన్ చేస్తున్నారు యూజింగ్ యువర్ జాస్, రైట్? కమింగ్ టు అంటే ఇది అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ఈ మైక్రో మాలిక్యూల్స్ బ్రోకెన్ అయిన తర్వాత మైక్రో మాలిక్యూల్స్ అయిన తర్వాత అల్టిమేట్గా ది ఫుడ్ సబ్స్టెన్స్ హ్యాస్ టు బి అబ్జార్బ్డ్. ఎక్కడ అబ్జర్వ్ అవుతుంది? The nutrients or electrolytes and water are absorbed or transported from lumen of gut GIT to blood stream. అల్టిమేట్గా బ్లడ్ స్ట్రీమ్లోకి అబ్జర్వ్ అవ్వాలి. ఆ బ్లడ్ స్ట్రీమ్లోకి అబ్జర్వ్ అయిన తర్వాత మాత్రమే ద ఫుడ్ విల్ కన్వర్టెడ్ ఇంటూ సెల్యులర్ ఎనర్జీ, రైట్? కాబట్టి దీస్ ఫోర్ ఆర్ వేరియస్ ఫంక్షన్స్ ఆఫ్ గ్యాస్ట్రోఇంటెస్టినల్ ట్రాక్ట్, రైట్? కమింగ్ టు ద స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ డైజెస్టివ్ ట్రాక్ట్. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ ద ల్యూమెన్ ఆఫ్ డైజెస్టివ్ ట్రాక్ట్. ఇట్ ఈస్ వాల్, ఇంటర్స్టిషియల్ ఫ్లూయిడ్, ఇట్ ఈస్ బ్లడ్. ఇక్కడ టిష్యూ వరకు వెళ్తుందన్నమాట. కాబట్టి మీరు ఏం చేసుకున్నారు, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డైజెస్టివ్ ట్రాక్లో ఫుడ్ వెళ్ళింది, ఇంజెక్షన్ అయింది, డైజెస్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది, మొటిలిటీ స్టార్టెడ్. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ అయిన తర్వాత అబ్జార్ప్షన్ అనేది ఇలా వెళ్ళి బ్లడ్లోకి అబ్జర్వ్ అవుతుంది. ఇది స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్, రైట్? దీంతోపాటు ఈ మొటిలిటీ అదే ఫిజికల్ యాక్టివిటీ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాంతోపాటు అండ్ చర్నింగ్ ఆఫ్ ద డైజెస్టివ్ మెటీరియల్ includes the secretion also. There are secretory glands are there. ఆ సెక్రటరీ గ్లాండ్స్ సెక్రటరీ జ్యూసెస్ సప్లై చేసిన తర్వాత లేదా సెక్రెట్ చేసిన తర్వాత దాంట్లో ఎంజైమ్స్ వీటిని డైజెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం, రైట్? నెక్స్ట్ కమింగ్ టు ద మొటిలిటీ ఇన్ ద మౌత్. 2 types of motility. One is chewing or mastication. It is a reflex in nature, right? Significance. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే breaks the food into small pieces to be easily swallowed and expose food to salivary amylase called enzyme, salivary amylase enzyme, which begins digestion of the starch. ఇక్కడ salivary amylase only starch digestion స్టార్ట్ చేస్తుంది అంతే. Help digestion of all types of food, especially cellulose containing food, that is vegetables. వెజిటబుల్స్లో మేజర్ పోర్షన్ మనకి సెల్యులోజ్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి దాన్ని కూడా మనకి డైజెస్ట్ అవ్వడానికి హెల్ప్ చేస్తుంది, రైట్? మొటిలిటీ ఇన్ ద మౌత్, చూయింగ్ ఆర్ మాస్టికేషన్, రైట్? ఇప్పుడు మనం చెప్పుకున్నట్టుగా నెక్స్ట్ కమింగ్ స్టెప్ ఏంటంటే స్వాలోయింగ్. స్వాలోయింగ్ ఈజ్ ద ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ ఫ్రమ్ మౌత్ టు స్టమక్. స్వాలోయింగ్ ఏంటంటే మింగుతాం అనమాట. మింగటం ఎక్కడి నుంచి మింగుతున్నాం? మౌత్ నుంచి స్టమక్లోకి మింగుతున్నాం. ఇట్ కన్సిస్ట్ ఆఫ్ 3 phases ఆర్ స్టెప్స్. వన్ ఈజ్ బకల్ ఫేజ్, అంటే బకల్ క్యావిటీలో ద ఫుడ్ ఈజ్ పుష్డ్ బ్యాక్ ఇంటూ ఫారింగ్స్ ఫ్రమ్ మౌత్. నోట్లోంచి ఫారింగ్స్లోకి ఫుడ్ని పుష్ చేస్తాం. ఏ విధంగా? టంగ్ ద్వారా పుష్ చేయడం అనేది విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ సెలవరీ లూబ్రికేషన్, రైట్? ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇక్కడ ఏ విధంగా హార్డ్ ప్యాలెట్ ఉంటుంది, సాఫ్ట్ ప్యాలెట్ ఉంటుంది, టంగ్ ఉంటుంది. ద ఫుడ్ వెన్ we chew and when it enters, when it mixes with the salivary juice, it becomes a bolus. ఆ bolus నుంచి ఈ విధంగా మనకి ఫుడ్ కిందకి వెళ్తుంది. టంగ్ పుషెస్ bolus against soft palate and back of mouth triggering swallowing reflex. ఈ సాఫ్ట్ ప్యాలెట్ నుంచి ఎప్పుడైతే పుష్ చేస్తుందో ఇట్ ట్రిగ్గర్స్ ద స్వాలోయింగ్ రిఫ్లెక్స్, రైట్. చూడండి, దిస్ ఎ బ్యూటీ ఆఫ్ ద స్వాలోయింగ్ మూమెంట్ ఏ విధంగా ఉంటుంది చూడండి. స్టెప్ 2, ఇక్కడ అప్పర్ ఈసోఫాగల్ స్పింక్టర్ రిలాక్సెస్ వైల్ ఎపిగ్లోటిస్ క్లోజెస్. కాబట్టి ఎక్కడెక్కడ చెక్స్ అండ్ బ్యాలెన్స్ ఉంటాయి మనకి. ఇక్కడ ఓపెన్ అయిన తర్వాత సాఫ్ట్ ప్యాలెట్ అక్కడ మళ్ళీ క్లోజ్ అవుతుందన్నమాట. సో అక్కడ ఏముంటుంది, ఈసోఫాగల్ స్పింక్టర్ ఉంటుంది. ఆ ఈసోఫాగల్ స్పింక్టర్ ఎప్పుడైతే పైన క్లోజ్ అవుతుందో దట్ ఫుడ్ విల్ నాట్ బి ఎంటర్ ఇన్ టు ఎయిర్వేస్. లేకపోతే మనకేమవుతుంది, నాసికారంధ్రంలోకి వెళ్ళి మనకి ప్రమాదం జరిగే అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి అక్కడ కూడా దెర్ ఈజ్ ఎ స్పింక్టర్. సో ఫుడ్ పాస్ త్రూ ఫ్యానింగ్స్ టు ఈసోఫాగస్. ఇక్కడ ఈసోఫాగస్లో ఏమవుతుంది, ఫుడ్ మూవ్స్ డౌన్వర్డ్ ఇన్ టు ద ఈసోఫాగస్ ప్రొపల్డ్ బై పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ వేవ్ అండ్ ఎయిడెడ్ బై గ్రావిటీ. గ్రావిటీ ఆల్సో వర్క్స్ హియర్, రైట్. మీకు తెలుసు అందరికి గ్రావిటీ అంటే ఏంటో. కాబట్టి ఆ గ్రావిటీ ద్వారా కిందకి వెళ్తుంది. నాట్ ఓన్లీ దట్, ఫుడ్ మూవ్స్ డౌన్వర్డ్ ఇంటు ద ఈసోఫాగస్ ప్రొపల్డ్ బై పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ వేవ్స్ ఆర్ పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ మూమెంట్. కాబట్టి ఈ విధమైన మూమెంట్స్ అనమాట. ఈ విధంగా ఈ మూమెంట్స్ ద్వారా మనకి ఫుడ్ అనేది కిందకి తీసుకొని వెళ్తుంది ఈసోఫాగస్ లేదా గ్యాస్ట్రోఇంటెస్టినల్ ట్రాక్ట్ నుంచి, రైట్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ద బ్యూటీ ఆఫ్ ద పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ మూమెంట్స్. కమింగ్ టు ద మొటిలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఈసోఫాగస్. ఈసోఫాగస్లోకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈసోఫాగస్ జనరల్ ఇన్ హ్యూమన్ బీయింగ్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ 25 centimeters ట్యూబ్, రైట్. 25 centimeters ట్యూబ్, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ నారో ట్యూబ్. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ ఈసోఫాగల్ స్పింక్టర్ ఎప్పుడైతే ఇక్కడ మళ్ళీ లోపలికి వెళ్ళిందో ఫుడ్ ఇక్కడ క్లోజ్ అవుతుంది. ఇట్ రిలాక్సెస్ ఈసోఫాగల్ మజిల్స్. రిలాక్స్ అవుతుంది, కాంట్రాక్ట్ అవుతుంది, రిలాక్స్ అవుతుంది. రిలాక్సింగ్, కాంట్రాక్టింగ్, రిలాక్సింగ్, కాంట్రాక్టింగ్. మీరు చూడండి ఇక్కడ ఆ విధంగా అవ్వటం వల్ల it facilitates the food substance or bolus to move up to the stomach, right. Next portion. ఈ విధంగా ఇట్ ఈస్ గార్డెడ్ బై 2 sphincters, అప్పర్ ఈసోఫాగల్ స్పింక్టర్ అండ్ లోయర్ ఈసోఫాగల్ స్పింక్టర్, రైట్. మొట్లీ ద స్టమక్ ఇన్ ద ఫుడ్ ఇన్ ద స్టమక్, రైట్. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, యూ హ్యావ్ ఫండస్ అనే పార్ట్ ఉంటుంది, కార్డియాక్ ఉంటుంది, పైలోరిక్. స్టమక్ కన్సిస్ట్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ 3 parts. The stomach consists of fundus, body and pylorus. Proximal area or fundus and body has a thin wall and contacts weakly and infrequently. Holds large volumes of food to store food because receptive relaxation. It is called receptive relaxation. And a distal area. What is distal area? The pylorus or pyloric part has a thick wall with strong and frequent peristaltic contractions that mix and propel food into the duodenum, right. Next part వచ్చేసి this is duodenum. Duodenum push చేయడానికి it has a thick wall for contraction and relaxation, right. Also distal area is responsible for gastric emptying into the duodenum. కాబట్టి duodenumలోకి అది ఫుడ్ని పాస్ చేయాలి. దీస్ ఆర్ డిఫరెంట్ మూమెంట్స్ ఇన్ ద గ్యాస్ట్రిక్ పార్ట్, రైట్. ఇక్కడ పైలోటిక్ స్పింక్టర్ ఉంటుంది. దిస్ క్లోజెస్ వెన్ ఇట్ ఎంటర్స్ ఇన్ టు ద duodenum. దిస్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ gastric peristalsis, రైట్. నెక్స్ట్ కమింగ్ టు ద స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్. అక్కడి నుంచి స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్లోకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇక్కడ మనం చూసినట్టయితే ఆల్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ డైజెస్టివ్ మెటీరియల్స్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్ హియర్, రైట్. ఇంత మనం బక్కల్ క్యావిటీలో లేకపోతే సెలవేరీ గ్లాండ్స్ దగ్గర ఒక రకమైన ఆహారం, స్టమక్ దగ్గర లిమిటెడ్ టు వన్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్స్, వేరేజ్ ఇన్ స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్ ఆల్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్స్ కెన్ బి డైజెస్టెడ్. 2 basic motility patterns exist, segmentation and peristalsis. ఇక్కడ segmentation apart from the peristalsis, segmentation అనేది కూడా జరుగుతుందన్నమాట. The motility of the small intestine serves 3 functions. One is mixing content with the enzymes, other secretions that help in digestion, and maximizing exposure of the contents to membranes of intestinal cells help absorption and digestion. ఇక్కడ villi అనే పార్ట్ ఇందా మనం చెప్పుకున్నట్టు దాని యొక్క పార్ట్ కూడా వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. సో ప్రపల్షన్ ఆఫ్ కంటెంట్స్ ఇంటూ ద లార్జ్ ఇంటెస్టైన్. స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్ నుంచి ఏమవుతుంది, లార్జ్ ఇంటెస్టైన్కి. దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ సెగ్మెంటేషన్ మూమెంట్స్ అలాంగ్ విత్ ద పెరిస్టాల్టిస్, రైట్. ఓకే, సెక్రేషన్ ఆఫ్ గ్యాస్ట్రోఇంటెస్టైన్. ఇప్పుడు వరకు మనం ఏం చెప్పుకున్నాం, ఫిజికల్ మూమెంట్ గురించి చెప్పుకున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు సెక్రేషన్స్, ఏమేమి సెక్రేషన్స్? ద టోటల్ వాల్యూమ్ ఆఫ్ GIT సెక్రేషన్స్ ఇస్ అబౌట్ 6 to 8 liters per day, right. Secretions arise from specialized cells lining of gastrointestinal tract, the pancreas, liver and gallbladder. The gastrointestinal tract secretions function to lubricate, అంటే వాటర్తో పాటు మ్యూకస్ సెక్రెట్ అవుతుంది, అండ్ ప్రొటెక్ట్, మ్యూకస్ ఈజ్ ఎ ప్రొటెక్టింగ్ లేయర్ ఆల్సో, అండ్ స్టెరిలైజ్, HCl కెన్ స్టెరిలైజ్. ద బ్యూటీ ఆఫ్ HCl, ఇక్కడ మీరు స్టమక్లో చూసినట్టయితే ఈవెన్ ఇట్ కెన్ డైజెస్ట్ స్మాల్ నెయిల్స్ ఆల్సో, స్టీల్ నెయిల్స్ని డైజెస్ట్ చేయగలదు, న్యూట్రలైజ్ బైకార్బోనేట్స్ అండ్ డైజెస్ట్ ఎంజైమ్స్, రైట్. So these are 3 pairs of salivary glands, right. sublingual, lingual, and the parotid glands are there, parotid, sublingual, and submandibular. Functions of saliva: lubricates, it cleans, dissolves, suppresses bacterial growth. It is very important. Digestive starch with amylase. Regulation of salivary secretion. So this is a regulatory part. There is autonomous regulation is there, unconditional and conditional reflexes are there. With this, the salivary secretions will be released, right? And GIT secretions in the stomach. This is actually the stomach part, the lumen of the stomach. Different cells are there, right? One is called mucus neck cell. It secretes mucus. The function of the mucus is physical barrier between lumen and epithelium, and bicarbonate. It buffers gastric acid to prevent damage to epithelium. And parietal cells ఉన్నాయి. Parietal cells లో gastric acid and intrinsic factor activates pepsin and kills bacteria. Complex with vitamin B12 to permit absorption, and enterochromaffin cells like histamine. దీంట్లో it stimulates gastric acid secretion also. And chief cells are there, the pepsin and gastric lipase. It digests proteins, digests fats also. The gastric lipase digests fats. Whereas the D cells are there, it secretes somatostatin, inhibits gastric acid secretion, right? And G cells are there, it secretes gastrin, stimulates gastric acid secretion. So మీకు ఆకలి అయినప్పుడు రిలీజ్ అయ్యేది గ్యాస్ట్రిన్, మీరు తిన్న తర్వాత రిలీజ్ అయ్యేది సోమటోస్టాటిన్. ఓకే, దీస్ ఆర్ parietal chief cells, mucus cells. So gastric, function of gastric: activates pepsinogen pepsins, provides optimum for pH of reaction of pepsins, denatures protein denaturation, helps in digestion and kills bacteria in food, helps iron ion and cation for absorption, promotes pancreatic, small intestinal bile secretion, right? So this is actually the action of pepsin. Pepsinogen actually stomach లో 2 to 3.5 pH ఉంటుంది. It becomes pepsin and it digests the pepsinogen or the protein into peptone, right? The function of mucus and intrinsic factor: mucus secretion. Soluble and insoluble mucus are secreted by cells of the stomach, right? Soluble mucus mixes with the contents of the stomach and helps to lubricate chyme. Insoluble mucus forms a protective barrier against the high acidity of the stomach content, right? Intrinsic factor helps absorption of B2 vitamin. So this is the schematic diagram of gastric secretion. ఒకసారి తర్వాత చూద్దరు కానీ మీరు. These are the pancreatic glands and different parts, right? Now coming to the pancreatic secretions. Pancreas has two functions. One is endocrine function, that secretes insulin and glucagon from islets of Langerhans, right? Exocrine function secretes of pancreatic juice. It has two components, aqueous and enzymatic, right? మీకు అందరికి కూడా ఇన్సులిన్ గురించి తెలుసు, గ్లూకాగోన్ తెలుసు, రైట్? ఇన్సులిన్ కన్నా ప్రొడక్షన్ తక్కువైనట్టయితే డయాబెటిక్ మెలిటస్ అనేది వస్తుంది కూడా మీకు తెలుసు. So pancreatic is very important gland in terms of digestion as well as endocrine function. So enzymatic component is there. The functions of pancreatic gland: starch, it will be converted into maltose or maltotriose, whereas fats can be under the influence of lipase or colipase can be converted into monoglycerine and fatty acids. The trypsinogen in the presence of enterokinase will be converted into trypsin, and chymotrypsinogen in the presence of chymotrypsin can be converted into polypeptide or carboxypeptidase into amino acid, right? This is the different food substances that will be ultimately converted into glucose, amino acids as well as fatty acids, right? So small interstitial epithelial cells, schematic diagram: chymotrypsinogen, chymotrypsin, trypsin, and in the presence of trypsinogen it becomes a trypsin, right? The regulation of pancreatic secretions: the regulation involves the stimulus from the vagus nerves, the pancreatic juices, the secretin, cholecystokinin. ఇవన్నీ కూడా రెగ్యులేషన్లో, అండ్ సెక్రెటిన్ ఆల్సో హెల్ప్స్ ఇన్ ద రెగ్యులేషన్ ఆఫ్ pancreatic secretion, right? This is again the schematic diagram you can find after my presentation. So this is the biggest 20 minutes. So this is the function of liver. Quickly I go to the very important functions of the small intestine enzymes. So dipeptides under the influence of dipeptidase become amino acids, maltose under the influence of maltase will become glucose, and lactose under the influence of lactase will become glucose and galactose, and sucrase under the influence of sucrase enzyme it will become glucose and fructose, and nucleotides under the influence of nucleotides will become nucleosides, sugars and bases, and di and monosaccharides will become under the influence of lipase will become fatty acids as glycerol, right. So these are different secretions in large intestine, and ultimately the digestion and absorption will take place in the small intestine and villi, and the digested food will be absorbed in the intestinal mucosa, and that will be converted into energy in the blood cells. This is about the digestion of the carbohydrates, proteins as well as lipids. So this is again the digestion of carbohydrates. Ultimately you will find the sucrose will be converted into glucose and fructose, the maltose will convert into glucose, and the lactose will be converted into galactose and glucose, right. Absorption will take place here, and digestion of the this is the protein digestion, and absorption will be taking place, and like here, and ultimately this is the digestion of fats, right. So the cholesterol, the fats are converted into free fatty acids that will be absorbed in the what you call chylomicrocytons in the venous system, and the absorption of fats in small intestine you can observe from this schematic diagram. This is the process of digestion in man, right. You can go through these slides. Anyway, I am leaving these slides in your LMS, right. So this is the final schematic diagram of the whole process of the chemical digestion. The carbohydrates will ultimately become the glucose, the proteins will ultimately become the amino acids, whereas the lipids, the fats ultimately become fatty acids or glycerols. The nucleic acid ultimately become the what you call nuclease, right. You can also play the video later. This is about the process of digestion in man. Thank you. Good morning friends, welcome back. Just we completed the process of digestion. Now the next part is the pulmonary ventilation. మనం దీన్నే ఊపిరి పీల్చుకోవడం లేదా శ్వాస పీల్చుకోవడం అంటాం. ఇక్కడ మనం చూసినట్టయితే బ్రీతింగ్, మీరందరూ ఒకసారి గట్టిగా శ్వాస తీసుకోండి, ఇన్హేల్ చేయండి. సో యూ కెన్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ద ఫిజికల్ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ఆఫ్ రిబ్స్, రైట్. ఓకే, జస్ట్ హోల్డ్ అండ్ రిలీజ్ ద ఆక్సిజన్ లేదా గాలి బయట విడిచండి. సో ఇక్కడ మనకి 2 ప్రాసెస్ ఉన్నాయి. వన్ ఈజ్ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్, మీరు ఇప్పుడు గాలి పీల్చుకున్నారు, అండ్ అదర్ వన్ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్పిరేషన్. జనరల్గా మనం దాని మీద ధ్యాస పెట్టినప్పుడు మాత్రమే మనకు తెలుస్తుంది గాలి పీల్చుకుంటున్నామా గాలి విడిచిపెడుతున్నామా అనేది. అట్లా కానప్పుడు ఇట్ విల్ బి ఆటోనమస్గా జరిగిపోతుంది అన్నమాట, రైట్. సో ద హ్యూమన్ రెస్పిరేటరీ సిస్టమ్ అలౌస్ వన్ టు అబ్టైన్ ఆక్సిజన్, ఎలిమినేట్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్. ఇక్కడ మనకి చూసినట్టయితే రిబ్ కేజ్ కనిపిస్తుంది, రైట్. రిబ్ కేజ్ ఇన్హేల్ అయినప్పుడు డయాఫ్రామ్ ఎలా ఉంది, అంటే ఎక్సేల్ అయినప్పుడు డయాఫ్రామ్ ఎలా ఉందో ఒకసారి గమనించండి. రైట్, ఇక్కడ ఈ డయాఫ్రామ్. ద ప్రాసెస్ ఆఫ్ రెస్పిరేషన్ లేదా శ్వాస ప్రక్రియ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే పల్మరీ వెంటిలేషన్, బ్రీతింగ్ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఎయిర్ ఇంటూ అండ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ లంగ్స్, దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ద పల్మరీ వెంటిలేషన్. పల్మరీ వెంటిలేషన్ అంటే బ్రీతింగ్ ఇన్ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఎయిర్ ఇంటూ అండ్ అవుట్ ఫ్రమ్ ద లంగ్స్. అండ్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ రెస్పిరేషన్ అంటే ఆక్సిజన్ అండ్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ బిట్వీన్ లంగ్స్ అండ్ బ్లడ్, between lungs and blood. So, transport of oxygen and carbon dioxide in blood. Internal respiration includes oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange between systemic blood vessels and tissues. This is internal one, right? Kabatti, this can be divided into the respiratory system as well as the circulatory system. Coming to the components in pulmonary ventilation. Components em unnai ikkada chusinattayite the nose, pharynx and grasani, larynx, swarapetika, ట్రాకియా, వైనాలం, బ్రాంకై, శ్వాసనాళిక, లంగ్స్, ఉపరితిత్తులు, వాయుగొనులు. దీస్ ఆర్ డిఫరెంట్ కాంపోనెంట్స్, రైట్? సో ఆర్గాన్స్ ఇన్ ద రెస్పిరేటరీ సిస్టమ్, ప్లీజ్ అబ్జర్వ్ ది ఆర్గాన్స్. వన్ ఈజ్ నోస్ ఆర్ నేసల్ క్యావిటీ, ముక్కు. ఏం చేస్తుంది ఫంక్షన్? ఇట్ వార్మ్స్, మాయిజన్స్, ఫిల్టర్స్ ఎయిర్, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇన్హేల్డ్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు చాలా కోల్డ్, ఇప్పుడు వింటర్లో ఉన్నారు, వింటర్ లోపల ఏమవుతుంది? ఇంటర్నల్గా దేర్ మస్ట్ బి సప్లై వార్మ్ ఎయిర్, రైట్? అండ్ మాయిజన్స్ ఆల్సో, ఇట్ ఆల్సో మ్యూకస్ అనేది అక్కడ సెక్రెట్ అవుతుంది. ఫారింగ్స్, గ్రసని, పాసేజ్ వే ఫర్ ఎయిర్ లీడ్స్ టు ట్రాకియా. లారింగ్స్, ద వాయిస్ బాక్స్ వేర్ vocal cords are located. Trachea, vainolum, keeps the windpipe open. Trachea is lined with fine hairs called cilia which filter air before it reaches the lungs. And swasanalum or bronchi, two branches at the end of trachea, each lead to a lung. Bronchioles, swasanalikalu, a network of small branches leading from the bronchi into the lung tissue and ultimately to air sacs. Alveoli, the functional respiratory units in the lung where gases are exchanged. This is a very important point, right? And a trachea, windpipe and bronchi, lined with ciliated mucous cells. You can observe this. All the trachea is lined with the ciliated mucous cells. Beat continuously in the opposite direction of incoming air. మనకి శ్వాస అలా పీల్చుకున్నప్పుడు ఆపోజిట్ డైరెక్షన్లో కొడుతూ ఉంటుంది అన్నమాట. ఎక్స్పెల్ మ్యూకస్ లోడెడ్ విత్ డస్ట్ అండ్ అదర్ డెబ్రిస్ అవే ఫ్రమ్ లంగ్స్. మీరు చూస్తున్నారు చాలాసార్లు మనం తుమ్ము వస్తుంటుంది. దిస్ ఈజ్ ఏ ఆటోమేటిక్ డిఫెన్స్ మెకానిజం. లోపలికి ఎంటర్ అవుతున్నప్పుడు దాన్ని బయట పుష్ చేస్తున్నమాట, రైట్? అండ్ రైట్ బ్రాంకస్ ఇస్ వైడర్, షార్టర్ అండ్ స్ట్రైటర్ దెన్ లెఫ్ట్. ఎడమ కంటే రైట్ బ్రాంకస్ అనేది వైడర్ గాను, షార్టర్ గాను, స్ట్రైటర్గా ఉంటుంది. బ్రాంకై సబ్డివైడ్ ఇంటూ స్మాలర్ అండ్ స్మాలర్ బ్రాంచెస్ కాల్డ్ బ్రాంక్యూల్స్, రైట్? The top of the lung is the apex, the bottom is the base. It is called as apex and it is called as base. The left lung has 2 lobes, whereas the right lung has 3 lobes because the heart is on the left side, right? Observe the bronchioles and alveoli. Bronchioles, the smallest branches of the bronchi, and alveoli, the site of gas section. These are called alveoli. Actually, this is alveoli, this is the cross section of alveoli, right? Where actually the gas exchange, oxygen transport exchange takes place here. Respiratory membrane, air blood barrier, this is called as air blood barrier, upsa tvachamu, right? There is a surfactant secreting cell. Surfactant, it is like a soap like secretion, right? And the squamous epithelial cell of alveolar wall, there is an endothelial cell, right? The macrophages, respiratory membrane, alveolar pores, red blood cells, alveoli, gas field. Here the oxygen enters into this red blood cells and carbon dioxide comes out from the RBC into the alveolus, right? What is the respiratory cycle? Swasa volume. Respiratory rate is the number of breaths per minute. Human respiration rate is controlled by a part of the brain called the medulla. Send signals to adjust levels of oxygen present in your body by changing your breathing rate, right? Breathing rate. Sometimes, for example, మీరు ఫిజికల్గా ఏదైనా బస్ క్యాచ్ చేయాలనుకోండి, రన్నింగ్ చేస్తారు. రన్నింగ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఈవెన్ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ రేట్ కూడా పెరుగుతుంది, రైట్? Inspiration and expiration, mechanical process that depend on volume changes in thoracic cavity. The volume changes include the pressure changes. The pressure changes gives rise to gases flow to equalize pressure, right? Inspiration, ఉచ్ఛ్వాసం. Active process, inspiration is the active process. Inspiratory muscles, diaphragm and external intercostal muscles, they will contract during the inspiration. The thoracic volume increases, intrapulmonary pressure drops, right, to 1 mm mercury. లంగ్ స్ట్రెచ్ అండ్ ఇంటర్పల్మరీ వాల్యూమ్ ఇంక్రీజెస్. అదైనప్పుడు ఇంటర్కోస్టల్ మజిల్స్ అనేది కాంట్రాక్ట్ అయినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, లంగ్ కెపాసిటీ పెరుగుతుంది, ఇంటర్పల్మరీ వాల్యూమ్ విల్ ఇంక్రీజ్, రైట్. అండ్ ఎయిర్ ఫ్లోస్ ఇంటూ లంగ్స్ డౌన్ ఇట్స్ ప్రెజర్ గ్రేడియంట్ అంటిల్ ఇట్ ఈస్ P is equal to P అట్మాస్ఫియర్స్ ప్రెజర్, రైట్. ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇప్పుడు మనం చెప్పుకున్నది ఏ విధంగా, దిస్ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఇంటర్కోస్టల్ కాంట్రాక్ట్, రైట్, వాల్యూమ్ పెరుగుతుంది. ది రిబ్స్ ఆర్ ఎలివేటెడ్ అండ్ స్టెర్నమ్ ఫ్లేర్స్ యాజ్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఇంటర్కోస్టల్స్ కాంట్రాక్ట్. ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఇంటర్కోస్టల్ మజిల్స్ ఇక్కడ ఉంటాయి, అవి కాంట్రాక్ట్ అయినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, ఇట్ ఎలివేట్ అవ్వడం వల్ల ఏమవుతుంది, లోపల వాల్యూమ్ కూడా పెరగడం వల్ల బయట ఉన్న ఎయిర్ లోపలికి వెళ్తుంది అన్నమాట, రైట్. ఇక్కడ చూడండి సీక్వెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఈవెంట్స్. ఇన్స్పిరేటరీ మజిల్స్ కాంట్రాక్ట్, డయాఫ్రమ్ డిసెండ్స్ అండ్ రిబ్ కేజ్ రైజెస్. డయాఫ్రమ్ డిసెండ్ అవుతుంది, ఇక్కడ రిబ్ కేజ్ అనేది రైజ్ అవుతుంది, రైట్. థొరాసిక్ క్యావిటీ వాల్యూమ్ ఇంక్రీజెస్, దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుంది, ఈ వాల్యూమ్ అనేది ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది. సో దట్ లంగ్స్ ఆర్ స్ట్రెచ్డ్, ఇంట్రా పల్మరీ వాల్యూమ్ ఇంక్రీజెస్, రైట్. అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, ఇంట్రా పల్మరీ ప్రెజర్ డ్రాప్స్. ఇంట్రా పల్మరీ ప్రెజర్ లోపల ఏమవుతుంది, డ్రాప్స్ టు 1 mm mercury. సో ఎయిర్ flow into lungs down its pressure gradient until pulmonary pressure is 0, equal to atmospheric pressure, right. That is about inspiration. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్స్పిరేషన్లో ఏమవుతుంది చూద్దాం, లేదా నిశ్వాసంలో. క్వైట్ ఎక్స్పిరేషన్ నార్మల్లీ పాసివ్ ప్రాసెస్. ఇందాక మనం చెప్పి యాక్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్ అని చెప్పుకున్నప్పుడు ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ పాసివ్ ప్రాసెస్. ఇన్స్పిరేటరీ మజిల్స్ రిలాక్స్, ఇన్స్పిరేటరీ మజిల్స్ రిలాక్స్ అవుతాయి. ఇప్పుడు థొరాసిక్ వాల్యూమ్ అనేది డిక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది, ఇలా నేరో అవుతుంది అన్నమాట. సో అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే ఎలాస్టిక్ లంగ్స్ రీకాయిల్ అండ్ ఇంట్రాపల్మరీ వాల్యూమ్ డిక్రీజెస్. ఇంట్రాపల్మరీ వాల్యూమ్ అనేది డిక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది, తగ్గుతుంది. ఆ విధంగా ప్రెజర్ ఇంక్రీజెస్. అక్కడ ప్రెజర్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అయినప్పుడు పల్మరీ రైజెస్ టు +1 mm per mercury, రైట్. ఆ విధంగా అయినప్పుడు ఎయిర్ ఫ్లోస్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ లంగ్స్ డౌన్ ఇట్స్ ప్రెజర్ గ్రేడియంట్ అంటిల్ ద పల్మరీ రెస్పిరేషన్ విల్ బికమ్, ద pulmonary volume will become 0. A forced expiration, that is active process, uses abdominal, oblique and transverse and internal intercostal muscles, right. సో ఇక్కడ స్టెప్స్ చూసినట్టయితే ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఇంటర్కోస్టల్స్ రిలాక్స్. ఇందాక ఏమైంది, ఇన్స్పిరేషన్లోనేమో కాంట్రాక్ట్ అయింది, ఇక్కడేమో రిలాక్స్ అవుతున్నాయి, ఓకే. రిబ్స్ అండ్ స్టెర్నమ్ ఆర్ డిప్రెస్డ్ యాజ్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఇంటర్కోస్టల్స్ రిలాక్స్. ఇవి రెండు ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఇంటర్కోస్టల్స్ రిలాక్స్ అవ్వడం వల్ల ఏమవుతుంది, ఈ స్టెర్నమ్ డిప్రెస్ అవుతుంది. డయాఫ్రమ్ మూవ్స్ సుపీరియర్లీ యాజ్ ఇట్ రిలాక్సెస్. డయాఫ్రమ్ అనేది రిలాక్స్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి ఇట్ విల్ ఓపెన్. అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, ఇన్స్పిరేటరీ మజిల్స్ రిలాక్స్, డయాఫ్రమ్ రైజెస్, రిబ్ కేజ్ డిసెండ్స్ డ్యూ టు రీకాయిల్ ఆఫ్ ద కోస్టల్ cartilages. Thoracic cavity volume decreases. Elastic lungs recoil passively. Intrapulmonary volume decreases. Intrapulmonary pressure rises to +1 mm mercury. Air or gas flows out of lungs down its pressure gradient until pulmonary pressure will become 0, right. The physical factors influencing the pulmonary ventilation. 3 physical factors influence the ease of air passage and the amount of energy required for ventilation. One is airway resistance, second one is alveolar surface tension, third one is lung compliance. ఇది ఒకసారి మీరు చూసినట్టయితే స్కెమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్, రిఫ్లెక్స్ కంట్రోల్ ఆఫ్ వెంటిలేషన్. అంటే ఇక్కడ మీరు చూడండి, ఇక్కడ ఈ కలర్ కోడ్ని ఇక్కడ కీలో ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఈ ఎల్లో కలర్ ఉంటే కీ, ద స్టిమ్యులై, సెన్సరీ రిసెప్టార్స్, ఈ విధంగా సెన్సరీ రిసెప్టార్స్, afferent న్యూరాన్స్, ఈ సింబల్ ఉండి ఈ కలర్ ఉంటుంది ఇంటిగ్రేటింగ్ సెంటర్స్, అండ్ efferent న్యూరాన్స్, afferent న్యూరాన్స్, రైట్. ఆల్ దీస్ విల్ ఆటోమేటికల్లీ కంట్రోల్ అండ్ రిఫ్లెక్ట్స్ ద ప్రాసెస్ ఆఫ్ వెంటిలేషన్, రైట్. For example, emotions, even emotions and they will trigger the higher brain centers and limbic system. Carbon dioxide and pH also will have control, right. Kabatti both somatic and neuronal afferent and efferent nerves kuda inni control chestayi annamata. There we have a video. You can just, I want to play this video. Please observe this. రావట్లేదు, వాల్యూమ్ వస్తుంది. Expression you can observe. The air from mouth, from nostrils enters into bronchus. Now you can observe that enters into the bronchioles, and from bronchioles it will air enters into alveoli, right. here you can observe the delivery of oxygen from the lungs into the RBC. The capillaries lie within walls of alveoli, right. The fed blood cells travel in capillaries. The alveolar wall and capillary wall, right. The oxygen carbon dioxide diffuse between alveolus and capillary. You can observe the oxygen molecules and carbon dioxide diffuse. The purple color is oxygen, whereas white is carbon dioxide. This is the RBC cell, right. The carbon dioxide is eliminated during the expiration. This is the process of oxygen and carbon dioxide transport, or the physical respiration, right. This is about the ventilation process. Thank you very much. వెల్కమ్ బ్యాక్. ఇప్పటివరకు మనం ద ఫిజికల్ ప్రాసెస్ ఆఫ్ రెస్పిరేషన్ చూసాం. కమింగ్ టు ద యాక్చువల్ ఆక్సిజన్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్, రైట్. దిస్ ఇస్ స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఎయిర్వేస్ నుంచి అప్ టు టిష్యూస్ ఆర్బీసీ వరకు ఏ విధంగా జరుగుతుందో మనం ఈ స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ మొత్తం చూడొచ్చు, రైట్. సో ఆక్సిజన్ ఏ విధంగా ఎంటర్ అయ్యి అల్వియోల నుంచి పల్మనరీ సర్క్యులేషన్లోకి ఎంటర్ అవుతుంది, సిస్టమిక్ సర్క్యులేషన్ అండ్ సెల్యులర్ రెస్పిరేషన్, రైట్. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఆక్సిజన్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ స్టెప్ బై స్టెప్, ఆక్సిజన్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్, again oxygen exchange at cells, right. ఇక్కడ cellular respiration లో it will become the nutrients will be converted into cellular energy, right. Like this carbon dioxide from tissues, carbon dioxide transport and carbon dioxide exchange at alveolar capillary ఆ విధంగా బయటికి వెళ్ళటం చూస్తున్నాం. ఇది యాక్చువల్ ఓవరాల్ పిక్చర్. Oxygen transport, molecular oxygen carried in blood, that is 1.5% dissolved in plasma, 98.5% loosely bound to ఈచ్ ఐరన్ మాలిక్యూల్ ఆఫ్ హిమోగ్లోబిన్. కాబట్టి ఒక హిమోగ్లోబిన్ మాలిక్యూల్లో ఒక ఐరన్ మాలిక్యూల్లో 3 మనకి ఆక్సిజన్స్ బైండ్ అయి ఉంటాయి. దిస్ ఇస్ ద partial pressure of oxygen, partial carbon dioxide and pH in arterial as well as venous. సో ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఆర్టీరియల్ బ్లడ్లో 95 mm per mercury ఉంటుంది, ఇక్కడ వెనస్లో 40 mm mercury. ఇక్కడ పార్షియల్ ప్రెజర్ ఆఫ్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ఆర్టీరియల్లో 40 mm mercury ఉంటుంది, ఇక్కడేమో 46 mercury. వెరస్ pH ఈజ్ 7.4, ikkada pH is 7.3, right? Coming to the next slide, the gas exchange. The gases move from areas of high partial pressures to areas of low partial pressure. It is a basic principle, right? So ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఆక్సిజన్ డిఫ్యూజన్ అండ్ కార్బన్ డిఫ్యూజన్ ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఇక్కడ హై పార్షియల్ ప్రెజర్ ఆక్సిజన్కి ఎక్కడ ఉంది, దిస్ డిఫ్యూజెస్ ఇంటు ద ఫ్రమ్ alveoli టు ద సిస్టమ్, రైట్? ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ diffusion and oxygen diffusion. Oxygen transport, 98% of oxygen is bound to hemoglobin and the other 2% is dissolved in plasma, right? Oxygen transport, మనం చూసినట్టయితే oxygen is not easily dissolved in water. So hemoglobin is a protein that binds oxygen and dramatically increases the amount of blood in the plasma. Oxygen can travel bound to hemoglobin or to be dissolved in plasma. Oxygen and hemoglobin, oxyhemoglobin, in combination with hemoglobin it will become oxyhemoglobin. The reduced hemoglobin is called as deoxyhemoglobin. This is the equation, reduced hemoglobin plus oxygen will become oxyhemoglobin. The loading and unloading of oxygen facilitated by change in shape of hemoglobin. As oxygen binds, hemoglobin affinity for oxygen increases. As oxygen is released, hemoglobin affinity for oxygen also decreases. The fully saturated, that is 100% if all 4 heme groups carry oxygen. Partially saturated when 1 or 3 hemes carry oxygen, right? This is the structure of a hemoglobin molecule. The amount of oxygen bound to hemoglobin depends on the partial pressure of oxygen of plasma. Each hemoglobin can carry 4 oxygen molecules. The percent saturation tells how much is carried, right? Please observe this diagram. The factors influencing hemoglobin saturation: increase in temperature, increase with temperature, with hydrogen carbons, hydrogen ions, partial pressure of carbon dioxide, and 2,3-diphosphoglycerate, right? The modified structure of hemoglobin and decrease its affinity for oxygen. Occur in systematic capillaries, enhance oxygen unloading from blood, shift oxygen hemoglobin dissociation curve to right, right? So decrease in this factor shift the curve to left. Decrease oxygen unloading from blood. This is actually the oxygen dissociation curve. If you చూసినట్టయితే the partial pressure of oxygen will be maximum at 80% of saturation of hemoglobin, and against the x-axis is the partial pressure of oxygen. ఇక్కడ ఈ కర్వ్ చూడండి, ఇది normal arterial carbon dioxide at partial pressure of carbon dioxide 40 mm. ఇక్కడ increased carbon dioxide partial pressure of 80 mm, it will lead to the shifting of the curve towards right. So dissociation of curve hemoglobin. In vitro testing reveals a varying amount of oxygen saturation depending on partial pressure of oxygen pressure. It doesn't reach 100% within the physiological conditions, right? So ikkada man chusina resting cell it can be seen as 40 mm, whereas in alveoli it is 100 mm, right? The maximum will be at 80 mm. The oxygen binding, ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే changes can alter the hemoglobin conformation, which influence the delivery at tissues more than obtaining oxygen in the lungs. Release more oxygen at pH 7.2 during exercise than 7.4. So ఇక్కడ 7.2 దగ్గర ఉన్న pH ఉన్నట్లయితే it will release or dissociate the oxygen curve and it releases more oxygen, right? So higher temperature also decreases saturation shifting curve to the right? Higher temperature, for example 43 degrees centigrade దగ్గర it decreases saturation curve, right? అట్లాగే increased carbon dioxide and decreased oxygen saturation, increased carbon dioxide కూడా it will affect. ఇక్కడ చూడండి 80 mm దగ్గర it will affect and shift the curve. These are the different factors affecting the oxygen dissociation, right? And 2,3-diphosphoglycerate alters the hemoglobin's affinity. The released as a response to low oxygen levels, as can happen in the anemia or high altitudes also. మీరు high altitudes like Himalayas వెళ్ళినప్పుడు కూడా you will experience like this, right? And this is very interesting fact, that is a difference in oxygen binding properties of maternal as well as the fetal hemoglobin. The fetal hemoglobin has a greater affinity than the maternal hemoglobin. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే it has the greater affinity. So this is a schematic chart describing the oxygen binding. Factors contributing to the total oxygen content of aerial blood, you can observe this, right? The factors that increase release of oxygen by hemoglobin, these are different factors, that is all cells mobilize glucose and use oxygen, partial pressure of carbon dioxide and hydrogen ion increase in capillary blood, declining blood pH and increasing partial pressure of carbon dioxide, the Bohr effect, oxyhemoglobin bond weakens, oxygen unloading where needed is more, where the requirement is most, right? These are different factors. Bohr effect. Coming to the Bohr effect, a tissues as more carbon dioxide enters blood, more oxygen dissociate from hemoglobin, that is Bohr effect. As oxyhemoglobin releases oxygen, it more readily forms bonds with carbon dioxide to form hemoglobin, right? Please observe this video once. Oxygen transport. Here you can observe how oxygen is transported from outside to inside, right? So these are RBC cells, and here you can observe oxygen enters into the capillaries, from where it enters into the alveoli. This is hemoglobin molecule, and with each iron molecule 4 oxygens will be binding and improves the affinity of oxygen dissociation, right? Here it is a iron molecule. Okay, there is some problem with audio. So you can observe that from a molecule it enters into the actual RBC. Okay. Just skip this video and coming to the next part, that is carbon dioxide transport. Carbon dioxide transport, it is dissolved in 7%, although carbon dioxide is more soluble in plasma than oxygen, only a small amount is dissolved in it. Converted to bicarbonate ion, about 70% of an enzyme converts the carbon dioxide in RBC into bicarbonate. It is bound to hemoglobin 23%. Hemoglobin also binds hydrogen ion. Hemoglobin acts as a buffer binding hydrogen to resist the pH changes. So hemoglobin as well as carbon dioxide will be carbaminohemoglobin formed with carbon dioxide. Hemoglobin bind, it decreases the affinity for carbon dioxide, right? You can observe this diagram or the schematic chart. So only 7% of dissolved carbon dioxide will be through in plasma, right? And in venous blood, most of the carbon dioxide will be in the form of bicarbonate, right? You can observe this. So in pulmonary capillaries, bicarbonate moves into RBC while chloride moves out, binds with hydrogen to form bicarbonate, and the bicarbonate split carbonic anhydrase into carbon dioxide and water. Carbon dioxide diffuses into alveoli, right? So carbon dioxide combines with water to form carbonic acid, which quickly dissociates, right? This carbon dioxide plus water will become carbonic acid, and hydrogen again bicarbonate, right? It splits into hydrogen ion as well as bicarbonate. It occurs primarily in RBCs where carbonic anhydrous reversibly and rapidly catalyze reaction. The carbon dioxide transport in blood, the reverse chloride shift, hydrogen ion dissociation and hydrogen combine to form carbonic acid, right? We can observe from here. The carbon dioxide transport in the blood, the carbon dioxide plus hemoglobin, carbon dioxide and water, it will become carbonic acid. And in systemic capillaries, bicarbonate quickly diffuses from RBC into plasma, then chloride shift occurs. The outers of bicarbonate from RBC balanced as chloride moves into the RBC from plasma. ఇది మనం చూసినట్టే స్కెమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ కణజాలలో వాయు మార్పిడి ఎలా జరుగుతుందని చూస్తున్నాం, రైట్? అలాగే ఊపిరితిత్తులో వాయు మార్పిడి ఎలా జరుగుతుందో చూస్తున్నాం. నౌ this is again entire summary of gas transport. So gases move down their pressure gradients at the lungs and tissue capillaries, right? Ikkada from outside into the alveoli, and from the pulmonary circulation it enters into systemic circulation. So the oxygen enters here, the carbon dioxide releases. This is the total picture of the gas transport, the summary of the gas transport, right? And again here there is a video on carbon dioxide transport, right? So respiratory system, the carbon dioxide from our lungs exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide, right? You can observe the oxygen molecules. Our cells take in oxygen, right? So the oxygen is entered into our cell, and cells produce carbon dioxide. You all know that. The carbon dioxide will be released from cells and they will be sent out. Carbon dioxide moves into blood. Some carbon dioxide is carried in the blood plasma, that is 7%. And carbon dioxide diffuses into red blood cells. So you can observe this. Carbaminohemoglobin, right? It is carried by hemoglobin. Most of the carbon dioxide in blood is carried in the bicarbonate as bicarbonate ion, right? That is bicarbonate. Now carbon dioxide under the influence of carbonic anhydrase will become carbonic acid. You can observe clearly the removal of hydrogen ion. The bicarbonate the chloride ion will be coming down. It is also called as chloride shift. Too much carbon dioxide building up in blood produces hydrogen ions. You can observe here there is influence of pH also. Hydroxyl ion and hydrogen ion. Blood can become acidic in respiratory, it is called as respiratory acidosis. If too much of carbon dioxide is lost from blood, the blood becomes alkaline, respiratory alkalosis. So you can observe on the pay scale, right? Thank you. This is the end of video. So today we have discussed the oxygen transport as well as the carbon dioxide transport. We can sum up this schematic diagram. That is, gas when enters oxygen, both oxygen as well as carbon dioxide, the main factor is the partial pressures, right? The partial pressure of oxygen as well as the partial pressure of oxygen with the influence of different temperatures, pH, etc. It all influences the internal diffusion of gases in the RBC, right? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. I hope you had a great festival back home. So we are talking about communication skills as a part of the ESC program, the Employability Skills Center program. Now this program is getting beamed across the state of Andhra Pradesh. You can either watch it on the satellite television, Mana TV, as well as the YouTube channel of Mana TV. You can watch it live on YouTube. And in case if you have missed, you can look it up in the playlist of Mana TV and you can watch the program and pose your questions. Now, this program as a part of the initiative of AP State Skill Development Corporation is meant to bridge the gap between what the students have in terms of the skills and competencies and what the industry is looking for. And one very essential and critical aspect of that is communication skills. So I had been speaking about communication, where I spoke about the 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. I am on the first pillar, which is pronunciation. Today we'll talk about the last segment of pronunciation, and then we'll move on to grammar. As the first segment of pronunciation, we learnt the sounds. We learned how there are 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds, how they are different from vowels and consonants. We have 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sound and 15 vowel sounds. Now the importance of this vowel sound I had been talking about in detail, the importance of consonant sound, vowel sound, everything in detail. The last session we did some practice around words, how to break it into syllables, how to break it into consonant and vowel sounds, and today we'll look it up in detail when it comes to syllable. And we'll also learn something new, which is syllable stress. So syllable is a beat of a sound, like I explained in the last segment, a unit of pronunciation carrying one vowel sound with or without surrounding consonants, forming the whole or part of word. So what I mean to say is, when it says pronunciation carrying one vowel sound, which means every vowel sound will constitute a particular syllable. So number of vowel sound is equivalent to number of syllable. Please do not confuse that with vowels itself. It's vowel sound. Let me show you an example and that will help you understand. Let me expand this a little bit so that you can see it clearly. All right. Take for example, I have a word which is country. Okay. All right. Now, how many consonants do I have? I am only talking about consonants and not consonant sounds. So I have C, N, T, R, Y. So C, N, T, R, Y, these are consonants, and vowels I have O and U. Now let's look at how many consonant sounds we have. So we have k, n, t, r. Country. We have just 4 consonant sounds. And how many vowel sounds you have? We have k, then we have e, country. So number of vowel sound will define number of syllable. So how do I break it into syllable? If I have to break this word, country. Okay. Now I may have a word where there are multiple or say more number of vowels but less number of vowel sounds. Let's quickly look at one such example. Okay, I have the word photography here. It's actually pronounced as photography. Now how many consonants do I have here? I have P, H, T, G, R, A, P, H, Y. These are the consonants. What are the vowels? I have O, then I have O again, then I have A. So O, O, A. Okay. Now if I have to break it into syllables, I pronounce this as pho, to, gra, phi. How many syllables do I have? I have 4 syllables, but I have only 3 vowels. So number of vowels doesn't signify number of syllable. Number of vowel sound signify number of syllable. So let's see how many vowel sounds do we have. So I need to break it into all the sounds. It starts with the first sound, pho. It's photo, photo, g, r, a, f, e. Okay, it's photography, photography. So how many vowel sounds do I have? 1, 2, 3 and 4. So photography. Please remember, this is where most of us make mistakes. Vowel sounds are equivalent to number of syllables. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Photography. When you master this entire art of understanding consonant sound vis-a-vis understanding vowel sounds, and when you combine that in terms of syllable, your pronunciation will be absolutely perfect. The reason people fail to understand when somebody else is speaking is because of 2 to 3 reasons. One is you do not have the right pronunciation. One word may sound like something else, and we make a mistake in terms of comprehension. Grammatically, you may not be saying the right thing, and again in terms of tense, in terms of verb, singular, plural, you make a mistake and it conveys a different meaning. You may not be using the right word in terms of vocabulary. When I talk about vocabulary, I'll give you a lot of examples where we end up using wrong words without understanding the context. And then we have fluency. Now fluency will come when you have the right pronunciation, right grammar, and the right vocabulary. Okay, let's continue. So we looked at example. So pen has one syllable, pen. Then we have pencil, two syllables. Then we have computer, three syllables. And then we have technology. Now how do I pronounce this? Technology. It's technology. And there are four syllables here. Okay. The point that I was making in terms of the last session was there are certain words which has pretty much the same pronunciation. Some of the word may have the same spelling, but it needs to be pronounced differently, and that is what it denotes differently in terms of parts of speech and in terms of context. Let me give you example that will help you understand. We have a word which is project. I gave this example earlier as well. I can use this on a sentence, and it says please project the presentation on the screen. It's not in the screen, it's on the screen. I can either use this particular sentence. Let me change the color so that you can understand that this is an example. Or I can say, please now this particular word is common between both the sentences, right? This is what we are talking about. Now when I'm using the first sentence, I'm supposed to pronounce this with a stress where I say project. This is the word, but I need to stress on the second syllable. There are two syllables, right? But I need to stress on the second syllable. When I do that, it means it's a verb. Now that's a rule of pronunciation. When I'm stressing on the second syllable, it's a verb. Okay? When I'm stressing on the first syllable, say for example, I'm stressing on this particular syllable, the first syllable, which is pro, that becomes a noun. This particular rule applies to every word which is spelt the same, but the shift of stress, I can either stress on the first syllable or the second syllable. So let me move this down so that we have the second example as the first one. So when I'm stressing on the first syllable, it becomes a noun. That means please submit the project. I say project. This is project. Here I say please project the presentation. Here I say please submit the project. So when I say project, that becomes a noun. When I say project, that becomes a verb. So when you're shifting it, and there is a change in terms of the vowel sound as well. When I say project, I'm using per, r and o, project. When I say project, I'm using per, r, o. So when I have project, it's an o sound. When I have project, I have an o sound. But the bigger aspect which you need to understand is the stress on which syllable. Like project and project, there are other examples. For example, subject. Okay, I'm going to move this down so that I can use the noun as the first example. So let me use the example. Biology is an interesting subject. I'm stressing on the first syllable. So I say biology is an interesting subject. I'm stressing on the first syllable. Okay. Now I'm using another example. Please don't subject the students to any tests. So here my stress has moved to the second syllable. For example, when I say the exam is scheduled at 4 o'clock, the timings is subject to change depending on the circumstances. So that becomes a verb. Okay. Likewise, there are tons of such words where the shift in the sound will lead to change in the meaning. It could mean a noun, it could mean a verb. All right. Now, one word where a lot of us make mistake, where we do not have complete clarity, is this particular word. Okay. Now, let me get rid of this example here. Let me explain what are the two different types of pronunciation. I can pronounce this as now first of all there are two syllables, right? All right. Now I can either pronounce this as k or n, then tent. I can either pronounce this as content or I can pronounce this as content. So content, content. We don't really understand what to be used where. That is where we make a mistake. Now when we pronounce this as content, the meaning it means an ingredient or index. For example, please give me the content for the training. Okay. Now when I say content, let me change the color here. Now when I say content, this means being happy. For example, are you content with the training? Okay. Now that makes a big difference, right? So we have the word content. I break it into two syllables. When I pronounce this as content, it means ingredient or index. When I pronounce this as that means happiness or being self-satisfied. So these are the aspects that you need to clearly remember when you pronounce the words. Okay. Now this is what syllable stress is all about. In linguistics, stress is the relative emphasis that may be given to certain syllables in a word. So whenever you are stressing on a particular syllable, that means it's syllable stress. Now there are certain rules to syllable stress. What are they? There's something called penultimate and there is something called anti-penultimate. So I'll talk about anti-penultimate later. What I want you to do is draw this diagram on your notebook to make a note of it. Penultimate means last but one or second last, right? So this is the word ending. What do we mean by word ending? So these are the word endings. There are a lot of English words that will end with any of these. Now, when the rule says when a word ends with these as ending, the stress should be on the second last or the last but one syllable. Let me show you an example that will help you understand what do I mean by this. Okay, we are learning about, let me bring this down. Which rule we are looking at? We are looking at penultimate rule. When you have any word that's ending with IC, IOUS, EOUS, SION, TION, the stress should be on the second last syllable. So let's take a quick look at it. Okay. If I have a word which is panic, I will quickly change the format so that you can understand this better. Panic, tragic, magic, any more words that ends with IC? Picnic. Okay. The rule says in case if you have any word that's ending with IC, the stress should be on the last but one syllable. So let's break this. Panic is pa-nick, which means I will stress on pa and it's pronounced as panic. Tragic, tragic, I will stress on tra. Magic, I will stress on ma. Picnic, I will stress on pick. Let me bring this down. Okay. Now, what if I have a word which has more than two syllables? Then what happens? Let's take a look at it. Geographic. How many syllables do I have? Ge-o-gra-phic. And the rule says if I have a word ending with IC, I need to stress on the second last syllable. So I'll pronounce this as geographic. If I have another word, photographic, somebody has a photographic memory. So what are the syllable break? It's pho-to-gra-phic. And since it's ending with IC, I will stress on gra. So whatever is the word ending, like you saw, look at the word ending and stress on the previous one. So this is the word ending syllable, this is the previous one. Okay, let's look at IOUS now. Examples: pious. Now since this itself is a complete syllable, so it will not apply here. Okay. Conscious. How many syllables do I have? 2. And I will stress on conscious. Okay. Precious. How many syllables again? Precious. I will stress on pre. Same thing applies for EOUS as well. For example, I have a word gorgeous. So gorgeous, 2 syllable, I will stress on gore. SION, tension, pension. So how many syllables in tension? 2. Tension, I will stress on ten. If I have pension, I will stress on pen. So basically wherever I have this particular word ending, I will stress on the previous syllable. TION, again the same example. station. So I will stress on stay. If I have more number of syllables, information. First I will break it, information. So where do I stress? I will stress on may. Information. If I have the word question, how many syllables? 2. Question. All right, and I will stress here, question. Clear? So the rule says if I have a word which is ending with any of these, the stress will be on the previous, the last but one. The second rule is anti-penultimate. Now what do we mean by anti-penultimate? In penultimate we have from the end the second one, anti-penultimate is third one. So the dot has moved, which means it will be the third one from the right. Now what are these sounds? Let's quickly take a look at it. These are the word endings. All right, so let's take a look at certain words where it ends with cy. For example, policy. How many syllables? 3. Policy. Now here the rule says I need to stress on the third from right, which means I will stress on po. I just bought an insurance policy. Okay? ty. What if I have a word which is city, which only has 2 syllables? It will still take the stress on the first one. Okay? ICAL. Geographical. How many syllables do I have? Geographical. Now this fickle is coming up to 2 syllables, right? But this will still be combined as word ending, and this is the stress. Geographical. PHY. My favorite word. Photography. How many syllables? Photography. So this is my ending. I will stress here. Photography. GY. Technology. How many syllables do we have here? Technology. This is the ending. So I leave one, then I go to the next, and I pronounce this as technology. Meter. We all pronounce this as thermometer. Thermometer. It's not thermometer. It's thermometer, right? Now meter is pronounced as meter. It's thermometer. It's not thermometer, it's thermometer. So I will pronounce, or I will stress here, because meter itself has 2 syllables. Clear? So when you work on these aspects of syllable stress, and when you understand these rules, you will be able to not only work on the pronunciation aspect but also on vocabulary. What I want you to do is make a note of these word endings. Number 1, write down as many words as possible you can recollect out of your general knowledge of English communication. For example, I have the word which is ending with IC. Like I said, picnic, traffic, magic, tragic. Likewise, how many words can you think of write down those words, then practice the pronunciation. Alright, so these are the word endings. I want you to write at least 15 to 20 words for each word ending. IC, IOUS, EOUS, SION, TION. Then CY, TY, ICAL, PHY, GY, meter. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this. And when you work on these words, that will also become a part of your assignment and you will learn vocabulary as well. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Now pronunciation recap, we learnt about communication tree, how we need a language, language broken into sentences, sentences into words, words into sounds. We learnt about consonant sound, we have 24 consonant sound and 15 vowel sound. We also learnt syllable, which is a unit of sound in every word, and syllable stress. So we are done with the first pillar. Now we move on to the second pillar, which is grammar. Now what do we mean by grammar? It's a system of a language, rules of a language. Now why do we face problem in terms of grammar? That is because of mother tongue influence. For example, if I'm thinking in a particular language, I do a literal translation to any other language that I'm speaking in. So what happens is the word order gets changed. When the word order is changing, it leads to grammatical issues, it leads to comprehension issues, whoever is hearing you or listening you. So when we are thinking in a language, we cannot directly translate or literally translate to any other language. That it doesn't work like that. For example, I spoke about this particular Telugu word, which is Yendukante. I hear a lot why because. When people talk, they keep using why because, why because, why because. That why because they use because they are using a Telugu word directly translated into English. Please don't do that because it does not make sense, right? Like we ask, what is your good name? Now, there's nothing called a good name or bad name, it's just a name. So this happens because of mother tongue influence, and mother tongue is a language which we learn from childhood, and that is a language in which we are thinking, our subconscious mind. Alright? So it leads to a change in word order, it leads to loss of sentence integrity, misinterpretation and miscommunication. Now we need to understand the parts of speech. I'm going to shift over to another module which I have prepared for you guys. So we just saw that it's a rule of a language. Are there rules in English language? No, in fact no language has rules, but it's a system that you need to follow. Okay. Now common issues that we face in terms of grammar, like I said, mother tongue influence. Now we need to understand the parts of speech. These parts of speech exist in every language. So we have parts of speech. I have written down the parts of speech along with examples. The first one is noun. Noun is name, place, animal, thing. Now a city name or a person's name is all noun. Then we have pronoun. Pronoun is something that replaces a noun. Instead of using the noun again and again, I can use a pronoun. Adjective is something that qualifies the noun. For example, noun is Ravi, pronoun is he, adjective Ravi is a passionate leader. So what kind of leader? Passionate leader. Verb is anything that is an action. So he is driving his new BMW car. Like adjective qualifies the noun, adverb qualifies the verb. How is he driving? He is driving very fast. Then we have preposition. Preposition, like the word goes, position. So here the position in terms of geography, that means the place, also the time. So basically time and place. Ravi will leave for London at 8 p.m. So whatever you see is underlined in these examples are basically the parts of speech. Interjection, wow, wow, he will fly business class. It's basically an expression. And then you have conjunction, anything that joins two independent sentences or phrases. For example, Ravi and his director will go to UK. It could be Ravi will go to UK and his director will go to UK, but instead of writing that, I can just say Ravi and his director will go to UK. So these are the parts of speech. Now let me explain the types. Common noun, for example, the mountain is too high to climb. Sorry, the mountain is too tough to climb. I'm sorry, I read it incorrectly. So something that is very common in nature, that's common noun. Proper noun are names. Now these names are little complicated because these are pronounced differently in different parts of the world because of regional influence. So New Delhi is a capital city. In Hindi, New Delhi is pronounced as Nai Delhi, right? In English, the country Turkey, so we pronounce that as Turkey. But in different languages, it's pronounced differently. A name of a person can be pronounced differently. For example, the name April, it's a month, right? In French, it's pronounced as Avril. The name Clement is pronounced as Clement in French. So the names are pronounced differently. That's why don't focus on the pronunciation part. These are proper nouns and these has influence of the region. Abstract, something which you can't touch and feel, that's a noun. For example, fear is an obstacle, so fear is an abstract noun. Count, the bottle is filled with water. Anything that you can touch, anything that you can count easily is a count noun. But there is also non-count noun, something which you cannot count. For example, you cannot count oil or water or air, right? Now what do you do in these cases? To count a non-count noun, you need to take the help of count noun. For example, I have water. Now this is non-count noun. Now how do I count it? I need to use a count noun. For example, I have bottle, which is a count noun. In order to measure water or to count water, I need to make use of count noun. For example, please buy 3 bottles of water. Now I can add the number 3, that's because I am using a count noun here. Alright. Collective noun, something that is in group. For example, the team wants to celebrate. Okay. Now collective noun, you also need to understand the singular and the plural forms. There are certain word which doesn't have a plural form. For example, let me make it simple for you. Since we are talking about collective noun, I should definitely talk about singular and plural forms. The reason I use a PowerPoint because it's easier to display quickly rather than a board. Say for example, I have a word chair and the plural will become chairs, right? If I have computer, I can just say computers. If I have data, can I say datas? No, it remains data. If I say information, it still remains information. If I say furniture, it still remains furniture. So there are a lot of words which doesn't have a plural form. For example, luggage. Luggage will remain as luggage. For example, this is where a lot of people make mistake. Hair, it remains hair. If I have the word people, Now people itself is a plural form. Lot of people make a mistake. Peoples, I met lot of peoples. Now people itself is a plural form. You cannot add another s to a plural form. Like child, the plural form of child is children. There cannot be a plural of a plural. It cannot be children's. So please keep that in mind, and you will learn that the more you dig into vocabulary. Okay. So singular, plural, I just gave you the example. She won a lottery for 1 crore. Plural, they are going to the market. So they is plural, she is singular. Possessive is somebody is in possession of something. I am using Rahul's bike. Whenever you have a possessive noun, there will always be an apostrophe. Okay. Compound noun is basically a word. When you combine the word, it leads to a third meaning. For example, the ceiling fan is not working. Now ceiling is a different word, fan is a different word. When you combine this, then you get a third word out of it. So that's compound noun. Okay. Alright, now let's quickly check if we understood this. I missed the bus because I was late. Identify the noun. What is the noun here? Bus. The queue was very long, so I didn't wait. The noun is queue. The distance was too long to cover. Of course, the distance is a noun here. The singular and the plural form, I just gave you certain examples. I went to the market and bought a lot of fruits. The traffic or traffics, of course it is traffic. There cannot be a plural form. I have to cut my hair or hairs, it's hair. There are so many different types of people or peoples. Now it should be types, alright. I have to buy a lot of furniture or furnitures. It should be furniture. I need help to carry all the luggage. It's not luggages, it's luggage. Likewise, it's garbage, not garbages. Okay. Now pronoun is something, like I said, which replaces the noun, and we'll look at examples of pronoun and examples that will also test you. So in tomorrow's session, I will come with a lot of quick tests that's going to be specially on noun and different kinds of noun, and we'll see if we can have an interactive session tomorrow through phone lines. If somebody can call and ask questions, I'll see if that is possible tomorrow. I'll keep you posted. In case that happens, please do participate. Please understand these programs are meant only for you and only for your benefit. So please make use of this. Whatever questions or concerns you have, if you need clarification, please post it on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look, announce your name, and provide you the answer. I hope this session was helpful. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome back to the Google IT certification course. Today we will discuss about various topics related to subnet mask and the IP address classes, their ranges, and also about protocol like address resolution protocol. So in the last session we just touched upon the concept of subnet mask. Subnet mask identifies the network portion and the host portion. The network portion value will be as represented as 1s and host portion will be represented as 0s. And it is very important to differentiate between the network portion and the host portion of an IP address. And we have discussed about the 3 different classes of IP addresses which we use in our day-to-day usage. So the class A has the very first octet as network and the remaining 3 octets as hosts, and class B has network, network and host, host, and whereas class C has network, network, network and host. Now, by substituting these values in the formula, we can see that this is the subnet mask for each class. So, you can see here class A, and this is the format of class A. The first octet happens to be network, and then the second, third, fourth octet happens to be host. So, wherever there is n bit or n bits, network bits, so we have 8 bits set to ones, and the remaining 3 host octet values are set to 0. So, this is the default subnet mask, and when we convert this in the decimal format from the binary format, we get the value 255.0.0.0. This is the default subnet mask, and since there are 8 bits used as a network portion, we also can represent the subnet mask in a slash notation called /8 for class A. So, in short, if we have to represent an IP address in class A including the network portion, we represent it as 10.0.0.0/8. So, this represents it is a default class A network. And in the similar lines, when we substitute value 1 for these network octets and 0 for these host octets, we get this value 255.255.0.0. So, this is the default subnet mask for class B, and in the slash notation it is represented as /16. So, if we consider a class B network, let us say 172.16.0.0/16. So, this is an example of class B, and it is represented with /16. So, in the last class we have for usage in the networks is class C, and we have n.n.n.n.h. So, we have 255.255.255.0, which is the default subnet mask, and it is 8 plus 8 plus 8 is 24. So, /24 is the default mask for class C network. Let us suppose we have 192.168.1.0/24. So, this is a class C network and the default subnet mask. So, this is very important for an IP address. When we assign an IP address to a computer or any network device, most times the subnet mask is automatically assigned. So, subnet mask plays a very, very important role in the network communication. Maybe in the future session we will learn about the concept of subnetting, where this default subnet mask will be further divided into smaller networks, and that is distributed to various organizations by concept of subnetting. Okay. So, next we have the class A. We only took the range, but how did we get the range, and how many networks are available in class A, and what are the number of hosts available for each of this class A network? We substitute the network bits and host bits into the corresponding formula to calculate the total number of class A networks. The formula is 2 to the power of number of network bits and minus priority bit. So, the priority bit we have used for class A is 1 bit. The value is 0, but only 1 bit was used. So, 2 to the power of 8 minus 1 is 2 to the power of 7, and the value of 2 to the power of 7 is 128. And this 128 networks, we have network 0.0.0 and 127.0.0 as reserved networks, and they are not valid. We have seen in the last session, they cannot be used. So, effectively there are only 126 networks available in class A, 126 different networks in class A. But each network in the class A, how many hosts or how many IPs are possible? So, we have 24 host bits. So, the value is 2 to the power of 24 minus 2, and why we have to subtract minus 2 is because one of them is network ID and the other one is broadcast ID. So, yesterday's session, the last session, we have discussed about the network ID, broadcast ID and valid IP address. So, network ID and broadcast ID are those which we cannot use for the hosts. So, we have effectively 1,67,77,214 IP addresses or hosts available for each class A network. In short, we represent this as 16 million IP addresses. So, in each of the class A network, there are 16 million IP addresses. This is the scope for a class A network, and hence it is recommended to use for large networks. And when we substitute the same formulas for class B and class C, we get to know the range of the number of class B networks, and in each class B network how many hosts are possible. And let's have a look at the class B network now. So, in the class B, substituting these values accordingly, we have 16,384 class B networks, and in each class B network we have 65,534 hosts. This is the class B values. So, this is used for medium sized organizations. Class A is used for large organizations, class B is for medium sized organizations. And then finally, we have class C, and in class C we have close to 2 million networks, and in each network we have only 254 IP addresses, and hence this is used in small networks. Small organization networks use class C. So, this is the scope and range for the class A, B and C networks. So, we also discussed earlier about the IP addresses and the network addresses. So, the range of addresses that are reserved for private, the IP version 4 addresses are divided into two categories called public IP addresses and private IP addresses. And these private IP addresses are reserved, meaning they cannot be used on internet. They are used within the organizations, they are used within the networks, within the organizations. They are not meant for internet usage, because these IP addresses are not valid. The private IP addresses are not valid or not routable on internet, and these IP addresses are free for anyone to use. Any organization, any individual, any college, university can make use of these IP addresses as per their requirement, and we can see these are the reserved IP addresses for private use. And you might have observed in your computer labs, majority of the labs use these private IP addresses, because these are free to use and anybody can use these IP addresses. This is 24 here, 24/24. Just now we have learned for class A the mask is /8, for class B the mask is /16, and for class C it is 24. So, it is 24/24 means default class C network. So, now we have seen that the private IP addresses, and they are free for any organization to use, and majority of organizations within their computer networks, they use private IP addresses. But remember, if you want to use internet, you want to access internet, we must have a public IP addresses. Without public IP address, we cannot access internet. So, other than these IP addresses that we have mentioned in the private IP addresses, other than these, the rest of them are all public IP addresses. So, let us see the public IP addresses in use, and this is the list of public IP address in each class. And these public IP addresses are assigned by the internet service provider. Internet service provider. In the last session, we did quick review of how the IPs were allocated. So, the global IP addresses are managed by an organization called Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, INA, and under INA we have regional internet registries, and under internet registries we have ISPs, and these provide IP addresses to the end users and organizations, and it is mandatory to have public IP address to access internet. So, by excluding those private IP addresses, the rest of them are all public IP addresses. So, we can see by excluding 10, the rest of them are all belonging to public range of IP addresses. So, this is the scope for each class and the public IP addresses allocated by the ISPs. So, having known about the private and public IP addresses, it is important not to use public IP addresses in our networks. We have to ensure that we use only private IP addresses in the network. In the later session, we will learn about how to convert these private IP addresses into public IP addresses with the help of a function called network address translation. Today, the internet is so vast that millions of users are accessing internet, and we do not have that many number of public IP addresses. So, in order to save those public IP addresses, the concept of network address translation was introduced, wherein the private IP address in the local LAN will be converted into public IP address assigned by the ISP. Let us suppose in your college, in your computer lab, if you are able to get internet, you must observe your local computer will have a private IP address, but you will still be able to access internet. But according to the rule, with private IP address, we cannot access internet. But how do we get this? Because of the solution called network address translation. Because of the shortage of public IP addresses, ISPs will allocate one public IP address for the whole organization network, and the router, on the router we will configure the concept called network address translation, and that will translate the private IP address to public IP address and vice versa. So, it is important to know that to access internet we must have public IP address, and without a public IP address we will not be able to access internet. But because the private IP addresses are free, n number of users can use these private IP addresses. But having a private IP address, also people would want to access internet, for which we have the solution called network address translation. So, I am going to show you a quick example of an application through which we can build networks. A small network we can build and just assign the IP addresses and check the communication. After which we go to the next topic called address resolution protocol. Okay. So, this is an application which is free, and anybody can download this application from the internet, from the website called netacad.com. So, this is the application. The name of this application is Cisco Packet Tracer. I repeat, the name of this application is Cisco Packet Tracer. So, using this application we can build small networks and enable communication between these networks. So, it is a very simple application to use. We can create small local area networks, we can create wide area networks, we can also create complex networks in this application by the help of switches, computers, servers, routers. So, we can use all these network devices, even the cables that we have discussed in the earlier sessions, the straight cable, the crossover cable, all these can be used in this application. So, let us look at this application and how to build a small network. Okay. So, let us see the application usage. On the bottom left hand corner we have these various objects called routers on the left hand side, and next to that we have switches. You can see these are the various switches available, and the third and fourth object we will not be using. The fifth object, if you click, then we get the cables, different types of cables here. The straight cable, the crossover cable we will be using now. And then on the second line on the left hand side we have end devices, which are computers, laptops, servers, etc. So, what we are going to do now is take few computers. So, to select the computer we have to click on this object. So, click once and then you can see an orange color circle appearing there. So, just click on the open space, the computer appears here. So, similarly we can create few computers, at least 2 or 3 required to set up a small local area network. And then to establish data communication between these computers we would require a switch. So, on the first line we have this second object called switches. We can select the first switch, we just click on the switch and take it to this open space, and we have the switch and the computers available. Next we require the cables to connect between the switches, switch and the computers. So, we have to select a straight through cable. The third object is a straight through cable. So, we have to select this cable and then click on the computer once. It will display the ports available on the computer. So, we have to connect this cable to the fast Ethernet port on the computer. Once we click that, then we have to point this to the switch. Once we click on the switch, the switch will display the various ports available on the switch. Now you can see this is a 24 port switch and there are 24 ports available. We can connect this PC on any port on this switch. So you can see a link has been established between the computer and the switch. And similarly, we have to select the same straight through cable and click on the second computer, select the port fast Ethernet, and then click on the switch and select the second port, and similarly select the cable, connect the computer and the switch. So this is how we can set up a simple local area network. So we also have an option to enhance the size of the objects by just clicking this plus sign, so you can make this network look bigger. So this is a simple local area network. This is a simple local area network, LAN. Okay, so this is a simple LAN and we have connections available between these computers. So we need to assign IP addresses. But just before we assign IP addresses and enable communication between them, let's question ourselves that we assign an IP address to this computer as well as this computer and this computer. And let's suppose we are going to assign IP address like 192.168.1.1 for this computer. So let's assign. So you just have to click on this computer, a pop-up window will appear. In this, you have to choose the desktop tab. You can see the third tab here. Click on this desktop tab and new options appear here. And you have to click on this first object called IP configuration, and it is in this object that we are going to assign the IP address to the computer. So just click on this object and you get another window to assign the IP address. So you have two options, one is static IP address assignment and the other one is the DHCP option. So we will choose the static IP because we are going to configure the IP address manually to this computer, and the IP address is going to be 192.168.1.10, let us suppose. This is the IP address. And in the subnet mask field, you just click here, automatically the corresponding subnet mask would appear. So IP address and subnet mask are essential for the LAN communication. This default gateway is required when you want to communicate with a computer in another network. So for now, we just want to give the IP address and subnet mask, and we just have to press this X button here. We just have to press the X button here and it closes. Then we have to go to this fourth option called command prompt, or you can see the run here. Just click on this, we get the command prompt of this particular PC. We get a command prompt of this particular PC. So we want to check what the IP address was assigned to this computer with the command IP config, one single word, IP config, and you can see the IP address that was allocated to this computer, 192.168.1.10, and this is the default subnet mask. Similarly, we have to assign IP address to the second and third computers as well, and then want to check communication from computer 1 to computer 2. So from computer 1, we will know the IP address of computer 2 and we can communicate. But in reality, for computer 1 to actually communicate with computer 2, how does computer 1 know whether computer 2 or computer 3 has the IP address of 192.168.1.20? So your computer has an IP address, but how does it know this IP address is available to this particular computer? He will not know. So just having the IP address alone is not enough for communication in the network. You must have both IP address as well as MAC address to communicate with each other. So we have the next protocol to discuss called address resolution protocol. This address resolution protocol is very important for the actual data communication. So this is basically providing a matching between the MAC address and the corresponding IP address. So this computer has this IP address and that is mapped with this particular MAC address. So this is a very important protocol in the LAN communication. Without the ARP, the two computers in the LAN will not be able to communicate with each other. So this has two different types of messages. The ARP protocol uses two different types of messages called ARP broadcast message and ARP reply message. These are the two messages internal to this ARP protocol. So, the ARP broadcast is sent as a broadcast to all the computers or devices in the network, in the LAN, and then only the device to which the IP address will match will process the request and send a reply message, whereas all other devices which have received this broadcast will discard this message. So, the ARP reply is the message that comes from the corresponding PC back to the sender saying that this is my MAC address. So, according to this picture which we have just created in the network, computer A is given an IP address of 192.168.1.10 and computer 2 we have not yet assigned the IP address. At this point of time, if you verify the ARP table on this computer, there is a table called ARP table and we can verify using the command ARP space -A. When you look at, there are no entries at this point of time because our computer 1 did not send or receive any data to the second or third computer. So, there are no entries. So, the ARP table will be empty initially. Only when there is a communication, the ARP entries will be built. So, let us look at the ARP table information. What does an ARP table contain? The switch maintains a MAC address table. We have seen this in the previous session, how the switch builds the MAC address table. It will be empty by default, and as and when the users send data, the entries will be filled in the MAC address table. The router will maintain the routing table. This we will see shortly in the next sessions. We will be watching the routing table output. Whereas these computers and servers, end devices, they maintain ARP table, and we have just observed in one of the computers it was empty. But as and when you send and receive data, the ARP table will be built. So, the ARP table will contain IP address of the device and its corresponding MAC address, the IP address to which you communicate and its corresponding MAC address. And remember, this is available or applicable only for local area network communication. ARP protocol works only in the LAN, not on the WAN. It cannot cross the router. It is working within the network only, because router is a device which stops the broadcast and ARP is a protocol which works based on the broadcast. So, when a computer wants to know the MAC address of the neighbor computer, it will send a broadcast and it goes to all the devices in the network, and the router will stop that broadcast. Router is a layer 3 device, and layer 3 device has a capability to stop the broadcast. So, let us get back to find out the ARP table. So, you can have the ARP table. On Windows operating system, we just have used this command ARP space -A is a command to verify the ARP table, and in Linux just the ARP command would do. So, we have an example of the ARP entries. You can see here, this is the command we have executed, and this is the entries that we have at this point of time. But when we checked on the local computer here, there were no ARP entries because they were not learnt at all. And this information learnt is not permanent. There is a certain time interval after which these entries will be flushed away, and again next time when you check the communication, the ARP table will be built. And the reason why I have not assigned the IP address to the second computer was so that we can check the communication and then the ARP table will be built. So, now to verify this ARP, we are going to assign the IP address to the second computer and then check communication from computer 1 to computer 2 and then verify the ARP table. So, let us assign the IP address to the second computer. Go to desktop, go to IP configuration, and then assign the IP address 192.168.1.20. We have assigned 192.168.1.10 for the first computer, and for the second computer we have assigned the IP address of 192.168.1.20. So, we can verify the local computer's IP address with the command IP config, and we can see the IP address being assigned to this computer. And then also on the first computer we have assigned the IP address and we have also seen the ARP table. But now I want to ping from the local computer 1 to the computer 2 with this corresponding IP address. The local PC IP address is 192.168.1.10. The second computer IP address is 192.168.1.20. So when I generate the request from the local PC, you can see that there is communication. There is a reply for the ping command. We have got the reply for the ping command. And now if we verify the ARP table, previously when we checked the output, the ARP table did not have any information. But now we have established data communication, and let us verify the output of the ARP table with the command ARP space -a. So you can verify now the IP address of the destination computer and its corresponding MAC address. So this table was empty earlier, but now we are able to get information. In a similar way, I am now going to assign the IP address to the third computer. Observe here, click on the computer, go to desktop option, go to IP configuration option, and then assign the IP address 192.168.1.30. Remember, within a local area network, every computer should have a unique IP address. This has to be manually assigned by the administrator. So next we go to the command prompt wherein we verify the IP config of this computer 192.168.1.30. So now we go back to the first computer. And ping 192.168.1.30. So this is the communication from the first computer to the third computer, and it is communicating. So now when we verify the output of the ARP table, we have two entries. This is the first computer, we have the IP address of the second computer and its corresponding MAC address, and that is the third computer IP address, and it is the MAC address of the third computer. So ARP table contains the IP address of the device and its corresponding MAC address. Without knowing the MAC address of the computer, the PC cannot send or receive data. So this is the importance of the ARP table and its functionality. And it is all happen in the background. We don't use ARP manually. We are using the ping application or command. Ping is a command used for troubleshooting. Suppose there is a problem in the network, how do we troubleshoot? We use ping as one of the important command or utility. So with this we get to know whether that destination computer is reachable or not. Suppose at the same time if I try to give another command called ping 192.168.1.40, let us suppose, but I have not assigned this IP address to any computer. My computer does not know, so he's going to try, he's going to check, he's going to send the broadcast asking, hey, I am looking for the IP address called 192.168.1.40, but nobody responds. Suppose for example you are in the class and you call a person by name who is ABCD here in the classroom, nobody will raise the hand because that name does not belong to anybody. So similarly here, when we try to communicate with a computer IP which is not available, so this is the output we get, request timed out, when there is no computer available, or if the computer is available but it is turned off. If the computer is switched off, it will not be able to respond. So we get a message called request timed out. So in network communication, if there is communication between the source and the destination, we get a reply like this, which has information of, see, we are trying to communicate with the IP address, we get reply from the same IP address, and the number of bytes of data that was sent in the packet, and the amount of time the packet has taken to go and come back. This is the time interval taken to the packet to go and come back. And TTL stands for time to live, though the name is time to live, is not related with a time object or time in sense. So TTL is actually hops. The maximum number of hops in TTL is 255. So from the source to the destination, every time the packet is crossing the network, the router will decrement the value by 1, and the final destination value cannot be less than 1. In case if the value goes less than 1, which is like happens to be 0, which means the destination is not reachable, and the computer or the router will display a message that time exceeded, cannot reach this particular destination. So ping helps us to know the communication between the source and destination. So in this session we have so far discussed about the subnet mask, the default subnet mask, how it is represented in the traditional notation, that is 255.0.0.0 for class A, 255.255.0.0 for class B, 255.255.255.0 for class C, and its corresponding slash notation, that is /8 for class A, /16 for class B, /24 for class C. And then we have discussed about the options of the allocation of the IP address and checking the communication. And now we have the topic called IPv6. The next discussion is about IPv6. IPv4 is very widely used, commonly used everywhere, but IPv6 was introduced in the year 2000, but the usage wise is very slow. So IPv6, we have already mentioned earlier session that it is there to overcome the limitations of IP version 4, because IP version 4 addresses are finished, they are no longer available. All the IPs which are available have been allocated to organizations, individuals, etc., ISPs, etc. So we have to use IPv6 now. The future is going to be about IPv6 for network communication. So this IPv6 address has 128 bits, and this is represented in hexadecimal notation, whereas IPv4 addresses are represented in decimal notation. IPv6 addresses are represented in hexadecimal notation. So we can look at here the IPv6 address. When converted into hexadecimal form, there will be 32 hexadecimal values, and this is the representation of an IPv6 address, full length IPv6 address, where here X represents one hexadecimal number, and there will be 8 quartets: quarter number 1, quartet number 2, quartet number 3, quartet number 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So 8 quartets, each of them are 4 hexadecimal values. When you multiply 8 into 4, you get 32 hexadecimal bits. And also there is a representation that one hexadecimal bit equals to 4 binary bits. One hexadecimal bit equals to 4 binary bits. And now we have 32 hexadecimal bits. So 32 hexadecimal into 4, we get 128 bits, which is the actual length of the IPv6 address. So an example of IPv6 address is represented here for your understanding, that is 2001:00:00:C150:00:00:009C41300. So you can see how long or how lengthy this IP address is when compared with an IPv4 address. Traditionally IPv4 addresses we have seen 10.0.0.1 or let's say 192.168.1.10. So small when compared with the IPv6 address. And since it's hexadecimal values, the values here, they are not case sensitive. These IPv6 addresses are not case sensitive. So there are rules available in IPv6. We can make this IPv6 address look smaller by using these rules. So when there are zeros in the beginning, we can substitute them with 0. We can omit them basically. The zeros can be omitted. This is rule number 1. So we had in the second quartet 4 zeros. They have become one single zero. So that's one advantage of IPv6, reducing the size of the IPv6 address. If you have 4 consecutive zeros in one quartet, we can substitute with one single zero, and if you have multiple quartets successively with zeros, we can represent with just a double colon. So by applying these two rules on the previous page IPv6 address, you can see it has become so short by applying those rules. Okay. And another benefits of IPv6 is there are no classes, like in IPv4 we have class A, class B and class C. Here we do not have classes, and there is no broadcast in IPv6, has been removed. So these are the advantages of IPv6. Apart from the length of the IPv6 address, there are billions of IPv6 addresses which are not available in IPv4. And some of the IPv6 addresses you can see here, global unicast addresses. This is similar to public IP addresses of IPv4 used on internet. IPv6 public IP address starts from the IP address 2000. And if an IPv6 address starts from FC00, this is called as private IP address. It's called as private IP address. This is link local address, or also called as automatic IP address. This is automatically assigned by the computer. And loopback, this is loopback, similar to in IPv4 127 series IP address we have. This is IPv6 loopback, and this is also called as default. This is called as default IPv6 address. This is a loopback address similar to 127 series in IP version 4. I can show you quickly on the computer, on my local computer, a usage of IPv6 address, ping : 1, which is a loopback address. So you can see we get a reply from the operating system, which means the local computer has IPv6 support available. And when we check IP config on the local computer, we can see the IPv6 address support available or not from this. So we can see in the network properties, we go to the connections, and here, so you can see here from the properties IPv6. So you have IPv6 here, it's not available, so you can just enable it. So now when we come back after enabling IPv6 to the command prompt, you can see IPv6. You can see here the FE80, you can see here, this is IPv6 address. There is support available for the operating systems right from Windows XP, Service Pack 2 and 3 onwards. IPv6 is available. But operating system like Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows Server operating system, they all come with default support of IPv6. So this is the discussion today, where we have learnt about the concept of a simple network, how to assign IP address in subnet mask, check the communication, and have the protocol ARP gather the information about the MAC address of the devices, and then check the actual communication, as well as the IPv6 addresses. Okay, so in the next session we will be learning more about how the routers work, how to configure the routers, routing protocols, and check the communication with the practical sessions on the router. Okay, thank you for watching this session. Hello, welcome back to the Google IT course. Today we're going to discuss about networking services and connecting to internet session 1. So in the previous session we've learned about various protocols, various services that are used in the network layer, and we also looked at how the network communication takes place, and we discussed about how the ARP protocol works to actually enable the communication between the devices in the local area network. So today we're going to discuss about networking services. What are networking services? We use internet today for various applications, for various services. We use internet. We also use intranet for an organization. Let us say a bank. A bank wants to establish communication from one branch to another branch of the same bank. So then we need some applications of the bank so that we can complete the transaction. So similarly, you want to verify or check your email. So what we do, we make a request using the browser. So using the browser, we connect to the corresponding mail server. Let's say, for example, www.gmail.com. And then we get a web page. We provide the username and password, and then we get to see the emails that we have received, or you want to send the emails. So that's an application. We are using an application, and that in the background, with the help of the network, is able to send the email as well as receive the email. So basically, network services are nothing but applications. Like web browser is one of the applications. That's a client-side application. If the user wants to access the web page, we require a browser. But what is in the background? Who is providing the web pages to us? So there is a web server available in the internet, and it is with the help of the browser we are able to connect from the computer, from the PC, or from the mobile phone to the web server. So there is a client component, there is a network component, and then there is a server component. So these three facilities or facilitates us to communicate from the client to the server, whether it is for email, or it is for web access, or for any banking applications, or even for our day-to-day communication. We use the social media like WhatsApp or Facebook. So it's the same thing. We use an app on the phone, WhatsApp or Twitter or like Facebook, and then we send some message or a picture, and this goes from, using the help of a network, it goes to the server, Facebook server or WhatsApp server. From there it goes to the person whom you wish to send. So all these are related to each other, whether we call it as an application or we call it as a networking service. So let's quickly have a look at the applications that is available here. So basically, application layer is the topmost model of the TCP/IP model or TCP/IP layer. So we have in the previous sessions learned about the OSI model and the TCP/IP model, and the top application is on the top always. And with the help of this application layer, we are able to send and receive data. With the help of the application layer, we are able to send and receive the data for the various applications. And some of the applications we use on the client side, on the user side, are web browser, FTP, Telnet, DNS, and many more. Whereas in the network layer also, we have discussed about certain protocols like routed protocols and routing protocols, and they are very limited in nature. Also in the data link layer, we have discussed about certain protocols. They are very limited in nature. But when it comes to the application layer, there are numerous applications or many different applications and protocols like HTTP, FTP, SMTP, DNS, DHCP, and many more. We also call these applications as network services, because all these network services work based on a client-server model. So some of the examples of the browsers, web browsers, we use some of them. Maybe there's a popular one is Google Chrome or maybe Internet Explorer. For some of you, you may be using Firefox. There are so many different web browser applications, and all these are basically the client application helping the user to communicate with the remote server. And similar to web application, we also have FTP, File Transfer Protocol. FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol. This protocol helps to send and receive large amounts of data or files from the source to the destination, and some of them are available here: FileZilla, ServView, Wing. We also have popular services. These are the clients, basically the clients. On the server side, we have applications like for web access or for web services. We have applications like IIS, Internet Information Server, for the Windows operating system, Windows Server operating system, Windows operating system, Microsoft Windows Server operating system has IIS. And we also have an open source called Apache. Apache Web Server provides applications to host web services. Suppose you want to access any web page, let's say zoomgroup.com or google.com. So these web pages have to be hosted on these servers, web server applications, and the client would be using a web browser to access these web pages. So these are all the various networking services, and then we're going to look at today how to establish data communication between these two networks. So this is one of the offices in, let's say, Amravati city, and this is another office in Hyderabad city, and we want the users of this network. These are all the users, and these are all the other users in another network, and you want to enable communication. Like this user here should generate a request, and the request should go all the way via the router and reach the destination here. And similarly, when a user here in the local network of Hyderabad sends a request to a user in Amravati, the request should go all the way and reach the destination. So we have to enable the local area network communication from one office to a local area network in another office. So in the previous session, we had briefly set up just a local area network to establish the communication within the office or within the organization. But now for our network services to work, we are using internet, and let's suppose this is one of your office network and this is the remote network. How do we enable the data communication? How does the data communication establish from the source to the destination if they are in two different networks? So to understand this, we are going to look at the various functions that the router performs. Of course, we have discussed about the various functions of the router already, but we'll take a real example of a network in Amravati and another network in Hyderabad, and then we will see how the data moves from the local area network to the remote local area network. And we have set up a small network in the last session, the local area network, just to assign IP addresses, to check the communication between them, as well as to see how the ARP protocol works. But that example we're going to extend by having two different office networks in two different cities, and then establish the data communication using the various networking protocols or routing protocols as well as network services. So to build this network, we're going to use the same application like last time, that is Cisco Packet Tracer. So let's start by creating a network in this simulator, and then we will also see how to establish the data communication and verify the data communication. So in this session, we will also be configuring the Cisco router so that the data can be forwarded from one network to another network. So let's get to see this software. This is the software that we have used in the last session to set up a small local area network, and today we're going to establish a wide area network. So we are going to consider one of the routers here and then use it in the open space. We can increase the size of these objects. And then we need another router in another city. So let's say this is the two different routers. And then we have a local area network, so we require switches in each office. So we use a switch in both these office networks. And then we need few computers, so we go to the end devices here and then create some objects, end device objects. So we will have one server as well, so two PCs and one server just to represent a network. And similarly on the remote side as well, some computers and one server. So now we need to establish the physical connectivity between these. So we have, this is the connection wizard, so we can go to the connections, and like last time we can select how to connect these devices, connecting the router, switch and the PCs and the server. So one by one, using the same concept that we did last time, we can establish the physical connectivity. This is the server and the switch. We have the physical connectivity getting ready, and then we will check the communication between this local network and the remote local network. So we have the LAN ready now, and then we have to connect the switch to the router. Similarly, on the remote side also, the switch to the router. But to establish the connection from one city to another city, we require wide area network, for which we have two options. We can choose to use the Ethernet interface, or we can choose to use the serial interface. But if you observe that in the picture, we had discussed about the connectivity using the serial interface or WAN interface. So we have multiple types of interfaces available to set up the network. So this particular module or serial port module is not available by default in the modular Cisco routers. So we need to add additionally. So the question is, how do we add the serial port module? So just click on the router once, and then we have the device. You should turn off the device first, and then add this module WIC2T, this particular module. We have to click on this module and drag it to the open space. We have to click and drag it to the open space or slot here, and then we should power on the router. So similarly, we have to minimize this and then go to the next router. On this router also we have to perform the same task. Just click on the power button and then select the WIC2T module, click on this and drag it to this slot here, and then we have the module set up. So we need to turn on this router back and then minimize this window. So we have a serial port module available on these two routers now, and we have to establish the connectivity. So we have to select this option called serial DCE cable. This is the cable that we have to select. Okay, so just click on the serial DCE cable and then click on this router once, and then a small pop-up window appears. So we should choose one of the two serial port on this router. So let's choose serial 0/0/0, the first serial port, and then we should take the other end to the other router and then click on this router, and we can see that there is serial ports also available on this router. So select one of them. We can connect any port of the router to any other port. So we have now a physical connection available between the local area network in one city and local area network in another city. So we can create labels just to represent that this belongs to so and so city. So let's give the city name as Amravati, and then we'll call this as, let's say, Hyderabad. So these are the two offices the company has, and we wish to communicate from this local area network to the remote local area network. So let's use our reference diagram here, and in this diagram you can see the IP addresses that have been mentioned here belongs to the router actually. This IP belongs to the local router. So we will have to assign IP address to these computers as well. So the IP addresses that we have to use in these two different networks, they must be different. Observe carefully. The IP address used in Amravati is 192.168.201. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for various network devices. Similarly, the IP address that we are using on the Hyderabad network is different from that we used in Amravati. That is 192.168.202.1 for the one router, and then similarly for other computers we'll have different unique IP addresses. So let's follow the same structure in our example as well. So for this computer, we have seen how to assign the IP addresses. Just click on the computer, so a pop-up window appears, go to the desktop tab, and then we have IP configuration settings. Just click on the IP configuration settings. We could assign the IP address to this PC 192.168.201. some number, let's say 10, and then the subnet mask. So So last time also we just assigned the IP address and subnet mask, we did not use the default gateway. But remember, to establish communication from one local area network to a remote local area network with the help of the router requires us to define the default gateway. So the default gateway is an important parameter. We have discussed in the previous sessions as well, that the default gateway is always the router's IP address. At this point of time, the router is not yet configured. We will learn how to configure the IP address to the router in a short while. And here we have to specify the IP address of the router, 192.168.201.1. This is going to be the router's IP address. So we have assigned the IP address to the router, and then we can verify that the IPs have been assigned by using the command ipconfig. So we have the IP address, the subnet mask, as well as the default gateway. All the three parameters required to communicate with the remote network are available. So similarly, I am going to add one IP address to this remote side computer, that is Hyderabad LAN computer IP address, 192.168.202.10. So we have the IP addresses assigned, as well as the default gateway on this computer is supposed to be 192.168.202.1. This is the router IP address of Hyderabad. So we have assigned the basic parameters. All we need to do now is check whether there is communication possible. So we have the IP address of the PC and the subnet mask, as well as the default gateway. All the three parameters are present. So now we are going to generate a request or traffic to the remote computer that is in Amravati network. The IP address is 192.168.201.10. This IP belongs to the computer in Amravati network, and this IP belongs to the computer in the Hyderabad network. So you will find that there is no communication between the two computers. Though they are in two different networks, there is no communication. So to enable this communication between two different networks, we have to use the routers, and on these routers we have to enable the routing protocols. So that's our next step. So let's look at how to configure the router. So you can see these ports on the router, they are all in red color or orange color, you can see here. Means they are not yet been enabled. Whereas here on the computer and the server to the switch, the ports are representing green, means they are operational. Of course, we have used only one IP address on the first computers on both sides, but even though we don't assign the IP address, the physical connectivity is operational. So to configure the router, click on this object and a pop-up window appears. We need to choose the option called CLI. So this is the option we have to choose to configure the router. So just click here, and then we have the information that is available to configure the router. So normally on a new router, when you're configuring for the first time, you will see this message called system configuration dialog, and you will get a message that would you like to configure yes or no. Normally at this point of time we would choose yes, but technically it is recommended to use the option no. So the moment you choose no, you get a message called press return to get started, where that return is nothing but the enter key. So just press the enter key and you get some prompt. So this is called as Cisco routers operating system prompt, or also called IOS prompt. There are different modes in the router to configure. So we have the list of commands that are to be used mentioned in this presentation that we have just had a look. So to configure this, we have taken two different networks. One is called Amravati and other is called Hyderabad, two different networks. If we check the communication between the two networks and we verified that they were not able to communicate, already we have checked that just now, because the router does not know the path or the route how to reach the destination. So now what we have to do is, on the routers we have to configure the router and then enable the routing protocols. So when we enable the routing protocols on these routers, then the router would forward the request from the local network. From once we configure these two routers with the routing protocols, then the data from one network would be allowed to go to the remote network and vice versa. This would happen only when the routing is enabled on these respective routers. So, from what we have learned so far, we are going to see this, the different types of routing protocols. The different types of routing protocols, one is static routing, two is dynamic routing, and the third is default routing. So, to start with, we will look at how to configure static route and the commands that we have to enable on the router, so that the network in Amravati network can communicate with network in Hyderabad. So, these are the various commands that we have represented here to use on the router. So, first we are considering the Amravati router to be configured. So, we have already got to this stage that it is asking for a question that would you like to configure yes or no. So, choose the option called no, we have mentioned that here. So, once we choose the no option, we have this keyword called router with a greater than symbol. So, which is exactly available here, router with a greater than symbol. So, we have this keyword here, router with a greater than symbol. Now, we need to give this command called enable as mentioned there. Once you give the command enable, the prompt will change from greater than symbol to hash symbol. So, we are changing the mode from user mode to the privilege mode. So, we cannot do any configuration here in this privilege mode also. So, we have to go to the next level called configure space terminal. This command will let us go from the hash prompts. There is a message that is available, that is enter the configuration commands one per line. So, it is a message, just a message. So, we now go to the next command, that is we are changing the name of the router, which is default is router name. We want to change that to Amravati, just a short form for Amravati. So, we use the command called host name to change the name of the router. We use the command called host name followed by what name we wish to give. You can see that the prompt which was router earlier has got changed to Amravati. This is a short form. Okay. So, we have changed the name. So, next what we have to do is assign the IP address to the router's interfaces. I repeat, we have to assign the IP address to the router's interfaces. So, the next command would be interface fast Ethernet space 0/0, and then we need to give the command IP address followed by the IP number that is allocated to this Amravati router, that is 192.168.201.1, followed by the class C subnet mask, which is default subnet mask. And since by default all the ports are in the shutdown state, we must give the command no shutdown. We must give the command called no shutdown. And the moment we use this command no shutdown, you will find a message that pops up on the screen saying that the fast Ethernet port, which was in the down state by default, has now come to the up state by giving this command no shutdown. And we must mandatorily give this command no shutdown as well as the IP address for every interface which we wish to send and receive data. So, this is the command that we will be using. And then the next, we have to also enable the WAN interface or the serial interface. We already assigned the IP address and we are given the no shutdown command. So, on this Amravati router, we have to configure the WAN port or the serial port. Remember, serial port is required to connect to the remote network or called as WAN. Maybe you may be connecting this to the internet as well. You may have to connect this interface to the internet as well. Maybe also we should consider another situation. In place of serial interface, you may be using the fast Ethernet interface 0/1 to connect to the ISP, because fast Ethernet 0/0 was connected to the local area network. We can have another interface used to connect to the ISP or to the remote network, and that remote network interface also requires an IP address, and we must give the command no shutdown. So, we have now configured the Ethernet interface. The next interface we are going to configure is the serial interface /0/0/0, and then assign the IP address 172.16.0.1. This is the class B IP address, and the subnet mask is 255.255.0.0. And remember, we must give the command no shutdown every time we are configuring this interfaces. So, you will find there is only one statement that is coming to show that the interface status is up, but once we configure the remote router, then we will get to see the second message as well. So, at this point of time, we have assigned the IP address to the interfaces and then made the status of the interface to up. And now, we must tell the Amaravati router how to reach the network of Hyderabad, and this is the different destination network. This is called as destination network. We are providing information to Amaravati router how to reach Hyderabad, and what is the next router's IP address which will guide to reach the destination. And then we have, this is called as static route. This is the configuration called static route. We are manually defining the path from Amaravati to Hyderabad, and we will be doing the similar thing from Hyderabad router to Amaravati router as well. Okay. So, the next statement is to configure the static route with the command IP space route 192.168.202.0. This is the network ID. Remember, in one of the earlier sessions of IP address, we discussed about the network ID, the broadcast ID, as well as the valid IP. Valid IP is something we give to a single device, single computer, single printer or server, etc. Whereas network ID is something we represent for the whole organization LAN or the whole organization network. So, whenever we create a static route, the static route must be done from the local network to the remote network. So, we must have the knowledge or information about the remote network. So, we have done the static route on the Amaravati router, and now it is time to configure the Hyderabad router, after which we can check the communication that the local computer in Amaravati will be able to access the remote server in the Hyderabad network, and similarly the local network in Hyderabad should be able to access the remote network server in Amaravati. Okay. So, let us look at this configuration 255.255.255.0, and then the next hop IP address is 172.16.0.2. So, this concludes our configuration of the Amaravati router, and then we have to check the communication, before which we will verify the route, show IP route. So, we have only one information, that is the local network information. We do not have the information of Hyderabad at this point of time, because we have not configured the Hyderabad router yet. So, let us quickly get to configure the Hyderabad router, and as discussed, we have to choose the option called CLI mode, and then we have the option called do you wish to configure the router, yes or no. So, we should choose the option no, and then we come to this basic prompt where we give the command enable and then give the command configure space terminal, and then we give the command host name, and then we give the keyword to represent the name of that particular office network router, and then we give the command interface fast Ethernet 0/0, and then assign the IP address to the interface IP address 192.168.202.1, and then the subnet mask 255.255.255.0, and then the command no shutdown. This will activate the interface fast Ethernet 0/0, and then we go to the interface serial 0/0/0, assign the WAN interface IP address 172.16.0.2, and then the class B subnet mask and then the command no space shutdown. So with this, the basic assignment of the IP addresses to the interfaces is complete, and we have to create a static route from Hyderabad to reach Amravati network. So let's complete that as well to verify. So the IP address of the Hyderabad network to Amravati network is 19 IP route 192.168.201.0 followed by the subnet mask and then the next hop IP address. Now with this, if you verify the routing table called show IP route, you could see that there is a static route. So you can see the codes here. The codes here represent the name of, you can see a static, S for static. So we just created a static route from Hyderabad to Amravati, and then we can see in the output that there was a static route created, and this is the path, this is a route available from Hyderabad to Amravati network. At the same time, when we come from the output that we have in Amravati network, there is a different output now. There is a path available from Amravati to Hyderabad. This is a local area network of Hyderabad network. So now if we go to the computer, this is the computer from which we could check the reachability. So remember, this is the IP address of Amravati network. So we want to check the reachability to the Hyderabad network 202.192.160.202.10. So you will find that there is communication available from this network to the remote network. You can see here there is a successful communication. In the previous examples, we have seen that ping is a command to check the reachability from source to destination. So now there is reachability. So now let's go to the Hyderabad network and check the communication towards Amravati network. So there is communication possible, which was not possible earlier because we have enabled the routing in the Hyderabad router as well as Amravati router. Static route has been defined. You can see the ports are green, which means they are active, and there is a route available from Hyderabad network to Amravati network as well as from Amravati network to Hyderabad network. For both sides, we have created the static route and there is communication possible. So let's create a web server here, a quick web server. We need to assign the IP address to this web server as well, 192.168.201.100. This is the IP address of the web server in Amravati network. We need to provide the default gateway IP address as well, which is a router IP address, and we need to check that there is the IP is configured properly. Go to the command prompt and give the command IP config. So you can see the parameters is assigned. Now we go to the services and then go to HTTP services. In this, there is a message already available. So just to create some message here, we give welcome to Amravati network. So we created a small message and then we're going to save it, and then we go to the PC in the Hyderabad network, close this window, go to the web server web page. Here we are going to type the IP address of the web server in Amravati network, 192.168.201.100, and then you can see that there is a message, welcome to Amravati network. So you can see there was a message arrived from Hyderabad requesting the web page of Amravati server. So similarly, on the Hyderabad network, we will create similar IP address relating to Hyderabad network, 192.168.202.100, and then the default gateway 192.168.202.1. I'm sorry, this is the DNS server. Yeah, here, correct. So we have assign the IP address on the server in Hyderabad network. So, let us verify IP config. So, we have got to see, sorry, yeah, here we have the IP address of the server as well as of the default gateway. So, now we go to the services, and in the services we give the command welcome to Hyderabad network. So, we have given some message here. So, we could see this message available when we access from Amaravati network, we want to access this server. So, we go to the PC in the Amaravati network, close this window, go to the web browser, this is the object, web browser object, and then we will type the IP address of the server of Hyderabad 192.168.202.100. This is the server IP address, and then we can see the web page. So, you can see here the message welcome to Hyderabad network. So, this is how we could verify that we have the access from one local area network. So, this is a local area network of Amaravati, and we want to access the remote network of Hyderabad as well as the local network of Hyderabad should be able to access the remote network of Amaravati. So, we were able to provide this communication because of the help of the router as well as the routing protocols that we have enabled on the router. So, this requires an important things like establishing the local area network, using the local router, and providing the input of the IP address of the LAN, IP address of the WAN, as well as enabling the routing protocols. So, we have seen there were 3 different methods of routing, that is static routing, dynamic routing, and default routing. So, we can use any of these methods which is suitable for the organization, but for small organization networks with few branch offices, we prefer to use the static routing. And this static routing has to be enabled both on the source router as well as on the destination router. So, both the routers should have knowledge of the remote network, and that information is manually provided by the administrator. But if the network is big, let us say an ISP or let us say a bank which has hundreds of branches all over the country, so we will not be able to use the static route. So, we have to use dynamic route or dynamic routing protocols for such large networks. So, on the internet we have lots of ISPs across the globe, and these ISPs use dynamic routing protocols. For small organizations we use static routing, for large organizations and ISPs we use dynamic routing. So, we have seen in today's session how to build a network with 2 branch offices and how to assign IP addresses and the default gateway, and we also have seen the important concept of how to configure the router, Cisco router, using this Cisco packet tracer simulator. So, you can download this application from netacad.com. It's a free registration, and then you can download it, and then you can set up this on your own PC, on your own laptop. You can run this application and learn how to build or set up networks and enable communication with the help of the router. So, today, to summarize, we have learned about the applications, networking services, the client application, the server application, and we also have learned about how to configure the router and verify the communication between the PC and the web server. So, we can enable many more such applications like FTP, email, all this also can be enabled in this type of networks. So, I hope this session was informative and you will take advantage of this, and in the next session we will learn about how to actually connect to the internet and what are the other protocols and services required to enable internet. Thank you.
Hello, good morning students. Welcome to Mana TV. Welcome to Tally training program conducted by APSSTC. Right. In yesterday's class, we have discussed about voucher types and voucher class. Right. In today's class, we are going to discuss about sales orders and purchase orders. So, what is a sales order and what is a purchase order? So, sales orders and purchase orders nothing but same. So, purchase order is nothing. It's a document issued to the supplier that we need some material or goods. So, we are giving a document to him and we are putting an order, okay, that we want this an order. So, in some companies what happens is without a formal document no material will be issued. సో మామూలుగా మనం ఒక షాప్కి వెళ్తే మనకు కావాల్సిన ఐటమ్స్ సూపర్ మార్కెట్ అని ఎక్కడ వెళ్తే కనుక మనకు కావాల్సిన ఐటమ్స్ తీసేసుకొని ఆ బిల్లింగ్ చేసి వచ్చేస్తాం. బట్ కొన్ని కంపెనీస్లో వాళ్ళకు ఆర్డర్ లేకుండా ఏ ఒక్క డాక్యుమెంట్స్ని ఏ ఒక్క పర్చేస్ని వాళ్ళు చేయరు. దే విల్ నాట్ గివ్ ఎనీ గూడ్స్ వితౌట్ అన్ ఆర్డర్. ఓకే, సో ఫర్ దట్ వాట్ పర్పస్ వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు డూ ఈస్ వీ హ్యావ్ పుట్ అన్ ఆర్డర్. సో అండ్ సో కంపెనీకి మనం ఆర్డర్ చేయాలి. ఆర్డర్ చేసి మనకు కావాల్సిన ఐటమ్స్ అని లిస్ట్ పెడితే వాళ్ళన్నీ చూసేసి మనకు కావాల్సిన ఐటమ్స్ మనకి డిస్పాచ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాడు. సో ఎందుకు పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ చేయాలి అంటే దే ఆర్ సెవరల్ రీజన్స్ ఫర్ దట్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, దేర్ ఆర్ సమ్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ విచ్ ఆర్ which are done for particular persons only. So in the market లో మనం చూసుకున్నట్టయితే మన టూ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఉంటాయి. వన్ ఈజ్ మేక్ ఫర్ ఆర్డర్, వన్ ఈజ్ మేక్ ఫర్ స్టాక్. మేక్ ఫర్ ఆర్డర్ అంటే వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చిన విధంగా వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చిన ఆర్డర్ని ప్రకారం మనము చేస్తామన్నమాట. మేక్ ఫర్ స్టాక్ అంటే ఫస్ట్ మనకు కావాల్సిన బల్క్ క్వాంటిటీలో ప్రొడక్షన్ చేస్తాము. సపోజ్ పెన్స్, ఇంకేమన్నా XYZ మొబైల్స్ అట్లా ఉన్నాయనుకోండి. ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఒక మొబైల్ చూస్తున్నట్టయితే సామ్సంగ్ కానీ ఇంకేదైనా మొబైల్ తీసుకోండి, ఒక మోడల్ వచ్చేస్తుంది మార్కెట్లో. వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఆ మోడల్ కొన్ని ల్యాక్స్లో ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసి పెట్టేస్తారు. దెన్ దే రిలీజ్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్ అండ్ సెల్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్. ఓకేనా, ఈ యొక్క ప్రోడక్ట్ ఎవరికైనా యూస్ఫుల్ అవుతుంది, ఎవరైనా పర్చేస్ చేయవచ్చు. బట్ దేర్ ఆర్ సమ్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ విచ్ ఆర్ డన్ ఫర్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ దోస్ పీపుల్, దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ మేక్ ఫర్ ఆర్డర్. చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్, మన ఇంట్లో మన ఒక ఫాల్ సీలింగ్, అలాంటి ఫాల్ సీలింగ్ కానీ లేదా ఫర్నిచర్ కానీ చేస్తున్నాం. సో ఈ ఫాల్ సీలింగ్ కానీ ఫర్నిచర్ కానీ మనం చేయించాలంటే వాటి యొక్క కంపెనీ ఇంటీరియర్ డిజైన్ వాళ్ళ కంపెనీస్ పిలిపించి మనం చెప్తాం, సార్ నాకు ఇట్లా ఈ ఫాల్ డిజైనింగ్ కావాలి, ఈ సో అండ్ సో మెటీరియల్ యూస్ చేయాలి, దీనిలో ఫర్నిచర్ సో అండ్ సో కలర్ యూస్ చేయాలి, సో అండ్ సో టేక్ వుడ్ యూస్ చేయాలి, లేకుంటే ఇటాలియన్ సంథింగ్ డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఉంటుంది. అంటే ఆ పర్టికులర్ ఆర్డర్ అనేది వాళ్ళ గురించే మనం చేస్తున్నాం, అవునా. ఇప్పుడు ఇలాంటి వాటిలో ఏమవుతుందంటే పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ లేకుండా అసలు యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయరు. ఎందుకంటే మనం అక్కడ వెళ్ళేసి ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ అనేది ఫిక్స్ ఉండదు. ఇప్పుడు మేక్ ఫర్ స్టాక్లో అయితే ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇంత ఉంటుంది, ఈ మొబైల్ ఈజ్ 10,000, దిస్ మొబైల్ ఈజ్ 15,000, దిస్ మోడల్ ఈజ్ 5,000, దిస్ మోడల్ ఈజ్ 10,000. అది ఎవరికైనా 10,000 ఉంటుంది. బట్ మేక్ ఫర్ ఆర్డర్లో వచ్చేటప్పటికి ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ అనేది డిఫరెంట్ అంటే మన క్లయింట్స్, ఓకే, మన క్లయింట్స్కి టేస్ట్కి అనుకూలంగా వాళ్ళకి నచ్చినట్టు చెప్తారు, మనం చేస్తాం. సో ఇలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్లో మనం వాళ్ళు ఒకసారి ఆర్డర్ ఇచ్చేస్తారు. సో మనం దాన్ని బట్టి మనకు కావాల్సిన రా మెటీరియల్స్, కావాల్సిన వుడ్ కానీ ఆ ఫాల్ సీలింగ్ కావాల్సిన సంబంధించిన మెటీరియల్ కానీ తెచ్చి పెట్టుకుంటాం. ఇప్పుడు సడన్గా అది అండర్ ప్రాసెస్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు తన ఆర్డర్ క్యాన్సిల్ చేసి నాకు వద్దు అని అంటే వీ విల్ ఇన్ లాస్. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద రీజన్ విల్ టేక్ అన్ ఎ డాక్యుమెంట్, విల్ టేక్ అన్ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ ఫ్రమ్ దెమ్. సో ఆ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్లో మనకు కావాల్సిన డైమెన్షన్స్ కానీ కలర్స్ కానీ అవన్నీ మెన్షన్ చేసి ఇస్తారు, పర్టికులర్ సైన్ చేస్తాం. సో ఆ ఫ్యూచర్లో మనం తను అడగడానికి కూడా ఛాన్స్ ఉండదు, బాబు నువ్వు ఆర్డర్ పెట్టావు కంపల్సరీ తీసుకోవాలి, బికాస్ దిస్ ఆర్డర్ ఇస్ మెంట్ ఫర్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ యువర్ పర్పస్ అండ్ వీ కెనాట్ సోల్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్ అవుట్ సైడ్. సో డెఫినెట్లీ ఇన్ దిస్ ఫర్ ఫైలింగ్ ఎనీ కేస్ లీగల్గా పోవాలన్నా కానీ డాక్యుమెంట్ అనేది యూస్ఫుల్ అవుతుంది. అదే తను ఒక మెయిల్ పెట్టేసి ఆర్డర్ పెట్టేసి ఫార్మల్ ఫోన్లో ఆర్డర్ పెట్టేశారంటే అది మనకి లీగల్కి యాక్షన్ తీసుకోవడానికి ఛాన్స్ ఉండదు. సో అందుకనే ఈ ఆర్డర్స్ అనేది పెడుతున్నారు. ఓకే, సో మెనీ పీపుల్, సమ్ పీపుల్, సో కొందరికి ఏం చేస్తే పర్టికులర్ కొన్ని కంపెనీస్ అలాంటివి ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని ఆర్డర్ మెయింటైన్ చేస్తాము. కొన్ని పర్టికులర్ అంటే కంపెనీస్ ఉండవు కదా, ఫార్మల్ మెయిల్లో పెట్టేసి మనం ఆర్డర్ తెచ్చేసుకొని ఆర్డర్ పెట్టేసి స్టాక్ తెచ్చేసుకుంటాం. ఓకే, సో దిస్ ఆల్ క్యాన్ బి డన్ ఇన్ టాలీ ఆల్సో. ఓకే, మామూలుగా చాలామంది ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఈ యొక్క ప్రొసీజర్ సరిగా టాలీలో చేయడం తెలియక వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే వర్డ్లోనో లేదా ఎక్సెల్లో ఒక డిజైన్ చేసుకొని అందులో వాళ్ళ పర్టికులర్స్ అన్నీ ఫిల్అప్ చేసేసి దాన్ని ప్రింట్ తీసి సైన్ చేసి స్కాన్ చేసి పంపించడం. సో దిస్ ఆల్ని చేస్తారు. సో ప్రింట్ చేసి స్కాన్ చేసేంతవరకు బాగానే ఉంది, కానీ ఆ పర్టికులర్ ఆర్డర్లో మనకు ఆర్డర్ ఎంత పెండింగ్ ఉంది, ఇంకా ఎంత మెటీరియల్ రావాలి, అసలు ఇది వస్తుందా అంటే స్టిల్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఆర్డర్, అంటే ఆర్డర్ ఒక స్టేటస్ ఏంటి, మనం ఎన్ని ఆర్డర్ పెట్టాము, ఆర్డర్లో మనం ఇంకా ఎంత రిసీవ్ చేస్తున్నాము, ఇంకెంత బ్యాలెన్స్ రావాలి. సో ఇదంతా కూడా మనకు తెలుసుకోవాల్సింది ఉంది కదా, అవునా. సో అందుకనే టాలీలో ఈ యొక్క ప్రొసీజర్ పెట్టేసి టాలీలో మనం సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్స్ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్స్ ఎలా చేయాలి, ఒకవేళ ఆర్డర్ మనం క్లోజ్ చేయాలంటే ఎలా చేయాలి ఏంటి అనేది మనము వాళ్ళ క్లాస్లో తెలుసుకుందాం. సో ప్లీజ్ సీ ద స్క్రీన్ నౌ, వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు సీ దట్. ఓకే, so in today's class we are going to discuss about purchase orders and sales orders. So right now see the screen, purchase order, right. What is the purchase order? Purchase order is the document given to the supplier to purchase the raw materials, finished goods or service, etc. It's a document given to the supplier to purchase the raw material or finished goods or services, right. Next one, what is a sales order? Sales order is a document received from the customer to sell the goods or services, that is purchase order from the customer. అంటే వాళ్ళకి పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్, మనకు సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్. ఓకే, అది రెండింటి క్వాంటిటీ. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ వన్, జనరల్గా పర్చేస్ ఫార్మాట్ అంటే ఇలా ఉంటుంది. ఫస్ట్ ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇండెంట్ వస్తుంది మనకి. విల్ గెట్ ద ఇండెంట్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ప్రొడక్షన్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. సో ఓకే, వాళ్ళు మన అంటే ప్రొడక్షన్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు ఏదైనా చేయాలి అనుకో, ఒక ప్రోడక్ట్ చేయాలి అనుకున్నప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి ప్రోడక్ట్ కావాల్సిన ఐటమ్స్ ఏమేమి కావాలి, ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ కావాల్సిన రా మెటీరియల్స్ కానీ వాటికి సంబంధించిన పార్ట్స్ కానీ అలాంటివన్నీ కావాలి వాళ్ళకి. సో వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే మాకు ఈ ఐటమ్స్ కావాలి అని చెప్పేసి పర్చేస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తారు. పర్చేస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు, పర్చేస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ విల్ సెర్చ్ ఫర్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్స్. ఓకే, మనం ఏదైతే ఇండెంట్ పెడుతున్నామో మనకు కావాల్సిన ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఏవైతే కావాలో వాళ్ళకి, సో వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఎక్కడ పెట్టాలి, ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఎక్కడ దొరుకుతుంది, ఏ రేట్లో దొరుకుతుంది, వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన క్వాంటిటీ ఏంటి అనేది వాళ్ళు నెట్లో సర్చ్ చేసి వాళ్ళకన్నా వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఈ పర్చేస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ రిలీజ్ చేస్తారు. సో ఐ వాంట్ టు టెల్ యూ దట్ పిఓ, సో వాడుక భాషల్లో మనం పిఓ అని అంటుంది. సో వెన్ యూర్ గోయింగ్ టు ద రియల్ టైమ్ ఆల్సో దే విల్ నాట్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్, ఆర్ దే మే నాట్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్, ఆర్ దే మే నాట్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్. సో షార్ట్ కట్లో దే మే కాల్ యాజ్ పిఓ, పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్. అంటే పిఓ అంటే పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ అనుకోవాలి. అంటే మనం వేరే వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చేదైనా పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ అనే మాట్లాడతారు, వేరే వాళ్ళు మనకి ఇచ్చిందైనా పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ అనే వాడతారు. అంటే భాష మాత్రం వాళ్ళు అలాగే వాడతారు. సో మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి పిఓ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్, మళ్ళీ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ అనేది సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్ ఎలా అనుకోవాలి. సో హౌ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు థింక్ దట్ ఈస్ అ సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్, పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్. సో ఆ క్లయింట్ నేమ్ ఉంటుంది కదా, అంటే సపోజ్ గోద్రేజ్ అని కంపెనీ ఉంది, మనం ఆయనకు పర్చేస్ పెడతాం. సో గోద్రేజ్ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ అంటే మనం ఏమనుకోవాలి, ఇది మనం ఆయనకు పెట్టిన ఆర్డర్ అని అనుకోవాలి. సో మన క్లయింట్ ఉన్నాడు, ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ బాండియా ఫర్నిచర్స్ ఉన్నాడు, బాండియా ఫర్నిచర్ అనే మన ఆయన క్లయింట్, మనం ఆయనకు సేల్ చేస్తాం. సో ఆయన మనకు ఆర్డర్ పెడతాడు. సో ఆ పార్టీని అంటే ఆ పార్టీని బట్టి మనం డిసైడ్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఓకేనా, ఈయన మన క్రెడిటార్ పార్టీ అయితే ఇది పిఓ అని అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి, ఇది కస్టమర్ పార్టీ అయితేనేమో కస్టమర్ పిఓ అంటేనేమో అది సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్ అని అజ్యూమ్ చేసుకొని జనరేట్ చేయాలి. సో సీ ద స్క్రీన్. So how the order will be, so from purchase department again it goes to stores department. అంటే purchase department వాళ్ళు ఫస్ట్ ఆర్డర్ పెడతారు. ఓకేనా, సో ఆర్డర్ పెట్టిన తర్వాత ఆర్డర్ ఎక్కడ వస్తుంది, మళ్ళీ వచ్చిన స్టోర్స్ మన స్టాక్ అంతా ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తుంది, వాళ్ళు వచ్చి మన ఆఫీస్లో పెట్టారు కదా, అంతా స్టోర్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో ఉంటుంది. సో స్టోర్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు, ఆ వచ్చిన స్టాక్ అంతా అన్లోడ్ చేసుకొని మనకు సంబంధించిన పిఓ అగెన్స్ట్గానే మెటీరియల్ వచ్చిందా, మనం పెట్టిన పిఓ ఎంత, మన పిఓలో ఏ పిఓలో ఈ స్టాక్ వచ్చింది, మనం ఎంత ఆర్డర్ చేసాము, అందులో ఎంత వచ్చింది, ఇంకెంత పెండింగ్ ఉంది అని స్టోర్స్ వాళ్ళు ఎంట్రీ చేసుకుంటారు. ఓకే, దిస్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ మెటీరియల్ రిసీట్ నోట్, ఎంఆర్ఎన్. కొందరు ఎంఆర్ఎన్ మెటీరియల్ రిసీట్ నోట్ అంటారు, కొందరు ఓన్లీ రిసీట్ నోట్ అనే అంటారు, ఆర్ఎన్ అంటారు, కొందరేమో స్టాక్ రిసీట్ నోట్ ఎస్ఆర్ఎన్ అని అంటారు. సో దే మే యూజ్ ద డిఫరెంట్ వర్డ్స్, బట్ in tally it is MRN, material receipt note. In tally it is called as MRN, material receipt note. ఈ మెటీరియల్ రిసీట్ నోనే వేరే వేరే వాళ్ళు వేరే వేరే భాషలు వాడవచ్చు. దాన్ని డీసీ అనొచ్చు, డెలివరీ చలాన్ అనొచ్చు, ఎంఆర్ఎన్ మెటీరియల్ రిసీట్ నోట్ అనొచ్చు, ఎస్ఆర్ఎన్ అంటే స్టోర్ రిసీట్ నోట్ అని కూడా అనొచ్చు. ఓకేనా? సో వన్స్ the indent is given to the purchase department, the purchase department what they do is they put the order to the parties, and when the order is put, it will go to the stores department. Once the stores department receive the material, so ఎంతైతే సపోజ్ 100 పంపించాడు అనుకోండి, 100లో మనం 1000 ఆర్డర్ చేసాం, 1000లో మనకు 100 వచ్చింది. సో బిల్ మనకు 100కే రావాలి కదా. సో అది మా అకౌంట్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళకి వెళ్తుంది అనమాట. ఓకే, సో indent will go from production department to the purchase department. From purchase department, when the purchase order is raised, then the stock will come into the stores department. Then when the stock is come to the stores department, it will come to the accounts department, and accounts department entry చేయాలి కదా, మనకి ఎంత వచ్చింది స్టాక్ ఏంటి, మన పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ కరెక్ట్గా వచ్చిందా, మన ఇచ్చిన వాల్యూతోనే వచ్చిందా లేదా అనేది వాళ్ళు వెరిఫై చేస్తారు. ఓకేనా? వెరిఫై చేసి ఎంత మన ఆర్డర్ పెట్టిన దానిలో ఎంతైతే స్టాక్ వచ్చిందో దానికి మాత్రం పర్చేస్లో ఎంట్రీ చేస్తారు. ఇట్ విల్ దే పర్చేస్, సో దే విల్ పోస్ట్ అండ్ పర్చేస్ హియర్. ఫ్రమ్ పర్చేస్ ఇట్ విల్ గో టు ఫైనాన్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. అంటే పర్చేస్ అయింది అంతా కరెక్ట్గా ఉందని ఫైనాన్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి వెళ్తుంది. సో ఫైనాన్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ పేమెంట్కి వెళ్తుంది, ఫైనాన్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ పేమెంట్ అవుతుంది, సో క్లయింట్ విల్ రిసీవ్ ద పేమెంట్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ ద ఇన్ రియల్ టైమ్ హౌ ద సినారియో గోస్ ఆన్. ఫస్ట్ ద indent will go from the purchase order. అంటే ప్రొడక్షన్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన మెటీరియల్ కావాల్సిందంతా పర్చేస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి ఇస్తారు. పర్చేస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో పిఓ రేస్ చేస్తారు, అంటే పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ రేస్ చేస్తారు. ఆ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ రేస్ చేసిన తర్వాత స్టోర్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లోకి స్టాక్ వస్తుంది. సో వాళ్ళు స్టాక్ వచ్చినట్టు ఎంట్రీ చేసుకుంటారు. ఈ స్టాక్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత అకౌంట్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు అంటే ఆ వచ్చిన స్టాక్కి పర్చేస్ వాల్యూస్ వేస్తారు. ఓకేనా? వచ్చిన తర్వాత అంత కన్ఫర్మ్ అయిన ఫైనాన్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళకి అప్రూవల్కి వెళ్తుంది. ఆ ఫైనాన్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ అప్రూవల్ చేసేసి పేమెంట్ చేస్తారు. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ద సైకిల్ గోస్ ఆన్. ఫ్రమ్ indent will go to the purchase department will go to the stores department will go to the accounts department will go to finance department, then from payment. సో ఈ పెద్ద పెద్ద ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఇలా చేస్తుంది. సో ఇంకా వేరే ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో ఇంకా కొన్ని డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ కూడా ఉండొచ్చు. ఒక్కోసారి డైరెక్ట్గానే అకౌంట్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళే పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ రేస్ చేస్తారు, అకౌంట్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళే స్టాక్ రిసీవ్ చేసుకుంటారు, అకౌంట్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళే పేమెంట్ కూడా చేస్తారు. సో డిపెండ్ అపాన్ ద సైజ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆర్గనైజేషన్, బట్ జనరల్లీ దిస్ ఈస్ ద సినారియో. ఓకే, so if you want to make this purchase order, you have to see the three types of things. One is we have to enter the purchase order. అంటే మనం పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ ఒక ప్రాసెస్ కంప్లీట్గా మన టాలీలో చేయాలి అనుకుంటే మనం 3 డాక్యుమెంట్స్ ఇష్యూ చేయాలి. వన్ ఈస్ purchase order, second one is the second one is stores receipt material. Okay, the third one is accounts department, that is purchase. అంటే పర్చేస్ ఒక ప్రాసెస్ కంప్లీట్ కావాలంటే మీరు టాలీలో 3 వాచెస్ పోస్ట్ చేయాలి ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, యూ హ్యావ్ టు మేక్ 3 పోస్టింగ్స్. వన్ ఈస్ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్, one is receipt note, one is purchase bill. So this 3 if you post, then the complete purchase cycle will be done. Okay, now see the screen. So first we have to now activate the purchase order. So how to activate this purchase order? So gateway of tally, F-line features, inventory features, index order processing లో enable purchase orders, yes, enable sales orders, yes, other features లో use tracking numbers, yes ఉంటుంది. So this is the path how to do. Now we'll open the tally and see how to do this. Okay, so we have done here. Okay, tally lo ela cheyali. So go for F-line features. Okay, in that F-line features, okay, go for inventory features. Okay, in inventory features you can see that enable purchase order. Ikkada enable purchase order processing, yes. Enable sales order processing, yes. Okay, use tracking numbers, yes. So these 3 should be activated. Okay, ఏమేమి యాక్టివేట్ ఉండాలి? Once again I am repeating, just go to F-line features, go for inventory features, okay, select the company, okay, enable purchase order yes, enable sales order yes, use tracking numbers yes. So ఈ 3 అన్ని మనం యాక్టివేట్ చేస్తే మనకు పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ అనేది యాక్టివేట్ అవుతుంది. సో ఇఫ్ యూ అబ్జర్వ్ దిస్, ఓకే, ఇందాక మనం చూసినట్లయితే ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ ఓన్లీ అకౌంటింగ్ వోచర్స్, ఇన్వెంటరీ వోచర్స్ రెండే మాత్రమే ఉండేది. ఇప్పుడు ఈ ఆర్డర్ వోచర్స్ అనేది కూడా ఎక్స్ట్రా యాడ్ అయింది. ఓకే, నా హౌ టు మేక్ అంటే దీనికి ఒక చిన్న ప్రాబ్లం చేశాను నేను. లెట్ వి సీ దట్. సో హియర్ ఐ హావ్ డన్ విత్ 3 transactions. One is make a purchase order to Godrej and Company for the following items. Wide PO number ante purchase order number 251/1819. So what are those items? Tables, chairs, almara. ఏ డేట్ రోజు 1st April రోజు, అంటే 1st April రోజు మనకి వీళ్ళకి పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ చేయమని అడుగుతున్నారు. దెన్ we go to the purchase order in tally. Okay, so already we are activated. Now we have to make the purchase order. So go for order vouchers. In the order vouchers, select purchase order. The shortcut is Alt F4. Single line undi kada, Alt F4. Okay, name of the party Godrej. I am selected the Godrej. Okay, and address kuda ikkada automatic manaki icheste vachchestundi. Terms, okay, terms, mode of terms of payment, cash or check or 15 days of payment or 15 days. Okay, from the date of dispatch. అదర్ రిఫరెన్స్ ఏమైనా ఉంటే ఇక్కడ ఇస్తాము. టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ డెలివరీ అంటే మనకి టర్మ్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్ పెడతాం కదా. ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్ అండ్ కండిషన్ ఏంటి ఇక్కడ రాస్తాం. ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్ అండ్ కండిషన్. ఓకే, ఓకే, ఏముంటుంది టర్మ్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్ రాస్తారు ఇక్కడ. ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్, ఓకే, ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ చార్జెస్ paid by you itla rastam. So what are the conditions you can write here? Second one, okay na, the rates for the items is excluding of tax. Itla terms and conditions manamu evaina 3, 4, 5 terms and conditions raskochu anamata. ఓకే, రిసిప్ట్ డీటెయిల్స్, డిస్పాచ్ టు ఎలా వెళ్తుంది, ఆటో. డెస్టినేషన్, వాట్ ఈస్ ద డెస్టినేషన్, యూ క్యాన్ గివ్ ద డెస్టినేషన్ హియర్. డెస్టినేషన్ వాట్ యూ వాంట్, యూ క్యాన్ గివ్ ద డెస్టినేషన్. ఓకే, ఓకే, దిస్. సో పిఓ నెంబర్, సో పిఓ నెంబర్ ఇక్కడ మార్చుకునే ఛాన్స్ ఉంది. సో ఇక్కడ పిఓ నెంబర్ ఏమంటున్నారు మనకి. సో వాట్ ఈస్ ద పిఓ నెంబర్, PO/251. సో పుట్ ద సేమ్ థింగ్, PO/251/1819. సో ఇక్కడ పిఓ నెంబర్ ఏమని చెప్పారు మనకి, పిఓ నెంబర్ ఇస్ PO/251/1819. ఓకే, సో పార్టీ నేమ్ పర్చేజ్. ఓకే, పార్టీ నేమ్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసిన పర్చేజ్. ఇప్పుడు ఏం ఐటమ్స్ అన్నాం మనము, టేబుల్స్. ఓకే, క్వాంటిటీ డ్యూ ఆన్, ఇక్కడ మనం ఏ రోజు డ్యూ ఉంది అంటే 10 days ఆఫ్టర్ అక్కడ డ్యూ డేట్ కూడా మనం ఇవ్వచ్చు అనమాట. ఓకే, క్వాంటిటీ, వాట్ ఈస్ ద క్వాంటిటీ, 100. రేట్ ఎంత, 5000. ఓకే, రైట్. నెక్స్ట్ టేబుల్స్ తర్వాత చైర్స్, క్వాంటిటీ ఎన్ని, 1000. రేట్ ఎంత, 500. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ అల్మారా. ఎన్ని క్వాంటిటీ, 10. రేట్ ఎంత, 8000 ఈచ్. ఓకే, దిస్ ఇయర్. సో 10,80,000 అవుంది. సో 10,80,000 is the order price. Okay, now so this is how we have to order. So once again I am repeating. Go for order vouchers, select the purchase order. Okay, purchase order, just give the party name Godrej, fill the details, fill the terms and conditions. Okay, purchase order, purchase ledger, tables. So quantity ఏముంది, రేట్ ఎంత ఉంది. ఓకే, అది ఎక్కడని ఇవ్వచ్చు ఇక్కడ. ఓకే, సో ఒక్కోసారి మనకి ఏమవుతుంది, పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్లో ఒకేసారి ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ టేబుల్స్ మనము 100 పెట్టాం. సో 100లో 50 ఒక డేట్. సో డ్యూ ఆన్ 1st April 50 ఇవ్వచ్చు. మళ్ళీ మీరు అబ్జర్వ్ చేసినట్టయితే ఇక్కడ ఇంకొక డేట్ వచ్చింది, ఆ డేట్ రోజు ఇంకో 50 అట్లా కూడా పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. అంటే 100లో ఏ రోజు ఎంతెంత కావాలి అనేది కూడా మీరు ఇక్కడ డ్యూ ఆన్ పెట్టుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. సపోజ్ వి డూ దట్. సో ఇన్ దిస్ 150 ఐఎమ్ పుట్టింగ్ యాజ్ అండ్ 1st April and 10th April again I'm putting, so the education mode accept cheyadu. So what I'm doing is I'm taking as 1st May, I'm altering 15th, okay, again, okay, 1st June I'm expecting 50, okay, like that I have done 750. alage chairs kuda 1st April ki oka 500 pettanu, okay, 1st May ki oka 500 pettanu, okay. Almaras 5 numbers on 1st May 5 numbers, okay, and I am saving it. Now how to take the print of this? Go for page up and press Alt P. So Alt P ఉన్నప్పుడు ఇక్కడ అబ్జర్వ్ చేయండి, విత్ ప్రివ్యూ ఉందా అని చూసుకోండి. అంటే ప్రివ్యూ లేకుండా డైరెక్ట్ ప్రింటింగ్ వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. సో ఫస్ట్ గో ఫర్ ప్రివ్యూ అండ్ ప్రెస్ ఎంటర్. నౌ యూ క్యాన్ సీ హియర్, సీ. సో పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ డాక్యుమెంట్ వచ్చింది, ఇన్వాయిస్ 2, ఓకేనా, ఎవరికి ఇన్వాయిస్ చేయాలి, సప్లయర్ ఎవరు, ఓకే, గోద్రేజ్, వాచర్ నంబర్, ఓకే, సప్లయర్ రిఫరెన్స్ నెంబర్ అంటే ఇక పిఓ నెంబర్ మనం చేసింది వచ్చింది ఇక్కడ, ఓకే, ఓకే. టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ డెలివరీ, సో ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ చార్జెస్ పేడ్ బై యూ, ద రేట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫర్ ద ఐటమ్స్ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్ ఆఫ్ ట్యాక్స్ అంటే ఎక్స్క్లూడింగ్ ఆఫ్ ట్యాక్స్. సో ఈ విధంగా మనం చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ చూడ డ్యూ ఆన్, ఏ డ్యూ రోజు ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి, టోటల్ 150 పెట్టాం, ఏది ఎంత. సో దస్ యూ క్యాన్ send a mail or you can take a print of it, scan and send him, or there is a separate option called export option. I will let you know that in further classes, okay. So me కావాలంటే ఇక్కడ క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేసి దీన్ని పీడిఎఫ్ కింద కన్వర్ట్ చేసేసుకొని వచ్చి పీడిఎఫ్ కింద కన్వర్ట్ అయిపోయింది కదా, ఇది మీరు మెయిల్ చేసేయచ్చు అనమాట, ఓకే. లైక్ దట్ ఆల్సో యూ క్యాన్ డూ. సో స్టూడెంట్స్, దిస్ ఈజ్ హౌ టు do the purchase order. Now we have seen the purchase order, right? Now in this order we have made some purchases. Okay, purchase order పెట్టాం. సో పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ పెట్టామనే స్టాక్ వస్తుందా మనకి, రాదు. అందుకే అల్మారా ఉందా, 3 ఉన్నాయి చూడు, ఆర్డర్ పెట్టాం. టేబుల్స్ పెట్టాము, ఓకే, టేబుల్స్ కూడా ఏం లేవు ఎందుకంటే రాలేదు. తర్వాత చైర్స్ పెట్టాము, చైర్స్ వచ్చాయా, చైర్స్ కూడా రాలేవు. సో ఆర్డర్ పెట్టాము కానీ స్టాక్ రాలేదు కదా, ఓకే. See, let me check purchase account also. So profit and loss account, ఇక్కడ పర్చేస్ చూస్తే చూడండి, పర్చేజే ఉంది, ఓకే, ఇంకేం రాలేదు మనకి ఇక్కడ. పర్చేస్ బిల్స్ నథింగ్, రైట్. సో ఫస్ట్ వీ హావ్ మేడ్ అన్ ఆర్డర్. ద నెక్స్ట్ ఈజ్ ఆర్డర్ పెట్టాము, ఆర్డర్ పెట్టిన తర్వాత స్టాక్ వస్తుంది మనకి, ఓకే. దెన్ వేర్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు పోస్ట్ దిస్, వీ హ్యావ్ టు పోస్ట్ ఇన్ ఇన్వెంటరీ వోచర్స్. గో ఫర్, సో ఫస్ట్ వీ హ్యావ్ డన్ విత్ ఆర్డర్ వోచర్స్ అండ్ మేడ్ ఎ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్, రైట్. నౌ we have to receive the stock. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ మనం పర్చేస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ రేజ్ చేశారు, అయిపోయింది. నౌ ద నెక్స్ట్ రోల్ కమ్స్ ఫర్ స్టోర్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. ఇన్ స్టోర్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ he'll go for the storekeeper or the person who is doing stock in charge. Okay, we go for inventory vouchers. When the stock is coming in, it is called material receipt note. That is called receipt note in tally. దీన్ని వేరే వాళ్ళు కొంత స్టాక్ మెటీరియల్ రిసీట్ నోట్ అనొచ్చు, కొంత ఓన్లీ మెటీరియల్ రిసీట్ నోట్ అనొచ్చు, బట్ ఇన్ టాలీ ఇట్ ఈస్ రిసీట్ నోట్. సో క్లిక్ ఆన్ రిసీట్ నోట్. సో ఇక్కడ ఏమైంది, ఏ రోజు మనకి స్టాక్ వచ్చింది, 4th April రోజు స్టాక్ వచ్చింది మనకి, అవునా. ఆన్ 4th April we have received the stock, right. On 4th April we have received the stock. Now enter that date, okay, F2 4th April, right. It does not change because it's an educational mode, so I am putting on the same date. Reference number, so what is the reference number, MR number enta, DC 54. So put as DC 54, this is the reference number, okay. And party name, ఎవరి దగ్గర నుంచి వచ్చింది మన స్టాక్, గోద్రేజ్ నుండి వచ్చింది, ఓకే. వాటి పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ నంబర్ ఎంత, ఇక్కడ చూసారా, మన ఏదైతే పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ అగైన్స్ పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ నంబర్ ఇది అన్నారు కదా, PO 251. సో PO 251, you can see here the purchase order. So just select that one, okay. ఆ సెలెక్షన్ ఆటోమేటిక్ గా మనకు కావాల్సినవన్నీ ఇక్కడ వచ్చేస్తుంది అనమాట. అంటే ఆ పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ లో మనం ఏవైతే స్టాక్ పెట్టామో అవన్నీ ఆటోమేటిక్ గా వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఈ పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ లో మనం ఏం పెట్టాము, 100 టేబుల్స్ పెట్టాము, 1000 చైర్స్ పెట్టాము, ఓకేనా, 10 అల్మారాస్ పెట్టాము, చూడండి అదే ఆటోమేటిక్ గా వచ్చిందా, ఓకే. 150, 1000, 10, ఓకే. సో 150 చేశాను, ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ దాట్ ఐఎమ్ చేంజింగ్ హియర్ ఆల్సో, make it as 150, right? 150, it's 150, right? సో అక్కడ మనం ఆ డేట్స్ కోసం చేంజ్ చేసాం కాబట్టి ఓకే రైట్ 150 1010, సో 150 1010 ఇందులో మనకి ఎన్ని వచ్చాయి? సో ఈ 150లో 75 వచ్చాయి. ఓకే సో ఆ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్లో 75 వచ్చింది కాబట్టి సో ఐఎమ్ సెలెక్టింగ్ PO నంబర్ దిస్ 50, అందులో 50 వచ్చాయి. ఓకే సో ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది అబ్జర్వ్ చేశారా 50 ఉంది కదా ఇక్కడ. ఓకే మనం డిఫరెంట్ డేట్స్ వచ్చాం 50 ఇచ్చాం కదా. సో ఫస్ట్ వన్ ఐమ్ సెలెక్టింగ్ ఓన్లీ 50. సో ప్లీజ్ ఇన్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఆల్సో యూ చేంజ్ ఇట్ 50, రైట్? సో 50 తర్వాత ఓకే సో ఇందులో మనకి 50 వచ్చాయి అంతేనా? సో 50 అక్కడ వచ్చాయి, రైట్? నౌ మేక్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ లిస్ట్. ఓకే మళ్ళీ చైర్స్లో మనకి ఎన్ని వచ్చాయి? 850 వచ్చింది. సో ఇక్కడ 500 ఇందులో వచ్చాయి. ఓకే ఇంకా 850 అంటే ఇంకెన్ని కావాలి 500లో? సారీ 500 ఇంకా 350 అంటే ఇందులో నుండి 350 వచ్చినాయి. సో టోటల్ ఈస్ 850. యూ క్యాన్ అబ్జర్వ్ హియర్ 850 స్టాక్. ఓకే నెక్స్ట్ అల్మారా మనం ఎన్ని అన్నాము 10 అన్నాం. 10కి 10 వచ్చేసాయి. సో ఐఎమ్ పుట్టింగ్ 5 ఫ్రమ్ దిస్, ఐఎమ్ టేకింగ్ 5 from this. Okay so this is how to make the receipt note. If you want you can take a print by pressing Alt P. Okay so general గా receipt note లో వాల్యూ ఉండదు. సో ఇక్కడ వాల్యూ ప్రింట్ అయింది. ఒకవేళ మీకు వాల్యూ వద్దు అని అనుకుంటే Alt P కొట్టేసి కాన్ఫిగరేషన్కి వెళ్ళండి. కాన్ఫిగరేషన్ అక్కడ వాల్యూ వద్దు కాబట్టి మీరు ఇక్కడ ఏం చేస్తారంటే రైట్ సైడ్లో ఇఫ్ యూ అబ్జర్వ్ ప్రింట్ అమౌంట్ కాలం ఉంది కదా, ప్రింట్ రేట్ కాలం అమౌంట్ కాలం హైడ్ చేయండి. హైడ్ చేయడం వల్ల మనకి ఓన్లీ క్వాంటిటీ వస్తుంది. సో జనరల్గా రిసిట్ నోట్లో కానీ డెలివరీ ఛానల్లో కానీ క్వాంటిటీ ఇస్తాం, రేట్ ఇవ్వం. ఎందుకంటే ద రేట్ షుడ్ నాట్ బి డిస్క్లోజ్ టు అదర్స్. సో టోటల్లీ టేబుల్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ రిసీవ్డ్ 50, చైర్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ రిసీవ్డ్ 850 అండ్ అల్మారాస్ వీ హ్యావ్ రిసీవ్డ్ 10. ఓకేనా 50, 850, 10, రైట్? సో దిస్ ఈజ్ హౌ టు ఎంటర్ ద రిసిట్ నోట్. దెన్ వాట్ హ్యాపెన్ అంటే పర్చేస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ చేశారు, స్టోర్స్ వాళ్ళు స్టాక్ రిసీవ్ చేసుకున్నారు. నౌ ద డ్యూటీ కమ్స్ టు అకౌంట్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. నౌ అకౌంట్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ షుడ్ మేక్ ద పర్చేస్ బిల్. సో యూ నో హౌ టు మేక్ ద పర్చేస్ బిల్. సో గో ఫర్ F9 purchase, select the supply invoice number, that is bill number. ఓకేనా రిసీవ్ ద పర్చేస్ బిల్ ఫర్ ద ఐటమ్స్ రిసీవ్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ మోర్న్ అంటే దీనికి పర్చేస్ బిల్ వచ్చేసింది అని చెప్తున్నాడు. సో అదే రోజు సో అక్కడ నంబర్ ఏదైనా ఉంటే నంబర్ మామూలుగా ఇచ్చేసేయండి. పార్టీ ఏవైతే గోద్రేజ్. ఓకే రైట్. సో మీ రిసీట్ నోట్లో పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ నెంబర్ రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అవుతుంది, పర్చేస్లోనేమో డీసీ నెంబర్ రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఓకేనా అంటే దాని అగెనెస్ట్గా మనకు బిల్లింగ్ రావాలి కాబట్టి అది మీరు ఎంట్రీ చేయగానే ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఆ డీటెయిల్స్ ఇక్కడ అబ్జర్వ్ చేసినట్టయితే పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ డీటెయిల్స్ కూడా మీకు ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఇక్కడ వచ్చింది PO నంబర్. ఓకే ఎక్కడెక్కడ ఏంటి అనేది డీటెయిల్స్ ఇచ్చేయండి. సో ఆటోమేటిక్ నౌ జస్ట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు మేక్ ద ఎంట్రీ. అంటే పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే ఎంత వచ్చింది ఏంటి అనేది వాళ్ళు టోటల్గా ఎంత ఆర్డర్ పెట్టారని ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇస్తారు. వన్స్ ద పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ ఇస్ పోస్ట్ ఫుల్లీ then the stores department again there is no need to enter all the items, just enter the party name and select the order number. So automatically the items comes there and whatever the items we have received that we have to do, that we have to enter ante, just we have to order the items. So మళ్ళీ మనం డబుల్ చేసే అవసరం కూడా ఏం లేదు. ఒకవేళ సేమ్ వచ్చేస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా దాన్ని సేవ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. సో బిఫోర్ ఎంటరింగ్ దిస్ I want to show one thing. సో ఫస్ట్ మనం ఆర్డర్ పెట్టాము, రైట్? ఆర్డర్ పెట్టాగానే దే వాజ్ నో స్టాక్ ఇన్ స్టాక్ సమరీ. అవునా? స్టాక్ సమరీ లేదు, చూడండి లేదు. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఆర్డర్ రిసీవ్ చేసుకున్నాము అండ్ అవునా? సో ఇఫ్ యూ ప్రెస్ ఎంటర్ యూ క్యాన్ సీ దట్ ఓకే 10 వాజ్ రిసీవ్డ్. ఓకేనా రైట్ అంటే రిసీవ్ చేసుకున్నాం స్టాక్. అంటే స్టాక్ రిసీవ్ చేసుకోగానే ఏమవుతుంది అంటే వెన్ యూ సీ ద ప్రాఫిట్ అండ్ లాస్ అకౌంట్, వెన్ యూ గో ఫర్ ద పర్చేస్, సో పర్చేస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో బ్లింక్ అవుతుంది. ఏమని ఇక్కడ చూసిన అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తే పర్చేస్ బిల్స్ టు కమ్ అంటే అకౌంట్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో హైలైట్ అవుతుంది. ఏమైనా హైలైట్ అవుతుంది? స్టోర్స్ వాళ్ళకి స్టాక్ వచ్చింది కానీ మనకి ఇంకా పర్చేస్ బిల్ రాలేదు. సో వీ క్యాన్ ఫాలో అప్ దెమ్ ఆల్సో. So when the purchase order is raised, okay, these details will be viewed in stores department, right? When the stores department will get the stock, when the stores department will get the stock, right, then it reflect in accounts department that they have received the stock but bill is not received. Then how to see that? Okay, that you can see in profit and loss account, purchase account. So see the screen now, I will show how to do that. Okay, so if you show that, go for profit and loss account, and if you press on purchases, you can see purchase bills to come, and just press enter on that. Then they can know that from whom the stock is received. Okay, అంటే ఎంట్రీ చేయని వాళ్ళకి అర్థమైపోతుంది అనమాట. ఎవరి దగ్గర నుండి వచ్చింది, goods received but bills not received. Who is that party? What is that party name? And what is the quantity we have received? That will be appeared in purchase accounts department, and they will follow up with the store department and get the purchase invoice. And now they see that and make the purchase bill from Godrej. Just they will say the DC number, then all the details will appear and just they will save it. Now this is the purchase invoice posted by the accounts department. Okay, page up alt P. This is the purchase bill. సో జనరల్గా పర్చేస్ బిల్ అని మనం ప్రింట్ తీసుకొని పెట్టుకోము, ఎందుకంటే మనకి ఏదైతే ద సప్లయర్ మనకి ఏదైతే బిల్ ఇస్తారో అదే మనం వోచర్ కింద పెట్టేసుకుంటాం. సో స్టూడెంట్స్, వీ హ్యావ్ సీన్ నౌ హౌ టు వాట్ ఈస్ ద పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్, how to activate the purchase order, how to make the purchase order, how to make the material receipt note, and how to make the purchase. Now the process is completed, right? Now come to the reports of purchase order. అంటే ఈ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ రిపోర్ట్స్ ఎలా చూడాలి, రైట్? సో పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ చూస్తాము, అంత బాగానే ఉంది. ఒకసారి ఏమవుతుంది అంటే ఆర్డర్ క్యాన్సిల్ చేస్తాం మనం. అంటే అది మామూలుగా మనము ఆర్డర్ క్యాన్సిల్ అని మెయిల్ పెడతాము, లేదా ఒక లెటర్ రాసి పంపిస్తాం, వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు క్యాన్సిల్ దిస్ ఆర్డర్ అని. బట్ హౌ టు క్యాన్సిల్ దట్ ఆర్డర్ ఇన్ టాలీ? కానీ మనకు మెయిల్ కమ్యూనికేషన్ అయిపోయింది, రిటర్న్ డాక్యుమెంట్లో కూడా అయిపోయింది, రాసేసి పంపించేస్తాము. సో వీఆర్ ఆర్డరింగ్ ద క్యాన్సిల్, అండ్ ఆల్రెడీ మనం రీజన్ కూడా మెన్షన్ చేస్తాం. దెర్ మే బి ఎనీ రీజన్. అంటే ఒక్కోసారి మనకి క్వాలిటీ నచ్చక రిజెక్ట్ చేసామా, లేదా ఒక్కోసారి మనకి ఆ తెచ్చిన రా మెటీరియల్ మన ప్రొడక్షన్ అవ్వకపోవచ్చు. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఒకసారి ఆర్డర్ పెట్టేస్తాం ఇంత అని, సో మనకి కన్సంప్షన్ వచ్చేసి మనకు 10,000 ఆర్డర్ క్వాంటిటీ రేజ్ చేస్తాము పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్, బట్ మన కన్సంప్షన్ 9,500 or 9,800కి క్లోజ్ అయిపోయింది, ఇంకా మనకి అది ఇంకా అవసరం లేదు ఇంకా పార్ట్. సో అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్లో మళ్ళీ మనం కొనం కదా. సో మనం సింప్లీ వాట్ వీ డూ ఇస్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు ఆర్డర్ ద క్యాన్సిల్ ద ఆర్డర్, సారీ. Okay, now how to cancel the order? This cancel of order is called pre-close. What it is called? It is called as pre-close in tally. So pre-close of order is called cancel order in tally. Ante tally lo order cancel ani undadu ekkada word. It is called as pre-close. Ante munde close చేస్తున్నాము, అంటే ఆర్డర్ కంప్లీట్ అవ్వక ముందే మనం క్లోజ్ చేస్తాము, దాన్ని pre-close అంటాం. సో ఇందాక మనం చేసిన ఆర్డర్కి ఆర్డర్ పెట్టాము, గూడ్స్ రిసీవ్ కూడా చేస్తున్నాము. సో ఇంకా బ్యాలెన్స్ ఎంత రావాలి, దాన్ని ఎలా క్యాన్సిల్ చేయాలి అనేది చూద్దాం. సో ప్లీజ్ సీ ద స్క్రీన్ నౌ. దెన్ హౌ టు సీ దట్? ఓకే, సో యూ క్యాన్ గో ఫర్ డిస్ప్లే. సో ఆల్ ద రిపోర్ట్స్ ఆర్ అవైలబుల్ ఇన్ డిస్ప్లే. ఓకే, డిస్ప్లేలో స్టేట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెంటరీ, స్టేట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్స్ అండ్ అకౌంట్స్ రిలేటెడ్. దిస్ ఇస్ పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్స్ అండ్ సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్స్ ఇస్ టోటల్లీ రిలేటెడ్ టు ఇన్వెంటరీ. సో కమ్ ఫర్ స్టేట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెంటరీ. ఇన్ దిస్ యూ క్యాన్ గో ఫర్ purchase orders outstanding. Okay, you can go for purchase order outstanding, or you can go purchase bills pending also. If you go for purchase billing, so there is no pending because already we have received and we have done. Okay, so ఇందాక మనం ఏం చేసాము, పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్లో ఇక్కడ పెండింగ్ కూడా కనబడ్డది కదా మనకి. సో ఇందాక మనం పర్చేస్లో వెళ్తే పర్చేస్ బిల్ టు పెండింగ్ అని పైన కనబడింది. ఇప్పుడు ఏమైంది, ఆ అమౌంట్ ఇంకా యాడ్ అయిపోయింది. మీరు అబ్జర్వ్ చేసినట్టయితే ఆ 7,50,000 పర్చేస్ అకౌంట్లో యాడ్ అయిపోయింది అనమాట. ఓకే, సో డిస్ప్లే, స్టేట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెంటరీ, పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్ అవుట్ స్టాండింగ్స్. సో ఇక్కడ మీకు లెడ్జర్ వైజ్ చూసుకోవచ్చు, లెడ్జర్ అంటే పర్టికులర్, గోద్రేజ్ అంటే గోద్రేజ్ లెడ్జర్ మాత్రమే కనబడుతుంది. ఓకే, గ్రూప్ వైజ్ అంటే గ్రూప్ అంటే సండే క్రెడిటార్స్ ఉంటారు కదా, ఆ సండే క్రెడిటార్స్ అందరికీ కనబడుతుంది. రైట్, ఐటమ్ వైజ్ అంటే పర్టికులర్ ఐటమ్ కావాలి, అల్మారా, సో అల్మారా కనబడుతుంది. అల్మారా ఏం చూపెట్టలేదు ఎందుకంటే 10 ఆర్డర్ చేసాం, 10 ఆర్డర్ వచ్చింది. బుక్ షెల్ఫ్స్ ఏం లేదు, సెంటర్ టేబుల్ కూడా ఏం లేదు. చైర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. వీ హ్యావ్ ఆర్డర్ సమ్ 1000 వీ హ్యావ్ రిసీవ్డ్, ఇక్కడ ఎంటర్ కూడా తెలుస్తుంది. ఆర్డర్ ఎంత చేసాము, 500 ఆర్డర్ చేసాము. బ్యాలెన్స్ క్వాంటిటీ 150 పెండింగ్. ఓకే, సో ఆర్డర్ క్వాంటిటీ ఇస్ 500, బ్యాలెన్స్ క్వాంటిటీ ఇస్ 150. ఎంటర్ కొట్టండి, ఇక్కడ తెలుస్తుంది. ఇందులో 500 ఆర్డర్ చేసాము, 350 మనకు వచ్చింది, ఇంకా 150 పెండింగ్ అనమాట. ఓకే, సో అట్లా ఐటమ్ వైజ్గా తీసుకోవచ్చు. ఆల్ ఆర్డర్స్ అంటే అన్ని ఆర్డర్స్ కనబడతాయి మీకు. ఆల్ ఆర్డర్స్ డ్యూ ఓన్లీ, ఇక్కడ డ్యూ ఓన్లీ ఎందుకంటే కొన్ని మనం వేరే డ్యూలో పెట్టాం కదా, అందుకనే కనబడట్లేదు. సో జస్ట్ యూ మేక్ ఇట్ అండ్ చేంజ్ అండ్ ఆర్డర్స్. అంతేకంటే మనం ఏం చేసాము అంటే డేట్స్ కొంచెం జూన్ జూలై వరకు తీసుకున్నాం కదా, సో అందుకనే అది అక్కడ చూపించలేదు అనమాట. ఓకే, సో గో ఫర్ ఆల్ ఆర్డర్స్ అండ్ చేంజ్ ద డేట్. ఓకే, మేక్ ఇట్ యాజ్ 17. సో ఇక్కడ ఎందుకు డేట్ చేంజ్ చేయమని చెప్పానంటే మనం కొన్ని గోద్రేజ్ క్వాంటిటీ అక్కడ ఐటమ్స్కి డ్యూ ఆన్ 1st జూన్, డ్యూ ఆన్ 1st జూలై తీసుకున్నాం కదా, సో అందుకనే మనం చూస్తుంది ఏప్రిల్ రోజు, అంటే యాజ్ పర్ ఏప్రిల్ దే ఆర్ నాట్ డ్యూ. ఓకే, నౌ యూ క్యాన్ సీ ఆల్ ద ఐటమ్స్. Order quantity 50, balance quantity is 50. Order quantity 50, balance quantity is 50. Order quantity is 500 and balance quantity is 150. This is the amount you received. Now the order is closed. How to close that? Same, in the same screen you can see that there is option called pre-close. So click on pre-close. ఇక్కడ ఎంత కావాలి అనేది ఇక్కడ ఇవ్వండి. సో pre-close ఆ 150లో మీరు ఎన్ని క్లోజ్ చేస్తున్నారు? I am closing 150. Reasons for pre-close. రీజన్స్ ఏంటి, దేనికోసం చేస్తున్నారు? సో చైర్స్, సో చైర్స్ అవుట్డేటెడ్ అయిపోయిండొచ్చు. చైర్స్ ఆర్ అవుట్డేటెడ్, ఆ రీజన్ ఇస్తున్నాను. సో ఆ మోడల్ నాట్ రిక్వైర్డ్ నౌ. ఓకే, టేబుల్స్, ఓకే, టేబుల్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ రిక్వైర్డ్ యాజ్ నో ఆర్డర్. టేబుల్స్, సో ఇలా కావాల్సిన రీజన్ ఇక్కడ మెన్షన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఓకేనా, అవుట్డేటెడ్, ఆర్ యూ కెన్ రైట్ క్వాలిటీ పూర్. సో జస్ట్ నీకు ఒక నార్మల్గా రీజన్స్ రాశాను, ఇట్ మే బి ఎనీ రీజన్, యూ కెన్ రైట్ దట్. ఓకే, నౌ మై ఆర్డర్స్ ఆర్ క్లోజ్డ్. ఓకే, సో ఆల్ ఆర్డర్స్కి వెళ్తున్నాను. అగైన్ ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ టు సీ ఎనీ ఆర్డర్స్, go for display, go for statement of inventory, go for purchase order outstandings, go for all orders, right? Now if you observe, now no one is coming, right? Because all orders are closed now. But I want to see the orders which are pre-closed. అంటే ఇప్పుడు కొత్త అకౌంటెంట్ వచ్చాడు, ఆయన వచ్చి చూసుకుంటే అక్కడ ఆర్డర్స్ ఏం లేవనుకుంటాడు. బట్ మళ్ళీ ఆ ప్రీ క్లోజ్ చేసిన ఆర్డర్ మళ్ళీ కన్ఫర్మ్ అవ్వచ్చు, లేకపోతే ఇట్ మే బి ఎనీ రీజన్. అగైన్ హీ వాంట్ టు సీ ద ఆర్డర్స్. మళ్ళీ మనకి ఏదో క్వేరీ వచ్చింది, ఆ సో అండ్ సో ఆర్డర్లో ఉన్న క్వేరీ వచ్చింది మనకి, అది ఎలా చూడాలి, అది ఏంటి అని ఎలా చూడాలి. దెన్ హౌ టు సీ ద ప్రీ క్లోజ్డ్ ఆర్డర్స్ నౌ. సో కమ్ టు ద సేమ్ ప్లేస్, ప్రెస్ F12. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ show cleared purchase order, it is cleared, right? So I am putting yes. Show pre-closure of order details, yes. Show the reasons, yes. Okay, show pre-close orders only, yes. Now you can see the orders which are pre-closed. అంటే ఏవైతే మనం pre-close చేసామో, ఏవైతే మనం ఆర్డర్స్ క్లోజ్ చేసామో, ఏదైతే ఆర్డర్స్ మనం క్యాన్సిల్ చేసామో అవన్నీ ఇక్కడ ఉంటుంది. సో నౌ హీ విల్ టేక్ ఎ ప్రింట్ అండ్ హీ విల్ సీ దట్ ఓకే ఈ ఆర్డర్స్ మనకు ప్రీ క్లోజ్ చేసాము, రీజన్స్ ఎందుకు, ఆ రీజన్స్ చూసి తను రెక్టిఫై చేయొచ్చు, లేకుంటే ఇంకేమైనా చూడొచ్చు అనమాట. ఓకే, రైట్. సో దిస్ ఈస్ ద టోటల్ cycle of purchase, right? So students, we have seen a particular total purchase order cycle now, right? So please keep in mind that if you want to maintain a purchase order procedure, then you have to maintain that whole things. Avuna? Suppose you are the only person, okay, then you want to maintain purchase orders, right? Then first you have to record a purchase order in Tally, then you have to make the receipt note, and then you have to make the purchase order. These three you have to follow. You are making only purchase order and recording only the purchase invoice, again your reports may go somewhere wrong. Okay, and you want to maintain the delivery challans and you want to maintain only the purchase order. Sometimes it may go wrong also in reports. So it's the best way to maintain all these reports. ఎందుకంటే ఆల్రెడీ జస్ట్ మన ఆర్డర్ ఇచ్చేసి అక్కడ వచ్చేస్తుంది కాబట్టి మై సజెషన్ ఈస్ ఆల్వేస్ గో ఫర్ 3 documents. First you enter the purchase order, first you enter the debit note, material receipt note, and the next you have to maintain your purchase, right? So this is the complete the order for the purchase order. Then how to do the sales order? The sales order is quite opposite to the purchase order. So activation, occasion, purchase order, sales order చేసేసాము. Now we are going to do how to do the sales order. So please see the screen. Now the same way again you go for order vouchers. Sales order అంటే ఏంటి, వేరే వాళ్ళు మనకు పెట్టిన ఆర్డర్. So you take Bantiya furniture, okay, the terms and conditions all you can mention here. ఓకే, ఇందాక మనం చేసి చూపించాను కదా. సో అదే విధంగా టర్మ్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్ అన్ని ఇక్కడ మీరు ఎంట్రీ చేసేయండి. సో సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్ నెంబర్, ఎస్, సో ఐఎమ్ పుట్టింగ్ సంథింగ్ లైక్ 001 థింగ్ లైక్ దిస్. ఓకే, సేల్స్ లెడ్జర్, ఐటమ్స్ అవి ఇందాక ఇచ్చిన చైర్స్ మనకు ఒక 750 క్వాంటిటీ పెట్టాడు. ఓకే, దిస్ ఇస్ 600 రూపీస్ పర్ చైర్. ఓకే, చైర్స్ అయిపోయింది. తర్వాత టేబుల్స్ ఆయన ఒక 40 పెట్టాడు. ఓకే, 8500 ఇస్ టేబుల్. ఓకే, అల్మారా పెట్టాడు. అల్మారా ఆయన ఒక 8 పెట్టాడు క్వాంటిటీ. ద రేట్ ఈస్ 10,000. ఓకే, దిస్ ఈస్ ద సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్ విచ్ వీ హ్యావ్ రిసీవ్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ అవర్ కస్టమర్. మనకు వచ్చిన అంటే బాంటియా ఫర్నిచర్ పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ మనకు సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్ అవుతుంది. అది మనం ముంగట పెట్టుకొని ఇది ఎంట్రీ చేస్తాం. ఓకే, దిస్ ఈస్ హౌ యూ మేక్ ద సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్. అక్కడ పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్, ఇక్కడ సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్. అక్కడ మనం ఏం చేసాము, మెటీరియల్ రిసీట్ నోట్ చేసాం. ఇక్కడ డెలివరీ చలాన్ చేయాలి. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ డెలివరీ నోట్ ఇన్ టాలీ. డెలివరీ చలాన్ ఇట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్. నార్మల్గా మనం డెలివరీ చలాన్ DC అని అంటాము, బట్ ఇక్కడ టాలీలో డెలివరీ నోట్ అని ఉంటుంది. సో డెలివరీ నోట్ DN సంథింగ్, డెలివరీ నోట్ కాబట్టి DN అని పెట్టేసి 001 అని పెడుతున్నాను. ఓకే, పార్టీ నేమ్ ఎవరికి, బాండియా ఫర్నిచర్కి. ఇది జస్ట్ మీ సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్ని లింక్ చేస్తే సరిపోతుంది. సో సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్ లింక్ చేసేస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఆ పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్లో ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో ఆటోమేటిక్గా క్వాంటిటీ వచ్చేసి ఇందులో ఎన్ని పంపిస్తున్నాము. ఆ 750లో అక్కడ DN అని ఇచ్చాడు, DN సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి. ఆ 750లో సో స్టూడెంట్స్ ఐ వాంట్ టు టెల్ వన్ మోర్ థింగ్ హియర్ ఈస్ ద ట్రాకింగ్ నంబర్ వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ ఆర్ గివింగ్ హియర్, అంటే ఏదైతే మీరు రిఫరెన్స్ నెంబర్లో ట్రాకింగ్ నెంబర్ ఇస్తున్నారో అదే ట్రాకింగ్ నెంబర్ కరెక్ట్గా మెయింటైన్ చేయండి. ఓకే, అదే క్వాంటిటీకి అదే ట్రాకింగ్ నెంబర్ కరెక్ట్గా మెయింటైన్ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ నాట్ అప్లికబుల్ న్యూ వచ్చారు అనుకోవాలి, మళ్ళీ వేరే దగ్గర అయిపోతుంది. మళ్ళీ మీకు పర్చేస్ ఆర్డర్స్కి దానికి లింక్ ఉండదు, ట్రాకింగ్ కరెక్ట్గా ఉండదు. సో మీకు ట్రాకింగ్ కరెక్ట్ అవ్వదు, రిపోర్ట్స్ కరెక్ట్గా రాదు. సో యూ బెటర్ జస్ట్ బీ కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ ఆన్ దిస్ ట్రాకింగ్ నెంబర్. Okay, from this 750 again I am putting as, from this 750 I am giving as 650. Okay, again from tables like 40 35. Okay, almara 8k8. Okay, this is a delivery challan. So generally ఈ delivery challan మనము బయటికి పంపిస్తాం అన్నమాట డాక్యుమెంట్. So here also you can hide this rate and quantity. How to hide it? Alt P F12 and hide the. So general గా డెలివరీ చలాన్ లో మనము ఈ రెండు రేట్ కాలమ్ అమౌంట్ కాలమ్ ని హైడ్ చేస్తాము. అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తున్నారా? సో ఎవరు పంపిస్తున్నారో, బయ్యర్ ఎవరు, ఓకేనా, క్వాంటిటీ ఎంత, అమౌంట్ కూడా హైడ్ చేయొచ్చు ఇక్కడ. Alt P F12. సో అమౌంట్ కాలం నో అవ్వలేదు ఇక్కడ. సో అమౌంట్ కాలం నో చేసేస్తాను. నౌ యూ క్యాన్ సీ దట్ ఓన్లీ క్వాంటిటీ క్యాన్ బి అపియర్డ్ ఇన్ యువర్ డెలివరీ నోట్. ఎక్స్క్యూజ్ మీ. సో డెలివరీ నోట్ ఈ విధంగా మనం చేస్తాం. నౌ ఇక డెలివరీ నోట్ చేయగానే సో మీకు అల్మారీ ఉండే స్టాక్ మైనస్ అయిపోతుంది. సో obviously the stock will be deducted from your this thing. Now come to profit and loss account and see that. అంటే గూడ్స్ పంపించాం కదా, ఇప్పుడు మన ఇక్కడ అకౌంట్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో ఏమవుతుంది, వాళ్ళు గూడ్స్ పంపించారు, దానికి మనం బిల్లు పంపించాలి అని ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళకి ఒక మెసేజ్ లాగా అలర్ట్ లాగా కనబడుతుంది. నౌ ఇన్ పర్చేస్ బిల్ ఇట్ సేస్ దట్ పర్చేస్ బిల్స్ టు కమ్. హియర్ యూ క్యాన్ సీ పర్చేస్ బిల్స్ టు కమ్. Here you can see sales bills to make. Now how to make the sales invoices. Okay, then how to make the sales invoice, you know that. Go for voucher entry, go for F8 sales, give the number, sales invoice number, to whom you are selling, Bantia furniture. Then here it comes delivery note, select that delivery note. Okay, then automatic comes for the tracking number, right? Just you make the entry. Now your sales invoice is ready. Then it is exported or it is printed, signed and scanned and sent to the party name, party mail ID or courier, right? This is how to make the sales invoice. Now how to see the reports? Same display, statement of inventory, అందులో అవుట్స్టాండింగ్ సేల్స్ ఆర్డర్స్ అవుట్స్టాండింగ్ ఇందాక చూపించినట్టు లెడ్జర్ వైజ్ ఆల్ ఆర్డర్ ఎట్లాగైనా చేసుకోండి. ఐ వాంట్ ఆల్ ఆర్డర్స్. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద పెండింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ 750 100 is pending. Again you want to pre-close this also. So click on pre-close and give the pre-order quantity here and reasons not required by the party. Okay, so you can pre-close 5. Same, not required by the party, right? Again if you want to see that, press F12 and you can make sales orders yes, cleared orders yes. Okay, pre-closure on quantity yes, show reasons yes. Now you can see the orders which has been pre-closed or which are pre-closed is nothing but cancelled. The orders which are cancelled or the orders which are pre-closed, now you can see here, right? So students, we have seen the totally how to make the purchase orders, how to make the sales orders, the total cycling we have seen. So purchase receipt note and purchase bill, sales order, delivery note, okay, and sales bill, and how to order the cancels also we have seen. So any doubts you have, you can comment on the YouTube channel, I can reply you back. Okay, so this is the total purchase order cycles. You can practice that with your own parties, with your own quantity and all. In the next class we are going to see about debit notes, credit notes, as well as bills receivables, payables and all. So students, hope you understand the class for today. In the next class we are going to see some other debit notes, credit notes and all. So as of now, bye. We again will see you on Monday.
Hello everyone, welcome to today's session for TCS pattern. We are continuing to talk about the TCS selection process. Like I had been repeating, I'm going to talk about it again in terms of the entire pattern. So we have TCS recruitment drive that's going to happen very soon across certain cities and districts in AP. So the selection process is divided into two stages. The first stage is the online written assessment. The second stage is interview round. Now this is a progressive selection process, which means you need to clear the online assessment in order to go to the interview segment or interview stage. So interview stage will have two segments. One is HR interview and one is technical round. And the online assessment will have 4 different categories. These categories are, there is an email which you need to write. Then there is quantitative aptitude, which is a multiple choice question. You will have 20 questions that needs to be answered in 40 minutes. You will have multiple choice question for C program language, 10 such questions with a time limit of 20 minutes. And then you will have a coding test. You need to write a code based on the question. According to the question, only one such program you need to write with a permitted time being 20 minutes. The extreme right column says number of star mark questions. In quantitative aptitude, you will have 2 questions which will be marked as star. What it means is, in quantitative aptitude, there is negative marking for every single question. Every time you give a wrong answer, you will lose 0.33% of the marks allocated for that particular question. However, the star mark questions, the points, the negative points will double up, which means instead of losing 0.33%, you will lose 0.66%. But the positive aspect is, if you answer this question correctly, you will also score double the points, which means 2 star mark questions. If the answer is correct, you will score double. If the answer is incorrect, you will lose double the negative marking. So you got to be very careful for these 2 questions. The topics that will be covered for quantitative aptitude is probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allegations or mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, areas, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. Now as far as email is concerned, your email question will look something like this. This is a sample email which we are going to practice today. The question is mentioned in terms of a scenario, and you need to write an email keeping in mind the outline. The outline basically means the keywords that needs to be used in the entire email. There are certain rules. For example, all the keywords has to be used in the email. The format of the keyword cannot change, which means the first keyword you have here is housing loan. It cannot be house loan. Account cannot be accounting. Okay, branch cannot be branches. So you